Those who have worn clothes know that all I need to do is put on clothes to become a handsome guy. But when you put on clothes, you can do more than just look handsome. You can also summon gods. In this world where putting on clothes grants divine power, different styles of clothing can summon different gods. Some people make overalls with a split, awakening the soul of basketball and enhancing their rap skills. Some people make nine-tailed fox cosplay outfits. Furious sale at 3,200, turning a full pot of money. People from the cherry blossom country wear ritual clothes to summon the eight-headed serpent to wreak havoc on the battlefield. People from the rain country wear bishop clothes, transforming into the red-clothed pope to sweep through the forbidden zone. And when you wear a black dragon robe, with the emperor's sword at your waist, you summon Qin Shi Huang. Under the heavens, is there anyone who is not a king, ruling over all, reaching the heavens and the earth, and being unrivaled? Simply because in this world, a strange mist is engulfing the globe. Only by awakening as a unique cloth soul master, wearing specific clothing and summoning gods, can one deal with exotic beasts. Yet in this world of the Xia kingdom with a serious historical discontinuity, not a single person can summon their own national gods, to the extent that when facing danger, they can only summon foreign gods. Even the Western gods summoned, when they see people from the Xia kingdom, will be reluctant to fight. You, who understand all this, are furious. In your original world, the splendid history of Xia kingdom shines. Zhong Kuei wears a dragon robe with 9 claws. Xing Chen Taoist robe. You are clad in golden armor, holding the golden banded staff. All deities are completely defeated. Then you look at your unique S-level talent. Xia Kingdom's 4 dimensions hall, sinking your consciousness into it, captures all the essence of Xia Kingdom's culture. You can find any information related to Xia Kingdom here. Effect 2. Whenever your Hanfu surprises those around you, there is a chance to gain a certain amount of legendary value. Legendary value can be used to level up and improve the quality of the Hanfu. Looking at this Xia Kingdom's mind hall that belongs only to you, you decide to take on the significant responsibility of revitalizing Xia Kingdom's civilization and saving the world. And the first test you will face is the imminent soul dressing exam. The playground is already filled with students participating in the exam. When noon arrives, the sky instantly bursts into a brilliant green light. All students quiet down, raising their heads to look at the sky. The green light gradually gathers and weaves in the sky, eventually forming a spatial world. It was created by many top medical soul masters using leaves from the world tree, taking more than 10 years to complete. All examinees worldwide will enter it to complete the assessment, create corresponding medical soul clothing, and engage in illusion god battles. Those who make it to the top 30 of the global rankings will receive a massive amount of resources. Upon entering the space, you will find yourself standing in a slightly dilapidated battlefield. Ahead is a massive staircase, with 5 small stone houses on either side. Before you can continue viewing, a voice suddenly appears, welcoming examinees to the Yihong College entrance examination. The Yihong College entrance examination this time lasts for a week, with 3 rounds of exams. In the first phase, design an outfit that can showcase the aura of a king and successfully put it on. The exam lasts for 7 hours, requiring the design and wearing of such outfits to climb the steps. The special materials provided in this round of the exam are limited, but the possibilities are endless. Good luck to all examinees. As the voice falls, batches of glowing fabrics float out, accompanied below by a large amount of ingredients that could be used for clothes, all emitting a faint light. These are the extraordinary materials essential for making clothes. Looking at these materials in front of you, according to the textbook description, the red attire of foreign popes and kings is most in line with the assessment requirements. This also secretly delights many examinees. It's practically a giveaway question, with only one standard answer. It's a test of who has a good eye for the basics. The only problem is the limited materials. Everyone wants to get more. Just as everyone argues incessantly, someone starts showing off. In the imperial capital, the talented student Chen stood up. His fingers slid slightly in the air, and a blue light screen appeared out of thin air. This was visible to everyone. Een Soul Master, named Chung Chang, profession Soul Doctor, level 2, spiritual power 100 points. Tianfu Weiji looked at the inexplicable crowd. Chung calmly said, "Brothers, give me a chance. I want to compete in the first round of the global rankings." The venue instantly erupted into an uproar. Someone with a dumbfounded look said, 100 points of spiritual power, that's more than 100 times mine. It must be fake. Some people were skeptical. This is the college entrance examination. Why should we give it to you? Chen Shang's supporters watching the live broadcast outside were even more excited. Come on, Chen Shang, you must win the red cloth. Can't these people understand? We, Chen Shang, are competing for the overall rankings to bring glory to our country. Watching the reactions of the people inside, Chen Shang waved his hand and said, "Let's do this. If there are any future collaboration opportunities, I can take you along." Chen Shang's words left the people inside in a dilemma. Yu, who had been silent, spoke up, "I don't need the red cloth. You guys can have it. But I want the black cloth." As soon as Data finished speaking, the audience outside erupted in excitement. "Is this person crazy? Are they going to a funeral with so much black cloth?" Even your homeroom teacher exclaimed, "Lin Chen, what is this kid doing? Sacrificing oneself for others?" This is the college entrance examination. After a brief shock, the students inside the venue regained their composure. A female classmate looked at you and asked, "Are you sure? If what you said is true, the red fabric they have should be enough for a few of them. There's no need to fight over it anymore." As a beneficiary, he naturally won't oppose this plan. Chen Shang furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then spoke up first, "All right, you can have all the black fabric, I don't need it." The others also nodded in agreement. After finalizing the fabric, the people present quickly distributed it according to the agreement, then started picking up a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels below. Chen Shan even chose a half-meter tall gold stone, seemingly wanting to craft a scepter. You appeared extremely unconventional. After getting the black fabric you needed, you also selected some special cold tone threads, a small amount of gold thread, as well as bronze and pearls. This extremely unconventional choice made the remaining 4 people in the field look at you frequently. A young man who looked like a bamboo pole muttered, making it so mysterious, "It'll be funny if you end up with the lowest score later." He couldn't figure out what kind of king would wear clothes with black fabric as the main theme no matter how hard he thought. The corresponding person has never appeared, which means that even if you create a dazzling outfit, it's impossible to successfully change identities. He was preparing to make the same outfit as Louis XVI, even if he couldn't beat Chen Shang, he should still be able to get a high score. You didn't care about the looks of others. After finishing your selection, you carried the materials into a small flat house on the right side. You placed all the materials on the table, then opened your attribute panel, revealing your name Lin Chen, F-level profession Soul Master, with 150 spiritual power and S-level talent of Xia Country's Mind Palace. You gaze at the dimly glowing black fabric on the table, as the Mind Palace in your mind trembles slightly. One of the bookshelves emits a strong light, and a book quietly flies out, hovering in the sea of consciousness and flipping through its pages on its own, revealing the ancient and mottled cover. Prominently written in seal script is the character "For Love." As the book flips through its pages, a black robe quietly appears on a page. Before your eyes, the overall color of the garment is like ink in a cup, deep and mysterious. The delicate texture is like ancient scrolls, full of historical traces. The mysterious black with golden edges shines brightly, exuding both majesty and elegance. Clothing with an air of dominance, fit for emperors throughout history and across nations. What you are about to create is the Black Dragon Robe of Great Qin, worn by the first emperor to unify the entire Xia civilization. Imagining everything you desire, you raise your hand and focus on the materials neatly arranged on the table. The black fabric seems to be influenced by something, slowly floating up and smoothly hovering in the air, as if under some invisible pressure, it begins to transform on its own, gradually taking on the style of the clothing in your mind. This is the unique ability of a soul medic. By expending mental energy, they can transform the materials in front of them according to their thoughts. After about 5.5 hours passed, the tall and skinny young man was the first to come out, dressed in a full-body pure red English court suit, with a golden sword at his waist, exuding a noble air. He first looked around, relieved to see that no one else appeared on the steps. The young man is named Li Yue. Although his mental energy is not particularly strong, his talent is unique. With accelerated production, he can quickly complete clothing and crown making. Based on this, he came up with a brilliant plan. He wanted to be the first to step onto the steps so that he could have the upper hand when other candidates took the stage, to disrupt the opponent with his momentum. After composing himself, he stepped towards the top of the steps, facing downwards, and suddenly drew the golden accessory from his waist. He raised it high, facing the empty space. "Great Shirima, your emperor has returned. Those who betrayed him returned to the side of the king. The king is your father." In an instant, a slightly elderly, grim-faced figure floated in front of the young man. The king glanced at Li Yue with a disdainful expression. "He's from the Xia kingdom." After speaking, the figure disappeared. Li Yue was suddenly struck as if by lightning, and he flew backward, crashing onto the steps. But he quickly recovered, scrambled to his feet, and assumed a king-like posture once again. Li Yue seemed to have anticipated this. After all, the deities of other countries treated him the same way. Scenes like this play out in almost every examination hall in Xia country. Even those who tried to summon Xiao Haitian through unconventional means were met with disdain. While other places debate who was the first, the entire Xia country seems somewhat quiet. Among them, some may have expectations for their star students, but calling upon foreign deities is a different matter. Can they compete with the locals? Just as silence enveloped the surroundings, you emerged from the small flat-roofed house, clad in a pitch-black robe embroidered with 12 patterns, embodying the essence of the world, swallowing all under the heavens. Delicate golden patterns adorned the chest, shoulders, and cuffs, shimmering with a faint golden light, contrasting starkly with the dark robe. Sporting a peculiar crown on your head, with a bronze longsword at your waist, exuding an undeniable aura of majesty and depth between your brows. Even through the live stream screen, the audience can feel the immense pressure emanating from you. In an instant, the barrage in the live stream chat exploded, sending shivers down the spines of countless viewers. Holy cow, is this the attire of Xia country? So cool! Who said black is for morning attire? This outfit screams royalty. The head teacher, Lao Wang, also vaguely noticed some clues. This outfit exudes a strong sense of history, and the patterns on it carry a sense of nobility. If this kid didn't make up this outfit himself, then it's very likely that it has appeared in history. If that's the case, then it's probably not the expression Lao Wang was expecting, a wave of excitement. Standing on the stage, Li Yue suddenly felt uneasy. Without a doubt, that kind of kingly intimidation that can be conveyed without speaking is something Li Yue absolutely cannot portray. No, if he loses a match, it means his ranking will drop again. If the other two remaining contestants come up with something, he hasn't even thought about passing this round. He might miss the chance to enter a top-tier school. Li Yue's eyes turned red, pushing the power on his outfit frantically, once again using Illusion God. A golden light emerged from the outfit. Louis XVI was summoned once again. Seeing this, Li Yue quickly took the opportunity before he left and sneered, "What king? I think he's just a fool, no wonder he ended up on the guillotine." This sentence instantly struck a nerve with Louis XVI, his figure trembling wildly as if greatly insulted. Who dares to challenge the authority of the king? Louis XVI scanned the surroundings and quickly noticed the Xia nationals stepping up to the throne. The king's authority brooks no challenge. He roared loudly, emitting a dazzling and intense light. A guillotine materialized in the empty space. Before anyone could react, the sharp side suddenly falls towards you. Li Yue watched the scene, feeling a wave of dark joy. Unexpectedly, a simple taunt activated the full power of the soul. As you ascend the steps, you feel the pressure from above, but remain calm. Gripping the sword symbolizing the emperor at your waist, a sense of confidence arises. Legend has it that the lingering place of the first emperor of Qin, the Mercury City and the miraculous dragon and tiger drawings, shook the seas and lands. For over 1,000 years, would the emperor send a mere king? With a light sigh, the black dragon robe on you suddenly burst into light. On the originally broken battlefield, ancient stone pillars suddenly rose. The hundreds of remaining steps seemed to experience a spatial overlap, gradually radiating a new brilliance. Amidst the spatial turbulence, the mighty scythe disappeared without a sound. Not even a splash was raised. The senior soul doctors outside the light curtain saw this scene, immediately stood up, their hearts greatly shaken. The space changed. This is the soul of medicine. Only clothing above the firefly grade can be used. How can firefly grade clothes be made from materials of the micro-light grade? Who exactly is the deity this child is summoning? Chen is in danger. In the conference hall of the imperial capital First High School, senior students were gathered. The homeroom teachers of the senior classes, like Old Wang, were stationed in various live streaming rooms, monitoring the situation of their respective students. This was almost the sole activity task for all senior homeroom teachers this week. Cheng's room 102 was directly projected into the conference hall. The reason was simple. The middle-aged man with white hair at the top of the meeting hall was Cheng's father, also the principal of their imperial capital First High School, a grade B cloth soul master. He could be considered a strategic-level resource. Arranging for Chen to perform was a way to promote the principal's child. But judging from the current situation, to bring out effects beyond its own grade for micro-light grade materials, there is only one possibility. The performer's mental power must reach the limit of an F-grade cloth soul master, and the historical and cultural factors contained in the clothing itself must be extremely strong. Only then can there be a chance to surpass micro-light grade and reach firefly grade. This young man, his mental power is at least 30 points higher than Cheng's. The homeroom teacher of the key class at the imperial capital First High School adjusted his glasses and bluntly stated, if this child successfully summons a deity without facing widespread rejection, he is definitely a hot contender for the global rankings. Designing a clothing equivalent to grade E with grade F strength is extremely rare in the global rankings over the years. Chen Chang, I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress the opponent. The homeroom teacher of the key class spoke frankly. Even if Lin Cheney, the principal's son, was extraordinary, he could only score 80 points. Only the first in each exam room had a chance to enter the top 30 of the global rankings. If he didn't make it in the first round, he would have even less chance to accumulate points later on. Principal Chen sat at the head of the conference room, listening to the discussions below, and sighed deeply after a while. I thought there were only a few who could compete with Chen Chang for the top spot in China, but it seems I underestimated the talents of the world. Principal Chen asked himself, could he have achieved this when he was at the F grade? The answer was definitely no. Even now, looking at this intricately crafted robe, he was deeply shocked. 5 hours, over 100 points of mental power. Even if he were to do it, he might not be able to achieve such perfection. He carefully examined Lin Chen, who was wearing a dark dragon robe in the livestream, and suddenly asked, does anyone recognize the attire of which country this is? Which country's deity is being summoned? The whole room fell silent for a moment. Obviously, no one present could recognize the attire of this black robe. Who exactly was this mysterious figure? As the widespread discussion began, in exam room 102, Lin Chen had already given the answer. The ink-black dragon robe stirred the surrounding space, constructing at an unimaginable speed a grand and ancient palace scene. On both sides of the steps, the burning braziers filled the air with black smoke. With a sword at his side and dressed in the black dragon robe, he stepped onto the palace steps. Reflected in his brown eyes was not the bewildered Li Yue ahead, but a series of iron-black flags fluttering in the wind. They were the flags of Qin. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice became even more majestic, as if another person was attached to him. When I ascended to the throne, granted by the heavens, dare the king compare himself to me? His voice thundered, echoing throughout the scene, and with an invisible force, he directly shattered the cloth soul shadow of Louis XVI on the steps. Li Yue only felt a huge force coming over him, tearing a huge hole in his clothes, and his body uncontrollably flew out, collapsing on the side, unconscious. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood in the center of the steps, turning to look below. His eyes seemed to penetrate through infinite space, seeing the magnificent scenery of the mountains and rivers of Huaxia. Under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's soil. From the heavens to the earth, only I am supreme. The voice was like thunder, full of kingly dominance. A stark contrast to the nearby king who lay there like a dead dog. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure gradually became somewhat illusory, eventually splitting in two. A middle-aged man in a black dragon robe slowly materialized, emitting a faint light, exuding a sense of loneliness even more than the role Lin Chen played. What the audience was concerned about was not this, but their astonishment at finding that the person before them actually had the same skin color as them. Not a king or pope. Could it be? Some audience members harbored an answer that even they dared not believe. Lin Chen bowed slightly to this deity, paying his respects, and said, Junior Lin Chen pays homage to the first emperor. As he spoke, he felt somewhat excited. The social anxiety that had been present seemed to dissipate at this moment, making his speech more fluent. This was the first emperor who founded the unity of Huaxia. Before today, he had only seen him in textbooks and classics. Perhaps it was because of the black dragon robe Lin Chen was wearing. Ying Zhang did not accept the greeting. He just turned slightly, looking at Li Yue who had fainted beside him, and said, after the disappearance of my great Qin for thousands of years, how has Huaxia come to this situation? Barbarians dared to claim kingship in front of me? Huaxia? Great Qin? At that moment, upon hearing Ying Zhang's words, all the viewers watching the live broadcast felt as if a current flashed through their minds, quickly followed by a thunderous roar in their ears. This was a king from their Huaxia. Their Huaxia actually had such a powerful king. The barrage of comments suddenly exploded at this moment. Damn! This is our divine being of Great Huaxia? We also have such a powerful divine being in Great Huaxia? This black attire actually comes from the history of our Huaxia. We also have such exquisitely crafted attire in Huaxia. The first emperor? The initial emperor, the first emperor of our Huaxia? Countless spirit masters felt their scalps tingle, subconsciously standing up. They all saw that this deity was summoned by the black dragon robe Lin Chen was wearing. This was the first time they had summoned a deity from their own historical culture in Huaxia. The sudden surprise left this group of people somewhat at a loss, not knowing what to say. First emperor. Principal Chen of Ichu Academy listened to the voice coming from the live broadcast room, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Quick! Find that child's information. Where did he excavate the relics of the ancient civilization of Huaxia? No! Bring me the materials. Replicate this robe. I want to summon the deity. As they spoke, a pleasant notification suddenly rang out in the entire live broadcast room. Congratulations, examinee Lin Chen has been recommended by the examination team to enter the Global Spirit Master Rankings. Tentative ranking, 1. Ranked first globally? Lin Chen. Listening to the voice coming from the live broadcast room, nearly 10,000 viewers in the room were stunned for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Ranked first in the Global College Entrance Examination. This was an honor that Huaxia had never received before. They had never even made it into the top 10. However, the first round still had over an hour left before it ended, so how did he get directly recommended for the list? Upon hearing this, some viewers immediately searched the global rankings, only to find that no one's name appeared at the top. After careful examination, they finally realized Lin Chen was directly recommended by the examination team. This is not the official decision of Huaxia. It is a recommendation made by at least 5 chief examiners from different countries within the entire college entrance examination team. In the past, it was extremely difficult to recommend someone to enter the competition list. Often, it would take several years for such a figure to emerge. The recommended candidate, regardless of whether they ranked first in the first round or were recommended by the country, is qualified to directly participate in the competition. Due to being recommended in advance, before the exams were over, Lin Chen had already become temporarily ranked first. Of course, his name would not immediately appear on the list. It would still be necessary to wait until the first round of exams was over before the final ranking. Nevertheless, even so, it was enough to excite the audience of Huaxia. Some viewers clicked on Lin Chen's recommended listing. It read, Examinee Lin Chen from Exam Room 102, successfully crafted luminescent grade attire using microlight materials and successfully performed a deity summoning. Note, the deity summoned is the first emperor of Huaxia, marking the first successful deity summoning in Huaxia, providing concrete evidence of Huaxia's strong historical and cultural heritage. Lin Chen's summoned deity had been acknowledged by the examination team. This was their deity of Huaxia. Although this news was limited to the live broadcast room, it quickly spread among the audience present. In just a few minutes, the audience in the live broadcast room increased rapidly from nearly 10,000 to several tens of times that number. The real-time viewership instantly approached 500,000 people. This number continued to increase with the passage of time. More and more viewers caught sight of the figure clad in an intricate black dragon robe. Is this our deity of Huaxia? The first emperor? Our Huaxia's history also had noble figures. Such a domineering outfit. Our Huaxia's attire is completely different from other countries. Black can also be the color of a tyrant. Lin Chen was unaware of the situation outside, as he was currently engaged in a conversation with the first emperor. Listening to Ying Zhang's words, Lin Chen let out a slight sigh and said, A mist shrouds the land of Huaxia, burying all its brilliance in the dust of history. At this moment, Huaxia has no deities to call upon, only seeking help from foreign tribes. Hearing this, Ying Zhang's ink-like pupils seemed to hint at a brewing storm. If Su Fu had truly found the elixir of immortality for us back then, the world would have bowed beneath the iron cavalry of Great Qin. Barbarians? They are nothing but vassal states. Listening to the words of the emperor before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but recall a joke from his past life. In ancient times, Huaxia was just a step away from global unification, sometimes lacking only an elixir of immortality and a world map. Thinking about this, Lin Chen's face paled slightly. After all, he only had 150 points of spiritual power, unable to sustain the release of his domain for long. At present, he was nearing his limit in conversing with the phantom of the first emperor. However, he thought of something else and couldn't help but speak up. Perhaps, at this moment, it is not too late, and Huaxia still needs your help. Great Qin should also be revived from history, using cloth soul masters to restore its former glory. Ying Zhang chuckled at this, but there was a hint of melancholy in his expression. Though I slumber, upon being summoned, I have gained some knowledge of what follows. Great Qin perished in its second generation, failing to leave a lasting legacy. I am an eternal tyrant, burning books, burying scholars, and harming the people to build the Great Wall, earning the contempt of the world, causing everyone to rise up in arms, eager to execute me immediately. Ying Zhang gazed at Lin Chen and let out a slight sigh. Huaxia endures, but Great Qin does not rank among the most glorious dynasties. Burning books and burying scholars? The audience in the live broadcast room listened with confusion written on their faces. What were scholars? Oh no! We're doomed! Quickly take notes. This must be from Huaxia's history. Harming the people to build the Great Wall? This is a tyrant from Huaxia. The first emperor said that the Great Qin dynasty is not considered the most prosperous dynasty of the Huaxia, which means, are there even more powerful dynasties in our Huaxia history? The conversation between Ying Zhang and Lin Chen sparked strong reactions in the live broadcast room. Countless viewers looked at the screen with eager eyes, wanting to know more secrets about the history of Huaxia. Lin Chen's presence was also of great interest to them. This young man seemed to have a profound understanding of ancient Huaxia history. As the barrage of comments scrolled in the live broadcast room, Lin Chen continued, "Perhaps people have forgotten your achievements, but I have not. Subsequent dynasties have many misunderstandings about the Qin dynasty." "Oh?" Ying Zhang raised an eyebrow at his words. "Your achievements shine through the ages. Conquering the 6 states, establishing the imperial system, standardizing the chariots and riding, building the Great Wall in the north to defend the borders, pushing back the Xiongnu for over 700 li. Only by this could the Great Qin unify the world and bring about a complete unity in Huaxia. Huaxia's eternity began with you. People say that the laws of the Great Qin were harsh, but they were not as severe as commonly believed. Based on the information I have found, the military laws of the Great Qin, though strict, were also humane. People have misunderstood the Great Qin." Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in the black dragon robe in front of him, his eyes firm. "If the first emperor's legacy endures for eternity, so will the Great Qin. Exceeding the merits of the 3 sovereigns, surpassing the virtues of the 5 emperors, that is the emperor. The one emperor for all eternity, his name matches his deeds. The one emperor for all eternity." Listening to Lin Chen recount the emperor's past, countless Huaxia viewers felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, as if their blood was boiling with excitement. Since the time of the first emperor, Huaxia has flourished. He is the most revered emperor of Huaxia. Also, he is the first emperor in the history of Huaxia. Is this for real? Am I watching a college entrance exam? Our Huaxia history is actually being relived by an F-grade cloth soul master. He is the guardian emperor of our Huaxia, Great Qin. Ah, tell us more, tell us more. I want to summon characters from the Great Qin. No more pretending to be kings or popes. We have our own deities in Huaxia. Unfortunately, the viewers' expectations could not be met. Under the gaze of the crowd, the first emperor chuckled lightly, seemingly satisfied with the situation. He looked at Lin Chen and said, "The Great Qin shall be reborn in this world, I decree it. But this black dragon robe, only you shall wear it. The dragon robe, only you can inherit it." With that, he dissipated into the air under everyone's gaze. The sharp light gradually faded into silence. The ancient and majestic hall also dissipated in an instant. The examination hall returned to its original state. It seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Chen felt drained of mental energy, his head spinning, his face pale, yet his heart was incredibly uplifted. Summoning the entire Great Qin. Apart from the first emperor, every Huaxia person could wear Qin attire and summon the divine Qin generals. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and other generals, combined with the unique power of cloth soul masters, would shine brightly in the world. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, a weak voice came from below the steps. Big brother, can we start the assessment now?" Lin Chen looked down at the sound. Apart from Chen Chang, 2 examinees in the examination hall had already completed their attire. They were dressed in gold and silver, resembling kings and popes, cowering in front of their respective doors, afraid to come out. Obviously, they had witnessed the previous scene. The 2 of them were trembling, fearing being wiped out by Lin Chen. Only when Lin Chen had calmed down did they dare to speak up. Lin Chen looked at the 2 and nodded slightly, stepping aside from the steps. At the same time, in the imperial capital First Middle School, Chen Cheng's father began making a black dragon robe. The speed at which a B-grade cloth soul master made low-grade clothes was unimaginably fast. After providing the materials for the firefly level at school, Principal Chen directly watched Lin Chen's black dragon robe on the spot while making a replica. It only took a dozen minutes to complete the construction. From the workmanship perspective, it was definitely not as exquisite as Lin Chen's. However, in terms of materials, it surpassed Lin Chen by a large margin. Principal Chen looked at the set of black ancient robes in his hand, about to put it on, but was promptly stopped by the homeroom teacher next to him. "Principal Chen, the emperor of Huaxia said that only Lin Chen can wear this black dragon robe. If we rashly summon the gods, there might be problems." Unmoved, Principal Chen pointed to the clothes and said, "That's why I used firefly-level materials, which can unleash a peak combat power of D level at most. Let's give it a try. If we can have a conversation with the emperor first and learn about the attire of the entire Great Qin, our school will be far ahead of others." Principal Chen wanted his students to learn about the attire of the Great Qin first. As long as they were faster than other schools, enrollment would be a breeze. Well, the homeroom teacher of the key class hesitated, then nodded, "Let's go to a professional place for experimental attire souls. This place is not suitable." "Okay." After thinking for a moment, Principal Chen nodded, and the two left the meeting room and went to a place in the imperial capital first middle school specifically used to test Attire's soul abilities. It was a vast grassland. After dispersing the students around and sealing off the area, Principal Chen wasted no time and directly put on the rough replica of the black dragon robe. Descendants of Huaxia, please show yourself, Emperor. With a respectful bow, he then infused his spiritual power into the rough replica of the black dragon robe. The rough replica of the black dragon robe immediately burst into a bright light. In a trance, countless black figures in armor seemed to appear on the entire grassland. This was completely different from the way Lin Chen summoned them. Could it be that because they used more Firefly-level materials, the effect was more pronounced? However, before the two could rejoice, Principal Chen's face suddenly changed, as if he wanted to take off the black dragon robe on him immediately. But before he could act, the black dragon robe he was wearing seemed to expand instantly as if infused with some kind of energy. Then, with a loud bang, the black dragon robe directly exploded on Principal Chen, causing him, a B-level Attire Soul Master, to groan and fly backward. Fortunately, a radiant halo emanated from his body, and the special attire he was wearing inside protected him from harm. But that was all. Principal Chen, who thought that even if the summoning failed, he would at most be scolded, fainted on the spot. The black dragon robe exploded into powder and disappeared without a trace. The iron cavalry that faintly appeared around immediately turned into foam. From beginning to end, the Emperor had never intended to appear before them. Principal, the homeroom teacher of the key class exclaimed and hurried forward to support him, secretly shocked. The Emperor of Huaxia was more dignified than those kings and popes. Not everyone could summon him. The summoning conditions were even more stringent. Only Lin Chen could do it. Such scenes were happening all over Huaxia. People finally realized the value of that sentence. To obtain the attire of the Great Qin, one could not do without Lin Chen. Lin Chen was unaware of the events happening outside. At this moment, he had already returned to his small flat and taken off the black dragon robe, changing back into his own clothes. He then stayed in the small flat to rest, waiting for the exams to end. He had already completed all the questions in the first round of exams, so there was no need to stand there and get in the way of others. Reflecting on his recent actions, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of social anxiety creeping in. When Lin Chen stepped onto the stage to summon the deity, he didn't feel nervous. But as soon as he returned to the small flat, memories of his previous actions flooded back, making him anxious. No matter what, the result is good. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, then picked up the black dragon robe. With a slight movement of his fingers, a subtle mental force entered it for exploration. This was a unique detection method possessed by soul tailors after awakening. Once the soul of the robe was activated, the garment could be loaded onto the panel and presented in a digitized form. Soon, his attribute panel popped up, displaying a new set of text. Attire, Black Dragon Robe Level, Firefly Grade, Plus, Effects, 1. Domain expansion opens a domain related to the Black Dragon Robe. Within the domain, summoned deities receive additional bonuses, while hostile members are suppressed by the deities. 2. Deity summoning summons the Emperor of Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang. Note, only Lin Chen can wear the Black Dragon Robe, and only Lin Chen can summon Qin Shi Huang. This was his exclusive attire. Lin Chen gazed at the information on the panel with excitement, discovering many noteworthy details upon closer inspection. There was a subtle plus sign next to the Firefly grade level. By clicking on this plus sign, he could enhance the robe's level. By the way, I wonder how much legendary value I've accumulated. Looking at the plus sign, Lin Chen remembered that his talent could now come into play. Whenever someone was emotionally moved by Chinese clothing, he had a chance to gain some legendary value to improve his own level or the attire's level. Currently, at least 3 people could provide Lin Chen with legendary value. Maybe a few points? Lin Chen wondered and opened the talent branch in the attribute panel. With anticipation, he looked at the text that appeared above and was momentarily stunned. Not because the legendary value was too little or non-existent, but it exceeded his imagination. Legendary value, 1,350 points. He had thought it would be just 1 or 2 points. Who would have expected the legendary value to directly exceed 1,000? He quickly tried to open the detailed information about the legendary value he had gained, and a series of names instantly popped up on the panel. Li Yue is awed by your Black Dragon Robe, legendary value +1. Chinda is amazed by the Black Dragon Robe's domain, legendary value +1. Huang Tudo respects Qin Shi Huang, legendary value +1. It seemed that there were more viewers in this live broadcast than he had imagined. Despite the probability of gaining legendary value, Lin Chen still received substantial rewards due to his massive audience base. This meant that he now had enough legendary value to attempt to increase his level or the Black Dragon robe's level through point allocation. It was worth noting that these finished garments were gifts given to candidates in the global examination. All candidates could bring their own creations out of the examination hall. This dragon robe was Lin Chen's possession, and the points invested in it would not be wasted. Thinking this, Lin Chen slightly raised his spirits and began trying to click on the plus sign behind the Firefly grade. With a light touch, 10 points of legendary value were deducted from the panel. In response, the black dragon robe in his hands emitted a radiant light once again, and the golden threads on the cuffs seemed to slowly transform under the influence of the light. The legendary value was altering the material of the black dragon robe. This black dragon robe was mainly constructed from materials of the Firefly grade, with the golden threads being ordinary materials. However, through point allocation, he could directly transform all these common materials into special materials, gradually upgrading the material level from Firefly grade to Candlelight grade. Realizing this, Lin Chen no longer held back and frantically clicked on the plus sign behind him. As the legendary value continued to decrease, the radiance on the black dragon robe became even more dazzling. When the legend value reached 1000 points, Lin Chen suddenly felt the black dragon robe on his hand lighten, as if there was flowing water on the fabric. The panel of the black dragon robe also changed at this moment. Attire, Black Dragon Robe, Level, Candlelight Tier, Effect. 1. Domain Expansion, opens a domain related to the Black Dragon Robe, where summoned deities will receive additional attribute bonuses, and hostile members will have their attributes suppressed. 2. Summon Deity, summon the Emperor of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort, randomly summon a Great Qin General for command, whose level matches the Attire Soul Master's level, with an existing time of 30 points of spiritual power per minute. The general refreshes with 100 Qin soldiers, whose level is one less than the current level. Note, both the escort and domain expansion abilities will increase with the upgrade of the attire level. Here it comes, a brand new effect. Escort. After wearing the Black Dragon robe, he can directly summon a Great Qin General with 100 soldiers in times of danger. Moreover, the level of this Great Qin General is linked to his own level. If he is at F level, the Great Qin General is also at F level. If he is at D level, the summoned Qin soldiers will be at E level. The effect of this Black Dragon robe is incredible. If he reaches the pinnacle of S level Attire Soul Master, summoning 1,000,000 Qin soldiers, then each soldier will be at a level. This is the strength of the Chinese attire. This dragon robe is amazing. Lin Chen felt the dragon robe in his hand, which seemed to have a flowing water dragon, and carefully folded it, holding it close to his chest. A candlelight tier attire is also considered a rare treasure. He felt like he was holding not just clothes, but several movable houses. Unfortunately, he couldn't take advantage of ordinary accessories like the bronze sword to make a big profit. Lin Chen had to use his spiritual power to restore them to their original metallic appearance and leave them all on the table. With half an hour left before the end of the exam, Lin Chen took the clothes and opened the door, ready to check the final results. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a burst of holy light in front of him. After squinting to adjust to the light, he saw that the tall and sturdy young man had begun to complete his assessment. Chen Chang, who had been procrastinating, finally finished his work in the last half hour before the exam. He had changed into a bright red pope robe, wore a 5-pointed jewel crown on his head, and held a golden scepter as tall as his calf in his hand. The red robe dragged on the steps, forming a dazzling red carpet on the ground. He walked along the red carpet and finally ascended, summoning a red-robed pope. Perhaps due to material limitations, the red-robed pope only appeared as a faint shadow, but it also emitted an extremely sacred radiance. Under the shining light, all things flourished, and a hint of green gradually appeared on the originally desolate battlefield. Although it quickly dissipated, it looked somewhat impressive. Chen Chang, disguised as the pope, glanced at all this with satisfaction from the corner of his eye. His heart was secretly excited, thinking that this time he would definitely have a chance to compete for a spot in the global top 30 rankings. He thought of using the scepter in his hand as a cane, slightly relaxing the hand holding the scepter. This thing was all made of gold and was as heavy as hell. When he had climbed the steps earlier, the veins on his hand had bulged, but he had to pretend to be nonchalant. The three people who had already finished on the stage seemed to be shocked by Chen Chang, staring blankly without saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Chang felt even more pleased, took the initiative to approach them, and gently said, "Thank you. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Without you, I probably wouldn't have a chance at the global top 30. As soon as Chen Chang spoke, a strange expression appeared on the faces of the three people. They looked at each other, unsure of what to say for a moment. Although they couldn't match Chen Chang's achievements, they still knew the basics of comparing scores. Lin Chen's summoning of the gods clearly surpassed Chen Chang's level. Chen Chang only made the earth illusory for a while Lin Chen completely changed the entire landscape style. Li Yue, who had already come to his senses, had absolute authority to speak. He was completely dumbfounded. And the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Chen Chang, I'm done, I've become a clown. The river clam is silent, I've made the embarrassing mistake for someone else again. It's a pity that Chen Chang came out too late, otherwise he would have been shattered by Lin Chen with a touch. It's hard to say if he was lucky or unlucky. As the audience chatted, Chen Chang finally noticed Li Yue, who looked pale as if he had been beaten. He was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Li Yue lowered his head and remained silent. The other two awkwardly smiled, preparing to smooth things over. Suddenly, the girl looked down and saw Lin Chen's figure, and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, come quickly, the exam is about to end." Big brother? Who? Chen Chang felt a bit bewildered as he watched the girl greet Lin Chen more warmly than she did him. He turned his head to look down. He saw Lin Chen wearing his original school uniform, holding a jet black garment as he ascended the steps slowly. It seemed that he had already completed the assessment and even had time to change back into his own clothes. Chen Chang curiously examined the jet black garment in Lin Chen's hand, squinting slightly. Due to the folding of the black dragon robe, he could only see the silky black part of the fabric, feeling that the workmanship of the garment was overly exquisite. He was curious to see the overall effect, but it wasn't appropriate to ask, so he let it go. "Brother, you seem to have done well in the exam." Taking advantage of the remaining time, Chen Chang chatted with Lin Chen with a smile. "It should be okay." Socially anxious, Lin Chen forced a slightly stiff smile. Chen Chang saw through this act. Thinking that the other party wanted to try a different approach but failed, he couldn't help but encourage, "It's okay, this is only the first round of exams, everyone has a chance." As soon as he said this, including Li Yue, the three immediately looked at him with strange expressions. The girl among the five tried hard to hold back her laughter. Half an hour quickly passed. A melodious bell rang in all the examination rooms. End of the first round of exams. Almost all examinees worldwide had completed the first round of assessments. Those who did not complete the assessment were eliminated on the spot, scoring 0 in the first round. The audience waiting in various live broadcast rooms finally saw the performances of the top examinees from various countries as they wished. The examinee from Bearland wore desert shoulder armor, portraying a desert emperor, summoning sand guards to ascend the steps. In the British region, a golden-haired girl wore a crown, summoning the God King, receiving endless respect. It is said that she is the heir to the next Queen of England. Surprisingly, the most eye-catching among these top examinees from foreign countries was a student from Egypt. Accompanied by a python, he appeared in a pharaoh's posture, also using domain techniques to transform the entire staircase into a pyramid. This excited the Egyptian audience. If nothing unexpected happened, he might be the first on the global rankings. Unfortunately, Chinese netizens immediately refuted such comments. They posted a photo of Lin Chen ascending the steps. It was clearly made by an internet expert. In the photo, a majestic palace sat above the steps, with the smoke of war symbolically drifting around. The young man was dressed in a black robe, with a bronze ancient sword at his waist, slowly ascending the stage. Pearls and jades were hanging down, and the steps were wide open. The jet-black dragon robe formed a sharp contrast with the fiery red flames rising around it. The title written in various languages above read, "Huaxia must win." At this international forum, many foreign netizens finally realized that Huaxia also had examinees displaying leadership abilities, and the deity they called upon was from their own country. The entire forum was suddenly abuzz. Since when does Huaxia have deities? No way? Could it be that in this first round, Huaxia can compete for first place with that kid from Egypt? No, this isn't Huaxia's deity. It's from our kimchi country. Even the attire belongs to our kimchi country. Amidst the heated discussions among netizens from various countries, the sound of announcing the results echoed in the live broadcast rooms of examinees worldwide. The same was happening in Examination Room 102. Now announcing the rankings of examinees in each examination room. Examination Room 102, first place, Lin Chen, scored 100 points on the spot. Examination Room 102, Lin Chen, 100 points. The announcement was loud, and the words were clearly reflected on a stone wall above the steps. Chen Chang's mouth twitched for a moment, his mind buzzing. Lin Chen? Who is Lin Chen? Before he could even think, he heard his own name being announced. Examination Room 102, Chen Chang, 80 points. The smile on Chen Chang's face vanished instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. The expression of incredulity was vividly reflected on his face, a textbook-level performance. He didn't even hear the announcement of the rankings that followed. Who is Lin Chen? He turned to look at the 4 people on the stage, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Is this a mistake? How could I possibly lose? There shouldn't be anyone here stronger than me. Examination committee, I object. I request a review of the results. He slammed the ground with his scepter, making a resounding noise. At that moment, Li Yue, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He covered his face, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lin Chen. He is Lin Chen. Due to his direct defeat against Lin Chen, Li Yue ranked last in the first round with only 20 points. Unless he scored full marks in the remaining 2 rounds, he would definitely be out of reach of top-tier universities. From then on, Li Yue paid no attention to Lin Chen's anger. He was figuring out how to make things difficult for Lin Chen. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Cheng immediately looked at Lin Chen, who had remained silent. Looking at the calm-faced young man before him, he found it even harder to accept. Can a garment made of black fabric surpass my Pope's attire? Examination committee, I do not agree. I demand a competition with him to reassess the first place in the exam, Chen Cheng said, and his golden scepter emitted a faint light in his hand, as if he was about to launch some kind of attack against Lin Chen. However, such actions were quickly suppressed by an invisible force. Soon after, the voice announcing the examination results suddenly switched to that of an elderly man. Chen Cheng, this is your first warning. If you violate the examination rules again after the exam, you will be immediately expelled from the examination room. As for the results of Examination Room 102, they have been confirmed by multiple members of the examination committee, and there are no issues. The old man snorted coldly. If your skills are lacking, think about yourself more and stop blaming others for being stronger than you. Lin Chen, tell him, where does the deity you called upon come from? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by the old man's words. Looking at Chen Cheng dressed in red Pope attire, he smiled lightly and said, from Huaxia. Huaxia deity? The 4 people present, including Li Yue, heard Lin Chen's words. Their eyes widened in astonishment. All eyes turned to the black robe in Lin Chen's hands. Huaxia deity? You mean the ancestors of Huaxia? I was knocked out by our ancestors? Li Yue suddenly felt that his embarrassment was not unacceptable. Chinese gods? How is that possible? How could China have? Chen Cheng's words suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth, then weakly lowered his scepter. Obviously, the big shots of the inspection team would not deceive him. So, the young man in front of him was truly a dark horse. He had indeed successfully summoned the Chinese gods. The Chinese gods who had not appeared for hundreds of years. Even if that Chinese god was slightly weaker than the Pope in the red robe, in terms of points, it was definitely surpassing himself. Moreover, if he really questioned it, wouldn't that be like slapping himself in the face? After all, he was also from China. If he questioned it and went back, wouldn't he be scolded to death? There was a moment of silence, until a voice with a hint of excitement began to announce the global ranking of the first round of assessments in the sky. Now announcing the top 30 global examinees' scores for the first round of assessments. There is 1 S-level, 10 A-level, and 19 B-level examinees on the global examinee scores list. In 30th place on the global list, Eagle Country, Exam Room 58, Cardro. The moment had arrived. All the viewers waiting in the live broadcast room of Exam Room 102 immediately became excited. After over an hour of broadcasting, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had reached nearly 7 million. The hot search about the Chinese gods had already topped the hot search lists of major websites, attracting more and more people to come and look at the young man in the black robe. China is definitely going to soar this time. It's either first or second place. Damn! We Chinese also have gods. Lin Chen, you must be first. It's hard to say, those brothers from Egypt are indeed terrifyingly strong, and those Egyptian pyramids look quite intimidating. At Jinghai First High School, Lao Wang scrolled through the barrage screen and pinched the thigh of the head teacher next to him fiercely. Lao Zheng, quickly! Am I dreaming? This kid actually summoned the Chinese gods and is even competing for first place on the global high school exam rankings. Hiss! The head teacher Lao Zhang next to him hoarsely looked at Lao Wang's ecstatic appearance and unhesitatingly gave him a big slap. Smack! What are you doing? Lao Wang was dumbfounded by the slap. Wake up! You're not dreaming now. Our school has really produced a monster. As everyone discussed, the names on the world ranking list were played out one by one. No China in the top 20. No China in the top 10. Chen Cheng listened with a sense of despair, but looking at the young man beside him, his brown eyes were calm, still looking at the characters above as if victory was assured. Could it be that he could make it into the top 10 of the global rankings? Chen Cheng found it hard to believe, because he knew deep down that no matter how well he played, he couldn't possibly surpass those geniuses. The advantage of being a local was there. And now, it seemed that his competitors were really going against the odds. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, from ninth place to third place, Lin Chen's name did not appear. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent, waiting for the name of the second place to be announced. Unexpectedly, the announcer seemed to be playing a little joke on them, skipping directly from the second place and announcing the first place. In the first round of assessments, the global ranking first place is from China. Exam Room 102. Lin Chen, ranked first globally in the first round. Rating, S level. This voice was translated into multiple languages and broadcasted in major live broadcast rooms around the world. For a moment, all the viewers who did not know Lin Chen collectively erupted. The first place is from China. Countless foreign viewers even felt like they might have misheard the voice. China. How could that godless country possibly become the global number one in the field of summoning gods? The most unacceptable are those geniuses in the top 30 globally, especially the Egyptian boy surrounded by pythons. His dark brown pupils were narrow, resembling a strange serpent, emitting a sharp cry as he read the inscriptions on the stone wall. He even created firefly-grade robes. Why did he lose? In Examination Room 102, Lin Chen looked at the words appearing above, a slight smile playing on his lips. In any case, he had brought honor to China. Of course, this was only the first round of assessments. He was determined to make China lead the global rankings in the end. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the global rankings were announced. Including Lin Chen, all examinees were enveloped in green light once again, their figures quickly disappearing above the various examination rooms. At the same time, the information for the second round of assessments rang in everyone's ears. Second round of exams, lasting 3 days, this assessment is a team assessment. Assessment requirements: completed dream wedding following your country's customs. Note, no materials will be provided in this round. All materials need to be obtained by the examinees upon entering the second round assessment venue. The materials for making wedding attire also play a significant part in the assessment scores. A wedding? Hearing the voice in his ear, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Although he was prepared for the possibility of collaborative assessments in the exam, he never expected it to be like this. The audience in the live broadcast was in an uproar. A dream wedding? And it has to follow our country's customs? Isn't that a disaster? Who knows what Chinese weddings were like before? If we have to follow current wedding customs for the assessment, we'll be similar to Western countries. I wonder if Lin Chen knows any wedding customs related to the Great Qin? Fortunately, the attire materials for this wedding carry a high weight in scoring, so even if the wedding turns out a bit tacky, it should be fine. At Jinghai First High School, Teacher Lao Wang raised an eyebrow as he read the barrage, discussing with Teacher Lao Zhang beside him. It seems like this assessment requires 2 people to work together? A male-female pairing? Who said that? Teacher Lao Zhang scoffed. Can't 2 men or 2 women have a wedding? This isn't a real marriage. Finding a teammate doesn't depend on gender or appearance. The key is not the wedding itself but the wedding attire and setting. And it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 people working together. The attire of the guests attending could also be considered an extra point. After all, weddings emphasize overall coordination. Lao Wang furrowed his brow. This was his biggest concern. He knew Lin Chen's situation the best. Even just now, his stiff expression indicated that working with others was definitely not his strong suit. Moreover, to score high in this round, it wouldn't be enough with just one person's effort. The other collaborator must have a unique understanding in performance. Otherwise, aiming for the top of the global rankings would be difficult. I hope some students from our class can team up. Lao Wang sighed. Marriage? Lin Chen closed his eyes, his consciousness delving deep into the halls of Chinese thought. Rows of bookshelves quietly appeared, and a book titled Changes in Wedding Customs in China flew out from one of the shelves. There were too many details about Chinese weddings. The Qin dynasty had its own wedding customs. Weddings at that time were solemn. The groom needed to wear a black ceremonial robe and a black crown. The bride wore a black silk ceremonial robe with light crimson trimmings. It was a good choice, but not the pinnacle of Chinese weddings. The true peak should be in the Tang and Ming dynasties, where the traditional Chinese red attire was well known. Dragon and phoenix candles, phoenix coronets and robes, 10 miles of red wedding attire. Looking at the dresses emerging one by one in the sea of consciousness, Lin Chen was quite confident about this. Chinese weddings are definitely not inferior to any other country. The only uncertain point is who to collaborate with. More precisely, how to find so many collaborators. A wedding may be about 2 people, but to score the highest and reach the top, it's not just about the couple. More people need to be involved. However, the assessment team only gave them 3 days. Even if they could invite other candidates to act as extras, there might not be enough time. Lin Chen carefully recalled the past clothing soul entrance exam but didn't find any methods to borrow from. They say there are patterns in the clothing soul entrance exam, but when you actually enter the exam, you realize that what you studied may not necessarily be useful. Anyway, I need to find a teammate as quickly as possible. The longer this drags on, the harder it will be to find a good teammate. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Lin Chen felt the greenery in front of him starting to disperse, and his body gradually descended back to the ground. Opening his eyes and looking around, he found himself in an area emitting a faint mist. Around him, green lights kept flashing as one candidate after another descended. But why are there foreigners in this exam room? Next to the faint misty house, numerous fair-haired and blue-eyed youths emerged from the green light. They were dressed in various outfits, looking like they came from different places. The closest to Lin Chen was a young man with slightly dark skin. There were striped cloth strips on his head, with yellow cloth hanging down from both sides near his ears. A golden snake-shaped ornament seemed to reflect on his forehead and between his eyebrows. This striking ornament immediately made him stand out among the foreigners. Is this an ancient Egyptian pharaoh ornament? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen recognized the origin of the ornament. There were indeed textbooks about making and wearing such costumes, but most were abandoned because they couldn't communicate with the invoked deities. The other party seemed to notice Lin Chen's gaze, slightly retreated, and looked wary. Gradually, the green light faded away. Lin Chen counted the heads. Not more, not less, exactly 30, including himself. Among them, there were only 5 Asian faces, some wearing clothes with foreign characters, clearly from different countries. Everyone present looked bewildered, constantly surveying their surroundings. According to their expectations, this second round of assessment should have been with their compatriots. How could this situation arise? As some people began trying to communicate with others in English, a golden light flashed in the sky. Soon, a golden-haired woman emerged from the golden light. With an oval face, bright eyes, and gentle features, she wore an exquisite embroidered dress in the style of the Athenian coast, with a golden illusory owl perched on her shoulder. The golden-haired woman waved her hand slightly, and an invisible halo spread out from her towards the surroundings. Lin Chen suddenly felt his mind clear, and he heard a gasp from the people around him. Athena! The language the other person spoke was clearly not Chinese, but after the halo radiated, he immediately understood the corresponding information. Language proficiency. In the sky was a powerful being who could summon and embody Athena, the goddess of wisdom from Greek mythology. Praise the goddess! Many youths around bowed with respectful gazes, showing reverence. Lin Chen also bowed slightly to show respect. Of course, if he were wearing a black dragon robe now, there wouldn't be such gestures. The goddess in the sky floated for a moment, remained silent, seemingly confirming something, and then spoke after a while. The 30 of you present here are the top 30 in the first round of the global rankings. According to the requirements of the examination group, in the second round of assessment, you will face a test of higher difficulty than regular candidates. Now, apart from you, there are 900 candidates from various countries on the entire venue. The number of candidates is determined based on the rankings of each country in the top 30 globally. For example, if there are 3 candidates from the country of Maoxiong in the global top 30, there will be 90 candidates of the same nationality in this venue. Candidates of the same nationality are all the top performers in their respective countries, recommended by the countries and selected by the examination group. Here, you will form large teams based on nationality to compete for the limited resources on the field. Of course, you can also choose not to team up, try to pair up, and compete for the top 30 spots on the global rankings this round. Good luck to all of you. The actress playing the role of the goddess spoke, and her figure suddenly became illusory, disappearing into the air. The entire venue instantly became incredibly quiet. Everyone was digesting this sudden information. Top global candidates competing. Limited resources on the field, requiring teamwork to secure top rankings again. This time, there is a high possibility of clashes between countries. Meanwhile, outside, due to the dispersal of the examination venues, all live broadcast rooms were forcibly restarted and split. This time, only the first in each examination venue had the privilege of being broadcasted throughout. If parents wanted to find their children's figures again, they could only try to search by switching between live broadcast rooms. Because of this, more people were searching for Lin Chen's live broadcast room. Everyone wanted to see how this genius would perform in the second round. Could he still achieve victory with his innovative and unique Chinese style? When the connections in each live broadcast room stabilized, the number of viewers in Lin Chen's room instantly soared from 0 to nearly 1 million. Soon, the special rules on his field became known to the audience. The distribution of candidates is based on the number of candidates on the list, not on rankings. Is this examination group targeting us Chinese? I took a look. The countries with the most candidates on the list are Ma Xiong and the British region, each with 5 candidates on the list, meaning they each have 150 talented players from their own country. We only have Lin Chen on the list, so there are only 30 people in our region. Isn't this an absolute disadvantage? I think the second-placed brother from Egypt seems to be in the same situation. He is the only one from his country on the list. The audience expressed some concerns. However, they became more eager for the outcome of this competition. After all, challenges make it more exciting, right? If Lin Chen can once again top the global rankings in such a challenging start, there will be no suspense in this round. No need for a third round. After all, excellence cannot be stopped, right? However, in the eyes of the audience from other countries, it was not the same. China, including that Lin Chen, only has 30 people. Since this exam involves disputes, there will definitely be casualties. China will definitely be eliminated early with so few people. Our country has more people, so we will get more things when we compete. China can only get some leftovers at most. This round is about weddings. Isn't China imitating our Western white wedding? White fabric must be the most popular. Let's see how they score. While audiences from various countries were discussing animatedly, inside the venue, the brief silence was finally broken. Among the crowd, a blond man with a hooked nose shouted, "Who is Lin Chen? The first in the last round." This immediately caught everyone's attention. Various voices emerged from the crowd. Yes, why was a Chinese person the first in the last round? What culture do they have in their country? Could it be that in the last round, the Chinese portrayed kings and popes better than our country? Our kings and popes are not of Asian descent. Look, the second one should be the one dressed in Egyptian attire. Due to Lin Chen holding a piece of black cloth, no one noticed him at first. Instead, it was the second one, who had been wearing ancient Egyptian clothing all along, that became the target of everyone's attention. Gradually, some people in the crowd started walking towards the young man. Halt! A golden snake wandered on the forehead of the Egyptian youth, emitting a faint glow all over his body. He looked vigilant, his words carrying a hint of threat. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, opened the black robe in his hands, and stepped forward under the gaze of everyone. He had no intention of quietly backing down and watching from the sidelines. Amidst the contrast of the golden and crimson attire, black became the most eye-catching color. Coupled with the exquisite workmanship of his clothing, he immediately attracted almost everyone's attention in the room. Countless pairs of eyes narrowed slightly, appraising the splendidly dressed young man before them. They couldn't help but be amazed. Everyone present was a genius. How could they not see the mystery behind Lin Chen's outfit? The black robe was sharp and imposing, exuding an invisible air of dominance when worn by the young man. The embroidered patterns of sun, moon, and stars on it emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by the mysterious golden edges, as if possessing endless divine power. This was definitely a formidable individual. Such thoughts arose in the minds of every young person present, even the Egyptian youth beside him. He looked at Lin Chen, not far from him, with a look of astonishment on his face. A true master's skills are evident at the first move. The Egyptian pharaoh attire he wore was of the firefly grade, but under the contrast of the mysterious black robe beside him, it appeared somewhat dim and lackluster. How could this be possible? Could it be that this guy had defied the natural order, making candlelight grade attire from materials of a firefly grade? Everyone here is a genius at the F level, and making clothing of a higher grade is already quite extraordinary. But 2 grades higher? Did this clothing material know how exceptional it was? Which country does your outfit come from? The Egyptian youth couldn't help but ask. In his textbooks, there was nothing similar to this attire. Others were also curious upon hearing this. Faced with the gaze of over 30 people, Lin Chen felt a bit nervous, but when he answered the question, his eyes exuded confidence. China. Baga, I didn't ask about your nationality. I asked which country your outfit is from. A young Asian man dressed in attire similar to white morning clothes looked defiant. Stepping forward to Lin Chen, he gestured as if to grab his robe. "Take off your clothes and let us have a good look," he said, as a faint glow emanated from his own clothing, and 5 ninjas in black tight suits gradually emerged from his shadow, surrounding Lin Chen. Obviously, they intended to test Lin Chen's mettle directly. The relationship between Dongying and China was already strained, and now it was reaching a breaking point. The clash between the top young generations, regardless of which side lost, would be somewhat embarrassing. Seeing this situation, some who had originally planned to come and test the top contender stopped in their tracks, wanting to see how Lin Chen would fare. Sensing the coldness from all sides due to his social anxiety, Lin Chen felt uncomfortable. As he looked at the Dongying youth before him, his gaze revealed a chilling intent. Watching the hand that was about to touch him, the black dragon robe he wore suddenly burst into a dazzling light. That light, accompanied by a substantial fire-like glow around Lin Chen, was as if he had materialized some kind of essence. Then, a thunderous voice came from behind Lin Chen. A mere pretender king, daring to disrespect his majesty. Off with his head. With these words, a sharp sword aura pierced through the light and ruthlessly struck down towards the hand of the Donying youth reaching out. Well done. The young man from Donying seemed to have anticipated it early on, his eyes bursting with brilliance. The 5 ninjas around him moved forward like ghosts as if receiving some kind of command. 3 blocked the sword attacks, while 2 swiftly drew their concealed ninja knives and viciously slashed towards Lin Chen. Such close combat naturally pushed them to their limits of grade F. The young students watching around couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This young man from Donying was not arrogant but rather well prepared. Seizing the opportunity, preparing a move to defeat the enemy. They knew that if the opponent got close, they would undoubtedly have a hard time escaping. It was Lin Chen who was overconfident. Amidst his contemplation, a scream was heard. Ah! Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the light. The sword energy, like a broken bamboo, was completely unimpeded by the ninja knife, cutting off the arms of the ninja and the hand of the young man from Donying in one swift strike. Not only that, the falling long sword did not stop but immediately made a horizontal cut, directly bisecting the young man from Donying at the waist, causing green blood to burst into the air. Following that, cold glints appeared in the light behind Lin Chen, carrying a sharpness that pierced through the air, penetrating the heads of the 5 ninjas and exploding them directly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, the body of the young man from Donying had already been divided into 2 sections, his once faintly glowing white clothes instantly disintegrating. His pupils widened, his face still retaining a sense of arrogance, but with a few gasps, his body burst directly, turning into scattered illusory green leaves in the air. A voice then sounded in the sky. Donying, Kimura Ichiro, activated dying teleportation, eliminated. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? What just happened? Taken out in an instant? Awesome! In Lin Chen's live broadcast room, the audience, watching the Donying youth being taken out so effortlessly, erupted in excitement. After all the bluster, he turned out to be just a paper tiger. Damn, who can sneak out and check the live broadcast room in Donying? I'm dying of curiosity. Do the Donying viewers know that their genius youth was taken out in one move? Ha, can't stop laughing. Tisk TSK, is he the first one to be eliminated by being bisected in this year's entrance exam? The Donying viewers' expressions were all grim. Initially, when Kimura Ichiro provoked Lin Chen, they were all cheering loudly. But in the end, he was taken out in just 2 seconds. His body was even bisected. Is the gap really that huge? Compared to their Donying deities, it seems like their Donying is weak and powerless, right? What is Kimura Ichiro doing? He should have called for his soul at the first moment, instead of using that summoning warrior skill. He's really embarrassing us Donying. It's a good thing there are still 29 top examinees from Donying on the exam site, otherwise Kimura Ichiro would become a sinner in our Donying. I suggest he commit seppuku. While the atmosphere in Donying was fervent, a chilling atmosphere pervaded the exam site. The candlelight on Lin Chen's clothes dimmed slightly, finally revealing the appearance of the person behind him. It was a middle-aged general clad in a jet-black battle armor, wielding a coldly gleaming bronze sword. With deep-set eye sockets and a tiger-like face, his slightly narrowed eyes exuded a cold and ruthless aura. And amidst the misty surroundings, shadowy figures loomed. It seemed like a black iron cavalry stood behind, waiting for the Lord's command. The sound of countless crossbows being drawn accompanied the appearance of the cold light. War seemed imminent. The fluttering black dragon flag pierced through the mist, fluttering in the wind, bearing an ancient character resembling Chen. This was the benefit of being literate. They understood this name. For a moment, almost everyone present sized up Lin Chen as if facing a formidable enemy. Streaks of golden red light emerged from the personnel on the scene. Almost everyone activated their special clothing, ready for battle. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Chen's strength. The clothes he was wearing were at least Firefly grade. And he hadn't even truly summoned the deity within the clothes yet. The Egyptian teenager beside him was the same. Feeling the powerful pressure from Lin Chen, a golden light circulated at his brow, and gradually a python with golden snakeskin bound around his body. This was the divine skill the teenager possessed when entering the summoning state. He thought Lin Chen had summoned his deity in a similar way. Little did he know, Lin Chen was currently using the 3rd skill of the candlelight level Black Dragon Robe, Escort. Or it could be called Command. Here, summoning an F-grade general along with over 100 iron riders to the battle, that was an overwhelming advantage against anyone. Joking aside, the candlelight level robe was not something these Firefly grade individuals could compare to. Lin Chen looked at the people present, his pupils flickering slightly. It seemed like he was considering whether to leave everyone here. If he could eliminate half of the people here, things would be much easier. 150 points of mental power can maintain the command state for 5 minutes. How many people can be taken down in 5 minutes? He murmured softly. Some examinees from countries not particularly friendly with Huaxia, who were usually not fond of them, felt uneasy at the sight and quietly retreated towards the town. This included several top examinees from the Eagle country. The young man with the prominent hooked nose, who had been the loudest at the beginning, was among them. Seeing Lin Chen's current power, he also chose to keep a low profile and quietly leave to make other plans. But to his surprise, as soon as he turned around, he saw dozens of examinees in various colored robes emerging from the mist. Our people should be over there, right? Oh, Li, if we can bring the top examinee from Huaxia, we will definitely be greatly rewarded. Don't worry, with the promise from Hargenda Spirit University, Lin Chen will definitely agree, so just relax. The voices were mixed but all in pure English. Jack, is that you? The hook-nosed young man who was leaving heard this and his eyes lit up, disregarding his image as he shouted, "Brother, come here! We're here!" The conversation among the people in the mist lowered, and someone immediately responded, shouting, "John, we're coming!" At that moment, the examinees in the mist finally revealed their figures. They were mostly dressed as the Pope King in red robes, but at least half of them had Asian faces. Roughly counting, there were about 12 or 13 people. Leading the Asian team was a young man around 1.8 meters tall, strong and martial, but with a noticeable hunch in his back. Beside him was a foreign young man with brown hair, freckles on his face, and a slightly sunken nose. The young man with the sunken nose looked excitedly at the hook-nosed young man and greeted him. John, now we can form a strong alliance." This signal immediately informed everyone present. These were all top examinees from the Eagle country. However, Lin Chen turned to look at the smiling Asian youths beside him. What about them? Before he could continue pondering, the hook-nosed man named Jack introduced his friend. "John, this is a good friend I met at the International Youth Spirit Master Competition. From Huaxia, Li Zhaoxiang, a talented student, already recruited by our country's Hargenda University. These are his companions, all eager to join our university." In the midst of the conversation, the Asian youth, 1.85 meters tall, dressed in golden red Pope attire, showed a pleasing smile to John with the hooked nose. Although the dozen or so students behind him didn't do much, they all showed some excitement to show friendliness. "Huaxia, he. With his hooked nose, John hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Chen, who stood on the side in a black robe, exuding a sense of aloofness. Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "What a coincidence, I just met the top student from Huaxia too, he. Jack, who led the team, turned to look around and immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. He nudged Li Zhaoxiang with his elbow. Li Zhaoxiang's smile brightened even more as he nodded and bowed, then walked towards Lin Chen. Compared to the slightly bent backs of the two senior students from the Eagle country, Li Zhaoxiang stood tall facing Lin Chen. His smile was warm. "Which school are you from, brother? Why is the atmosphere so tense?" "Let me introduce, these two are the sons of the president and vice president of Hagen de Ihun University. They have the ability to be recommended directly into this top global university without taking the entrance exam. With your strength, once you get in, you'll definitely receive a scholarship and high-quality training. Maybe like me, you can get a green card right after graduation. I have already negotiated cooperation between our Huaxia students and the Eagle country in this competition. Maybe we can even secure a spot in the top 30 by the end, then it will be stable." Li Zhaoxiang approached Lin Chen and was about to raise his hand when he suddenly felt the hairs on his hand stand up. Before he could react, his head spun, and he saw his headless body spurting green blood. The old general in black armor sheathed his gleaming sword. "You do not represent Huaxia," a cold voice sounded beside him. Huaxia. Li Zhaoxiang triggered near-death teleportation, losing the qualification for the exam. "What are you doing?" Hearing the announcement coming from the sky, the Huaxia students in the front of the team immediately exclaimed. They looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of disbelief. After all, the rules of this exam clearly favored team battles between nations. By doing this, wasn't Lin Chen putting himself in an extremely dangerous position? It was precisely because of this that Li Zhaoxiang walked up without any guard. Hey, brother, Li Gu just wanted to help you form a team and introduce you to some connections. Was that necessary? Is he out of his mind? So what if he's the top in the world? This is just the first round. The university admissions team is here, making it so ugly. Who will dare to admit you in the future? With your kind, you will be banned by the Eagle country and never be able to study there. International friendship. International friendship. Lin Chen's face remained calm, reflecting the efforts of these Huaxia students as if they were trying to show something. He found this group of people somewhat ridiculous. In contrast, the group of Eagle Country examinees beside him pointed and whispered, "Heh, Huaxia is indeed a low-level country, starting internal conflicts. Isn't it because that top student over there doesn't know how to show respect? Coming to our Eagle Country should be his honor, liberating from the backward Huaxia. Let's go together, avenge our friend. Let's cut off this top student and send him out. We have more people here, how strong can he be to withstand so many of us?" At the same time, there were occasional whispers from Huaxia students, "We are different from him, he must be from a remote area in Huaxia, unaware of the benefits of studying in the Eagle Country, and getting a green card. Still claiming to be the top, doesn't even understand unity." He was somewhat speechless. His brown eyes slightly lowered, the black dragon robe on him shining even more brightly. Such remarks that could have led to being beaten up multiple times in a past life were now shamelessly spoken by these top students from Huaxia. Studying abroad is a personal choice. But to smear your homeland for the sake of studying abroad, especially abandoning your national beliefs in a top place where young people from different countries clash, to serve a group of foreign students. Still in such a situation, each one proudly boasting about holding green cards from other countries. Now they represent China in the global college entrance examination. Despite being secretly ridiculed by others, they still greet with a smile. A person must have integrity. Otherwise, their backbone will bend like the deceased Li Zhaoxian when encountering outsiders. Lin Chen knew what Li Zhaoxian wanted to say next, but he was a bit socially anxious and didn't want to continue the conversation. It's cleaner to cut the other party off, without wasting so many words. Now, it's the same. Just as the black-armored figures behind Lin Chen were about to approach through the faint mist, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt," a tall girl with soft golden hair said, glancing around with a slightly uneasy expression. "It seems like something is approaching." Everyone watching the scene was slightly startled at her words. The scene fell silent. Soon, a slight vibration spread beneath everyone's feet in the area. Along with the vibration, the thin mist surrounding them became denser, gradually turning distinctly gray. As the mist swirled, the surrounding buildings became somewhat blurry. "This is the Forbidden Zone?" An Egyptian youth stared at the mist, his expression filled with extreme fear, shouting out directly. The people present were stunned, looking around until they found the source of that familiar feeling. Wasn't this grayish-white mist the Forbidden Zone that constantly encroached on their living space? Damn it! The exam committee actually imitated this thing? Such mist has never appeared in the college entrance exams in previous years. Wait, if the mist appears, then what? As they spoke, their faces changed simultaneously, and the light of their clothes and souls shimmered, activating their strongest state. Just then, dozens of flames rose from within the mist. With the light, a red and white wolf head the size of a truck emerged from the mist. The fierce wolf head slightly opened, revealing its sharp fangs. The pupils, burning like flames, narrowed slightly, reflecting the faces of everyone present. "This is..." Lin Chen looked at the creature before him, and the knowledge from his textbooks immediately surfaced in his mind. Red wolf. A common species in the Forbidden Zone, mainly found in the misty environments of East Asia. They prefer to act as a group, and at least reach F rank when mature. The purer the fur color within the group, the higher the rank. It is rumored that where a pack of red wolves roams, there must be a pure red or pure white wolf among them. Their fur is the most cherished special material for soul masters. Of course, every pack leader is at E rank. With their strong physical bodies and fire control abilities, they can compete with ordinary D-rank exotic beasts. "Run!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly, everyone dashed out like agile rabbits towards the dimly lit areas around them. Even if the leader has many materials on them, they need to have the luck to take them. This is definitely not a good opportunity right now. At least they have to wait until they unite enough strength to come back for retribution. For a moment, various lights shimmered from the students. The Egyptian youth beside Lin Chen was surrounded by a giant python that hissed, its tail tightly coiled around his waist, carrying him directly up a nearby building and leaping away. Among the crowd, a tall young man summoned a king clad in deep yellow armor, whose figure dispersed like gravel in the wind. Such mystical methods were ultimately few, and most people did not possess such extraordinary means, so they could only force their way out with their feet towards the outside. Roar! At this moment, as if receiving some kind of command, the red wolves let out a roar towards the crowd. A red wolf suddenly burst out from breaking through a wall, leaping high into the air like a small mountain crashing towards the fleeing examinee from the Eagle Kingdom. Although the examinee from the Eagle Kingdom was running for his life, he was clearly prepared. Seeing that he couldn't escape, a golden light immediately shimmered from his clothes. The majestic phantom of the king appeared in an instant and swiftly repelled the incoming red wolf. The red wolf grunted, crashing down to the side. It happened to hit one of the Chinese students. This student suffered an undeserved disaster, as the sudden impact directly knocked him to the ground, causing chaos as he reached out and grabbed the ankle of a black student from the Eagle Kingdom trying to escape. "Save me." The black student just glanced at him and ruthlessly kicked his hand away with his other foot. "Yellow-skinned person, don't get in the way." The young man let go in pain, too late to do anything else. The dazed red wolf regained consciousness, lowered its head, and bared its fangs, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The Chinese student turned into illusory leaves and disappeared on the spot. Chen frowned as he watched the scene, and immediately there were iron riders appearing beside him. At this moment, he could maintain the effect of the black dragon robe for a maximum of 2 minutes. It was not the time to confront the enemy head-on. Just as he was about to mount his horse to leave the place with the soldiers of Deity clearing the way, suddenly, he felt a strong sense of killing intent. Chen's expression slightly changed as he looked ahead. Unbeknownst to him, there was already someone blocking his retreat. A deep red giant wolf, as tall as a building, stood silently in his path. It was the leader of the Red Wolves, the most powerful existence. Chen felt his scalp tingle under its gaze from its beast-like eyes. Clearly, he had been targeted by it. Perhaps because he had summoned too many people, drawing too much attention to himself. Sensing the threat, the leader chose to silently block their path from behind for a surprise attack. As it was discovered, a fierce and ferocious expression appeared on its face, and its wolf claws heavily smashed the ground, preparing to charge forward. "Your Majesty, go ahead, I'll hold them off," a Qin general beside him said, drawing his sword and slashing a deep wound on the horse's buttocks. The horse, in pain, was about to take Chen away from the battlefield. "Everyone, face the enemy." Seeing this situation, the veteran general turned around, facing the mountain-like beast without any fear, resolutely blocking its path of attack. Among the Qin soldiers, drums seemed to beat, accompanied by shouts from all the Qin soldiers. "Wind! Charge!" In an instant, the mist was shattered by the horses and soldiers, and 100 black-armored soldiers rushed out, heading towards the leader of the Red Wolves. The thunderous sound and imposing manner were no less than that of the Red Wolf pack. The Egyptian youth, who had been led away by the python, heard the sounds from the mist and turned his head to look back. In the swirling gray mist, it seemed as if 1,000 troops were passing through. There, it seemed like a fierce war had broken out. So strong. The Egyptian youth was secretly shocked. Wearing the same firefly-level attire, why is there such a big difference in the summoned divine beings? He summoned this python, which should be a strong creature. But compared to Chen, it was far inferior. The summoned beings on the other side were overwhelming in both quantity and quality. Wait, if the skill Chen used wasn't brought by summoning a god. The Egyptian youth's suspicions seemed to have found some explanation, but such speculation made it even more unbelievable for him. Candlelight level. The special clothing on Chen is not a firefly level at all. It's a rare candlelight level item. As the examinees encountered the Red Wolf pack, above the sky, an area filled with greenery was supported by a half-decayed ancient tree. About 23 representatives from various countries sat as the invigilating team, observing the battlefield below. An elderly man with golden hair stood up angrily, pointing at a middle-aged man with a square face beside him. "This is a serious cheating from your Huaxia, providing exam materials of the candlelight level to candidates." The middle-aged man with the square face remained calm, sipping his tea leisurely. "Representative of the Eagle country, one should provide evidence when making accusations." When Chen ranked first before, almost everyone present verified that the garment was made of materials of the microlight level. "Miss Paulus can confirm it," the middle-aged man with the square face said, looking towards a golden-haired woman sitting elegantly in an embroidered dress. A phantom owl perched on her shoulder, unmistakably the strong one portraying Athena. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, she nodded slightly in agreement. The golden-haired man from the Eagle country was momentarily speechless, unable to directly refute the lady either. Her status here was indeed quite special. The golden-haired man could only express his frustration. "Then how do you explain this? Candlelight level. This has already disrupted the balance of the exam. If he survives from the Red Wolf pack, he will crush anyone he encounters. I, representing Dongying, condemn and question such behavior." An examiner from Dongying watching the scene quickly joined in. "This special garment has caused the death of one of our top examinees, the Great Sakura. I demand a vote to expel Chen." However, the Dongying examiner soon realized that everyone was looking at him as if he were foolish, including his superior, the representative of the Eagle country. The middle-aged man with the square face calmly took a sip of his tea. "New here? According to the regulations, above the general vote is the Council of 5 Nations, where each country has a veto. I, representing Huaxia, veto this proposal. You. Upon hearing this, the Dongying examiner immediately remembered something, his face turning slightly red. But soon, he thought of something and smirked. I demand a vote to veto the veto power of the Council of 5 Nations. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the golden-haired man from the Eagle country snorted, I object. One veto cancels the proposal to revoke the veto power. The veto power of the Council of 5 Nations was a valuable asset. Why would he support Dongying in harming his own country's interests? What a fool, not knowing how to speak. Why did Dongying send such a babbler as an examiner? The examiners couldn't help but chuckle. The Dongying representative was left speechless, not knowing what to say. The Huaxia representative remained calm, sipping his tea, observing everything unfolding below. He already had a guess in his heart. Lin Chen's garments suddenly upgraded in quality. There was only one possibility. He possessed a powerful innate ability to enhance the quality of clothing. Since Lin Chen became the global #1, he had obtained first-hand information about his awakening. Knowing that Lin Chen had awakened some top-tier talent, he thought, preparing to send some information back. It was essential to protect Lin Chen's personal privacy. He knew all too well what it meant to have a talent that could enhance the quality of special materials. In fact, this middle-aged man felt a bit regretful. He greatly admired Lin Chen's performance in the exam hall, including his way of handling the admiration for foreign cultures among his Huaxia compatriots. He was even more impressed by Lin Chen's ability to invoke the Huaxia deities. If it were him, he would do the same. However, Lin Chen had exposed himself a bit too early. If this talent could be hidden for 10 years, after a decade, that would be the true moment of the rise of Huaxia civilization. Now, as the Huaxia representative scanned the room, many people looking at him were clearly pondering something in their eyes. In the future, this genius seedling must be protected with great care. Amidst the varied thoughts of the representatives of Huaxia, the representative from Dongying suddenly burst into laughter beside them. Lin Chen didn't run away? Ha ha ha, could this kid be scared stiff? What? The representative of Huaxia's expression changed, quickly looking down. In the area shrouded in mist, fighting became the only way to face the fierce beasts. The general from Daqin perfectly completed his delaying task, sending Lin Chen away. However, Lin Chen was their emperor. The warhorse felt the pain, wanting to gallop away with Lin Chen. But with a single thought, Lin Chen's warhorse turned into faint light, blending into the black dragon robe and disappearing on the spot. At this moment, Lin Chen's face appeared extremely pale. His remaining spiritual power was less than 30 points. Yet, even so, his eyes were incredibly bright as he gazed at the Crimson Wolf King. I, Daqin, have no fleeing monarchs. With these words, the mist around them rippled, and stone pillars eerily rose from the ground. Interconnecting, they seemed to form a magnificent city wall about to descend from the illusion into reality. All the soldiers battling the wolf leader felt a surge in their strength and vigor. Calling upon the gods, Lin Chen used his dwindling spiritual power to activate his domain. Your Majesty! The old general from Daqin looked at this scene in astonishment, his mind spinning, and for the first time truly saw the shadow of the Qin Emperor in Lin Chen, his eyes reddening involuntarily. His name was Meng Tian. By the command of your Majesty, attack! The middle-aged general charged forward, dodging the wolf leader's attacks, raising his long sword high and thrusting it fiercely into the wolf leader's forelimb. Roar! The wolf leader howled in pain, trying hard to shake off the middle-aged general. But as the only F-level commander in the Qin army, Meng Tian fought like a madman. Agile as a monkey, he swiftly withdrew his sword and viciously slashed at the wolf leader's abdomen. Instantly, the fierce howls of the beasts echoed through the sky. Blood, along with violent convulsions, continuously splattered on the old general's shoulder armor. It made people think that perhaps Lin Chen really had a chance of winning. However, the wolf leader suddenly erupted in a burst of scorching flames, shattering everyone's hopes. The visible flames were highly corrosive, melting several Qin soldiers who were close by. At this moment, with Lin Chen's level only at F, the summoned Qin soldiers, except for Meng Tian, were all ordinary people. In front of this divine-like flame, they all dissipated into light points and merged back into the black dragon robe. Meng Tian, positioned at the wolf leader's abdomen, also suffered. The long sword in his hand felt like a burning iron bar, scorching hot. Enduring intense pain, he tried to thrust his sword into the wolf leader's abdomen again but was a step too slow. The wolf leader, already reacting, swung its forelimb violently, sending the armored Meng Tian flying. Meng Tian crashed heavily onto the wall that was about to materialize from illusion to reality, emitting a loud bang, his figure becoming somewhat illusory. Lin Chen's face grew even paler, as if he could no longer sustain all of this. Lin Chen was done for. Watching this scene, the hearts of all the spectators tightened. Why isn't Lin Chen running away? Is it time to play God now? He's too immersed in the role, isn't he? Although running may not guarantee escape, at least there's a slim chance. His spiritual power must be running dry. I'm really angry. If Lin Chen hadn't exhausted his spiritual power to deal with that student who flattered the foreigners, maybe the situation would be different now. In my opinion, Lin Chen should just run along the direction of the old Eagle country and those embarrassing Huaxia students, killing one by one. That would be enough. Yes, if we could get rid of a few of those who worship foreign things, we would make a big profit. Those students before didn't know what they were missing. Following Lin Chen might bring back scenes from our ancient Huaxia wedding ceremonies. Maybe it could even make it into the textbooks. Indeed, what's so great about the Eagle Country University? Our top universities in Huaxia are just as good. I just wonder if Lin Chen will be admitted through special enrollment after being eliminated. The audience spoke, already condemning Lin Chen in their hearts. Yes, besides special clothing, the most important thing for a soul master is their spiritual power. Once a soul master loses the support of their spiritual power, all their supernatural abilities become useless. It's like a gun without bullets, not as useful as a burning stick. Violent tremors accompanied by a howling gale. The leader of the Red Wolf seemed to realize Lin Chen's importance and violently pushed aside the surrounding Qin soldiers, preparing to pounce towards Lin Chen. Flames burned around its body, emitting a gray-white mist that gave off a twisted and ignited feeling in the surrounding mist. Lin Chen gazed at the white wolf in front of him, his pale face showing no fear. Although this was his first encounter with a spirit beast, it was also his first time facing an E-level fierce beast. Before, he had only read about them in books and seen them on TV. He took a deep breath, looking at the enemy approaching, his expression more focused. There was no way out now, only a fight to the death. With a thought, he brought up his legendary value panel. After a period of accumulation, he now had 536 points. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate and poured all his points into his spiritual power. At this moment, there was no time to experiment whether adding points would increase the limit of spiritual power or directly restore it. It was a desperate gamble. This was his way out. With the crazy drop in legendary value, Lin Chen felt his whole body heating up, and a sharp pain seemed to shoot through his brain nerves. His eyes gradually turned red, filled with bloodshot veins. In exchange for this, his spiritual power was replenished in his body. Lin Chen felt it. Although his previous spiritual power had not recovered, the newly added spiritual power filled the gap, giving him the ability to fight again. Current spiritual power 60 of 203. With the replenishment of spiritual power, Meng Tian's illusory figure gradually solidified, and his damaged armor now radiated a new brilliance. The commanding ability once again had a duration of at least 2 minutes. At the same time, Lin Chen's figure became more majestic, and the royal dignity around him became even more intense. The gray-white mist around him seemed to be hindered by some kind of power, dispersing abruptly around him. Roar! Although the leader of the Red Wolf was fierce, it was not without a certain level of intelligence. After noticing that its prey seemed somewhat different, it immediately became cautious. Its pounce slowed slightly, and it roared at Lin Chen. Calling its subordinates to chase other students, it also made a probing attack. The flames surrounding it instantly gathered into a violent white fireball, smashing towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen seemed to have exhausted all his strength, standing still in place, not even making the simplest dodge. It's over. Some audience members, seeing this scene, closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the final transformation into flames. But, after closing their eyes, the imagined burning and roaring of flames did not occur in their minds. Was he burned to charcoal directly? Thinking this, when they opened their eyes, they were astonished to see that Lin Chen was directly holding up the surging fireball with one hand. What? The audience's mouths hung open in shock, but before they could speak, they saw the hand holding the large fireball clenching, and the fireball burst like a balloon at the fingertips, releasing scorching heat and dissipating into the air. Holy crap! How did Lin Chen do it? Hasn't his spiritual power been depleted? How does he still have defensive means? Could it be that he's wearing some special clothing? Amidst the audience's astonishment, the examiners in the sky above discovered a clue. The fusion of man and God? Exclaimed one of the examiners. This is a highly advanced state of playing and summoning gods. Normally, when summoning gods, one would portray and then summon the ethereal image of a deity. However, when the alignment with the deity is high, the summoning can manifest with the god descending upon the individual, creating a scene where they are inseparable. This is different from situations where the deity is not summoned but their powers can be utilized. It requires a profound understanding of the deity by the cloth soul master and the deity's approval. If the strongest among the cloth soul masters can master this state and have corresponding talents, they can even achieve a constant fusion of man and god. She is a god herself, everyone thought as they turned to look at the golden-haired woman in the elegant dress. She was the one. She is herself, and at the same time, she is Athena. Such strong talent. How high is his basic spiritual power value? Was his pale face earlier a sign of weakness? At this moment, even many examiners couldn't determine if Lin Chen was at the end of his rope or still had some fight left in him. But soon, Lin Chen demonstrated everything through his actions. On the battlefield shrouded in mist, Lin Chen gazed at the Crimson Leader with even more imposing demeanor. Having seen me, why not bow? There seemed to be a certain powerful force in his words, causing the Crimson Leader's brain to blank out for a moment. Its eyes also lost focus at that moment, and its body collapsed with a thud. It's now! The veteran General Meng Tian seized this opportunity, swift as a tiger, and lunged with his sword. Leaping above the Crimson Leader's head, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, forcefully piercing into its skull. Roar! The intense pain finally broke the Crimson Leader free from the controlled state, its throat emitting a piercing wail, its body rolling, flames burning, as if trying to shake off Meng Tian from its head. But how could Meng Tian let go of such an opportunity? With a loud shout, he relentlessly stabbed the beast's skull with his long sword, stirring it vigorously. He even withstood the burning flames head-on, refusing to budge. The gray-white mist swirled around the two figures. At a certain moment, everything came to a halt. The wolf-like leader crashed to the ground like a small mountain, emitting a violent rumbling sound. The dying howl of the Crimson Wolf leader, its pupils dilated. It was dead. An indescribable sense of relief emerged in Lin Chen's heart. The Crimson Wolf was strong, but he was stronger. His black dragon robe was of the candlelight great attire, equivalent to a cloth soul master of D rank. By summoning the god in this way, he could naturally suppress the Crimson Wolf leader in terms of level. If he were in his prime, he wouldn't even need to push himself to such extremes. But regardless, Lin Chen emerged victorious in this battle. His eyes darkened, his head throbbing severely. The black robe on his body had dimmed, and the Qin soldiers around him had vanished in an instant. He was feeling a bit unsteady, but still stood tall, turning to look at the Crimson Wolves behind him who were a step too late in supporting their leader. His eyes reddened, filled with a murderous intent. Seeing their leader fall, the once ferocious expressions of the Crimson Wolf pack now held a hint of fear. For a moment, both sides confronted each other in the mist. In the gray-white mist, Lin Chen, somewhat unsteady on his feet, surveyed the scene before him, feeling a sinking feeling in his heart. These Crimson Wolves did not choose to retreat just because he had killed their leader. In fact, many had already begun to probe cautiously. At this moment, Lin Chen was truly at the end of his rope. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he pondered which wolf to feed, when a loud voice pierced through the mist. Ula! Along with the voice, the ground beneath the feet of dozens of Crimson Wolves trembled. A palm completely made of mud and sand burst out of the ground, fiercely grabbing the limbs and claws of the red wolves. Ha! A great harvest! A rough voice echoed from the mist, and in an instant, dozens of examinees in various attire rushed out of the mist. They were generally tall, some with thick beards on their faces. They surveyed the battlefield, their bodies constantly emitting faint lights summoning various gods to descend. The leader, Lin Chen, had seen before, was the examinee from the Bear Country who had directly transformed into gravel and fled. Obviously, he had encountered the Bear Country camp examinees on the run. So, he immediately chose to counterattack. The giant hand manifested from gravel effectively controlled the red wolves present. After all, without the leadership of the red wolf leader, these mixed-color red wolves were only of F-level strength. The examinees feared the leader, not these wolf packs. Currently, the number of Bear Country examinees participating in the battle had an overwhelming advantage, almost exerting a super strong suppression with a 2-to-1 ratio. Lin Chen surveyed all this, his body swaying and finally losing the strength to support himself. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. As he neared unconsciousness, he heard someone calling his name in Chinese, Lin Chen? Brother? But he had already lost consciousness. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Chen, in a state of unconsciousness, caught a whiff of a tantalizing neat fragrance. As the aroma wafted, his consciousness gradually returned. Opening his eyes, the pervasive gray-white mist dissipated. Above him was a slightly mottled wall. Candles were lit around, casting a dim yellow light that reflected the figures of people on the wall. The group of Bear Country youths he had encountered earlier sat around the bonfire, laughing and roasting red meat chunks on sticks they had found. The meat fragrance wafted from there. Beside him was a young man with black hair and brown eyes. Perhaps due to the weight of his special clothing, he only wore the lower half, with a white vest on the upper body, exposing his dark, muscular arms and biceps, indicating regular exercise. Sensing something unusual beside him, the young man turned around and looked at Lin Chen in surprise. "Wow, bro, you're awake." Saying this, he moved to help Lin Chen up. "No need." Lin Chen instinctively waved his hand, struggling to get up from the ground. Dust from the black dragon robe patted off. He thanked the muscular young man with a smile. "Thanks a lot. I thought I was going to die in the mouths of the red wolves." "No need to thank me. We're all brothers here, no need for formalities." The muscular young man waved his hand and introduced himself. "Zhang Lei, from the imperial capital. Lin Chen, from Jinghai. If you want to thank someone, thank those examinees from the bear country. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to save you. You're really fierce too, daring to face the threat of so many red wolves and kill the Wolf King." The admiration in the muscular young man's eyes as he looked at Lin Chen was evident. That scene in the mist was still vivid in his mind. Against the eerie gray-white mist backdrop, the youth stood in front of the red wolf leader's corpse in a black, intricate robe, his eyes crimson. Even as the lamp flickered and dimmed, the aura of dominance on him never wavered. Too fierce. Just based on the record of single-handedly killing the D-level red wolf leader, he truly deserved the title of global #1. Poor guy, he had been thinking about challenging the first place before, but now he had no thoughts at all. In the midst of their conversation, a group of bear country people approached holding skewers. "The first place. Looks like you still have fighting spirit." The speaker was the top expert who could transform into gravel. He reached out and shook hands with Lin Chen, smiling brightly. "Nice to meet you, I'm Matthew Jia, ranked 5th in the first round. Thanks to you for killing the leader of the Red Wolves, we were able to wipe out the rest of the Red Wolves and get such a large amount of resources." "No problem, if you guys hadn't come, I would have been eliminated directly." Lin Chen was somewhat uncomfortable with this kind of interaction. After shaking hands with Afu Jia, he sincerely thanked him. Afu Jia patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and pointed outside the house. "Your spoils of war, that red wolf leader, we didn't touch it, we brought it all back for you. It's a pity it's not a pure white red wolf, otherwise, just that one could satisfy the primary material needs of over 30 people, Afu Jia said seriously. Lin Chen understood what he meant. The requirement of this exam was a wedding. In foreign weddings, the attire is usually black with white, so this pure red wolf was naturally somewhat useless, even inferior to the ordinary red wolves below. Of course, the materials were still good because it was a D-grade exotic beast, and its fur and other materials were considered top-notch. The flesh, blood, and bones were all valuable. These people from the bear clan were quite generous. Lin Chen looked at the fitness youth beside him and asked, "Do you have any need for the materials of the red wolf leader?" Zhang Lei was startled and shook his head repeatedly. No, boss, it's what you hunted. It's not appropriate for me to take things. Besides, we also hunted a red wolf in that battle, so we have enough materials." "Is that so?" Lin Chen turned to Afu Jia. "Then the fur of the red wolf leader belongs to me, and all the other materials belong to you. Please don't refuse. If it weren't for your support, I would have been eliminated already. Consider these as a token of gratitude." "Ha?" Afu Jia and the others were taken aback, looking slightly surprised at Lin Chen. "All of it? You only want the red fur?" A candidate behind couldn't help but ask. This red wolf leader is a treasure trove. Although the people of the bear clan were generous, they were currently in an exam, and if the other party was giving it away, how could they not be tempted? "What do you need the red fur for? This is a wedding, isn't it a bit strange to use red as the main color?" Afu Jia scratched his head, imagining what he would look like in a full red suit. He couldn't help but shudder. Could a person pull off such an outfit? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen nodded earnestly. "I plan to use all red as the basic theme for the second round of assessment, to create a unique Huaxia wedding, a wedding with a strong ancient Huaxia flavor." In the live broadcast room, as they listened to Lin Chen's words, all the waiting viewers became excited. "Ah, it's true. Lin Chen indeed plans to use a Huaxia wedding as the answer for the second round of assessment. Pure red robes? Isn't that like blood? It looks a bit creepy, doesn't it? Could it be black paired with red? Black dragon robe paired with pure red clothes? Even for a royal wedding, it's impossible to wear all red clothes, let alone a red-robed pope. That's even more absurd. If someone wears the red-robed pope outfit from the first round for a wedding, won't they get the lowest score in the whole event? Lin Chen is making big moves right after waking up. Exciting! Exciting! I'm getting married soon too. If the wedding looks good, I'll use Lin Chen's idea. As the last barrage message was sent, the second round of assessment also attracted the attention of many young people who were about to get married. They also wanted to see if the attire on the exam stage was beautiful and if they could use it for their own weddings. Mr. Wang, an ordinary citizen, was one of them. He had actually already discussed with his future wife to have a Western-style wedding, and even booked the venue. But he didn't want the wedding to be too ordinary and wanted to add some novel elements. However, all these requests were vetoed by his fiancée. It seemed like there was a breakthrough now. A huaxia wedding. Mr. Wang couldn't help but feel a bit excited. What would a wedding unique to our huaxia be like in ancient times? In the end, a Jiefu did not refuse Lin Chen's kindness. After all, he was only the first of the Bear Country, currently the nominal leader. The other Bear Country examinees were all talented individuals, each with their own thoughts, and he couldn't harm the interests of his own country's examinees just because of his generosity. He finally agreed. A Jiefu and the other Bear Country examinees helped Lin Chen skin the fur intact, and they would bear the remaining materials themselves. After the transaction, a Jiefu and the other Bear Country examinees ran out excitedly, not even bothering to eat the roasted meat. The room suddenly became quiet. Zhang Lei asked curiously, "Huaxia wedding? Brother, is this something you made up, or have you found some traces of ancient Huaxia civilization? And this black outfit too?" After all, he was not just a spectator, lacking the omniscient perspective of a god. Lin Chen nodded calmly in response to Zhang Lei's question. I have some ideas and want to give it a try. Hiss. Zhang Lei took a sharp breath, understanding why Lin Chen had come first before. The attire of Huaxia was still so strong. Who in the examination group had seen it before? Who could come first if not him? He thought, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Great God, no teammates? You can't have a wedding alone, right? Isn't this a chance to hitch a ride? Honestly, he didn't have much inspiration in this scenario. At most, he could make some minor innovations on Western-style wedding attire. Such innovations obviously couldn't bring higher scores. But if he took a chance with Lin Chen, it would be different. Lin Chen hesitated visibly for the first time. Although the wedding target was about attire. But the muscular figure under the red veil. The image was too beautiful, and Lin Chen was a bit hesitant to think about it. There's no problem with the collaboration. It's just the two of us. Should we find some other teammates? He said somewhat tactfully. Zhang Lei immediately understood, waving his hands and smiling. No, great God, that won't do. Although it's a team, it's obviously better to have a mix of men and women. We're not going for the new era where even shopping bags can get married. Apart from us, there are two girls outside dealing with the red wolf fur. They are my classmates. I see. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then there's no problem. I can start making preparations first. You can see if it works, cooperate if it does. If not, we'll figure something out later. Alright, I'll call them. Great God, you take a rest first. With Lin Chen's approval, Zhang Lei excitedly ran out. Seeing no one around, Lin Chen rubbed his still slightly sore head and opened the attribute panel. During the period of unconsciousness, his mental strength had recovered to about half, reaching a level of 100 points. The legendary value had almost been emptied due to the previous explosion. But fortunately, there were still gains. He also tested the effect of legendary value on enhancing mental strength. 10 points of legendary value exchanged for 1 point of mental strength. The blessed mental strength would directly increase the current mental strength limit, but if too many points were added at once, an overload phenomenon would occur, leading to negative states like fainting. However, even so, this method of enhancing mental strength was definitely an extremely rare existence. Anyway, Lin Chen had never heard of any method that could easily increase a person's mental strength limit like legendary value. If a huaxia wedding were to be held normally, I wonder how much mental strength could be gained? As he pondered, he heard a burst of female complaints from outside. Zhang Lei, I told you not to rush with that red wolf. Now we've almost completely skinned the wolf fur intact, and you're telling me it might not be needed? If it's really better than this, I'll have to skin you first. As she spoke, Zhang Lei and two girls, one tall and one short, walked in. The tall girl, with a ponytail and wearing a complex Western classical yellow dress, exuded a noble air between her brows. She tied up the hem of her dress to make it easier to walk. The other girl wore thick round glasses, her eyes lively and not rigid, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a studious little potato from a past life. She was a bit short but fierce in exams. Hello, everyone, Lin Chen greeted warmly. Hello, I'm Jiang Qingxiu, the class monitor of Class 1 at the Capital Experimental High School, and Zhang Lei's sister, the tall girl with the ponytail said crisply. Class 1, Li Yuan, the little potato next to her added. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Lei, who nodded wryly. Lin Chen, are you really confident in Han clothing? Honestly, if the wedding dress you make can match the quality of this black robe, we'll all be basking in your glory. The fur of the red wolf leader is of the firefly grade material. Obviously, there won't be any candlelight level fierce beasts in this area. If a wedding dress is made from the Red Wolf leader's fur, it would definitely be one of the top outfits at the event, Jiang Qingqiu analyzed seriously. If there's any role-playing at the wedding, rest assured, we won't hold you back. Anyone who can come to this event is not weak. Jiang Qingqiu's words immediately dispelled any lingering chills, making Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, he said, "To make the wedding dress, I'll have to wait until I'm back at my peak, but I can start making the other accessories now." "We won't disappoint you," he said, turning to look at the candles burning in the room. These were supplies looted by the Bear Country examinees from the houses, with some candles still unlit. In the puzzled gazes of the three, Lin Chen walked to the candles, spread his hand, and placed it flat on the candles. Gradually, all the candles on the table flew up, melting and converging into two long cylindrical candles. Each of these candles had two wax figures floating and transforming around them. Jiang Qingqiu and the others were puzzled at first but soon noticed something extraordinary. In the dim light, the wax figure floating on the right gradually transformed into a strange creature in Lin Chen's hand. With antlers like a deer, a body like a snake, scales like a fish, and talons like an eagle. Its entire body was golden, and its monstrous eyes exuded an indescribable aura. Its mouth was slightly open, with a bright pearl in front. The creature chased after the pearl, circling the candle's body before finally coming to a stop on it. The intricate patterns of scales on its body exuded a violent aesthetic. The other wax figure did not transform into a symmetrical monster but instead turned into a divine bird. Flames seemed to burn on its feathers, reflecting colorful light, illuminating the bird's body in a gorgeous and beautiful way. As everyone watched in amazement, the divine bird spread its wings, and the flames on its wings seemed to come alive, flickering brightly with its flapping. It circled and danced around Lin Chen before finally settling on the other candle. The alternating candles provided a powerful visual aesthetic. Zhang Lei's mouth hung open, feeling a premonition that these two exquisite candles were not their limit. They should have more colors. Just as he was about to ask something, Lin Chen said seriously, "This is called the Dragon Phoenix Flower Candle, an essential accessory for ancient Han weddings." Wedding accessories? Just the two candles had reached such heights. How grand must a Han wedding be? For a moment, everyone was speechless. Many viewers in the livestream were frantically taking screenshots of the Dragon Phoenix Flower Candle in Lin Chen's hand. It was just too exquisite and beautiful. That divine bird looks a bit like the Western mythical phoenix, doesn't it? Dragon and phoenix candlesticks, one dragon and one phoenix? Is this dragon the mythical beast with deer antlers on its head? Our Chinese dragons are different from Western dragons, aren't they? Indeed, Western dragons have wings on their backs, while our Chinese dragons do not, but they feel even more majestic. Ah, I'm sure, for my wedding, I want all the candles to be replaced with this style. Why hasn't the fur of the Red Wolf leader been removed yet? I can't wait to see the finished wedding dress. Add one more. Add one more. I have no more doubts now. It's been a pleasure working together. Jiang Qingqiu came to his senses from the two candles in Lin Chen's hands. Very beautiful. Liu a month, who was beside him, adjusted her glasses and gave the highest praise. Oh my, if these two candles are so exquisite, won't the other rituals of the wedding be even more elaborate? Jiang Lei, amazed, also felt a bit worried, but is there enough time? Lin Chen smiled at his words, clearly having a plan in mind. If we were to hold a complete Chinese wedding, time would definitely not be enough. The procedures are numerous. According to the information I found, the most elaborate Chinese wedding requires 3 letters and 6 rites. The letter of betrothal, the gift letter, the wedding letter. The betrothal gifts, the selection of an auspicious day, the wedding gifts, the bridal escort. Even the betrothal letter has different formats depending on the region and occupation. Zhang Lei was dizzy from Lin Chen's explanation. He quickly interrupted, "Great master, just tell us what we need to do." This made Liu a month, who was eager to learn, a bit dissatisfied, as she was ready to jot down everything in her notebook. Lin Chen smiled at his words, stopped talking, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "The main material for making clothes, the fur of the red wolf, is definitely enough for the 4 of us to use. In addition, for the on-site setting, we will need wood, approximately half the size of a bookcase, braziers, yellow fabric or gold thread." Drawing from his knowledge of weddings in his mental palace, Lin Chen listed all the materials he might need. Zhang Lei and the others listened attentively. Zhang Lei even brought a piece of miscellaneous stone, and while Lin Chen recited slowly, he used the control technique of a cloth soul master to engrave all the necessary items on it. After Lin Chen finished reciting, he double-checked, made sure everything was correct, and prepared to leave with Jiang Qingqiu and the others to find the materials. Lin Chen wanted to go with them, but Zhang Lei and the others refused, saying his task was more important and he needed to rest well. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not insist. After all, this time, he was going to make 4 Firefly-grade clothes. Although a cloth soul master could use materials beyond his level, the difficulty of refining and the amount of spiritual power required would increase significantly. He indeed needed to restore himself to his peak state. As the 3 of them left, the room was filled with the sound of wood burning and cracking. Chen felt a bit weary, so he casually found a corner against the cold wall and fell asleep. Faint mysterious light shimmered on the black dragon robe, as if guarding its owner. After an unknown period of time, a female voice woke Chen up. Chen? Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He realized that it was already bright outside. Jiang Qingxiu, dressed in a classical long dress, was standing in front of him, calling his name. Her face looked a bit tired, with delicate features but slight dark circles under her eyes. She yawned and said, "We have prepared all the materials you need, and the exam candidates from the bear country have also processed the fur of the red wolf leader. It's piled up in the courtyard." "What time is it now? Have you been working all night?" Chen quickly got up. "To be precise, it's been 8 hours. Just now there was a broadcast in the sky, reminding us of the time every 10 hours from now on," Jiang Qingxiu said, pointing to the side. In the corner of the house, Zhang Lei and Li Yuan found a place to sleep from somewhere and lay down first. "Genius, it's up to you next." "I need to go rest for a while," Jiang Qingxiu said. "By the way, the examinees from Bear Country have given us the entire yard. They went to find a larger building next door as their base. Last night was chaotic outside. Examinees from various forces were fighting each other, scrambling for materials. Examinees from Dongying and Eagle Country were chasing us all along, and in the end, it was Ajifu who intervened to mediate this dispute." Chen nodded at the words and said seriously, "I owe him a big favor, and I will find a way to repay it." There were a total of 30 examinees from Huaxia on this battlefield, half of whom didn't like him. If it weren't for Ajifu, it would have been a problem for them to have a stable environment to complete the clothing production. Examinees from other countries were numerous, and as long as they arranged for people to harass Chen and the others in shifts, it would be enough to deal a devastating blow. "Thank you for your hard work, go rest, I'll take care of the rest." Chen, who had already fully recovered and had a mental strength breakthrough of over 200 points, said confidently. "Okay." Jiang Qingxiu rubbed her eyes and pointed to a bag of bread on the table that looked like it was bought from a supermarket. Zhang Lei just picked some wild bread from the tree outside. The plastic packaging hasn't been opened, so it should be edible. "A tasteless gift from the exam group. Alright, I'll leave it to you," she said, waving her hand, and laid down on the ground mat, quickly falling into a deep sleep. It should be noted that their first and second rounds were seamlessly connected. Jiang Qingxiu and the others persisted for another 8 hours in extremely difficult conditions to complete Chen's task. These teammates had found the right person. Next, it's his home field. Chen grabbed the so-called wild bread, stuffed it casually to fill his stomach, then walked out of the gate and into the courtyard outside. This place was constructed like a quadrangle courtyard, with 2 abandoned houses next to it. The open space in the courtyard was already filled with various materials. Wood, braziers, and a series of accessories that Chen needed were all collected. There were even noticeably more than needed. As the highlight of this event, the pile of bright red wolf fur looked like a small mountain, lying quietly in the middle. The examinees from Bear Country had even done some simple processing for Chen. At this moment, the wolf fur had been washed of almost all its smell and transformed into a top-grade material. Chen walked up and touched the soft fur for a while. Then he raised his hand, and a warm light appeared in his palm. In his mind, in the unique realm of Chinese thinking, books on ancient weddings slowly opened up. The first thing that caught his eye was an exquisite garment. The phoenix crown and vermilion robe, the symbol of Chinese wedding attire. With the flicker of Chen's thoughts, this extremely luxurious and noble attire seemed to break through the limits of his mind and come to life. At the same time, in reality, the pile of red fur in front of Chen gradually floated up, and the soft fabric began to change its shape continuously according to his will. At this moment, the audience still watching in the live broadcast room became even more excited. Although, as Chen began making the clothes, the camera in the live broadcast room automatically shifted to protect personal privacy. But that wedding dress unique to China would eventually cross the long history and reappear before their eyes. This process wouldn't be too long. After an unknown amount of time passed, the sun slowly set like a golden plate, about to sprinkle the brilliance of a new day. Zhang Lei, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by someone. He turned his head and saw Li Yuan, his classmate, who had already gotten up. "What's going on?" Zhang Lei's consciousness was a bit hazy. Chen has already prepared a set of wedding attire, and they have started trying it on, Li Yuan said softly, her tone tinged with barely concealed excitement. Obviously, she was very eager to see what the wedding attire from the Chinese history looked like. "Oh, so fast? It's already done?" Zhang Lei immediately perked up at the news. With that, he sprang up like a carp and ran outside. Seeing this, Li Yueshue hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." She followed Zhang Lei's footsteps closely, and they both walked out of the gate. Their respective audiences in the live streaming rooms were also energized and spread the word. However, when the audiences entered Lin Chen's live streaming room, they found that he was still nowhere to be seen. This phenomenon had occurred just before the clothes were about to be completed. Perhaps it was because the live streaming room's camera had a director now, and they decided to play the suspense game. Even Jiang Qingxiu, who had gotten up early to try on the wedding dress, had not appeared in her live streaming room. This heightened the anticipation of the audience, who wanted to see the finished attire even more. Mr. Wang, an ordinary citizen, was clearly one of them. His wedding was about to take place soon. After enduring some pressure and communicating with his fiancée, he had gained the right to choose the wedding attire. If this Chinese wedding attire was too old-fashioned or outdated, he would be in trouble. Mr. Wang thought, his heart beating a little faster. "Please don't disappoint me. If it's half as good as a Western wedding, that'll be fine." At this moment, the 4 live streaming rooms followed Zhang Lei and Li Yueshue's steps and arrived in the courtyard outside. Inside the courtyard, everything was as usual. It seemed no different from when they had moved the materials here earlier. However, the red wolf fur in the center had already changed shape. It was quite damaged, looking like it had been used to make fabric for clothes. On a small table beside it, there were some accessories scattered around, each intricately crafted, shimmering with a unique radiance. The whole place seemed quiet. Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu were nowhere to be found. "Sis? Boss? Where are you guys?" Zhang Lei excitedly rushed into the courtyard, looking around curiously and shouting, "Didn't you already finish making the clothes?" As he spoke, the wooden door of the house on the other side creaked open. A graceful young woman dressed in a vivid red color appeared before everyone. Zhang Lei and the others looked closely and couldn't help but pause in awe. The young woman wore a headdress made of gold wire with jewelry tassels, adorned with a strange mythical bird called foam circling above. The circular frame in front of the headdress was decorated with emerald green stones, and there were 12 differently sized openwork hairpins on each side. 2 hairpins were also attached to the sides of the headdress, enhancing the elegance of the black hair tied up in a bun. Below the headdress was a red robe, worn over a red long skirt. Her slender neck was adorned with a pair of mandarin ducks patterned gold flowers, and a shawl that seemed to flow like a rainbow. The sleeves concealed her hands completely, and the colorful patterns on her arms looked like the glow of the morning sun. Under the red skirt, one could faintly see a pair of intricately embroidered shoes. They were also bright red, complementing the entire outfit. The young woman had delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, with skin as smooth as jade. The regal and elegant aura she exuded, along with her graceful and refined demeanor, instantly stunned everyone present. It was as if a stunning bride from history had descended into the modern world. So beautiful. At this moment, not only Zhang Lei and the others, but even the countless viewers in the live streaming rooms were so amazed that they couldn't speak. They say Western weddings with white bridal gowns are beautiful, but Chinese wedding attire is equally stunning. Countless girls watching the live stream let out sharp exclamations of awe. "Ah! I want to wear this outfit for my wedding too. It's so beautiful. This sister looks absolutely stunning in it. I swear, oh my, the moment I saw Jiang Qingxiu come out, I really felt like I was being electrified. Help, even as a girl, I think she is really, really beautiful. This outfit is like a boost to her beauty." Mr. Wang slapped his thigh vigorously. Great! The tension he was holding onto finally dissipated. As he gazed at the red attire in the picture, he began frantically taking screenshots, ready to send them to the relevant producers immediately. He also wanted to have a set made for his fiancée. Scenes like this were happening all over the country. In an instant, all the private studios specializing in custom wedding attire were flooded with various screenshots. This left the wedding dress designers both excited and under immense pressure. They looked at the screenshots of Jiang Qingxiu in the red attire, their hands trembling with the desire to replicate it. This wedding dress was too beautiful, the craftsmanship too exquisite. How much time would it take to replicate such a set? Just when the outside world thought that the traditional Chinese bridal attire was going crazy, inside a small courtyard, Zhang Lei looked at the young girl in front of him, rubbed his eyes, and exclaimed, "Ha? Lin Chen, give me back my sister. Can this outfit even change her personality? She was the queen of playing with mud at 8. Where is that sister who used to play with mud? Who are you?" With these words, the elegant and dignified young lady in front of him instantly broke character. She clenched her fist with one hand, lightly bit her silver teeth, and said, "John Lei, looking for trouble, huh? Don't think I won't dare to beat you in the exam." In an instant, the luxurious newlywed young lady disappeared. The dignified Jiang Qingxiu, full of heroic spirit, returned to her body. "That's more like it." Zhang Lei listened to his elder sister's scolding and nodded in satisfaction. "This attire is really beautiful." Li Yuanyuan, adjusting her thick-rimmed glasses, quickly approached Jiang Qingxiu, touching here and there. Her expression was not one of envy but rather a meticulous examination of the fabric and workmanship of the outfit. As she looked, she nodded approvingly. Then she became a bit curious. This attire must contain a significant historical and cultural power, similar to Western wedding gowns that can invoke deities related to love and marriage, right? What abilities does it have? Jiang Qingxiu casually opened a panel, her eyes filled with amazement. It doesn't summon Western love deities like Cupid, it seems to summon an elderly person. An elderly person? John Lei scratched his head, puzzled. His name is Yu Lao. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but its faint light level ability is quite powerful, not in the form of a domain creation, but, Jiang Qingxiu said, and the bright red wedding dress on her body immediately emitted a faint light. The light surrounded her, completely enveloping her before suddenly dispersing. "Sis!" Jiang Lei called out, his eyes suddenly widening. The familiar young girl was gone. Along with the light, a handsome young man appeared. He was also dressed in a red robe. Compared to Jiang Qingxiu's intricate style, his outfit seemed simpler. He wore a finely crafted black silk ceremonial crown on his head. The red robe embroidered with the bright moon and the clear sky and the vast mountains and rivers. It didn't look like a wedding dress, instead, the attire exuded an official air. "Sis, you turned into Brother Lin?" Jiang Lei exclaimed in shock. The young man in front of him smiled and shook his head. "This is the ability brought by the Firefly-level wedding attire, the power of union. It can activate an invisible domain where the married couple can share both harm and directly exchange positions within a certain area. May we be like the wings of a bird in the sky, and like intertwined branches on the earth. May we be like the wings of a bird in the sky, and like intertwined branches on the earth." Wow! This wedding attire is not only exquisite but also possesses powerful abilities. This instantly caught the attention of many people watching the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Wait for Lin Chen to finish the exam. Immediately find him to customize it. We will cover the cost of this wedding attire. It must achieve the best effect. It would be even better if more than 2 people could be linked. Let's have dozens of people getting married together and linked. With this ability, our exploration of the Forbidden Zone's safety level will be greatly enhanced. Containing the spread of the Forbidden Zone solely through official channels of various countries is insufficient. Thus, with the recognition of all nations, mercenary groups and guilds dedicated to exploring the Forbidden Zone were legally established. While these groups sought materials for profit within the Forbidden Zone, they also contributed to preventing the mist from spreading to other countries. For teams that need to venture deep into the Forbidden Zone and may face deadly ambushes at any moment, this wedding gown's ability is a lifesaver. If one person is under a deadly threat, the damage is shared with another, potentially providing a way out. As everyone was excited about this effect, on the exam stage, all examiners from various countries widened their eyes and stood up abruptly. Bonded Attire Soul? It's actually Bonded Attire Soul. At that moment, upon hearing the voice of the young man below, all top Attire Soul masters exclaimed in shock. The bonding effect between attires was an area they had yet to explore. They never expected such an effect to appear on the exam stage. And it was from a previously unheard of Chinese wedding attire. Its appearance immediately displayed an extremely extraordinary effect. This child has only created a Firefly-grade Chinese wedding attire. What if better materials are used? Would it produce even more powerful bonding effects? The representative from the Bear Country murmured softly, his eyes wide as if trying to imprint the details of the 2 attires worn by the couple in his mind to replicate them later. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. Just like the difficulties encountered by previous wedding attire designers, especially the intricate craftsmanship of the phoenix crown and vermilion robe, were too exquisite. Even if they imitated it, they would probably need to carefully study this wedding attire before attempting to replicate it. Otherwise, it would just be 2 red dresses without any substance. The examiners representing countries like Japan and the Eagle Country had unpleasant expressions. They never expected the bonding effect of Attire Soul to appear on wedding ceremonial attire. And it was Chinese wedding ceremonial attire at that. Frankly speaking, the Attire Soul masters present had definitely tried to create wedding ceremonial attire before, but none of their country's wedding ceremonial attires had exhibited such a bonding effect. What did this signify? Did it mean their understanding of historical culture was lacking? or did it indicate that the historical cultural power embedded in their attires was not as strong as that of China? Either way, they couldn't accept it. The Japanese examinee gazed at Lin Chen below, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, and a halo slowly flickered at his wrist. This scene was immediately noticed by the middle-aged man with a stern face representing China who was overseeing the exam. Seeing this, he felt a sense of urgency and immediately used his attire soul ability to transmit a message to the Chinese authorities. It was imperative to enhance the protection for Lin Chen. The actions of the Chinese authorities were noticeably quicker than his message transmission. As soon as Lin Chen demonstrated his knowledge of some ancient Chinese cultural and historical information, a top team of attire soul masters was dispatched to Jinghai First High School. The homeroom teacher, Old Wang, nervously welcomed this team. Soon, Lin Chen's dormitory at school was tightly guarded upon the students' return. The members of this Chinese official team dared not be careless regarding the possible existence of historical ancient texts. Lin Chen inside the exam hall was unaware of everything happening outside. At that moment, he was showing Jiang Lei and others the information panel about the wedding attire in his hands. Chinese wedding attire official robe, grade, Firefly, effects, 1. Joyful union. Wearers of the Chinese wedding attire phoenix crown and vermilion robe can share damage within a certain area and consume 50 spiritual power to perform a positional swap once. 2. Summoning the gods. Lovers all over the world will receive the blessings and protection of the matchmaker god. Note, the wedding attire for both men and women must be made by the same creator, and after completion, both parties must undergo a blood-dropping ceremony before use. Comments? Jiang Lei looked puzzled. Lin Gu, why are there still restrictions like this? Lin Chen nodded at the words, I didn't expect it either. After the wedding attire is made, there must be a blood-dropping ceremony to acknowledge ownership. Once the ceremony is completed, the two sets of wedding attire will possess such a divine effect. The two who drop blood will become the sole users of this set of wedding attire. Blood dropping to acknowledge ownership? This piece of information immediately stunned many soul tailors watching the live broadcast, followed by a sigh. It is common to encounter corresponding restrictions in special clothing made by soul tailors, usually related to the special materials used in the clothing and the historical and cultural factors contained within. Perhaps it is because the former leader of the Red Wolf had only one wife during his lifetime, which influenced the unique ownership restriction of the clothing. Of course, the most likely reason is that in Huaxia, marriage only allows for uniqueness. It implies a lifelong commitment to one person. Of course, this does not mean that the two who acknowledge ownership through blood must do anything special. After all, it is just a piece of clothing, and making a new one and acknowledging ownership through blood again will suffice. However, this significantly increases the corresponding production costs, causing many soul tailor teams who originally planned to buy two pieces to wear interchangeably in the team to hesitate. The effects are secondary. With this Huaxia wedding attire, Lin Chen truly has a chance to compete for the top spot in the second round of the overall rankings. The wooden door on the other side creaked open, and Jiang Qingqiu, who had been moved away, walked out. She had already taken off the phoenix coronet from her head, holding it in her hands, and complained, "Is this coronet at least 2 kilograms heavy? Did ancient women not find it tiring to wear this when getting married? Sis, let me try it on?" Jiang Lei tried to grab it, but Jiang Qingqiu looked disdainful, raised the coronet, and was about to hit him on the head. "Stop messing around, go let Lin Chen measure your body size. You and Li Yuan need a specially tailored set." "Oh." Jiang Lei scratched his head and excitedly ran to Lin Chen. "Boss, quick, I want a set too." "Okay." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, although a bit tired, he also rallied. The exam groups were thus determined, and no one objected to it. The next day, Lin Chen gathered his courage and, with Jiang Lei, went to the gathering point of examinees from the Bear Country to thank Jiefu and help him with a small favor. They then spent their time in the courtyard focusing on making clothes and teaching Jiang Lei and the other two some details about the Huaxia wedding customs, including the welcoming of the bride, the sending off of the bride, the bridal sedan chair procession, and other processes. After listening, Jiang Lei enthusiastically went to fiddle with the so-called 8-lift sedan chair, but the appearance, with wind leaking from the top and covered in red cloth, looked like a coffin, and was immediately vetoed by his teammate Li Yuan. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly until there were only 30 hours left before the end of the exam. In various regions, examinees had already started their weddings, and wedding music was spreading throughout the area. A Jiefu came by and brought some very bad news. "Lin, you need to be careful when completing the assessment. The Eagle Country and the East Japan Country have joined forces with 4 or 5 other countries, including the Stick Country, with over 200 examinees, targeting you. They fear that you will once again become the first in the entire second round of assessments, which would exclude the Eagle country from the global rankings. Your location has already been monitored, and any major actions will attract danger. If your second-round wedding assessment is too ostentatious, we may not be able to provide assistance, a Jiefu said, sounding somewhat helpless. Ever since witnessing Lin Chen's one-on-one battle with the leader of the Red Wolf, he had the idea of befriending Lin Chen. These days, he spared no effort to help clear obstacles for him, but now, there seemed to be no way out. The Eagle country examinees, along with examinees from other countries, approached them with veiled threats. Normally, a Jeev would have called for a fight without hesitation. But this was the college entrance examination, unnecessary conflicts could be avoided. The Bear country examinees he led also had their own plans. After all, they had barely spoken to Lin Chen, and helping him this much was already a sign of goodwill between the two countries, considering the possibility of studying in Huaxia in the future. If a real conflict arose during the wedding, the Bear country examinees would prioritize their safety and refrain from participating. The mood of the group became heavy. Ajeev had done everything he could as a friend. Next, if they wanted to hold a grand wedding, they would have to rely on themselves. According to Lin Chen's plan, these two Huaxia weddings were meant to attract the attention of the entire city. But such attention also meant that the whole city would be against them. Many examinees wanted to eliminate Lin Chen directly to prevent him from securing the top spot in the global college entrance examination in the second round. Lin Guya's sister, Li Yeyet, and I should keep our assessment simple and complete it directly in the courtyard, Jiang Lei suggested. If we are under attack by multiple people, it's unrealistic to hold two grand weddings simultaneously. We can complete our assessment first and then help you, Li Yeye added, adjusting her thick-rimmed glasses. Everything is ready, and maximizing our acting skills should earn us a decent score in this test. Reaching this point is much better than we expected. Alright, Zhang Qingqiu nodded without hesitation, turning to Lin Chen and said, having so many scoring items in this assessment is all thanks to you, so there's no need to decline here. Is this what cooperation and teamwork are about? Lin Chen fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, but eventually shook his head. This is the last resort. They are targeting me, so I will start the assessment first. If all goes well, Jiang Lei, you can proceed with the original plan. If not, we can still resort to this method later. Ajeev, who was listening, understood that Lin Chen and the others were making a final attempt. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, where do you plan to hold the wedding and how will it be conducted? Perhaps I can help a little. Lin Chen looked at Ajeev, holding nothing back, and revealed the general plan to him. Originally, they planned to start from Tenli red makeup, drumming and cheering from Tenli away, carrying a sedan chair to welcome the bride. Then, they would get married in the small courtyard as planned. After all, the assessment required a grand wedding. Now, the situation was likely to change. After listening, Ajeev, although unable to imagine the scene, was still amazed. After some thought, he said, you need to shorten the distance for your assessment. I can find people to attend the wedding, but they will only be guests and won't help you deal with potential enemies. As for the starting point of the wedding, it can be held in the square 1 kilometer away. 20 hours later, my partner and I will complete the assessment there, and many compatriots will arrive. It will be safer for you to start your assessment there. Similarly, in about 20 hours, it will be the time when all examinees should start their assessments, any later and the night will fall. Having stayed here for over a day, the examinees had already figured out the rules of this place. The nights here were full of danger. The grayish mist, reminiscent of a forbidden zone, would gradually envelop the entire town after the sunset, with countless strange beasts unleashing slaughter from within. Nighttime was for gathering materials, not for assessments. Before the sun set, they had to complete the wedding. Otherwise, they would be carrying the bridal sedan through the mist at night. Not to mention whether it would attract monsters like a beacon, just the scene alone would turn this Chinese-style romance into Chinese-style horror in no time. When I completed the assessment, it was around the time when most of the top candidates finished theirs. Although they may want to target you, their own assessments are also crucial, which can reduce a lot of resistance, Ajeev said. Such sincerity warmed the hearts of Lin Chen and his companions. He had achieved perfection in what he could do. Damn, brother, no more words. When you come to Huaxia, I'll treat you to hot pot. Extra spicy and numbing. We'll remember this favor. Jiang Lei patted Ajeev's shoulder and said, then when you come to my homeland, I'll treat you to vodka. Ajeev laughed heartily. The plan was thus settled. After Ajeev left, as the group prepared to discuss the final details, some unexpected visitors appeared. The gate of the courtyard was knocked. Jiang Lei thought it was Ajeev returning, but upon opening the door, he realized it was not. Outside stood 7 or 8 candidates dressed in Huaxia school uniforms. The leader was a slender boy resembling a monkey, who, upon seeing Zhang Lei, waved and said, "Hello." "Oh my god. Lin Gu. Sister. That shameless bunch is here." Zhang Lei jumped back in shock and rushed back into the courtyard. "Who's here?" Lin Chen and the others, hearing the commotion, set aside their work, with Lin Chen even preparing to put on his black dragon robe to summon the gods for battle. Seeing this, the visitors' faces turned pale with fear as they quickly waved their hands, saying, "No, no, we're not those who blindly worship foreign things. We're here to help." "Help?" Zhang Lei was momentarily stunned and didn't react. The monkey-like candidate hurriedly said, "You are famous throughout the entire exam venue. We didn't come earlier because we wanted to complete our own round of assessments first. Now that all of us have completed our assessments, even if we are eliminated, we have a decent bottom line for the college entrance exam scores. Thinking that we can't let people bully us in Huaxia, we all made up our minds to come and lend a hand, to see if there's anything we can help with." "Ha?" Zhang Lei was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen carefully scanned the faces of those present and indeed did not recognize any of them. The group of Huaxia candidates who had left with the Eagle Country were not among them. The faint glow on his black dragon robe dimmed instantly. Sorry, come on in." Zhang Qingxiu, seeing the situation, relaxed his initially vigilant expression and a smile appeared on his face. "Ah, sorry, my bad, come on in. Realizing his overreaction, Zhang Lei quickly apologized and went forward to welcome all the Huaxia students outside into the courtyard. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these people all came from the top experimental class of Didu Zhong, and this time they were all selected to enter this exam venue together. I know Li Jiaxian, who was eliminated by Lin Chen, from Didu Zhong's experimental class. Although he is talented, everyone in that class is hoping to go abroad and not come back. We at Didu Zhong are different. If someone goes abroad, they will come back to serve the motherland. We are genuine men from the capital. This time, the principal of Didu Zhong will bear the blame. He used his connections to recommend people onto the list, but they all betrayed him. Ah, it's really hilarious." The leader of the group, the skinny monkey, was clearly a chatterbox, his mouth running like a machine gun. With just a few words, the students from the Imperial Capital First Central School were belittled, leaving many viewers in Lin Chen's live broadcast room feeling embarrassed. Some rushed to clarify, "Let me explain, the students from the Imperial Capital First Central School in the exam room only represent their own opinions, it has nothing to do with us. The students from the experimental class are so proud. They are different from us in the regular class at the Imperial Capital First Central School. We must distance ourselves. We must. Where does Li Jiaxian live? I want to go smash his windows in the middle of the night. Upstairs, there are good students in the experimental class too, like Chen Chang who competed with Lin Chen, isn't he from the experimental class? He even carried the banner of bringing glory to the country in the first round." The last barrage was crazily spammed by the same account. Finally, the voices of insults in the live broadcast room slightly diminished. This made the head teacher of the experimental key class at the Imperial Capital First Central School, who was already sweating profusely, breathe a sigh of relief. Deep down, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice that this kid Chen Shang had saved him. Thinking this, he glared fiercely at the teachers around him who were making fun. "Look at the good students you've taught." Chen Shang's father, Principal Chen, had recovered from the injuries caused by the black dragon robe explosion. He rubbed his temples, sighed, and said, "In the future, the school needs to strengthen education related to patriotism. The rate of students from our school's key class going abroad is indeed too high, and they are too heavily influenced by ideological and cultural factors. At this point, after the college entrance examination is over, I will personally visit Lin Chen to apologize. This time, it's indeed our school that didn't do a good job. If he can't pass the second round of assessment smoothly, even if it's the hand of a candidate from the Eagle Country, our school will be in big trouble." The addition of the 8 students like Skinny Monkey was a shot in the arm for Lin Chen and the others. Thinking that the candidates from the Eagle Country wouldn't send undercover agents to gather intelligence, Lin Chen and the others whispered among themselves for a while and finally chose to trust these reinforcements who had arrived. They laid out their plan. As the candidates listened to the plan and saw the finely crafted crimson wedding gown, they were truly impressed. Their wedding was still following the Western black and white theme, and the materials for the wedding attire were of the Firefly level. But now, all 4 of Lin Chen's group were dressed in Firefly level wedding attire, and it was even a traditional Chinese wedding. This was definitely a huge bonus point. After all, no one in the world had ever seen what an ancient Chinese tiger wedding ceremony looked like. But despite their envy, there wasn't enough time left for the assessment. They discussed that they must make the wedding lively and festive. "Brother Lin, rest assured, leave the security around us to us when the wedding starts. Although our attire level may not match the Firefly level battle armor, it's not bad either. If needed, I can go get our wedding attire and make some adjustments," Skinny Monkey said, taking off his school uniform to reveal the golden red pontifical robe underneath. Lin Chen watched this scene and felt a tinge of regret. Skinny Monkey and the others had arrived at the wrong time. If they had come a bit earlier, perhaps he would have had time to tailor a micro-light-grade military uniform from the Great Chen for them. Then, he could have directly upgraded the legendary military uniform to the Firefly level using the legend value. How powerful would it be if he could wear the Black Dragon robe, accompanied by a dozen or so Soulmasters wearing Firefly level Great Chen military uniforms? He thought, glancing at his legend value panel. Current legend value, 1430. Through the previous appearance of the wedding gown, he gained a legend value not much less than that of the Black Dragon robe. The points earned by Jiang Qingqiu wearing the Phoenix coronet and the red cape also counted towards him. With so many legend values, it was definitely enough to upgrade the micro-light grade clothing. Of course, despite his thoughts, Lin Chen harbored no complaints. Their willingness to come and help was already the greatest support for them. For now, all they could do was trying to improve a completed Chinese attire during this time, or creating a new attire that excels in both offense and defense. The Black Dragon robe is already at the candle's end level, and the legendary points required for further improvement are definitely beyond his imagination. The only stable improvement should be the wedding attire. As for creating a new Chinese attire, Lin Chen fell into contemplation for a moment, thinking about the upcoming assessment, and the gray-white mist that would descend after the assessment ends at nightfall. Suddenly, he looked at the set of bright red official robes belonging to weddings and a thought struck his mind. Perhaps the bright red official robe can summon not only the matchmaker. If he slightly alters some details, it could become a completely different garment. In Chinese mythology, there is a deity who wears a bright red official robe. The wedding attire and the bright red official robe only have slight differences in details, so he could wait until the wedding begins, absorb a wave of legendary value with the wedding attire, and then directly modify the wedding attire into a completely new appearance. With his thoughts flowing, his confidence grew stronger. "I have a plan, and I also want to give it a try," he said to the few people. "What kind of try? Lin Gu, do you have an idea?" All present turned their gaze towards him, with expressions of seriousness and attentiveness. Lin Chen suddenly paused, realizing that he no longer felt restless about it, wishing he could find a small room to hide in immediately. His social anxiety had truly changed without him noticing. Gathering his emotions, he briefly informed the Skinny Monkey and others of his rough plan in a hushed manner, without holding back anything from the core trio of Jiang Qingqiu. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, mouths forming an O shape. "Damn, can this really work? Isn't this defying the natural order?" the Skinny Monkey exclaimed. "If the abilities that come out are strong enough, Lin Gu, you will truly make a name for yourself in the textbooks." Jiang Lei became excited. "We can give it a try first." Jiang Qingqiu's expression also held a hint of anticipation. "Are you guys playing dumb riddles?" The words of these few people made the audience in the live broadcast room feel anxious. "Come on, move the camera closer. What else are they saying? Why is suddenly everyone so confident? Could it be that this wedding might actually be successfully held? I thought they were going to fail completely." The camera in the live broadcast room did not respond to the audience's requests, leaving a meaningful shot of Lin Chen and the others preparing for what was to come. Subsequently, the live broadcast room of the Chinese students was left with only scenic shots, as if everyone had vanished at the same time. Time quietly passed as the exams progressed. Soon, it was time for the agreed-upon event. 2 hours remained until the end of the second round of exams. Finally, there were figures in the camera of the live broadcast room. At this moment, it had switched to a large square 1 kilometer outside the small courtyard. Here, over 100 Bear Country examinees had gathered. Accompanied by the battle music unique to Bear Country playing in the pure white set, pink petals were thrown from the sky. A chief, dressed in a black suit, walked slowly with his teammate, the bride, to a man dressed as a priest. Below, the Bear Country examinees, also dressed in black suits, applauded wildly. Lin Chen and the other Chinese students sat in the back row wearing black cloaks. They didn't have time to change into suits, so they made do with the black cloaks for now. After coming out of the courtyard with their props, examinees from countries like Eagle Country appeared around them without any hesitation. There were easily over 100 people. This was because many examinees were still completing their assessments, otherwise there would have been more. Leading the group were naturally the two top examinees, Jack and John, from before. They completed their respective assessments early, leading the students to watch Lin Chen and his group from a distance without speaking, as if waiting for some kind of opportunity. If they hadn't followed Ajay together, they wouldn't have been able to break through the encirclement. Now, the surroundings of the wedding venue are filled with examinees from other countries. As soon as Lin Chen steps out of this wedding venue, he will be greeted by an almost overwhelming war. The skinny monkey and his companion stood tall and straight, looking serious like soldiers about to go into battle. Lin Ge, I bet that our assessment today will be studied repeatedly by the next year's senior students, igniting their passion. Zhang Lei applauded while whispering to Lin Chen. Definitely, Lin Chen responded with a smile, his eyes determined. Follow our plan later. Both you and Li Yuan need to be careful, as you two haven't completed the assessment yet. If things look bad, leave first, Jiang Qingqiu, cloaked, whispered softly. Sis, don't worry, when have I ever messed up in important matters? Zhang Lei reassured, pounding his chest. Amidst the chatter, at the wedding, Ajay and his partner were already kissing in front of the priest. Similar scenes were happening in various regions at this moment. Japanese examinees dressed in white mourning clothes solemnly completed the wedding ceremony at the wedding venue, showcasing their peculiar ancient customs to the world. In the gathering place of British examinees, the heir to the next queen wore a silver gown, a crown on her head, her entire body adorned with firefly-grade special materials, walking on a long red carpet, holding hands with her female companion to complete the divine baptism ceremony. In the Egyptian examinees gathering area, pyramids emerged with the yellow sand, and an Egyptian youth dressed in a pharaoh's golden robe was welcoming his bride teammate in a somewhat barbaric manner. Scenes like these continued to unfold, spreading their country's traditional culture and heightening the atmosphere of the entire examination. More and more spectators gathered at Ajay's wedding live broadcast venue, with audiences from various countries waiting for the end of the wedding, waiting for the start of the main event of this match. When the priest announced the union of the two as husband and wife, Ajay's wedding came to a complete close. The two actors, who could be called the leading actors, also separated on stage. The burly man from the Bear Country gallantly escorted his partner off the stage, then looked towards Lin Chen and the others sitting in the back row. Lin, it's your turn next. With these words, everyone in the audience turned their gaze towards them. They must be crazy, with so many people besieging outside, they still want to hold a wedding covering the entire city. I can only say, well done. They should confront the people from the Eagle Country head-on. If it weren't for the college entrance examination, I would have to go help out. There are just too many examinees besieging outside. Even if one is the first, they will be drowned in the shadow of the gods after they leave, right? Speaking of which, what does the wedding attire in Huaxia look like? Is it so mysterious? I heard they even brought over a few houses carried by people. I heard Lin Chen and the others chose the leader of the Red Wolves' fur as the main color for their wedding attire, which is pure red, blood red. Jinghai First High School. Lao Wang had been staying at the school, tuning in to Lin Chen's live broadcasts every day. Seeing that they had finally reached the end of the second round of assessments, he couldn't help but sweat for Lin Chen. Even if you don't get first place in the second round of assessments, it's okay, there's still the third round. The main thing is not to be eliminated. If you get eliminated, there will be no chance of being ranked first on the global high school examination list. There are hundreds of outstanding students from various countries outside. Each student's attire is at least of the firefly grade. More than 100 students summoning gods at the same time, with more than 100 deities, even a single slap from each would be enough to kill someone, right? Above the second round assessment field, next to the ancient and dilapidated tree stump, dozens of examiner representatives from various countries were also waiting for the results of this exam. After their discussion, the variables for this round of exams were Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu's group. If Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu failed to meet the requirements of the grand wedding, the suspense for the global ranking first place would remain. If Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu were eliminated on the way, then Huaxia would be completely out of the top 30 global rankings. Looking back at the past Spirit Master exams, there were cases where the first-ranked Spirit Master in the first round was on the brink of elimination in the subsequent assessments. Could it be that these people from Huaxia really want to rely on their own strength to complete this assessment? The examiner representative from Dongying country chuckled as he looked down at the scene below. Their country, along with examinees from the Old Eagle country and some students from the Stick country who were forcibly brought in to make up the numbers, totaled more than 100 people. With the Bear country not providing protection, who could compete with them head-on? The only possible variable was that the British region chose to remain neutral. Their coalition army was now invincible. The Huaxia examiners couldn't help but furrow their brows deeply as they watched this scene. From their perspective, Lin Chen and the others had no room for a comeback at all. In their view, the best choice would be to complete the Huaxia wedding in the courtyard. Although it wouldn't attract the attention of the whole city, at least they could get a decent score, which was essential to strive in the third round and secure the top spot on the global exam rankings. Lin Chen's actions seemed extremely irrational. Even if it was to make the Huaxia wedding attire stand out, there was no need to push so hard, right? He sighed to himself. At present, it was useless to say anything. It all depended on how Lin Chen would handle this situation. Lin Gu, it's our turn. It's time to blind those people outside. Skinny Monkey shouted, taking off his black cloak and revealing his attire underneath. It was a red robe. The material was somewhat ordinary, and through the collar and sleeves, one could see a golden red papal uniform inside. The others beside him were dressed similarly. It looked somewhat festive, but definitely not magnificent. Is this the Huaxia wedding attire that caused a stir in the whole exam hall? Compared to the black dragon robe they had seen, it was like night and day. As the Bear Country examinees were puzzled, Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu took off their black cloaks. Almost instantly, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. All eyes were fixed on the two of them, causing a momentary pause in everyone's breath. The young man was dressed in a dazzling crimson robe embroidered with a landscape of mountains and rivers under the bright moon and blue sky, shining brightly. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the robe seemed to emit ripples, as if there was an echo of a world within the clothing, with the sun shining high, its radiance seemingly wandering between the sleeves, representing the righteousness and brightness, complementing the young man's heroic spirit. The woman beside him wore a crown of extraordinary beauty. Under the shining light, the divine bird above her seemed to be engulfed in flames, spreading its wings to soar. As the 12 hairpins swayed, one could faintly see the girl's eyes as clear as lake water. The luxurious golden phoenix shawl added a touch of unhidable dignity to the girl. Above the red skirt, golden threads flowed with rainbow-like brilliance under the light. As the light intertwined with the surrounding air, a misty aura enveloped her, making her look extremely luxurious, like a fairy descending to earth. What's going on? Even those who had seen the scene before were stunned. Wait a minute. This outfit is different from the previous one. What's with this phenomenon? It seems even more perfect and exquisite than before. Help, it's truly breathtaking every time I see it. It's just too beautiful. Is this a Firefly class outfit? Why do I feel like it looks even better than some Candlelight class outfits? At this moment, even the foreign audience watching the Chinese wedding dresses with a judgmental mindset were dumbfounded. Oh my god, is this a wedding dress? Clearly, it's art. Who says the red of blood cannot be the main color of a wedding dress? This is just too beautiful. This red doesn't give a sense of bloodiness, instead, it makes one feel absolutely comfortable and festive. Heavens, if these two really complete the wedding, they would definitely be the first. In a wedding scene with a black suit and a white wedding gown, the attire of Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu instantly caught everyone's attention. Perhaps because they were used to black and white combinations, when they saw this bright red bridal gown, all the examinees couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The visual impact was explosive. Wow, I should definitely try a Chinese wedding. A Jav looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu and exclaimed, "Thanks to everyone for their help during this time. If you come to China, you can look for us, and we'll take you around." Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu clasped their hands together in sync and bowed to everyone. Let's begin. Jiang Qingqiu coughed, managed her facial expression, her eyes like water, hands folded in front of her abdomen, once again transforming into that gentle and beautiful woman. She walked quietly to the side of the bridal sedan and waited silently. Her younger brother, Jiang Lei, held her sleeve, covered her with a red cloth square, and shouted, "Bride boarding the sedan." Then, supporting Jiang Qingqiu, he walked into the bridal sedan. The 8 men who were already familiar with the process first brought out some similar red clothes from the side, distributed them to the surrounding examinees from the Bear Country who were watching, and then cheerfully came to the side of the bridal sedan, all together lifting the sedan. Lift the sedan! Jiang Lei lit a firecracker. Amidst the crackling sound, Lin Chen led the bridal sedan and left the wedding scene. Of course, even in this simple setting, the groom couldn't walk ahead and return. Jiang Qingqiu, Lin Chen shouted from inside the bridal sedan, then infused his spiritual power into the robe he was wearing. The wedding robe on him instantly burst into a bright candlelight color. Inside the bridal sedan, there was a synchronized flickering light. Summon the gods, matchmaker. The voices of the two synchronized reverberated throughout the venue. Immediately, as if a spell had been cast over the entire wedding scene, the pure white backdrop suddenly radiated a golden red light. Deep red flower petals fell from the sky with a gentle breeze, and everywhere around, bright red colors filled the surroundings. Is it raining flower petals? Jack and others who were waiting outside the venue scanned the surroundings. Everywhere they looked, there were red decorations. Not only did many examinees from the Eagle country notice it, even the Egyptian youth holding a wedding at the northernmost part of the city noticed it. At this moment, he was dressed in pharaoh decorations, bowing to the illusionary deity. Beside him was a flower-decorated carriage. His companion lay inside, waiting to be married. This was a traditional custom of Egyptian weddings. The Egyptian youth bowed to the deity, his heart filled with lofty aspirations. He had also received the news that the top-ranked Chinese youth would be targeted by several countries including the Eagle country, leaving him with almost no way out. If he, as the second, could secure the top spot in this round, as long as the third round went smoothly, he would secure the global first place. The Egyptian youth thought to himself, truly pleased with the prospect. Thinking about the guy in the candlelight class imperial robe, he really didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Now, the only countries that pose a threat to me are those from the British Isles. The profound cultural heritage of ancient Egypt is definitely not inferior to any of them. The Egyptian youth thought that by kneeling more devoutly, he might be able to summon the gods and receive their blessings. It seemed like his prayers were answered when a teammate lying in the flower carriage felt something light land on her hair. Upon picking it up, she was surprised to find a red petal. Looking up at the sky, she saw a shower of flowers, dazzling and magnificent, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Horus! It's so beautiful. This is truly spectacular. We will definitely be the first." The Egyptian youth known as Horus was momentarily taken aback by her words, but as he looked up and saw the petals falling, a joyful expression crossed his face. However, his joy quickly turned to concern as he realized something was amiss. The gods did not seem to be responding to him. This was not a blessing for him. Who is disrupting my wedding? The youth's face darkened, a golden snake wriggled on his forehead, transforming his eyes into those of a monster. Through these monstrous eyes, he ascended a phantom pyramid to gaze into the distance. The entire city was covered in a red shower of flowers, with every building adorned in red. It was dazzling and breathtaking. This was a wedding that encompassed the entire arena. How is this possible? The Egyptian youth was thunderstruck, his mouth agape, realizing that the wedding could not proceed. He couldn't discern who was behind this wedding. However, if the other party managed to complete the wedding, he would forever be second best. It wasn't a gap in historical and cultural knowledge but a disparity in strength between them. Could it be him? In despair, the Egyptian youth once again thought of the youth in black attire. Another candlelight level attire. But why does this candlelight level attire seem so powerful this time? Another candlelight level attire. Above the sky, a golden-haired elder from the Eagle country couldn't sit still, his eyes gleaming with greed. He must possess some innate talent to break material limitations and forcibly elevate the level of attire. That wedding attire was definitely only firefly level, but within a day, it directly ascended to candlelight level. Huaxiao has truly found a treasure. I decided that when this youth returns, Eagle country will spare no effort to make him immigrate. He will have a bright future in our Eagle country. This declaration immediately angered the Huaxiao examiners. A middle-aged man with a stern face coldly snorted, "Ignorant, thinking that your Eagle country can dominate alone and interfere with the will of our Huaxiao people. Chen will not go to Eagle country. We in Huaxia also have our top universities. The person our Eagle country wants, we have yet to fail to obtain." The golden-haired elder sneered, showing no signs of discouragement. In his view, even if Chen had some friction with the examinees from Eagle country during the exam, as long as the entire Eagle country extended a hand to him, he would definitely come over willingly. The golden-haired elder's greed and excitement grew as he spoke. This was a divine technique to elevate the level of attire. If it could raise a firefly level attire to candlelight level, could it also elevate a sun level attire to the legendary myth level? As the golden-haired elder spoke, he glanced at the ancient, broken tree stump beside him. This space, composed of world tree leaves and stumps, represented the sun level, equivalent to an A-level attire soul master. If the world tree were to revive, it would become the legendary myth level. Could Chen bring about this process? Make the withered tree sprout. It wasn't just the Eagle country examiners who thought of this, everyone present had some similar thoughts. Even the golden-haired deity who had been calm all along, believed to be Athena herself, showed a hint of emotional fluctuation at this moment. The examiner from the Bear country was itching to approach the Chinese examiner right away. The relationship between their two countries was good, and Ajaifu even displayed friendship with Chen in the examination room. Perhaps this could help the Bear country secure the talent of Chen for their top university. Feeling the gazes around him, the Chinese examiner was in distress. The examiners above and the various academies below, including the Eagle country, were all in a similar state. The representatives of the Eagle country, John and Jack, who ranked 8th and 9th on the global leaderboard after the first round, were now looking somewhat dumbfounded at the sky. Jack, with the collapsed nose, felt a tinge of regret in his heart. Perhaps they should have taken a more conciliatory approach towards Chen. Using a carrot and stick approach was their usual tactic. Seeing the current scene, even the most foolish among them knew that this was not a situation where Firefly-grade attire could open up a large-scale domain. Candlelight grade. This guy's wedding attire is candlelight grade. John, with the hooked nose, gritted his teeth, uttering these words through clenched teeth. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone present to hear clearly. For a moment, the audience in the Eagle Country's live broadcast room quickly snapped out of the flower rain that filled the sky. My God? Candlelight grade? Is this still an exam? This year's exam already has so many Firefly grade attires, which is considered grand. How is it possible for a candlelight grade to appear? Honestly, being able to make candlelight grade clothes means that these Chinese students have tailoring skills comparable to some teachers. Some people, even with candlelight grade materials, cannot make candlelight grade clothes. Where did he find the time to make candlelight grade clothes? What is going on here? Audiences from various countries were dumbfounded. The flower rain falling from the sky dealt a heavy blow to the genius examinees who were in the midst of their weddings. Even if they cleared away these petals, they could not avoid one fact. They were completely suppressed. If Chen's wedding proceeded smoothly, he would directly top the global rankings. No! This cannot happen. We must stop him. Jack with the collapsed nose reacted, saying in a deep voice, to recruit him, we must first defeat him. Otherwise, Chen will always look down on us Eagle Country examinees. He looked at the red bridal sedan that had appeared in the square and shouted loudly, everyone, prepare for battle. We cannot let this continue. Along with the flower rain, an old man with a youthful appearance and white hair, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, slowly appeared in front of Chen. He held a red thread in one hand and a scepter in the other. His kind face resembled that of an ordinary old man. Chen greets the old immortal. Chen, dressed in a red official robe, bowed to the old man with a smile. Very well. The old man chuckled and nodded, raising the scepter in his hand and gently tapping the location where Chen stood. Accompanied by the neighing of a horse, a chestnut horse appeared in front of Chen. It looked at Chen, snorted, and walked to his side, seemingly humane, waiting for him to mount. Young man, boldly move forward, for this wedding will be grander than ever. The old man spoke kindly, tossing the red thread lightly. As the red thread entwined, countless distances and spaces linked Chen's wrist to the hand of Jiang Qingqiu in the bridal sedan. Before Chen could even react, the old man's body suddenly exploded in front of him. It turned into billowing white clouds in the air. A deity self-destructed? In the astonished gazes of everyone, these white clouds merged into the surrounding houses and into their sedan chairs. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed once again. The modern-style houses draped in red gradually transformed into ancient buildings with white walls and blue accents, their roofs resembling mountain peaks. Clad in red, they stood tall amidst the mist and clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of an ink painting world, incredibly awe-inspiring. These architectural styles are so unique. The audience in the livestream watched the scene change and frantically took screenshots. These buildings definitely embody the distinctive architectural style of our Huaxia. I once saw a dilapidated house in a Huaxia restricted zone exploration map that was roughly similar in shape to these buildings. I saw that too. The exploration team ventured deep into the heart of the former Huaxia, said to be a restricted area known as the Misty Jiangnan. Wow, with the sedan chair against this backdrop, the wedding suddenly becomes completely immersive. As the audience excitedly discussed, Chen and the others found the uneven road beneath their feet gradually covered with blue bricks, accompanied by white mist and falling red petals, providing an infinite visual impact. It's time to go. Seeing this, Chen wasted no time, waved to the team behind him, and mounted his horse. The horse, sensing the rhythm of the sedan chair behind it even without reins, began to move in sync, slowly heading forward. Behind them, more and more examinees from the Bear Country followed suit. The entire square wedding hall immediately quieted down. Some people had initially refrained from coming to watch the wedding due to safety concerns, but witnessing such a mystical environmental change before their eyes, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Thus, under the leadership of a Jifu, more and more examinees from the Bear Country joined the wedding escort. Under the shroud of clouds and mist, the procession stretched so far that the end was not in sight, causing the examinees from countries like the Eagle Country blocking the way ahead to furrow their brows in fear. But once the arrow is knocked, it must be released. Jack, the top examinee from the Eagle Country, turned to the examinees from various countries following him and ordered, "Stop them. We have over 100 people here. If we can't even stop a Huaxia examinee, what face will we have to attend a top university after the college entrance examination?" John, the blonde examinee with a hooked nose, even made a direct promise, I have the admission rights to the top university of the Eagle Country, Harvard University. I promise here, whoever kills Lin Chen will be directly admitted to Harvard University without looking at the college entrance examination scores. His words immediately stirred up the crowd of students around him. Really? Let me have a go at this genius first. Let's summon the gods together and disrupt the wedding first. At this moment, no mystical scene or threat from the Bear Country examinees seemed significant in the eyes of these students. This was the direct admission to Harvard University, one of the top 30 universities globally. They had promised to help, not only to suppress Huaxia for their own country's sake but also to please Jack and John, who had the authority to directly recruit students in the college entrance examination. Now, with the promise of a hefty reward, and knowing that these two could not back out during the global broadcast, some eager students immediately rushed forward. "Let me go first." The student, dressed in a golden red royal crown attire, shouted loudly. With a golden light shimmering around him, a familiar face with a slightly broken neck suddenly appeared before everyone. "Respected King Louis XVI, please wield your divine power to vanquish the enemies before us," he shouted excitedly, looking at Lin Chen as if he were already a dead man. After all, no matter how strong Lin Chen's clothes were, they were just wedding attire. What combat power could wedding attire possibly have? He had summoned Louis XVI, a true authoritative king. The Eagle Country examinee thought to himself, but Louis XVI was nowhere to be seen launching an attack. Unable to help but feel puzzled, looking up, surprisingly saw a look of fear on the face of this king. Louis XVI looked at Lin Chen and exclaimed, "It's you again." With that, his figure, like a leaking balloon, swiftly flew back into the clothes of the Eagle Country examinee in the air. His clothes dimmed, completely silent. This sudden turn of events left the whole audience dumbfounded. "Hey, what's going on? The king? The king!" The first Eagle Country examinee to speak out turned red in the face, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone. The king he summoned just took one look at the other party and promptly ran away? Ridiculous. This is a famous king of France. When he summoned him before, such a situation never occurred. Hey! Watching Lin Chen approaching on horseback, the Eagle Country examinee panicked, frantically injecting spiritual power into his attire. But the attire still emitted a faint light without any divine presence appearing. It wasn't until Lin Chen walked up to him that his attire finally burst into a brilliant light. Before he could rejoice, it burst with a bang, turning into a burst of firecrackers. The first Eagle Country examinee spurted blood and flew backward. The inexplicable defeat left the whole place silent. Lin Chen, dressed in red, seemed to possess some invisible and powerful force that helped him deal with all dangers ahead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only the audience in the live broadcast room knew what had happened. Ha ha! Louis XVI is now afraid after being beaten by our Emperor of Huaxia once? Louis XVI, don't summon me out. This must be the first time a Western deity has been afraid of us Huaxia, right? In the past, those deities served us humbly, never releasing any power for our battles, but now, they are afraid of us. Sigh, I really want to learn the attire of the great Qin. Lin Chen, you must become the best in the world, then come out to teach us the attire of the great Qin. Ahead, watching the sedan chair already surrounded. Looking at the front of the sedan chair, the young man riding a chestnut horse, with a smile on his lips. The flat-nosed man Jack felt a growing sense of nameless anger in his heart, feeling increasingly oppressed. He couldn't help but roar. "Everyone, summon the gods together. Turn this wedding into Lin Chen's funeral. He's just an F rank. So what if his clothes are of a higher grade? How can an F rank deal with so many of us?" As he spoke, the golden red papal robe on Jack's body burst into a dazzling light. A giant figure holding a deep red scepter, wearing a majestic crown, slowly appeared on the road in front of Lin Chen. With the appearance of this giant figure, the architectural style of the misty and rainy Jiangnan around seemed to distort, as if being impacted by a force, about to return to its original state. The red petals falling slowly from the sky were in disarray, swept by a gust of wind, as if about to be completely destroyed. Beams of light radiated from Lin Chen's brown pupils one after another. Those were deities. They were the suppression from the entire Western deity system. The camera in the live broadcast room zoomed out, and at this moment, all the viewers couldn't help but hold their breath. In this scroll of divine scenes, hundreds of deities occupied the most magnificent part. Lin Chen, in his red attire, and the people behind him, appeared so weak and helpless in front of the deities. When the thunderous might of the Western deities was about to descend, could the attire of Huaxia still withstand it? The camera in the live broadcast room seemed to know the expectations of all viewers and quickly turned to all the Huaxia students participating in this wedding. In the face of such a dilemma, what expressions would they show on their faces? Seriousness? Fear? Or that desperate expression on the brink of fighting to the death? However, it was beyond the expectations of all viewers. Every Huaxia student appearing in the live broadcast room, looking at the hundreds of deities summoned in the sky, their eyes were filled with excitement. They all gazed at the young man in red riding a chestnut horse in front of them, as if anticipating something. The students carrying the sedan chair, including the skinny monkey, had no intention of putting down the sedan chair to confront the enemy. It was as if the current attack had no effect on them at all. They're crazy. This group of people is crazy. The audience was collectively dumbfounded. Isn't it? What does Chen want to do? Judging from his posture, is he preparing to face the attack of over 100 examinees from countries like the Eagle Nation and the East Edo Nation alone? Even if he can withstand one attack with a bit of spiritual power, won't these over 100 deities be able to wipe them all out with just one round of attacks? What has Chen brainwashed these Huaxia students with? It's understandable for the sedan carriers, as they have already completed the second round of assessment and being eliminated is just part of the process. But what about Li Yuan and Zhang Lei? Why aren't they retreating? Why are they standing at the front? Where is the matchmaker? Did that deity named Matchmaker just disappear? Someone save them! Chen quickly summoned the emperor of our Huaxia and Daqin. Where is his black robe? Isn't he wearing it? At this moment, Chen, riding the chestnut horse, seemed to completely ignore all the deities blocking his path. He continued to ride the chestnut horse, leisurely walking forward, without even making a move to summon the deities to face the enemy. It was as if these Western deities were not worth mentioning. At this moment, even without saying a word, all the enemies ahead became furious. Even the ethereal images of the deities summoned in the sky were now fixated on this mortal who disregarded them. The dignity of the king cannot be challenged. Divine power above all. Mortals should kneel and pay respect. He should be punished severely. In front of my East Edo Emperor, why won't you bow down? In the sky, the ethereal images of over 100 deities were enraged. Countless dazzling lights mixed with various attacks poured down like a torrential rain. The giant-like red-robed bishop at the forefront unleashed a crimson light from his scepter, forming a radiant cross above Chen's head. This cross carried an immense intimidation, pressing down fiercely towards Chen, as if to suppress him on the spot. In response, Jack, the man with the broken nose, turned pale instantly. This attack depleted his remaining 100 points of spiritual power. It was the strongest blow he could muster in a short time. As he looked at Chen ahead, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. This time, he exerted more effort than John beside him and performed better. If Chen was directly suppressed by this attack and eliminated on the spot, he would use it as an excuse to establish his authority and reputation. If Chen miraculously survived and did not die, he would step forward to crush the opponent ruthlessly, in exchange for their submission. It would also be a humiliation to Huaxia. With this achievement, he would probably receive significant resources from the upper circles of the Eagle Nation when he returned home. The Holy Light Cross, carrying Jack's expectations, crashed to the ground, merging with the dazzling lights in the sky, creating a violent roar. Dust and debris flew up in the air. The intense shockwave spread from Chen's location to the surroundings, causing many Bear Nation examinees who followed to retreat, almost fainting on the spot. Even Ajif, looking at the brilliant attack ahead, couldn't help but tremble. He asked himself, if he went in, he would definitely not survive. Even an E-rank cloth soul master would not be able to confront it head-on. At most, they could activate their cloth soul to escape in a sorry state. At least 100 micro-level attacks had already undergone a qualitative change. Such power would pose no small problem even in a micro-level mist forbidden zone outside. What exactly is Chen thinking? Many Japanese examinees cheered at the scene. Huaxia weaklings, how dare you provoke us Japanese? So what if you're first? A brainless first can't compare to us Japanese examinees. Before, Huaxia was beneath us Japanese, and it still is now. The Huaxia examinees who were brought over to avenge Li Zhaoxiang had complex expressions upon hearing these words, unsure whether to agree or leave dejectedly. Some Bear Nation examinees watching the scene shook their heads in resignation, preparing to leave. Poor Lin, he should have completed the assessment in his own courtyard. What was I expecting? Back to hold a wedding. Lin, when the opportunity arises, we Bear Nation examinees will avenge you again. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. All viewers couldn't understand why Chen didn't dodge or evade. Even resisting like this wouldn't allow the wedding to continue. For a moment, some viewers thought Chen had been frightened by foreign gods, facing such a situation for the first time, feeling panicked. Although the smoke from the attacks had not yet dispersed, people had already lost hope. Until someone noticed something was wrong. My God! Wait a minute! If something happens to Lin Chen, why hasn't the special field around him disappeared? This statement spread instantly to everyone monitoring the battlefield situation. Those about to leave were stunned, turning their heads in shock. Yes, if Lin Chen were seriously injured or eliminated, even if not reported, shouldn't the scene have dissipated? But the scene of Jiangnan in the rain remained. The fluttering red petals were only slightly disturbed by the shockwave from the explosion. When the shockwave dissipated, the petals remained, the streets still adorned in red. Everything seemed unchanged. At this moment, everyone watching the encirclement scene felt their scalps tingle, mouths gaping wide in shock. In such a situation, only one possibility existed. The attacked party had not suffered any harm, not even the special clothes they wore were damaged. Jack and the other examinees froze with forced smiles, their pupils contracting sharply, as if they had seen some evil spirit, their bodies trembling violently. A breeze swept through, dispersing the mist at the center of the battlefield. The sound of horses neighing emanated from the center. A young man in red robes remained standing. His gaze calmly met John and the others. Behind him, the skinny monkey carrying the sedan chair, Zhang Lei, and the others beside him, grinned widely, their eyes full of mockery. In an instant, the barrage in the international live broadcast rooms exploded, almost causing paralysis. My God! What's happening? How did they survive? Were these examinees attacks just for show? With so many people attacking, shouldn't someone have been shattered on the spot? Unbelievable, not even the sedan chair was damaged. Is this normal? At Jinghai First High School. Lao Shang, am I dreaming? The head teacher, balding Lao Wang, was stunned by what he saw, trying to pinch the thigh of the student next to him, only to find that the student had distanced himself and was now standing up with his phone, exclaiming in disbelief. Over 100 gods with at least F-level powers attacked together, yet they couldn't harm Lin Chen in the slightest. Looking at Lin Chen, he didn't seem to have exhausted a lot of mental energy, barely holding on. This kid. He used to imitate me when making clothes in class. Lao Wang marveled silently, feeling like his good student had truly changed after awakening. If you let him, a D-level cloth soul master, wear a candle-level garment and perfectly wield the strongest power, he would flawlessly block all attacks. But now, Lin Chen was only relying on a piece of clothing of the candlelight grade. He himself was only at the F grade. Even with a slightly higher spiritual power, he was not much different from the top examinees of the Eagle Country. This candlelight grade clothing, isn't it too powerful? Could it be that the profound historical and cultural heritage of China has not been activated for too long, and because only Lin Chen is using it, an unimaginable power has erupted? For a moment, old Wang, who had been making special clothes for over 30 years, also couldn't grasp the mystery behind it. In the end, it was the lady who always dressed as Athena in a showy dress among the top examiners from various countries in the sky who gave the answer. The moment Lin Chen appeared unscathed, her eyes turned golden, as if she had used some kind of power, a power from the goddess of wisdom. After a moment, she exclaimed, "This is the power of 2 pieces of candlelight-grade clothing bonds." 2 pieces of candlelight-grade clothing bonds? Bonding power? Everyone in the sky was shocked. This statement indicated that not only the clothing on Lin Chen had reached the candlelight grade, but also the wedding dress worn by Jiang Qingqiu, who had been sitting in the sedan chair without coming out, was also of the candlelight grade. It was too crazy. Even the elderly golden-haired man couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time he had seen 2 candlelight-grade wedding dresses. After all, who would wear 2 candlelight-grade wedding dresses for a wedding without anything else to do? Isn't that a waste? Moreover, the abilities gained after upgrading these 2 wedding dresses to the candlelight grade also appeared in the form of bonds. It seemed to be some kind of extremely powerful defensive ability. Undoubtedly, if this matter were confirmed by Lin Chen himself, China would undoubtedly make history in this regard. What exactly is the effect of this skill? The examiners were anxious, but now they couldn't ask Lin Chen, so they could only stare at each other in the sky. And the truth? The truth was just as Athena had said. Looking at the dumbfounded examinees from the Eagle Country, Dongying Country, and other countries in front of him, Lin Chen casually opened the attribute panel that only he could see, wrapped in a red thread. The data of the upgraded wedding dress was right there. Chinese wedding dress official robe, grade, candlelight grade, effect, 1. Joyful union. 2. Summon God. 3. Golden fate. During the wedding ceremony, both the man and the woman jointly consumed 250 points of spiritual power to activate a blessing. The entire wedding ceremony is protected by the gods, providing a 25,000-point damage immunity for everything in the wedding, lasting for 2 hours. Note: 1. Meeting you is better than countless treasures. 2. Except for Lin Chen, only love that follows life and death can activate this skill effect. This was the confidence Lin Chen had to come out and complete the Chinese wedding. The bond skill obtained by the Chinese wedding dress upgrading to the candlelight grade, Golden Fate. By consuming 250 points of spiritual power, a blessing could be activated, giving all participants in the wedding and all items used in the wedding a total damage immunity shield of 25,000 points. As long as the cumulative damage they suffered did not exceed 25,000 points, they would not be harmed at all. It was truly a heaven-defying divine skill. Of course, Lin Chen and Zhang Qingxiu also experimented with some restrictions in this skill that were not explicitly stated. For example, the wedding ceremony did not include fighting. Any behavior that went against the original intention of the Chinese wedding would cause the Golden Fate effect to disappear directly. If Lin Chen attacked others while in an invincible protection state and drew blood, it would be extremely inauspicious behavior at the wedding, and the Golden Fate effect would shatter directly. However, even so, it was a divine skill to run away when in danger. When encountering danger, after activating the Golden Fate effect, one's companions could simply carry the sedan chair and run away. As long as they did not proceed with the subsequent marriage ceremony, this effect would continue for 2 hours. Now is the perfect opportunity to make a move. Even if each of the over 100 candidates were to launch an attack using at least 100 points of mental power against him, it would only deplete Lin Chen's mental shield by over 10,000 points. To organize another large-scale attack like this would require some time for recovery. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gazing ahead with a smile on his face, showing no signs of weakness. The 2-hour time limit would eventually come to an end. The best option at the moment was to intimidate all enemies, then smoothly complete the assessment. Of course, if they were to truly break through his formidable 25,000-point shield, Lin Chen had a final plan in mind. Glancing at his current legendary value, he realized that through this battle, his once depleted legendary value had now massively increased. Current legendary value, 1,796 points. If the opponents were to relentlessly attack without regard, he would not hesitate to disrupt the effect and immediately transform his current Hua Xia wedding attire into a new outfit, named Zhongkue robe, invoking the god Zhongkue to confront the enemy. As for why he didn't use the Black Dragon robe, the main reason was Lin Chen's own low level, unable to withstand the powerful effects of the Black Dragon robe's skills. The Black Dragon robe was more like a Huaxia ceremonial attire for team combat, requiring a large number of Deqin ceremonial attire soulmasters to unite and equip with top-notch soulmaster strength. Currently, Lin Chen couldn't mass-produce Deqin ceremonial attire, nor could he immediately elevate his own strength to the top level. Therefore, he could only make some adjustments to the Grand Red official robe. If he could invoke the god Zhongkue, perhaps he could tap into the power of the highly renowned mythological system related to Zhongkue and Huaxia. That was the power to control the spirits of the underworld. That was the divine system of Huaxia called the underworld. Fortunately, things did not develop into the worst-case scenario as Lin Chen had anticipated. Seeing Lin Chen unscathed after withstanding all attacks, almost all the Eagle Country candidates retreated. The leader, Jack, still wanted to fight, wanting to organize everyone for another round of attack. He claimed that Lin Chen wouldn't be able to withstand another round of assault. However, the Eagle Country candidates were not fools. Didn't they see all the Bear Country candidates following behind? If they were to deplete all their mental power for the sake of Lin Chen, only to be taken advantage of by the Bear Country people, it would be a loss. After all, the enrollment promise was just to admit one person unconditionally. It would be foolish for all of them to attack together. Jack, I suddenly remembered that I have to attend someone else's wedding, so I'll be leaving. I'm a bit tired from depleting my mental power too much. You guys continue. I have something to do too. The Eagle Country candidates gradually dispersed, and even the candidates from other countries who came to assist quietly left. They came to give Jack John some face, but in reality, some of them were not inferior in status to these two. Jack, let's go. Unless you can get all the candidates from the British area to support you, otherwise staying here will only invite ridicule from them. John, the eagle hook-nosed youth who initially faced off against Lin Chen, also decided to retreat. As he spoke, he gazed at the approaching figure of the young man on horseback, feeling powerless in his heart. The amplification brought by this Huaxia wedding attire to the opponent was simply too powerful. Currently, with the materials and knowledge they controlled, they were simply not enough to create attire of the candlelight level to counter it. This round of the exam was Lin Chen's home ground. In the end, before Lin Chen arrived, John took the unwilling Jack away. All the onlookers from the enemy side eventually dispersed. On the road ahead, only a shower of flowers and a 10-mile-long red wedding dress remained. The setting sun cast its fiery glow on the faces of each candidate. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Under the red decorations, amidst the scene of misty rain in the Jiangnan region, the grand wedding procession joyfully returned to the courtyard of the main venue. Here, the place had undergone a transformation. The familiar wooden doors that creaked when touched had been replaced by two deep copper-red doors, standing tall on the left and right. Adorned with exquisite golden patterns, they exuded a solemn yet elegant aura. Above the doors hung a plaque that read Lin Residence. The bride is here. Zhang Lei shouted, instructing the 8 men carrying the sedan chair to lower it and lean it forward. He opened the curtain of the flower sedan and helped his sister, who was sitting upright inside, out. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu took the lead, pushing open the gates of the mansion and entering. Amidst the backdrop of red flower petals, a young man in a red official robe, looking handsome and dignified, seemed like a figure from ancient times in the present world. The bride, veiled in red, walked gracefully, her steps gentle and elegant. A red thread wrapped around their wrists, connecting them to each other. Anyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be moved. Isn't this how the journey of love in the world begins? Just as the audience had recovered from the tense and thrilling atmosphere, they immediately immersed themselves in this scene. Ah, such a beautiful sight. I want my wedding photos to be taken like this too. The red thread on their hands is so fitting. Is it a symbol of marriage? I suddenly feel like I'm watching a CP moment. Shall we join them? All are welcome. The thin monkey and others greeted the examinees from Maoxiong country who were looking from afar outside the gate. The examinees from Maoxiong country, who had originally planned to watch the ending, naturally agreed and entered the courtyard one by one, offering some festive words as they added some liveliness to the Huaxia wedding as bystanders. The courtyard quickly filled with people. Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu had already entered the main hall of the quadrangle courtyard, standing in front of the 2 empty chairs in the center of the hall. According to tradition, the parents should have been seated in the front. However, since this was ultimately a performance, there was no need for people to impersonate their own parents. Zhang Lei wanted to play the role, but was fiercely rejected by Jiang Qingxiu. According to her, if anyone were to sit there, it would be when Zhang Lei began his assessment and she, as his sister, would take the seat. Lin Gu, shall we begin? Zhang Lei, who had already arranged the proceedings, stepped forward and stood beside them, acting as the master of ceremonies for the wedding. First bow to the heavens and earth. His voice resonated loudly throughout the courtyard. Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu followed the instructions and bowed slightly to the north. Second bow to the parents. They turned around and bowed towards the 2 empty chairs in front of them. Exchange vows as husband and wife. Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu turned to face each other, bowed respectfully across the red cloth separating them. This solemn and highly ceremonial wedding process made all the examinees from Maoxiong country present couldn't help but compare it in their minds to the Western-style weddings they had held. They had all spoken vows of fidelity to each other under the witness of a priest, making promises. This Huaxia wedding, on the other hand, emphasized a unique ceremony, as if expressing gratitude to the heavens, earth, and people for allowing lovers to be united. In such a setting, all those clichés like "do you love him? I do" seemed extremely trite. The viewers in the live broadcast room were increasingly satisfied with the wedding atmosphere. This is what gives our Huaxia its distinctive charm. Yes, that's right. The process of swearing vows and then immediately embracing and kissing each other makes me feel awkward and shy just watching it. This dignified ceremony is much better. Especially with this red veil, don't you feel that regardless of the bride's beauty, they already look like a couple? This attire is so exquisite. After I get married in the future, I want to have a wedding like this in Bear Country too. Ajay couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps accustomed to roughness, this top student from Bear Country increasingly felt that this kind of wedding ceremony suited him perfectly. I wonder if they have larger wedding attire. Lost in thought, the 3 bows of Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu had already concluded. Amid Zhang Lei's shout of "send them to the bridal chamber" and the calls of the guests mingling in the crowd, the whole venue erupted in cheers. The Chinese wedding had reached its climax at this moment. Lin Chen led the sight-impaired Jiang Qingxiu into the bridal chamber. It was more like a small partitioned room next to the main hall. Inside, intricately carved dragon and phoenix candles illuminated the room in the dimming light of dusk. The bed was covered in red brocade, with dried fruits like walnuts and chestnuts on top, symbolizing the wish for early offspring. Lin Chen helped Jiang Qingxiu sit on the bed, then gently lifted the square kerchief covering the girl's head from a nearby table. The symbolism was clear, everything was going as desired. Beneath the red kerchief, the girl appeared graceful and charming, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. However, Lin Chen noticed a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, indicating discomfort under the heavy kerchief. "Husband, let's have this ceremonial toast," Jiang Qingxiu said slowly, blinking at Lin Chen. "All right, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and poured 2 cups of wine from a nearby small table. The wine was clear and pure, obviously just water. How could there be alcohol at a college entrance exam venue? They exchanged cups, marking the end of this wedding ceremony. Is it over? The graceful girl asked, setting down her cup. It's over, well done, we are definitely the first. Lin Chen smiled. Finally over. Jiang Qingqiu stood up in her bright red wedding gown, stretched a bit, then took off her phoenix coronet, complaining, the suffering in this Chinese wedding is not much less than wearing a white wedding dress. Let's not mention how heavy this thing is on the head, the sedan chair custom is even worse. You can't move inside it all the way, feeling like a piece of wood. Next time we have such a roleplay, let's switch, shall I ride the horse and you take the sedan chair? Lin Chen scratched his head at her words, momentarily unsure of what to say. Under the glow of the dragon and phoenix candles, their shadows lengthened. The red thread shimmered, and an invisible sound of shattering came from the surroundings. The effects of a perfect match had taken place. Lin Chen also withdrew all the domains displayed by the matchmaker. The scattering flower petals and the scene of misty rain in the south had truly dissipated at this moment. Both of them in wedding attire breathed a sigh of relief. Sustaining these illusions also drained their mental strength. However, it was the unique bond brought by the 2 remaining candle-grade garments and the heavy blessings bestowed by the summoned matchmaker that had kept them going for so long. Finally, Lin Chen said, let's come back next time when we have the chance. While we still have time, let's quickly complete your brother's assessment. You rest first, I'll go call him. Okay, I'll change out of this wedding gown first, it's not easy to walk in it. Jiang Qingqiu, who had been feeling uncomfortable all over, perked up at the mention of her younger brother's assessment. I'll be out in a moment. I need to change into the black dragon robe, just in case, as they can't activate the perfect match effect. Lin Chen said as he turned and left the room, leaving the space entirely to Jiang Qingqiu. He walked out of the partition in his bright red wedding robe and closed the door. The bridal chamber was not far from the main hall, just a few steps away, where he saw Zhang Lei still waiting in the main hall. Lin Ge, is it done? Zhang Lei greeted with a smile. Your sister. Lin Chen opened his mouth, about to say something when suddenly, he felt a palpitation. Accompanied by an inexplicable sense of danger, the red thread in his hand suddenly flashed fiercely. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as if his body was violently struck by something from a distance. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Some of the blood stained the red official robe, clearly visible. The wedding robe was stained with blood. The effect of the red thread's union and marriage was triggered. The damage was evenly split. Jiang Qingqiu was in danger. The enemy's attack unexpectedly occurred after they had completed the second round of assessments. This moment was also the most relaxed moment for them to let down their guard. Why? What's wrong with Lin Ge? In Zhang Lei's horrified gaze, Lin Chen's mind was racing with various thoughts, finally coming up with a possibility. The first place globally was set. But the other rankings were not yet determined. Someone didn't want their companions to rise and take their place. Just as Lin Chen endured his discomfort, preparing to forcibly exchange positions with Jiang Qingqiu using the effect of the union in marriage, the red thread in his hand snapped with a crack. Completely snapped. There's an enemy! Lin Chen shouted, swiftly turning towards the side room of the hall. Before he could enter, a sound of heavy impact came from inside. Along with the sound, the wooden door was violently broken open, and Jiang Qingqiu in a red dress flew out, crashing heavily against the wall, making the wall resonate. She violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and the bright red wedding dress was surrounded by a dark mist, as if under the influence of some divine power. Qingqiu? Sister? Such a commotion immediately attracted everyone who was originally in the hall. Li Yueshui and Zhang Lei naturally noticed, watching as Jiang Qingqiu was thrown out, they couldn't help but be shocked and rushed forward. Seeing this, Lin Chen rushed into the room. In the room, illuminated by the dragon and phoenix flower candles, 2 dark figures clung to the wall, as if crawling out of the shadows beyond the candlelight. Seeing Lin Chen appear, these 2 figures didn't linger, only letting out a sharp laugh. Soon, the sound of a cow's cry inexplicably echoed from the house. Along with a figure in red and green face, riding a water buffalo, the shadow of a divine being appeared, and the original dark shadows disappeared in an instant. Following this, Ajay and others who rushed over to confront the enemy could only stare blankly at the empty room. Where's the enemy? The sudden attack left everyone unable to react. The audience who had just finished watching the Chinese wedding, thinking of leaving the live broadcast room with satisfaction, all stayed back. Damn! What happened? How was Jiang Qingqiu ambushed? Where are they? Damn, did the 2 dark shadows just disappear like that? Wait, during the bridal chamber segment just now, Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu's shadows were so long, could it be that the intruder had already sneaked in? Damn, I thought it was just the candlelight shining. Did Jack John from the Eagle Country not accept it and come to ambush after the exam ended? Wait, this doesn't seem like they're doing. This looks like Indian deities. Yama. In the venue, Chen looked at the disappearing figures and immediately spoke in a deep voice. That was the deity in charge of the underworld in the Indian mythological system. The one who attacked them this time was most likely the Indian examinee who had been silent throughout the exam. Joy always comes with great sorrow? Jiang Qingqiu, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, was surrounded by black energy, her life becoming increasingly precarious. It seemed like the global entrance exam's near-death protection was about to be triggered. Obviously, the two candidates who made the move succeeded with one strike, left confidently, never even considering that she could survive. Qingqiu? Li Yuan from the same class held her, sounding a bit more anxious. She carefully observed Jiang Qingqiu's current situation and finally noticed the anomaly on her neck. It's the five ghosts' possession of the Indian deity Yama, she said, making Jiang Qingqiu lift her head slightly. It was then that everyone saw under Jiang Qingqiu's neck, clusters of dark black marks gradually forming, as if there were invisible ghost hands strangling her neck. The audience felt a chill down their spines. The Indian deity Yama cannot be called upon by non-Indian high caste people. In India, he is a major deity, the lord of the underworld. To create attire similar to his, the materials required are stringent, and the summoning difficulty is even higher. You must know that there are hierarchical differences among deities. The strength of those two Indian candidates is unexpectedly strong. Perhaps they didn't get tested on their strongest field in these 2 rounds of exams. Lin Gu, what should we do now? John Lei, looking at his sister's increasingly pale face, couldn't help but panic. Lin, your teammate's condition is very bad, she might only hold on for a dozen minutes at most. Ajit from the Bear Country frowned deeply as he watched this scene, then turned to Chen after a moment of contemplation. To deal with the 5 ghosts' possession of the Indian deity Yama, one must impersonate the famous Western Pope from history and successfully summon the deity to give her a holy light baptism. It must also be attire of Firefly grade or higher, just then it's possible to suppress the curse. Perhaps only candlelight grade can completely eliminate this curse. I have some ideas, but there's definitely not enough time to make the attire. A decision must be made quickly, as this curse will only make one feel more like death as it progresses. Why not let your teammate withdraw from the exam and rest for now? Attire of Firefly grade or higher? Besides Jack from the Eagle Country who would upgrade his first round's Firefly grade attire in the second round, who else possesses attire of Firefly grade Pope? Zhang Lei, Li Yuan, and others felt somewhat hopeless. They had made Pope attire in the first round, but it was only Firefly grade. They didn't even qualify for further holy light baptism. The audience sighed as they saw this. It's better to let Jiang Qingqiu withdraw from the exam and seek treatment. I just searched, and this so-called 5 ghosts possession will cause extreme pain as it reaches the brink of death, which is not something a candidate can endure. Yes, indeed, fortunately these candidates are not that capable. If a truly top-notch spirit master were to summon the deity and use this ghost possession ability, it would be like thousands of ghosts emerging from the abyss, dragging people into endless hell. Let's leave quickly, once affected by this move, unless it's completely cured. Relying solely on a Firefly grade Pope for holy light treatment is just a temporary fix. While people discussed, in their hearts, they had already condemned Jiang Qingqiu to death. The Indian deity system is also a globally renowned powerful divine system. Just the one overseeing the underworld, Yama, holds the title of Lord of the Underworld worldwide, and even many summoned deities show great respect towards him. What use is it for Chen to have candlelight grade attire from Huaxia? Can he deal with such a major deity in charge of the realm of the dead? Does Huaxia have such deities? The Lord of the Underworld? Is he even worthy? When all the audience had lost hope, a young man's deep voice resounded in the live broadcast room. Everyone was stunned at his words, turning to look, only to find that the red-clad youth's expression was surprisingly calmer than before, with a hint of confidence in his brown eyes. What does he mean by this? As everyone was taken aback and turned their gaze towards Chen, he moved, and a crimson light burst from his body. In front of everyone's eyes, Chen's wedding robe unexpectedly showed signs of melting, and the patterns of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all over his body seemed to be slowly changing. He placed his hands on his chest, on his own clothes. This is making special clothing? What? Even the cameras in the live broadcast room didn't react for a moment. It was only after noticing what Chen was doing that they immediately switched the camera angle. The barrage in the live chat instantly exploded. What the heck? Making clothes now? What does Chen want to do? Is he planning to ruin this garment? This is a wedding robe with unlimited potential at the candlelight level. If there were no restrictions, it could be sold for a high price outside. Could it be that he wants to make a candlelight-level Pope's robe on the spot? Is he crazy? Is there time for that? Seeing Lin Chen's actions, many examinees present were dumbfounded. Lin, what are you doing? Buddy, don't be impulsive. Even if you can make a candlelight-level Pope's robe, you don't have enough mental power and time. Ajev said, about to step forward to stop Lin Chen's crazy behavior. In his view, this was undoubtedly a waste of effort, an irrational act. Unexpectedly, as Ajev was about to step forward, Lin Chen stopped his movements. Just when he thought the other party had given up on this plan, his eyes suddenly widened. Observing the young man in front of him, Ajev suddenly noticed a change in his demeanor. If the previous Lin Chen in the wedding robe was a handsome and elegant young man, now, the majesty emanating from him was even more intense, and his slightly slender figure seemed to be brewing something intimidating in his every move. Lin Chen's attire had changed. Although it was still a bright red official robe, the overall image was completely different. In his mind, the exclusive hall of ancient Chinese thoughts shone brightly. On the pitch-black bookshelf marked with the area of the Underworld's collection, a deep red book flew out, slowly flipping open to reveal a large red official robe almost identical to the one Lin Chen was wearing. The left sleeve was long and wide, with the stitches at the cuff seeming unfinished, slightly open. The right sleeve cuff was completely tied up, with a sharp thin object attached to it, close to the position of the fingers, almost resembling a sixth finger of the wearer. Such a unique official robe attire was unconventional, with added length both top and bottom, appearing somewhat oversized, lacking the heroic spirit of the previous wedding official robe, causing onlookers to furrow their brows. But once Lin Chen put it on, his handsome demeanor had dissipated, and now, with this strange garment, he exuded a crazy yet dignified image. What is this? Ajev was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Lin Chen had destroyed the wedding robe and changed it to this appearance. It was probably because he was wearing this garment. If it were someone else, like himself wearing it, it would probably look ugly. Most clothing soul masters had good aesthetics, and almost everyone could tell at a glance that this outfit was definitely not considered beautiful. If it weren't for the special aura that emerged after wearing it, calling it ugly wouldn't be an exaggeration. Just when everyone thought Lin Chen was acting in self-destruction, he explained, "This is the Chinese attire, Zhong Kuei's robe." There was a glint in his eyes. How dare an Indian deity claim to be the lord of the underworld? We, the Chinese, possess the true myth of ruling the underworld. The myth of the underworld exclusive to China. Lin Chen's words made everyone's breath hitch. In the live broadcast room, countless clothing soul masters were spiritually shaken. We, the Chinese, also have myths about the underworld? We, the Chinese, also have deities ruling the underworld? It should be noted that the underworld deity system has always been a symbol of a flourishing mythological system of civilization. It corresponds to the celestial deity system and is equally indispensable for dealing with the Forbidden Zone's alien beasts. In the midst of the Forbidden Zones at various borders, many Forbidden Zone exotic beasts possess soul attributes. Their bodies do not belong to the material plane at all, rendering any physical attacks completely ineffective against them. At that time, the soul masters suffered greatly at the hands of these soul exotic beasts. Some of these creatures were not even afraid of holy light. They dared to rampage along the borders under the scorching sun in broad daylight. If it weren't for each country uncovering the corresponding underworld mythological system, matching underworld gods against each other, human civilization might have perished as a result. If Lin Chen can really summon the underworld gods of our Huaxia, wouldn't that mean that our Huaxia is not just a powerful historical dynasty? Our Huaxia's divine system is equally powerful. It can also compete with the world. Is Lin Chen trying to challenge the lord of the underworld in India with the underworld gods of Huaxia? For a moment, all the Huaxia soul masters who heard Lin Chen's words were filled with anticipation. If Lin Chen could successfully summon the underworld gods of Huaxia, they too could stand tall. They wouldn't have to humbly call upon foreign gods when facing soul exotic beasts. Instead, they could invoke the underworld gods of Huaxia. If the underworld gods of Huaxia defeated the lord of the underworld in India, their Huaxia underworld mythological system would truly rise. Professor Chen. At the outpost supply station leading to the misty Forbidden Zone in the northwest border of Huaxia, a team dressed in various traditional Huaxia garments, preparing to enter the Forbidden Zone, was suddenly stopped by someone. A young man rushed out of the outpost waving his phone, panting, "Professor, something big has happened." The team members around looked at the disheveled young man with furrowed brows. "Xiao Jia, what's wrong with you? We are about to depart, and you haven't even changed into your gear? We are heading deep into the Forbidden Zone this time. It's a matter of life and death. Can't you watch the college entrance exam live broadcast at any other time? Must it be when we are about to depart?" Unlike the mercenary teams of Soul Masters, they were a top archaeological team sponsored by the authorities of the Soul University. The members of the team were at least D-level Soul Masters. Their purpose in entering the Forbidden Zone was not to eradicate but to excavate the historical and cultural elements contained within, thereby adding a new impetus to the civilization of Huaxia. Just half a month ago, they encountered at least a B-level white bone golden crow in the Forbidden Zone and fled in panic into a C-level deep area of the Forbidden Zone. There, they discovered a dilapidated temple. According to research, it was highly likely to represent an important building in the Huaxia underworld mythological system. If it weren't for the lack of personnel at the time and the fear of the white bone golden crow returning, they would probably have stayed there until everything was clarified. Since their return, everyone couldn't stop thinking about that place. If they could really excavate it, it would definitely leave a mark in history. In such an exciting moment, you're talking to me about the college entrance exam? Looking at the impulsive young man, even Professor Chen, the leader with graying temples, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He spoke slowly, "Xiao Jia, you should go back to school and rest first. You are not ready for this expedition yet. Since you want to watch the college entrance exam, you might as well finish watching it now to avoid distractions on the way. The teacher knows you are watching the live broadcast of that Lin Chen's college entrance exam. We are all interested in the great Qin dynasty he summoned, but now we have more important things to do." "What?" Xiao Jia was in a panic, waving his hands repeatedly towards the screen in his hand. "No, Professor Chen. Lin Chen has created a set of clothing representing the Huaxia underworld god system. He wants to summon that Huaxia deity. And, I found that the clothing he made looks very similar to the attire of the damaged statue we saw in the sea-level Forbidden Zone temple." "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Jia's words, everyone present was stunned. How is that possible? Professor Qian's eyes widened, and his aged body unexpectedly burst forward at an unimaginable speed, rushing to Xiao Jia in an instant, snatching his phone away. At first glance, he saw the large red Zhongkui robe on Lin Chen. Unexplainably, a sensation like an electric current surged through the old man's mind, exploding from his nearly 80-year-old brain. Ever since he found that dilapidated ancient temple, the old man could even dream of the statues of the deities inside, dreaming of the various broken details within. Upon his return, he had tried numerous times to recreate the clothing in his mind, attempting to directly summon the deity. Undoubtedly, he had failed. The statue was already mostly broken, devoid of its original color. To truly summon the deity, he needed to unearth some written records, use them to repair the statue in conjunction with the broken symbols. But upon seeing the large red official robe on Lin Chen, Professor Qian had an instinctual recognition. This was the image he wanted to restore. This was the true attire of the deity in the dilapidated ancient temple. So that's it. In the underworld, it's not necessarily a deep black color. The deities in the underworld can also wear bright red hues. The frayed cuffs we saw before were not due to age and decay but the original appearance of the clothing. This is the deity of the Huaxia civilization. He is the Huaxia god we've been searching for. Professor Qian's tone was somewhat excited, even bordering on madness, leaving all the archaeology students in shock. "Impossible? Let me see?" "You know, this clothing is actually 50% similar to the audiovisual materials we brought back. Where did Lin Chen find this information? If he really summons this Huaxia deity, it will be explosive." Poor Xiao Jia had his phone snatched and was pushed out. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Hey, if you want to watch, use your own phones. Lin Chen is about to summon the deity. The archaeological team that was about to depart stopped at the border gate. A group of people were earnestly observing the developments on their phones, occasionally commenting and praising the attire inside. The mercenary teams preparing to depart nearby looked bewildered. Meanwhile, in the college entrance examination hall, Lin Chen gazed at the increasingly prominent dark marks on Jiang Qingqiu's neck, his eyes flickering with a gleam. Gradually, the black energy surrounding Jiang Qingqiu began to take on a tangible form. It manifested as 5 ferocious green-faced, fang-toothed evil spirits. They opened their mouths wide, screaming and cheering, as if hands scorched by lava tightly gripped Jiang Qingqiu's neck. The entanglement of the 5 spirits ensued. "Impossible. Lin Chen can't possibly succeed. Our Indian deity Yama is the strongest god of the underworld. This is universally recognized as the most powerful deity in the West." Just as Lin Chen was about to deal with the 5 spirits, the Indian chief examiner, who had been silent in the sky, suddenly shouted, "Even if Yama, the great god summoned by a firefly-level attire, has limited divine power, the technique of the 5 spirits entanglement is not something a Huaxia god can resolve." The Indian chief examiner's eyes turned bloodshot, feeling that his country was being insulted. "The Huaxia examinee is too arrogant. I demand a public apology from him. Send him to India for punishment. Listening to the Indian examiner's clamor, the Huaxia chief examiner, a middle-aged man with a square face, calmly took a sip of tea, then nonchalantly said, "Since the Indian deity is so powerful, why are you panicking? Are you afraid that your source of income will be cut off again? You!" The Indian examiner seemed increasingly infuriated, as if his sore spot had been touched. As the Huaxia examiner had stated, because the great Indian deity Yama is highly renowned worldwide, the entire Indian underworld deity system is also highly regarded by these people. Due to the fact that Indian gods only respond to the summons of high-caste Indians, this leads to many countries around the world having to spend a fortune to hire Indian high-caste soul summoners when there is a large number of soul-related monsters at the border, and the holy light effect is not good. Every year, India can earn a considerable commission from this. When it comes to making money, the Indian deity Yama leaves the Greek deity Hades in the dust. And now, once Lin Chen successfully summons the deity and demonstrates unparalleled strength, India can forget about receiving many commission orders from China. They used to make a hefty profit from China every year. If the deity Zhongkue also allows other countries to summon, how much less money will they get in a year? The Indian examiners couldn't help but feel increasingly nervous, murmuring to themselves. After all, Lin Chen used a candlelight-level robe to summon the deity, so he was somewhat uncertain. The representative from China, who appeared calm on the surface but had veins bulging on his hand, felt his heart pounding as he looked at the young man below with growing anticipation. Once a Chinese underworld deity is summoned, it means that China will definitely have its own underworld deity system. The first underworld deity is crucial. They can use this as a breakthrough to obtain information about the entire underworld deity from him. For a moment, everyone in the audience was captivated by the actions of the young man below. Amidst the attention of the crowd, the young man walked to Jiang Qingxiu, who was already in a state of unconsciousness with a paler face, and placed his hand on the increasingly prominent black spots on Jiang Qingxiu's neck. The young man's voice, once green and unripe, had now changed, becoming deep and powerful, resonating with bursts of explosive sound. His rough voice thundered, exuding a terrifying majesty. A mere little ghost, daring to wreak havoc on Earth? With his voice, the Zhongkue robe on Lin Chen burst into a blaze of candlelight. Gradually, a tall deity shadow formed around him, and when everyone saw his face clearly, they couldn't help but gasp in shock and tremble in their hearts. The deity summoned by Lin Chen had a leopard head, circular eyes, and an iron face with curly hair. His appearance was extraordinary, completely different from Lin Chen's handsome and elegant look, making his fierce appearance stand out against the backdrop of the bright red robe. Meeting ghosts was shocking, meeting deities was unsettling. It was hard to imagine that a bright red robe could exude such different auras on the two individuals. This was no fault of Lin Chen. Such a majestic deity image would be hard to replicate by anyone else. Hiss. I used to say, how could underworld deities wear festive robes? Now I stand corrected. This underworld deity in a bright red robe is even more underworld than those in dark robes. With a leopard head and fierce appearance, he looks so menacing. Damn, it feels like he can be taken as a door god to ward off evil spirits after taking a screenshot. He really looks fierce, but have you noticed, he doesn't have that innate airy and terrifying feeling that other underworld deities naturally possess. The last viewer's words immediately received a lot of barrage agreement. Yeah, I see the underworld deities from other countries, they give off that creepy feeling, more like ghosts than the actual ghosts. Look at this Zhongkue deity, you can only feel the fierceness, although his face is ugly, he doesn't have that eerie feeling. Could this be the manifestation of our Chinese underworld deities? Fierce but not terrifying? While the audience speculated, at the northwestern outpost of China, Professor Chen, watching the live broadcast on his phone of the red-robed Zhongkue, had eyes reddened, slapping his thigh and shouting loudly, "It's him! It's definitely him! He's the deity we saw in that ancient temple." At that moment, the surrounding students also fell silent. Looking at the somewhat fierce and eviling god, they were speechless and their hearts were difficult to describe. They never expected that someone would actually unearth the Huaxiayin god system before them. And this person turned out to be a newly awakened spirit master, still taking the college entrance examination. Is Lin Chen's ancestry some big shot? I heard that among those families with a heritage of thousands of years, there are indeed some secretive divine garments and precious ancient books. Too terrifying, now this person is really going to leave a mark in history, the first spirit master to summon the Huaxiayin god. The history books will definitely record this day. Lin Chen has truly become a treasure of Huaxia. The students spoke, not knowing if they were being sarcastic or if they should be happy. The moment Lin Chen's hand touched Jiang Qingxiu's neck, it seemed to be infused with some kind of divine power. He felt his hand burning fiercely. In an instant, the black mist surrounding Jiang Qingxiu became extremely sluggish. In the air, the smell of burning accompanied by sharp wails filled the surroundings. Under everyone's gaze, the place where Lin Chen reached out gradually solidified. 5 pairs of pale blue ghost hands and the green-faced fangs of the little ghosts all appeared. Ah! Li Wemeng, who was holding Jiang Qingqiu beside her, was startled, almost causing the unconscious Jiang Qingqiu to fall. It was also Jian Lei who acted quickly and rushed forward to support him, stabilizing his figure. Damn humans! How dare you hurt our bodies? We are under Lord Yanma. Do you want to be dragged into hell? It hurts. Let go. The hands of the 5 little ghosts were firmly grasped by Lin Chen, his hand feeling like a burning hot iron, scorching the green-faced fangs of these fierce ghosts, each emitting sharp wails. Seeing this, Lin Chen simply pulled hard, directly pulling these little ghosts away from Jiang Qingqiu. Jiang Qingqiu grunted, the black mark on his neck instantly disappeared, and his pale face also regained its rosy color at that moment, looking as if he had just fainted. Is it resolved like this? Watching Lin Chen effortlessly deal with the 5 ghosts summoned by Yanma, the audience was stunned. No, these 5 ghosts lost their ability to resist as soon as they were caught by someone's hand? Even though they had thought that the great god Zhongkue would be powerful, they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. He hadn't even made a move yet. Just by wearing the Zhongkue robe, Lin Chen could achieve all this. Even with a flesh and blood body, he could grab the souls of ghosts and even injure them. Of course, Lin Chen only pulled the 5 ghosts away from Jiang Qingqiu, which was also the ability he gained from wearing the Zhongkue robe. Huaxia Attire Zhongkue robe, level, candlelight grade, effect, 1. Underworld, spend 100 points of spiritual power to open the Underworld Scene Judges Hall, greatly enhancing god abilities, and have a high suppressive effect on all evil spirits and humans. 2. Summoning, summon the divine Zhongkue. 3. Blessing, consume 50 points of spiritual power, gain the Yin God's Eye, overpowering all ghosts below the current attire level and strength. Note, 1. Only upright and selfless righteous individuals and confused children can summon Zhongkue. If a cunning and evil person with many misdeeds attempts to summon the god, they will face Zhongkue's judgment. 2. Being too handsome or portraying a character too effeminate and not in line with the divine image may also lead to summoning failure. Blessing. All ghosts below the candlelight grade, including those at the candlelight grade, are overpowered by him in strength. Naturally, suppressing such small ghosts with only soul bodies is a piece of cake. Of course, suppression is suppression. The next thing, let Zhongkue handle it. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Zhongkue beside him. With a glare from his leopard eyes, Zhongkue casually grabbed and easily held the 5 ghosts in Lin Chen's hand. This time, it was a true binding of the Yin God on the ghosts. In an instant, in the eyes of the crowd, the bodies of the 5 ghosts became extremely illusory. The sizzling flames accompanied by a large amount of black smoke spreading made the 5 ghosts suffer unbearably. Their ferocious faces were long gone. Who are you? Let us go. Be careful, Lord Yama will send you to hell. We are Lord Yama's subordinates. If we die, Lord Yama will avenge us. Release us. We dare not anymore. Humph. Zhongkue scrutinized the little ghosts in his hands, his voice resounding, what great god. Just an evil spirit who drives a few little ghosts. When I catch him, I will drag him into the 18 levels of hell for proper confinement. Zhongkue then, astonishingly, gouged out the eyes of the 5 ghosts barehanded and devoured them all alive. Amidst the frantic screams for mercy, the bodies of the 5 little ghosts burst into pieces in an instant, disappearing completely in Zhongkue's hands. Such a wild method made all onlookers' hearts skip a beat, sending shivers down their spines. Oh my goodness! Eating ghost souls alive. I'm impressed, this is definitely a Yin god, so fierce. He actually said that the Indian Lord Yama is just an evil spirit who drives a few little ghosts? Damn! This is the first time I've heard a deity dare to criticize him. It's over. In the future, we in Huaxia might be put on India's wanted list for gods. What to fear? In the future, we in Huaxia will have our own underworld deities. We no longer need to bow to the gods of other countries. In the sky above, the Indian examiner representative was filled with anger. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy. He actually dares to blaspheme our Indian gods. The Indian man said, his clothes shimmering with dazzling light, as if he wanted to come down to this space to punish Lin Chen. But he quickly backed down, because all the examiners around were looking at him, with many showing eager expressions. It seemed that as long as he had any improper intentions, they would join forces to beat him up severely. It wasn't just Huaxia that had been paid exorbitant fees by India, many countries among them had also swallowed their pride and paid up. This was now an opportunity. The Indian examiner representative looked at this scene, weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately, with a heart full of anger, sat back down. He glared fiercely at the Huaxia examiner representative, saying, "You and Huaxia, just wait. Someone will invoke the gods to report to our Lord Yama. By then, Lin Chen and that Zhong Kuei, get ready to face the stern and majestic punishment from hell." Huaxia's underworld gods? Ha, can they compare to our Lord Yama? I see this Zhong Kuei is nothing special. Despite the calm demeanor on the face of the Huaxia examiner, there was a hint of hidden shock in his heart. This kind of provocation from India was not exactly rational behavior. As mentioned earlier, there were differences among the deities. The historical and cultural factors contained in the invoked deities were ultimately limited. For example, calling upon a deity of basketball, its power could only reach the level of a flickering candle at best. If one were to call upon this basketball deity wearing attire of the same level or even higher, the deity might be directly burst by the power within the attire, leading to the attire being destroyed and the summoning failing. Deities with a low ceiling could not be summoned by higher-level attire to mobilize more power. When the status of the attire itself exceeded that of the deity, the summoning would be a complete failure. According to the speculation of the Cloth Soul Master, the Indian Lord Yama, the ruler of the underworld, could accept requests equivalent to A-level attire at most. This was almost considered top-tier global combat power. In the future, as long as someone summons Lord Yama to confront Lin Chen, Lord Yama will undoubtedly exert 100% of his power. Lin Chen and Zhong Kuei were now completely on Lord Yama's wanted list. Even the entire Indian pantheon's wanted list. Disrespecting the gods will come with a corresponding price. Can Lin Chen bear it? Can the Yin gods of Huaxia keep him safe? The Huaxia examiners pondered as they looked down. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, just like the summoned god Zhong Kuei. It seemed like he didn't take the words of the five ghosts to heart at all. And indeed, he didn't. If Lin Chen and Zhong Kuei had heard the threat from the Indian examiner, they might have laughed out loud. Yama? Huaxia's underworld had over 100 Yin gods. Black and white impermanence, the 10 kings of hell, Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha. Compared to the Huaxia mythology, the Indian underworld system was not even worth mentioning. In fact, in a previous life, Yama in Indian mythology was actually an explanation of the Yama in the Huaxia underworld. But even if it was Yama, he was not the strongest existence in the underworld. These minor gods were not worth mentioning. If evil spirits cause trouble, call my name again, Zhong Kuei said, and his figure turned into a faint light that merged into Lin Chen's clothes, as if he didn't want to appear alongside Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this and respectfully thanked Zhong Kuei. "Thank you, Judge." With that, he walked over to check on the unconscious Jiang Qingxiu. Only after confirming that the curse of the five ghosts on her had completely dissipated, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked around at the people, smiled, and nodded. "It's all right." Undoubtedly, with the resolution of the curse of the five ghosts, they successfully completed this seemingly impossible wedding. They successfully made the Huaxia wedding shine throughout the entire region. No one could compare to the scene this time. Cheers echoed in the courtyard. Meanwhile, a few streets away, the two fleeing Indian examinees waited in vain for the return of the five ghosts. One of them, inexplicably, with a green face, tried to summon Yama. Unexpectedly, his clothes shimmered with red light, and then he was sent flying as if struck by some invisible force, crashing heavily into the surrounding wall with a loud bang. This time, Yama, riding on a bull, did not appear, but his angry voice resonated. "My ghost soul has been devoured. Get rid of Zhong Kuei. Eliminate Lin Chen. Find higher grade materials. This garment can't withstand enough divine power." What? Yama's words struck the two Indian examinees like thunder, and they desperately cowed out on the ground to beg for mercy from the gods. Only when Yama's voice completely faded did they dare to get up from the ground, looking at each other with trembling and angry expressions. How is this possible? How can this be? How dare he? He actually provoked my true Indian god. The two Indian examinees who had launched the attack were now in a state of confusion. They had seen that Huaxia woman who was entangled by the five ghosts confidently leave. But shortly after, Huaxia broke through this ability, even killing the five ghosts. This was an ability that even the Red Bishop feared. They were wearing Firefly-grade clothing. In the past, it would have been a top-tier outfit that could have dominated the entire exam hall. How did Lin Chen do it? The two Indian examinees looked at each other, their hearts filled with despair and a sense of retreat. It wasn't that they were unwilling to follow the will of the gods, but the will of the gods was simply impossible to fulfill. Even the highest grade attire was only candlelight grade. Not to mention the material issue, they were only at the F level. How could they possibly make it? The two Indian examinees were caught in a dilemma, their expressions filled with despair. In the end, the two Indian examinees did not dare to show up again. With the protection of many Bear Country examinees, Jiang Lei and Li Yueshua's assessment was successfully completed just as the mist completely enveloped the entire city. By the time Jiang Qingqiu woke up again, it was already night. The warm fire crackled along with the burning of the firewood, emitting sparks continuously. She turned her head and saw Lin Chen, Skinny Monkey, and others gathered around the bonfire, toasting bread and chatting. Am I okay? Jiang Qingqiu was a bit dazed. Her memory was still stuck in the time when she was ambushed, with the constant wails of fierce ghosts in her ears. When she opened her eyes again, everything was calm. The bright red wedding dress she was wearing had disappeared, and she was back in her original school uniform. If not for the lingering pain on her back, reminding Jiang Qingqiu that everything that happened before was very real, she thought she had just taken a nap. Jiang Qingqiu rubbed her still groggy head and quickly got up from the makeshift bed she was lying on. This sound immediately alarmed Lin Chen and the others sitting around the bonfire. Sis, she's awake. How is Qingqiu? Jiang Lei and Li Yueli hurried over, ready to support Jiang Qingqiu, but she waved them off and said, I'm fine. How about you guys? Have you completed the assessment? Jiang Lei patted his chest and said, of course, we completed it successfully. With Brother Lin and our good brothers from Mao Shong country, even the Indian and Eagle country examinees dare not be presumptuous. Indian examinees? Jiang Qingqiu was a bit puzzled, but Li Yueli explained beside her, causing her to be greatly surprised. She was attacked by the Indian god. It was so dangerous that it didn't trigger the near-death teleportation afterward, but only fell into a coma. Lin Chen actually summoned the Chinese god of the underworld. Jiang Qingqiu looked at Lin Chen's clothes and indeed found them completely different from the wedding robe. Looking at the young man, she said very seriously, a great favor deserves a thank you. Come to the capital another day, and I'll treat you to a meal. If you ever need help in the future, I owe you one. Ahem. Listening to the girl's words, Lin Chen choked on a piece of bread and coughed repeatedly, then waved his hand and said, we're all teammates, come over for a meal first. Rest a bit, the results of the second round will be announced soon, and the final assessment will begin. Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up suddenly and he happily moved to Lin Chen's left side, saying, I'm taking this spot on Lin Ji's left, no one else can take it. The others were a bit puzzled, but Skinny Monkey explained, Lin Gu has already secured the top spot. After the second round of exams and the announcement of the results, it will be confirmed. This is the first time in decades that we, the Chinese, have taken the top spot in the Global Spirit Clothing exam. It's bound to go down in history. By then, I'll be next to Lin Gu, and they'll definitely capture this moment in history, indirectly making it into the textbooks, right? Damn! What a plan! The remaining Chinese students immediately understood upon hearing this. Lin Gu, let me massage your legs. Lin Gu, are your shoulders sore? Let me massage them for you. Boss, let me toast the bread for you. A bunch of people with shining eyes were about to pounce on Lin Chen, wanting to lock all his limbs. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Chen made a cross with his hands and said with a smile, after the results are announced at the end of the second round of exams, let's take a group photo together. Even if someone is not captured in the recording, we can watch the live broadcast later. At some point, he had gradually become accustomed to conversations, and his smile no longer seemed so stiff on his face. He had found his social comfort zone. This proposal was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Seeing that time was running out, everyone quickly took their positions in the cabin. Lin Chen, Jiang Qingqiu, Jiang Lei, and Li Yueli sat around the bonfire, while Skinny Monkey and the other Chinese examinees stood behind Lin Chen, grinning happily. The viewers in the live broadcast room were envious. Ah, I want a group photo too. I want to be in the textbooks too. I envy Skinny Monkey and the others so much. They actually took a group photo with the big shot. Every senior in the group photo is envious of equality. Why am I only in my second year of high school? As the words fell, above the examination hall, the sound of a bell echoed through the sky. Accompanied by the bell, a sweet female voice spread throughout the entire area. The second round of the Global Garment Soul Master Assessment is officially over. Candidates who have not completed the assessment, stop answering. Exam scores are being distributed. With the sound, the gray-white mist in the small town instantly dispersed. Accompanied by the wails of many exotic beasts, countless clusters of light fell from the boundless silent night, as if consciously dispersing and flying towards their respective targets. The gathering point where Lin Chen and the others were soon greeted by several clusters of light, which exploded in front of Jiang Lei and others, forming a light curtain and transforming into rows of text. Jiang Lei's score for the second round of the exam, 95. Li Yuanyuan's score for the second round of the exam, 95. Ho Youan's score for the second round of the exam, 81. 5. One after another, light curtains flickered before the eyes of the Chinese candidates. Some cheered with joy, while others sighed in secret. Naturally, those who sighed were the candidates like Skinny Monkey who joined halfway. After all, they did not use the Chinese-style wedding, and their scores depended entirely on their performance. But fortunately, they were mentally prepared beforehand, and now they helped Lin Chen and the others successfully complete the assessment. They also gained some glory. In the future, when they go to university, they can boast that it was with their help that Lin Chen won first place. If anyone asks if it's true, they can show the live recording. Please watch the VCR. For Jiang Lei and Li Yuan, this was truly a stroke of luck. Looking at the dazzling 95 points on their respective scoreboards, both of them were extremely excited. If it weren't for Lin Chen's Chinese attire, they would never have scored so high. Could we also be on the global leaderboard for this round? Jiang Lei clenched his fist in excitement. Probably, with 95 points, we are only 5 points away from the top score. Li Yuan adjusted her thick glasses and her words also revealed excitement. Although it was not the final ranking of the global college entrance examination, leaving one's name in the process was already a great honor. This was a PK among global geniuses. Amidst the myriad thoughts, 2 of the brightest clusters of light landed in the courtyard above the sky, flying in front of Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu. The golden clusters of light exploded into a light curtain in front of the 2, revealing dazzling numbers. Lin Chen's score for the second round of the exam, 100 points. Jiang Qingxiu's score for the second round of the exam, 100 points. Although the people present had some expectations, seeing the scores of Lin Chen and Jiang Qingxiu for this round still made them gasp in disbelief. Wow! Lin Ge is really going against the heavens. Full marks for this round. Just waiting for the global rankings to be announced. At this moment, in Lin Chen's live broadcast room, the number of viewers had surpassed millions under the media hype and mutual dissemination, not to mention rebroadcasts and TV broadcasts. Countless Chinese viewers stayed in the live broadcast room, waiting for the announcement of the final results. As expected, this was the first time that they, the Chinese, had entered the global garments Seoul High exam ranking, and they secured the first place. Most importantly, this first place was entirely won with their Chinese attire, calling upon the Chinese deities. At this moment, all the viewers with Chinese blood flowing in their veins felt an indescribable emotion in their hearts. It was truly a cultural self-confidence, cultural pride. The historical and cultural heritage of China was definitely not inferior to any other country. When the Chinese attire emerged from the dust of history and walked out of the river of history, it would surely shine brightly on a global scale. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, all the orbs of light were distributed, and the sweet female voice above the sky wasted no time in announcing the top 30 global rankings for this round. Now announcing the top 30 global examinees in the second round assessment. In this round, there are 2 S rank, 14 A rank, and 14 B rank examinees on the global points list. In 30th place on the global rankings, we have John from the Eagle country. Lin Chen. Inside the regional arena, John, the eagle-nosed man from the Eagle country, was filled with frustration and disappointment. Whether it was to hinder Lin Chen or not, his performance was nowhere near as good as the first round. This time, he plummeted straight to 30th place on the global rankings. With so many talented individuals on the list, falling behind in one round meant he could never catch up with the top tier again. Unless he could secure at least a top 3 position in the third round, he would have no chance of making it to the final top 10. John felt increasingly powerless as he realized that with his talent and strength, he was simply not in the league of the top 3. Now, all he could do was watch helplessly as his enemies made it to the list. In 10th place on the global rankings, we have a Ji from the Bear country. In 6th place on the global rankings, we have Jiang Lei from Huaxia. In 5th place on the global rankings, we have Li Yuan from Huaxia. We made it to the global rankings too. Listening to the broadcast from the sky, Jiang Lei pumped his fist in excitement. Even Li Yuan couldn't hide her smile. Beneath her thick-rimmed glasses, there seemed to be a glint of light. This time, we from Huaxia have 4 people on the list. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final outcome. In 4th place on the global rankings, the British region. In 3rd place on the global rankings, the British region. As the announcement came to an end, the sweet female voice in the sky paused slightly before exclaiming with excitement. In 2nd place on the global rankings, we have Jiang Qingxiu from Huaxia. And in 1st place on the global rankings, we have Lin Chen from Huaxia. As determined by examiners from various countries, Lin Chen has achieved S-level ratings in 2 rounds of exams and secured the first position. Regardless of his performance in the next round, no other student can surpass his double S-level ratings. Therefore, Huaxia examinee Lin Chen is declared the global first place in advance. Congratulations to Huaxia for winning early in this clothing Seoul examination. becoming the top-ranked country in the global clothing sole examination rankings. Listening to the voice in the sky, the excitement of everyone present was ignited at that moment. Lin Gu. Amazing. The plan to take a group photo together was forgotten as everyone surrounded Lin Chen, lifting him up and tossing him high in the air. Their eyes were filled with excitement and joy. We, Huaxia, are number one. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments momentarily froze. Countless messages proclaiming Huaxia's first place scrolled frantically in red fonts, causing the screen to lag. Well done, kid. This first place for Huaxia is the result of my teaching. Lao Zhang. This first place for Huaxia belongs to my student. In the office, balding Lao Wang threw his phone aside and burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. His summer vacation funds were now full. His teaching credentials were now impeccable. His student was destined to become a legendary figure in Huaxia. This was a top examinee molded by Huaxia's education system. He was bound to leave a mark in history. Perhaps, by the next generation, we teachers can proudly tell our students to have confidence, to create the best in Huaxia. Let the clothes of other countries roll away. Our Huaxia's clothing is the strongest. The homeroom teacher from the next class, Lao Zhang, was both excited and envious. Lao Wang, you lucky devil. Let's have a good meal today, and you're paying. I can pay. The principal will foot the bill. As all the adults were caught up in excitement. In the outskirts of Jinghai City, in a place called the Sacred Heart Welfare Institute, the cheers of many children rang out. A 27-inch TV was showing Lin Chen winning first place. Brother Lin Chen got first place. This is the first for our welfare institute. Grandpa Director, are we having braised pork tonight? Excited, many children cheered and gathered around the elderly person behind the TV. You promised, if Brother Lin Chen became first, we would have delicious food. Liars don't grow tall. The elderly person, now with tears streaming down his face, nodded repeatedly, yes, we will have a satisfying meal of braised pork. You all must learn from Hanmo in the future and strive for first place too. The children, still young and unaware of the significance, cheered and ran around the courtyard in excitement at the thought of a grand feast. The elderly man, in his twilight years, gazed at the young man on the TV screen and felt that adopting him was the most important decision he had made in his life. The once solitary child had now transformed. Such stories were happening in various places and corners of China. At that moment, Lin Chen had ignited the cultural emotions accumulated in China for many years. His name resounded throughout the world at that moment. The cheers continued for quite some time, until a green light descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard, flying in front of Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen was puzzled as he reached out and found a leaf emitting a lush green light. Upon contact, he felt the immense power and vitality contained within it. A light screen appeared before Lin Chen. As decided by the examination committee, you are awarded a leaf from the World Tree as the prize for achieving first place globally in this assessment. A leaf from the World Tree? Lin Chen was stunned, and Jiang Lei beside him widened his eyes. Wow! A leaf from the World Tree? A rare material of the sunset grade? Is the examination committee going against the heavens? Such generosity! A leaf from the World Tree? Looking at the light screen in front of him, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately infused a bit of spiritual power into the shining leaf in his hand. Soon, information about the leaf appeared on his attribute panel. Material, leaf from the World Tree. Grade, sunset. Injecting 10 points of spiritual power can activate a small storage space. Note, this is a gift from the deceased World Tree, who only bestows it upon those who are noticed. Truly a sunset grade material, equivalent to a B grade for soul masters. It also contains spatial properties, a priceless treasure that couldn't be found on the market. The power of such an item lay in its ability, even without being used to create something, the material itself possessed formidable capabilities. Spatial storage. Lin Chen had been troubled about where to store his clothes before. After all, he couldn't really wear a black dragon robe inside and a zhongkue coat outside, could he? Not to mention the discomfort and heat from wearing both together. Now, with this leaf, until he had the strength to craft it into other clothing or accessories, he could use it as a storage ring. The examination committee actually gave him such a valuable item? Lin Chen thought, his face showing surprise. After all, he had offended several countries like the Eagle Nation, India, and Dongying. Even if the examination committee wanted to give good rewards, they should have been stopped by them. As expected, the initiator who proposed awarding a leaf from the World Tree was the Greek examiner who always played Athena. When they heard about giving Lin Chen a leaf from the World Tree, many countries like Dongying and India strongly opposed it. Even the representative of the Chinese examiners felt that this matter was inappropriate. Who would have expected that at the final Five Nations Conference, the representative of the Golden Eagle country with blonde hair did not use a veto vote. Smoothly, this matter was passed. This left the representatives of England and France stunned, as they both thought the other would vote against it, so they gave face to Huaxia and voted in favor. Little did they know, the biggest obstacle for the Golden Eagle country actually agreed to this matter. The explanation given by the Golden Eagle country representative was to show goodwill to Lin Chen, completely ignoring the displeased expression of the little brother from Dongying beside him. Whether this was the truth or not was no longer important. In this delicate atmosphere, the leaf of the world tree was handed over to Lin Chen. Lin Gu, if you're willing to sell this leaf, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Zhang Lei examined the leaf in Lin Chen's hand excitedly. How could I sell it? This leaf is a rare spatial attribute material. If clothing made with similar properties is worn, it would be a priceless treasure that could be displayed in a museum. Zhang Qingqiu added from the side. Selling it is definitely out of the question. Lin Chen said with a smile, immediately trying to infuse 10 points of spiritual power into the leaf, then sticking the already packaged black dragon robe to the leaf. Soon, a faint green light appeared on the leaf. Lin Chen's hand directly became empty, as if his spirit was connected to a certain space. The space was not large, but it was about the size of a wardrobe. The black dragon robe he had packaged had already entered that space. He continued to take out items, play with them for a while, and then carefully put them away. This made Skinny Monkey and the others look on with envy. Just at that moment, a sweet female voice once again came from the sky. Attention, all examinees. The third round of assessment will begin in half an hour. All examinees will be transported again. Except for wedding attire, no other materials are allowed to be taken out. The topic of the third round assessment is Instance Dungeon. Examination time, 3 days and 16 hours. In this round of assessment, all examinees will choose to be either the attacking or defending side. The defending side has 10 hours to use the special materials provided in the third round to build the instance dungeon to defend against the attacks of the attacking side. This assessment will open a chat channel between examinees and provide the defending side with 1 hour to team up through the regional channel. Note, there will be a special directing team that will set corresponding restrictions for each instance dungeon. Only by meeting the restrictions can the instance dungeon be opened. The more waves the defending side holds off, the better the score. The more instance dungeons the attacking side breaks through, the better the score. The specific evaluation criteria will be determined by the examination committee. This assessment is the final one. After the examination, the scores of the 3 rounds will be tallied to determine the final ranking. Wishing all of you can achieve the scores you desire. Instance dungeon? Hearing the voice coming from the sky, everyone finally shifted their attention away from the leaf of the world tree. Damn, the third round is this intense? I thought it was going to be a simple individual assessment. Zhang Lei was somewhat astonished. The topic named Instance Dungeon was not too unfamiliar to them. A similar topic had appeared in the assessment 8 years ago. In simple terms, examinees who joined the defending side would receive a large amount of resources and the power to change the terrain, in order to build a fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Once constructed, this fortress would appear on the World Channel page. There were specialized personnel to evaluate it and set requirements. For example, if the defending side made sea creature costumes, summoned strange sea creatures, and created a furious sea sand instance dungeon, the directing team would set conditions based on the difficulty of this instance dungeon, such as Instance Dungeon, Furious Sea Sand, Instance Members, XXXX. Joining conditions for the copy, possessing a Fate level attire, and the first 2 rounds of scores not lower than 60 points for 50 students. Current weighting number 5/50. Candidates choosing the attacking side can join by inviting friends to confront the defending side. Successfully smashing the opponent's copy can earn corresponding scores based on performance. Failure results in direct elimination. The defending side score improves with each wave of defense. Generally, the attacking side has more people, while the defending side has more resources and home advantage. Each side has its advantages, and the choice depends on personal preference. The strongest copy from 8 years ago was set up by British candidates, called the Age of Discovery. Numerous top candidates from various countries launched attacks one after another but failed to break this copy. The British candidates once proudly dominated the global candidate rankings with this copy. Lin Gu, are you going to choose the attacking side or the defending side? The voice of the skinny monkey next to him interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. He turned his head to find everyone looking at him. Their eyes were fixed on him as the core leader. Lin Chen smiled, determined not to disappoint his teammates' expectations. Defending side, he firmly stated. Although he had already secured the top spot on the global rankings, not worrying about not being chosen by any school, even if he chose the attacking side to perform poorly, he would still be first. But he had so many teammates. And now, there was an opportunity to lead more Chinese students to the top of the global rankings, which he would not give up. Constructing the copy. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Many ideas were already forming in his mind. He wanted to create a top copy with all Chinese attire and a Chinese style throughout the venue. Of course, the specifics of how to build the copy would only be known once they entered the location. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, the skinny monkey and others were already cheering and jumping up. They crowded around Lin Chen, talking excitedly. Boss, Ho Yuan from Didu Air Middle School, suggests that the recruitment of members should have a search function, so be sure not to invite the wrong person. Boss, remember our names. Lin Gu, we're following you. Whatever you decide for the third round, we'll follow suit. No problem. Lin Chen gently nodded at their words, calling out each person's name present, reassuring them all. Master, how many people are you planning to invite to our copy? While there was still time, Li Yuan pushed her glasses and asked, based on the assessment 8 years ago, the more defenders in the copy, the more attackers there will be. I remember a copy where the defending side had 5,000 people, and the attacking side had a whopping 15,000. That battle was a crushing sweep. Even though the quality of the defenders' attire far exceeded that of the attackers, they couldn't withstand the simultaneous attack of so many people. If there are too many defenders in the copy, we are likely to become targets and receive additional attention from the directing team to arrange more attacking members. Copy numbers? Lin Chen nodded slightly, indicating that this was a matter to consider. He did not immediately respond but paced back and forth for a moment before slowly speaking. I remember that 8 years ago in the British region, the copy Age of Discovery recruited a total of 800 candidates, while the opponents had double the strength, 1,600 people. Just like the past language and math high school exam questions, these exam questions and related numbers from previous year's exams were essential materials they had to memorize for study, and now they were coming in handy. If we want to score high, the number of recruits cannot be too low. A copy with too few people easily attracts only 1 or 2 attacking candidates. Even if the copy is successfully defended in the end, the score will not be too high. Therefore, this time, our copy must recruit at least 800 people. At least 800 people. All the members present were shocked to hear this, but soon felt a surge of excitement. Lin Chen wanted to break the previous record, to create an unbeatable myth that belongs only to China. Boss, we'll follow you no matter what. Skinny Monkey shouted. I'm fine. If we can break the record again this time, my sister might even make it to the top 30 globally. Zhang Lei chuckled. Many viewers in the live broadcast room had not left yet, and upon hearing Lin Chen's decision, their hearts skipped a beat. At least 800 people? This should directly become China's #1 instance, right? After all, once it surpasses 801,000, the difficulty of defense will increase exponentially. Could it be that Lin Chen is doing this just because he's already secured his ranking? 800 people are equivalent to an entire senior year of a regular high school. Can he handle it? Lin Chen is talented, but recruiting and managing so many people for an instance, isn't that his strong suit? Could it be that Lin Chen wants to create a great Qin instance? If that's true, then this might be the first instance in China that reflects the ancient style. Anyway, as long as Lin Chen successfully defends this instance, he can compete for first place in the third round again. To be fair, if Lin Chen gets first place in all 3 rounds, he will be the only one to score full marks in the entire global soul garment examination since its inception. I checked the previous winners, only one person got 2 S-level ratings, and that person only got an A in the last round. As long as Lin Chen gets first place again, he will be the record holder of the global examination. The barrage in the live broadcast room became more lively as they spoke. Seeing that the young man who had already secured his ranking did not lose his fighting spirit and instead planned to continue advancing with other Chinese examinees, the interest of all viewers was piqued. After a period of decline, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room quickly rose again and stabilized within a fixed range. At the same time, the news that Lin Chen planned to compete for an S-level rating in the third round spread quickly to the external network. This time, it was the viewers from the British Isles who were the first to speak out. Some people kept posting on foreign forums, "We know Lin Chen is strong, but this is about constructing an instance. Our British Isles Age of Discovery has very sophisticated experience to draw from, and the next queen is among us. How can Lin Chen compare? Having won 2 first places should be enough. This assessment will definitely be the first for our British Isles. It's a pity that our strongest examinee must have chosen the defensive side, otherwise, it would have been quite a show for Lin Chen's instance." This instance did not prohibit examinees from different countries from communicating with each other. Examinees from other countries could also choose to rate instances from other countries. If examinees from other countries managed to defeat the first instance of another country, it would definitely be a blow to the national confidence. Seeing the posts gaining popularity, Indian netizens immediately joined in with angry comments. Chinese people, just wait. Offending our Indian deities is an extremely unwise thing to do. Lin Chen's large instance will surely be easily broken by our Indian examinees. He dares to provoke Lord Yama. This is his fate. Our Indian population is not less than China's. We also have more examinees from India. As long as those two Indian examinees release the divine order issued by Lord Yama, Indian examinees will rush into the instance one after another. Exactly. Just the tactic of overwhelming numbers can level Lin Chen's instance. This way, even if Lin Chen repels many examinees, he won't get first place because his instance was breached. What a ruthless strategy! The words of the Indian audience were quickly translated, leaving many Chinese viewers in awe. However, this is the college entrance examination. Are Indian candidates really going to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers against Lin Chen? Do they not care about their scores? That's ridiculous. If Indian candidates really do that, they must be foolish. Are they really that united? Let them come. If they can really trick so many Indian students, even if they fail to hold on, it's worth it. While netizens from various countries continued to argue online, Lin Chen and his companions had already discussed some details and packed up all their belongings. Jiang Qingqiu wanted to return the candlelight wedding dress to Lin Chen, but he declined. After all, the effects of the golden marriage destiny and shared injury of this wedding dress were truly practical. In times of danger, he could switch from the Zhongkue robe to the wedding dress to reactivate the effects and respond accordingly. Soon, a melodious bell rang in the sky. Along with the bell, including Lin Chen, all the candidates around them were enveloped in a lush green light. The green light quickly carried them away into the distance. This time, Lin Chen, surrounded by the green light, did not feel any discomfort. Although everything in front of him was covered in green, he could still keep his eyes open. Soon, a small elf with golden wings fluttering and wearing a green dress appeared in front of him within the green halo. The elf was tiny, not even as big as Lin Chen's palm. Who summoned this elf? Curious, Lin Chen saw the elf bow slightly and say, "Hello, Lin Chen, a candidate from China. I am your communication elf, responsible for opening the regional chat channel for you and providing some relevant guidance." With a wave of her hand, a golden screen quickly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Please choose your faction, offensive side or defensive side. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately reached out and clicked on the screen labeled defensive side. Soon, the screen burst into light, revealing a new set of words. Create an independent copy, or wait for invitations from others or apply to join someone else's copy? Create an independent copy. Please set the number of people in the copy. 800-1000 people. Note, once the copy is created, it cannot be cancelled. Otherwise, it will be considered a waste of resources and the exam qualification will be cancelled on the spot. Are you sure? I'm sure, Lin Chen said without hesitation. Copy creation successful. Entering now. With the sound, Lin Chen's body gradually began to descend and, after about half a minute, he landed on the ground. The green light dissipated, revealing the surrounding scenery. As far as the eye could see, the sky was white, but the sun was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he was standing on a high mountain, looking around. The area was mostly hills and mountains, with a distant ocean in the most remote area. The area was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. On the right side ahead, a large number of special materials floated in mid-air. Most emitted a faint light, while a few were as eye-catching as fireflies. Below were some common consumables that might be needed. These were the materials provided by the examination group based on the number of people he specified when creating the copy. There were more than enough materials to make clothing for 1,000 people. Just as Lin Chen was hesitating about what to do, the small elf beside him spoke. Lin Chen, do you want to modify the environment according to your thoughts, or do you want me to assist you with voice commands? The former will consume 1 point of your mental energy per minute, and if the control is not strong enough, the modification will be very difficult. If you want me to assist, it will not consume mental energy, but I may not always understand your intentions, which may lead to problems in the modification. What will it be? Without hesitation, Lin Chen said, "Give me the permission." Okay, please wait a moment. The elf turned into a green light and merged into Lin Chen's forehead, outlining an ancient and intricate tree pattern on his skin. Amidst the faint glow emanating from the tree patterns, Lin Chen suddenly felt a wave of heat spreading from his forehead. Shortly after, he sensed a shift in his perspective. It was as if he was transcending the limits of the naked eye, soaring above the sky, becoming the master of this space, able to manipulate everything within it. He attempted to focus his thoughts on the towering mountain ahead. The mountain instantly underwent a certain pressure, gradually transforming into a completely new shape. In this space, he truly felt like a creator. Is this the superpower brought by the world tree's attire? Lin Chen murmured to himself, exhaling deeply. Surveying the world he could control, numerous thoughts flooded his mind. He wanted the boundless mist of ancient times to envelop this world, wanted the blood-colored Lethe River to float here, the Ghost Gate, the halls of Yama, the Netherworld Road, and the Naiha Bridge. Through this world, he aimed to create a replica of the underworld. Whoever comes will descend to the underworld. Once here, they won't leave. But after all, it required a raid group of 800 people, and the underworld deities were not 800 in number. Should he perhaps have some Chinese students dress up as skeletons, drifting back and forth in the Lethe River, crazily crying out to drag others down? Lin Chen gazed at all he could dominate, his thoughts swirling. The profound historical heritage brought by China momentarily left him unable to make a final decision. There were just too many replicas related to China. Just making a military uniform could spawn countless replicas. Perhaps it's better to bring people in first. Lin Chen collected his thoughts and attempted to communicate with the little elf at his forehead. How should I recruit teammates? The little elf at his forehead quickly responded, please wait, I'm opening the recruitment and group chat panel. With those words, a panel made of light appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. There were two options, channel and recruitment. Clicking on the channel button revealed a plethora of information. Jiangnan First High School's Li Xiaowang, recruiting 50 brothers to defend the base, those with scores above 170 in the first 2 rounds, I am powerful, guaranteed. Chendi Experimental High School's Sun Banzhang, seeking top experts to lead the team, scored above 80 in the first 2 rounds, choosing me is definitely not a problem. Imperial Capital Second High School's Ho Yuan, experts. I'm here. Lin Chen watched the constantly scrolling information above, furrowing his brows, then located the recruitment button nearby after a brief study. Upon clicking it, he found options for precise recruitment and conditional recruitment. Precise recruitment involved manually inputting more information about the other party for a more accurate search. Conditional recruitment was similar to the people appearing in the chat channel earlier, setting relevant conditions and sending them to the platform for eligible defensive members to apply on their own. Afraid that the longer he delayed, the more he would forget, Lin Chen quickly chose precise recruitment. Based on memory, he searched for information on his second-round teammates and added them one by one. Soon, a green halo continuously appeared around him. Jiang Lei, Jiang Qingxiu, Li Yuanyuan, Skinny Monkey, and other examinees who followed him in the second round arrived one after another. Expert! How are we going to do this? Skinny Monkey said excitedly. When he was recruited by Lin Chen, his hanging heart finally relaxed. This time, he had finally hitched a ride. Seeing that there weren't many people around, he quickly suggested, expert, why don't we try recruiting our classmates first, who know us well, and our class's performance is not bad either. Or let us handle the recruitment directly. Jiang Qingxiu listened to the suggestion and said, since we need to recruit at least 800 people, let us start by recruiting acquaintances, then narrow down the selection based on conditions from the channel. This way, Lin Chen, you will have more time to think about how to build the replica, and we can work together. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately nodded. He just found his social comfort zone, which doesn't mean he immediately turned into a social terrorist who could lead nearly 1,000 examinees he didn't know at all in one go. Distributing power downwards at this point is the best way to manage. Alright, I'll give you the authority, and it's up to you to be responsible for selecting personnel. Lin Chen said, communicated with the little elf at his brow for a while, transferred the recruiting authority to Jiang Qingqiu and others, and found a large open space in a corner of the area for them to gather members. After doing all this, he came alone to the top of the mountain, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and entered the library in his mind that belonged exclusively to Huaxia. This construction of the instance could only be completed by himself. Time was running out, they only had a total of 10 hours, he had to finish making the instance as soon as possible, and then start making Huaxia attire using special materials. Of course, he couldn't make 1,000 pieces of Huaxia attire alone, it would require more cooperation from others. What should be chosen as the main theme of this instance? Countless books flew off the shelves, quickly spread out in front of Lin Chen, revealing content related to the regional characteristics of Huaxia attire. Lin Chen didn't consider himself someone who was indecisive about choices. But this time, the exam he was facing carried the future and lives of hundreds or even thousands of people. It also carried the important responsibility of showcasing the style of Huaxia. This would be a grand scene with hundreds of people wearing Huaxia attire. This was also the first time a large number of Huaxia attire would truly demonstrate its strength through historical significance. He had accidentally made it this big. The Huaxia instance must be grand, it must reflect its own historical and cultural characteristics, and it must have a good way to deal with enemies. Grand, noble, distinctive. Lin Chen muttered these words, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Yes, why should I insist on just building one structure for Huaxia? Instances don't say they can't be combined. For example, Great Wall Watchtower plus Mighty Qin plus Yama's Palace. Yama's Palace should be underground, separated from the land below by black mist and soil layers, constructing Yama's Palace, then building the Iron Blood Great Wall above the land with the attire of the Mighty Qin army. Such a detailed arrangement, others may not be able to do it, but with my legendary points, I might as well give it a try. With a single thought, Lin Chen opened his eyes, his spirit soaring. Dual instances. Segregating the surface from underground, thus creating two completely different styles of Huaxia. He casually opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen, level, F, occupation, Soul Tailor, mental power, 210, SSS level talent ability, Huaxia Hall of Thought. Legendary points, 3,410. After continuously consuming mental power to make clothes earlier, his mental power limit had also slightly increased. As for the legendary points, perhaps it was because of the large number of viewers who watched him become the global #1 earlier. Even though there was a probability of gaining legendary points, he quickly exceeded 3,000 points. Regarding this skill of gaining legendary points with a probability, Lin Chen had always believed that this probability increased with his own level. But it wasn't time to confirm it yet. Once he was sure his legendary points were enough, he surveyed the land below the mountain, communicated space permissions, ascended to a god's perspective, and began constructing the world beneath the soil layer. The first step starts with Yama's Palace. In his mind, scrolls about Yama's Palace slowly flew out of the library and flipped through on their own. Presented in front of Lin Chen. Hellhound, Yellow Springs Road, Naiha Bridge. One after another, images from Yama's Palace kept appearing. With time running out, he could only select a few key elements to reproduce. After all, it was ultimately a scene, there was no divine power, as long as it could demonstrate a majestic momentum, it would be sufficient. The most crucial aspect is the attire. Themes like Evil Dog Leader and 18 Layers of Hell are not suitable for the current structure. I don't have enough manpower to perfect those areas, nor do I have any corresponding attire for them. After all, it's impossible for people to play roles like evil dogs, not even roles like evil spirits. Let's first construct some scenes that might be used in the underworld. As long as it can complement the attire of the Huaxia and showcase the domain, that will be sufficient. With the rough blueprint finalized, Lin Chen immediately began to take action. Inside the unique realm of Huaxia in his mind, the open book of the underworld shone even brighter, as if his thoughts were descending upon the mortal world. Correspondingly, a small elf at Lin Chen's brow emitted a strong golden light. In an instant, on the ground of the area, mountains and rivers moved, rivers shifted, as if there were mighty rocks and layers of soil underneath, isolating a world no smaller than the land. A gray-white mist enveloped the space above the ground below, as if creating a gloomy sky. If someone were to enter, they would not be able to distinguish whether they were above or below ground. The mist spread, and a winding pale ancient road seemed to be forcefully dragged out from the depths of the underground world, causing the surrounding soil to transform into strange patterns, resembling some ancient and mysterious totem. Since constructing replicas does not fall under Attire production, there was no privacy shield. The cameras in the live stream were observing everything. All the viewers watching Lin Chen were dumbfounded. What is this? The underworld? Is our Huaxia replica this time underground? Quite interesting. I watched the replica duel 8 years ago, and examinees never considered digging underground. Lin Chen is really thinking outside the box. Wait a minute, could Lin Chen be planning to create a place where the Yin gods of Huaxia reside? The words of the last viewer immediately made everyone realize, followed by a chilling sensation. Damn! Is Lin Chen trying to create our Huaxia's hell? The Indian Yin god Yama created hell, and in hell, he is the host. If Indian examinees come to conquer our replica and summon Yama, won't that give Yama room to play? I think he really intends to do so. This stone road looks so eerie. As the audience was shocked, the ancient and mysterious stone road began to resonate with the sound of water. Along with the sound of water, gusts of cold wind mixed with a hint of a fishy smell whistled by, accompanied by eerie sounds of ghosts and wolves echoing in the air. Hearing the sounds coming from the live stream, many viewers stopped sending barrage comments, their bodies shivering suddenly. Can this replica create ghosts? A timid viewer quickly asked, moving away from the screen, afraid that something might suddenly pop out and startle them. I don't know about ghosts, but this hell seems to be quite real. A viewer replied, eagerly studying the ancient and intricate patterns that appeared. The overwhelming sense of historical time that came forth made people want to immerse themselves in it, exploring its mysteries. I've seen replicas made by others, not as rough but not as detailed as this one, especially with all these patterns carved on it. Yet, Lin Chen's speed in creating replicas is not slower than others, which is quite extraordinary. Only this replica gives me the feeling that the real Huaxia underworld is about to descend. At the border checkpoint station, Professor Chen was watching Lin Chen's livestream from his car. Ever since Lin Chen created the attire of Zhong Kuei, their exploration had been temporarily put on hold. Thinking since they were already out, they might as well do something. So, Professor Chen prepared to take his students to Jinghai, to the place where Lin Chen was about to appear. For him, who loved archaeology and exploring the historical relics of Huaxia, Lin Chen was a huge treasure. Countless treasures are waiting for him to explore. This suggestion was immediately approved by the top university in China where he was located, the Imperial University of the capital, granting him significant authority. As long as they could recruit Lin Chen into the university, the Imperial University of the capital was willing to pay any price. Professor Chen naturally agreed, as it would not only serve his personal interests but also allow him to take his students on an all-expenses-paid vacation. Seeing Lin Chen starting to create a replica of the Chinese underworld, Professor Chen was incredibly excited. Hurry! Everyone, take screenshots. Do not miss any details. Look at these patterns. These are all evidence of ancient times in China, symbols that we might use in exploring the Forbidden Mist area. Ha! Professor, the convoy is about to leave, should we watch the replay later? Otherwise, we won't make it to the next city for breakfast. Xiao Jia, who was assigned to drive, replied. His words were immediately met with harsh criticism from Professor Chen. Where was this enthusiasm during the previous archaeological digs? Where was this enthusiasm when you watched Lin Chen's livestream? Quick, stop the car here, let the others go first, it won't be too late to eat after we finish shooting this important data. Ha! Xiao Jiao was dumbfounded. At the same time, beside the ancient road of the Yellow Springs, every bone and eerie insect corpse were swept away by a muddy torrent. The long river surged, roared, and eventually veered away from the ancient path of the Yellow Springs, cutting through the entire underground space, splitting it in half. The water churned, but every drop was precisely deflected back into the riverbed by rocks, not a single drop spilled onto the ground nearby. Above this strange river, a quaint stone bridge gradually emerged. Divided into 3 levels, it stood tall above the rushing river. On the bridge surface, the wind blew, bringing a chilling aura that seemed to penetrate one's marrow. Under the gusts of the cold wind, the bridge swayed dangerously. If a pedestrian were to step on it, they might inadvertently fall into the rushing waters and be swallowed whole. The bridge stood as if telling ancient legends and mysterious powers to the world. After completing all this, Lin Chen took a brief rest, organized his thoughts, and looked at the emerging prototype of the underworld before him, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. He was eager to present the underworld once again to the world. Although these structures held no supernatural elements, they still managed to impress the world with China's unique architecture. Amidst his contemplation, at the end of the ancient road of the Yellow Springs, Lin Chen manipulated the mountains and rivers, causing the earth dragon to stir. In the midst of the tremors, a majestic mountain gate quietly rose. Solemn and majestic, it seemed out of place in this world. A blood-red stone tablet adhered to it, hanging in the center of the gate. 3 words were inscribed on it, named Ghost Gate. Time passed swiftly. Above the platform of the replica led by Lin Chen, green lights flickered continuously, recruiting young men and women dressed in various robes one after another. After recruiting all the top-performing students they could think of in their circle of friends, Jiang Qingqiu and the others discussed and, in Lin Chen's name, posted relevant recruitment information in the defense side's chat channel. Students with a total score of at least 140 in 2 rounds were required to enter. This information quickly rose to the top of the recruitment board within the entire Chinese region. A large-scale replica with at least 800 people. And the creator of this replica was none other than Lin Chen, who had already secured the top spot globally. This news directly ignited the enthusiasm in the entire defense side area. Huang Tudo from Jiangnan First High School, damn, is this for real? The master has already claimed the top spot, and he still wants to create the top replica in China? Li Dayton from Sinew Experimental Middle School, I just meet the requirements, I'll go see how strong this guy really is. Tomato, the author of Win Chime Duck in middle school, said, oh great gods, can we lower the requirements a bit? At least recruit some average players to balance out the team's strength in the instance. Once the recruitment message was sent out, it received numerous responses. Green lights kept flashing on the platform, and more people gathered there. Who is Lin Chen? Where is the great god Lin Chen? What are we preparing to do? Has the terrain of this instance been modified? Why does it still look the same? Hundreds of people were chattering, making Zhang Qingxiu, who had the authority to be a manager, somewhat overwhelmed for a moment. She had to keep explaining that Lin Chen was still creating the instance and would come to join them soon. As for how Lin Chen achieved the first place, she would also explain that it was through the traditional Chinese clothing, using herself as a living example, even showing off her exquisite wedding dress, which intimidated many. However, these explanations did not satisfy all the students. Hey, what is Lin Chen making exactly? Why is there no activity in this instance? A male student dressed in a red Pope outfit complained impatiently, "We came here for the title of global first place. What is he doing exactly? He doesn't seem to be creating an instance at all, does he?" This statement immediately garnered agreement from many surrounding students. Seeing this, the skinny monkey glanced over and kicked all these people out directly. He sneered and said to the remaining ones, "Setting the admission threshold at 140 points is to eliminate students with scores that are too low, to get rid of those who are not even proficient in making clothes. Everyone is here to hitch a ride, to enter the top Chinese instance and build their resume. Are you in such a hurry, like rushing to be reborn? If you can't wait, you can leave directly. My brother Lin doesn't welcome those who don't follow orders. I can confidently tell you, as long as you stay, complete the tasks we assign, you will gain unimaginable opportunities, as well as the chance for crazy high scores in the third round." In the last round, Lin's teammates Zhang Qingxiu, Zhang Lei, and Li Yuan all made it to the global leaderboard. They are all here. Think carefully about it. The skinny monkey's voice was not loud but very powerful. It was evident that he, from the second middle school of the imperial capital, had received appropriate training. Compared to Zhang Qingxiu, he was obviously more adept at management. The noisy members quieted down immediately. People looked at each other in the crowd, and some left directly, but more chose to stay. Can Lin Chen really guarantee us high scores? This promise seems too big. In this atmosphere, a chubby young man in the crowd raised his hand and asked, "If he can guarantee me at least 80 points in the third round, then I have hope of aiming for a prestigious university. Honestly, making combat clothes is not my strong suit. I barely reached 80 points in the first 2 rounds through performance. Can Lin Chen make this guarantee?" We all hope that Lin Chen can replicate the feat of 8 years ago in the Age of Discovery before joining. The chubby guy spoke bluntly, causing many recruited students to nod in agreement. The Age of Discovery instance allowed almost all defending students inside to score at least 90 points, a legendary achievement. The current Lin Chen, under the explanations of Zhang Qingxiu and the others, used traditional Chinese clothing to secure the first place, giving them all hope and willingness to strive for it. Now, all they wanted was a promise from him. Just as the skinny monkey was about to answer and wait for Lin to arrive, a gentle voice came from behind. "Of course, I can guarantee it. I promise that as long as you join my instance, every student present here will achieve their desired results in the third round and smoothly leave the instance." Lin Go? The few members of the skinny monkey group turned their heads in surprise, and Lin Chen had already soared into the air, landing on the platform. In an instant, all eyes in the venue were fixed on him. Is he Lin Chen? Wow, is that big red robe he's wearing the wedding attire from the last round? It's also candlelight tier? He doesn't seem that impressive, not as good looking as the bride. Shut up, this is the world's first. Are you questioning the strength of the first or accusing him of cheating in front of all the examiners worldwide? Lin Chen? Even the chubby student didn't expect the main character to arrive so quickly. Looking at the young man in the zhongkue robe before him, exuding a mix of madness and dignity, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lin Chen didn't make things difficult for him, just smiling gently at everyone and saying, "Words of promise can't compare to the strength brought by actions. My first major instance has been created, let's go see it together, then decide whether to leave or not." The first major instance has been created? The crowd was stunned, turning their heads to look around. The sky still glowed white, and the surrounding mountains and rivers looked no different from before. They hadn't even heard Lin Chen change the terrain. Where was this instance located? Even the skinny monkey group was baffled. After all, Lin Chen hadn't informed them about creating the instance, so they quickly asked in a low voice, "Lin Good, should we wait a bit longer?" Lin Chen smiled, waved his hand, and made everyone float up, saying, "No need, it's really done. Follow me." With that, he led everyone flying towards the center of the venue, where a deep bottomless pit had appeared at some point. Inside, gray-white mist surged, eerie winds howled, and the connected stone walls formed a monstrous roar. "Wow! Lin Good, did you build the instance underground?" The skinny monkey finally understood what was happening, his eyes widening as if he had realized something. Could this be the underworld of our Huaxia? The underworld of Huaxia? The name shocked everyone, but before they could react, Lin Chen led them into the cave. Passing through layers of gray-white mist, they finally arrived at an extremely dark place, cold and eerie. The howling wind blew on them, as if several fierce ghosts were gazing at them with longing eyes, caressing their bodies. In the terrifying and suffocating environment, Lin Chen's voice emerged from the front. Welcome, everyone, to be the first witnesses of the Huaxia underworld. With the voice, the entire area gradually lit up. Ah! Following the light, a girl's scream rang out. Already somewhat terrified in the pitch-black environment, everyone shuddered at the sound, their expressions filled with fear as they turned to look. Thinking it was just a bug scaring them, they were startled, some of the more timid ones activating their protective charms in preparation. At that moment, they found themselves next to a majestic mountain gate. Beside the girl who had screamed, a hideous and ghastly stone statue appeared. Startled by the sudden brightness and the sight of such a thing next to them, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Even the self-proclaimed brave fitness enthusiast John Lei was taken aback. After a brief scare, they realized it was just a statue, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, they began to survey the surrounding environment. Above, the sky was shrouded in gray-white mist. An eerie wind howled high in the air, but it couldn't disperse the mist, as if it separated the outside world of green mountains and clear waters from this place. This is an ancient and majestic checkpoint city gate, with intricate and ancient peculiar patterns carved inside, and the words Ghost Gate Pass engraved on the stone gate that has witnessed countless years. Inside the gate, the shadowy mist seems to transform into numerous human forms, constantly drifting and wandering. The rushing water accompanies the eerie sound of bones hitting the shore, as if malevolent ghosts are screaming madly, trying to climb ashore. Oh my goodness. Lingu, did you create all of this during this time? What is the Ghost Gate Pass? John Lei looked at the building named Ghost Gate Pass, secretly shocked. How long has it been since Lingu has already created such a structure? The ancient and intricate patterns look like they were meticulously crafted. Most importantly, he spent a very short amount of time on it. According to Lingu, this building is just a part of the underworld, as he has already constructed all the other areas. Listening to Zhang Lei's words, Lin Chen gazed at the checkpoint and said in a melodious tone, "This is the Yin Chao Difu in Chinese underworld mythology, the place where the Yin gods reside, the final destination of ghosts. What the West calls hell is just a small branch of the underworld, not the main part. The Ghost Gate Pass is the intersection between the living world and the underworld, where the living should not enter, only the souls of the dead can reach. The intersection of the living world and the underworld, the residence of Chinese Yin gods, the resting place of all souls." Hearing Lin Chen's explanation, everyone's mouths hung open, their eyes showing a look of astonishment. If this is true, then perhaps they are truly going to witness Chinese history. These buildings naturally do not possess any divine power, but the clothing does. Since Lin Chen created the Chinese underworld, they must wear the corresponding Chinese attire. They are to portray and invoke the Chinese Yin gods. Except for Jiang Qingqiu and others, the rest of the students did not watch the live broadcast. If it weren't for Skinny Monkey and others explaining earlier why Lin Chen became the first in showing them Chinese wedding attire, they would definitely have scoffed at it, cursed the fraud, and left the instance. After all, Chinese attire? They have never seen it since birth. This is generally considered a beautiful fantasy of the Chinese people. The younger generation is like this, and so are the older generations. Before the college entrance examination, they were all warned by their teachers not to create Chinese attire based on their fantasies. And now, as fantasies become reality, someone has indeed become the global #1 by making Chinese attire. The concepts of these students are somewhat shattered. While shattered, there are also some indescribable emotions brewing in their hearts. They now have their own Chinese attire, and they are about to become the first group of examinees to wear Chinese attire, participating in an instance unique to China. Bro, let's not watch the rest, okay? Save some time. What do I need to wear for the Yin God costume? Which Yin God to portray? I can do it. My performance will be excellent. The chubby guy, who was the first to be promised by Lin Chen, eyes gleaming, walked up to Lin Chen with a beaming face. Crafty. The students behind him then reacted and eagerly sought positions. Boss, look at me. I'll give a perfect performance. I won't let you down. Boss, I was born for the underworld. I can live here. Master, let me play a Yin God. Even Skinny Monkey and the others were very interested. Seeing this, Lin Chen had to use his authority to push everyone back a bit before saying, "Everyone, don't worry, the underworld doesn't need too many people, they are not the main force, the real main force is still on the surface. I will be there, eventually forming the core of the Chinese instance, which is the second-level instance. The core of China. The second-level instance. A brand new, uniquely Chinese architectural instance is to be constructed on the surface. Lin Chen's words left even the audience in the live broadcast room bewildered. So, audacious, isn't it? Pity those who had to risk their lives delving deep into the mist to explore the architectural style of China, only to find mere traces. And now, above the college entrance examination, this 18-year-old youth who had just become a cloth soul master, unexpectedly created two Chinese instances with a single move, overlapping together. Could it be that Lin Chen is truly a descendant of some hidden prestigious family, who took out ancient books passed down for thousands of years from the family, and then brought out these things? Honestly, if I were an elder in the family, I would have beaten him half to death. Do you know how much these core things could be worth if left outside? Maybe, their thoughts are really different from ours. The Chinese audience spoke, showing even more respect for the red-clothed youth in the live broadcast room. In an era when Chinese civilization was not prominent, being able to publicly reveal what could be considered treasures, and even allowing other students to use the Yin God's attire. Such a person, they had never seen before. Or rather, before meeting Lin Chen, they had never even thought about it. The second instance? So, is this underworld just a part of the upcoming instances? This time, listening to Lin Chen's words, even the thin monkey and his companions who had followed him through the second checkpoint felt a bit dizzy. At that moment, they realized what kind of instance world Lin Chen was about to create. They suddenly wanted to see how the instance would take shape. They really wanted to see the astonishment of the instance raiders when they entered the instance. Let's finish visiting here first. When we return above, I will create the second instance, and then we will truly start cooperating. Lin Chen smiled and said, leading Jiang Qingqiu and the others to roughly tour the underworld. Huangquan Road, Ghost Gate, Naiha Bridge, and River of Forgetfulness had all been created by him. In the end, he even created a Hades city with only its shell and some ancient architectural buildings. After all, with only 10 hours of preparation time, he couldn't waste all his time on constructing buildings. Being able to roughly construct the buildings was already sufficient. The rest would naturally be supplemented by the domain opened by the attire. In his heart, he was already looking forward to using the Firefly Great Attire to summon the Yin God and then unfold the domain, anticipating the scene when the real underworld would descend. Of course, he would have to wait until after the college entrance examination to watch the live replay of that scene. When the instance battle began, Lin Chen did not intend to stay in the underworld. He would choose one person from Jiang Lei, the thin monkey, and others to be the leader of the underworld after the battle started. As for Lin Chen himself, after the battle started, he would don a black dragon robe, lead the Great Qin Iron Cavalry, and defend the Great Wall. That was his home ground. The eerie and terrifying yet majestic underworld provided a powerful visual impact to the students. It was no exaggeration to say that it was 100 times stronger than the Western hell they had seen in textbooks. Western hells were mostly scenes of human suffering, filled with wailing spirits. Where else could you find such an ancient and majestic appearance like the Chinese underworld? That hell was truly a frightening place. Unlike here, this was the true appearance of the underworld. After touring the underworld, the students returned to the top of the city wall, gazing at the floating clouds in the sky, and the green waters and mountains around them. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had traveled to a different world. The subsequent recruitment work was quickly completed under the influence of these students who had confidence in Lin Chen, and the newcomers quickly agreed to join the team. In the end, after a brief discussion, Jiang Qingqiu and the others decided to limit the number of people to 900. This way, they exceeded the number of personnel from the Age of Discovery 8 years ago, but did not surpass the threshold of 1,000, which could lead to a qualitative change in the attacking side. Most importantly, they set the entry threshold too high. Even 140 points would be considered a high score. The quality of the incoming students is too high, which will lead the directing team to also arrange for more high-quality attacking examinees to join. Lin Chen had no objections to this. Taking advantage of their reorganization of the team and kicking out the newcomers, he began to make changes to the entire topography of the local terrain. In his mind, on the bookshelves belonging to the ancient Chinese library, the scrolls depicting the mountains and rivers of China were already spread out. Speaking of China's iconic architectural wonders, the Great Wall is an absolute must. The above-ground instance, guarding the Great Wall, originated from this. Here, he would stand with his teammates to defend against foreign invaders. Defend against examinees from other countries. A 900-person instance is also considered the highest standard instance on the current instance recruitment page. There were a few who wanted to create such a high standard instance, but due to various reasons such as incomplete recruitment and insufficient strength, they were eliminated. After the preparation time passed, the instance he was in would become the first instance in China to face tests from examinees from around the world. Chen took a deep breath and in his mind found the scroll of the Great Wall, making it appear in reality and adding a bit of his own thoughts. Zhang Lei and others who were organizing the examinees on the platform felt a tremor. They couldn't help but stop talking and turn to look. They saw the mountains in front shifting, the ocean swirling, as if a giant dragon just awakened from underground was turning over. Amidst the intense ground shaking, a towering mountain range that ran from north to south and cut across the entire instance emerged before their eyes. The dragon-like mountain range meandered and undulated, majestic and awe-inspiring, making people feel small. Under the sunlight, the contours of the mountain range were clearly visible, like a magnificent painting unfolding before their eyes. Just as all the examinees were discussing what kind of Chinese instance Chen was preparing, the peak of the mountain range began to tremble. A large amount of gray-white rubble fell from it, revealing traces of artificially engraved markings. The skinny monkey held his hands in a circle in front of his eyes, acting as a telescope to look towards the mountaintop. Standing on the mountaintop were rows of sturdy city walls. They snaked and connected at the top of the high mountains, forming a formidable barrier that was awe-inspiring. From a distance, these city walls resembled dragon scales, and the dragon coiled on the mountaintop seemed to be about to rise and overlook the world. Wow, is this really the ancient architectural marvel of our China? Ancient people could actually build such an incredible defense line on mountaintops? The skinny monkey's mouth hung open, completely unable to fathom how this structure was completed back then. Who cares? All I know is that our instance is really going to make waves in the world. A student beside him exclaimed excitedly, even during the Age of Discovery in England, they only made a few ships and sea monsters, but we have truly recreated ancient architecture. When Lingu starts teaching us how to make traditional Chinese attire, we'll all wear it and activate the summoning, and the strong ones will open their domains. How awesome would that be? Although the other students remained silent, excitement gleamed in their eyes. Many had even started to mock those short-sighted students who had been kicked out. They had no idea what kind of opportunity they had missed. It seemed like a black flag was fluttering from the mountaintop. Everyone looked over. On the black flag, there was inscribed an ancient and intricate script. With the ability to understand languages still intact, after careful scrutiny, the corresponding meaning was obtained in their minds. The flag was named Chen. Indeed, it's the Great Chen. The above-ground instance is Great Chen, and the underground instance is the Yama Court, catering to both humans and ghosts. In our instance, it's a fight to the death. Zhang Lei called out excitedly, watching as a figure soared through the sky, becoming even more thrilled. The construction of the instance dungeon was complete. They were about to start creating the attire of the Huaxia dynasty. This was the first time in history that 900 people would be dressed in the grand attire of the Huaxia dynasty. What special effects did those God attires have? What kind of style would the Daqin dynasty attire present? The students present, along with the viewers in the live broadcast room, were all filled with anticipation. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, a voice emerged from the sky. The current instance dungeon name has been officially changed. Renamed, Guardians of Huaxia. Additional time was quietly given to the defending side candidates to form teams. Numerous dungeons finally settled on their ultimate names and were displayed on the attacking side's dungeon page. Of course, only one name could be seen at the moment, and the specific entry conditions would only be finalized after the defending side's 10-hour preparation time was over. Because in the previous hour, some candidates were still undecided about which dungeon to enter, and some dungeons had not reached full capacity. Therefore, the production team could not set conditions for the dungeons based on the current situation. Candidates who had not filled up their dungeons yet or had not decided which dungeon to join still had the opportunity to recruit or choose to join their desired dungeons in the next few hours. Of course, this delay would also affect their preparation time. For the attacking side, the remaining few hours of waiting time were still long. To pass the boring time, the candidates of Huaxia on the attacking side began to speculate about the difficulty of the dungeons based on their names in their regional chat channel. I went to the channel in the British area and all the dungeon names are related to the Age of Discovery because the last instance was a hit. It's really tough when they don't allow duplicate names. Everyone, be careful not to join the 800-person Age of Discovery created by Elizabeth. She is the next Queen of Britain and in the top 10 globally. Let's see, what if the condition is that we can enter a 2,000-person dungeon as the attacking side? Wouldn't that be amazing? Hey guys, has anyone formed a team to challenge the 600-person Winter is Coming dungeon created by a Jeef from the Bear Country? It seems like this globally ranked brother isn't that strong. Indeed, our first dungeon, Guardians of Huaxia, has more people. Many candidates from Huaxia mentioned the dungeon marked with 900 people at the top of the Huaxia page, feeling a surge of pride. The dungeon was created by Chen. At least he was the top expert of their generation in Huaxia, to secure the global first place before the exam even ended. This was an honor that Huaxia candidates had never received before. Currently, as they saw the name of the opponent appear in the first Huaxia dungeon, they were even more excited. This Huaxia candidate who had already secured the first place not only did not slack off but also wanted to make Huaxia shine in the final round of assessments. Of course, being first doesn't mean we can relax. Once I've accumulated enough points in this round, I'll still pay a visit to this dungeon. +1+1, let's explore other dungeons first and deal with this tough nut last. Most candidates were not foolish, at least Chen being the global first meant he possessed top-tier strength that they had not yet thought of. They wouldn't recklessly rush in, at least they had to wait for others to probe first. And this was their first Huaxia dungeon. If it was easily filled up early on by their own people using sheer numbers, what would that be? Amidst casual conversations, a large group of students suddenly emerged on the attacking side's regional channel, declaring their immediate intention to battle in the dungeon created by Chen. Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned, wondering where these fools came from. Some of them checked the opponents' IDs in confusion, only to find that most of them were examinees from Dongying in India. Their names were all translated from their respective languages. Indian examinees were particularly numerous. The conversation was filled with phrases like, "Dare to provoke our Yanma great god, will surely take his life, even the gods of Huaxia won't be able to save him. Even our Dongying examinees dare to challenge, they are really impatient to live. This instance will collapse right from the beginning, as we Dongying people say." The Huaxia examinees laughed when they heard this, finding it amusing. Some people even summarized Chen's actions based on these remarks. They said he attacked a Dongying examinee in the exam hall and provoked the supreme god Yanma of India. He even summoned gods that Huaxia had never seen before. Damn! Chen Dao from Jiangnan First High School said, "I finally understand why the first place is the first place. Damn, the gods of Huaxia. If it weren't for examinees from other countries coming to tell us, I wouldn't have believed it. Now, I can only say, Chen, you really made us proud." Wang Depaying from 3rd High School in the imperial capital said, "Why did I choose the attacking side? I should have joined the defense side in this instance." Li De from 7th High School in Hanshui said, "The gods of Dongying in India are really inferior. In the second round, they are not even on the top 30 global rankings, they seem useless at first glance." This last comment from Li De from Hanshui 7th High School was somewhat sarcastic. There was a time when Huaxia was also ridiculed in such a manner. But now, things had changed. The balance of power between offense and defense was different. While ensuring their own scores, even he wanted to see what was so special about this Huaxia's first instance. What would the attire of Huaxia look like? Amidst the lively chat channel of the attacking side, in the instance guarding Huaxia, Chen received some good news before the production began. Some examinees from the defending side raised objections regarding the clothing materials. After the examination group's research, it was decided that, without changing the material grade, the colors of the instance's clothing could be adjusted accordingly. Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this news. He quickly communicated with the examination group and changed almost all the material colors to black, leaving only a few in other colors. When the materials were brought over, everyone thought it was a black wall emitting light. With so many of us wearing black, our momentum still overwhelms those examinees. Hurry up, Lin Ge, let's get started. We don't want to waste time. Huaxia attire, I must learn well and strive to do my best. Everyone surrounded Chen, their eyes wide open, eagerly anticipating the upcoming lesson on making Huaxia attire. As mentioned earlier, in this round of Huaxia attire, the majority were of the microlight level materials. With nearly 1,000 people's Huaxia attire, it was naturally impossible for Chen to make them all by himself. Chen prepared to teach the two main categories of attire to the Huaxia examinees present, Yin Xia and Great Qin Soldier. For these two types of Huaxia attire, Chen would only create a sample outfit, and then the examinees present would replicate it. For those with poor tailoring skills, they would have to rely on the help of those around them. It was up to the examinees to judge for themselves. Of course, there were also Firefly-level attire, such as black and white impermanence, oxhead and horseface, evil spirits and the Wanchuan River. Due to their uniqueness and rare materials, only Chen could make them. Taking advantage of the gathering of everyone, he selected a group of examinees who had scored well in the previous 2 rounds and had a good level of acting skills as candidates to inherit the Firefly-level attire. This naturally included Skinny Monkey, Zhang Lei, and others. The chubby guy who had raised objections before was also chosen by him. With his wide body, wearing other outfits might not be suitable for him. But the black impermanence in the Yin God is very appropriate. Lin Chen felt like he had hit the jackpot. Even someone he never expected to see here also joined in. It was a tall and sturdy young man. Honestly, when he volunteered and walked out of the crowd, Lin Chen was stunned. The other party just calmly said, "My strength should be enough, right? You've seen me in the first round." The newcomer turned out to be the second in the first round, Chen Chang. The examinee who made the Pope's robe out of a large red cloth couldn't compare to him. After some thought, Lin Chen finally agreed to his request and, along with him, selected a total of 12 people as preparers for the Firefly-grade clothing. The Huaxia examinees who could stay had already mentally prepared for this and had no objections. After all, examinees wearing Firefly-grade clothing were even more dangerous and more likely to be targeted by the attacking side. If their strength was insufficient, wearing it would only lead to a quicker death, making a big joke. In the end, as long as they defended the instance, their scores wouldn't differ too much from those wearing Firefly-grade clothing. Instead of worrying about this, it was more important to perfect the attire of the Great Qin soldiers and the Yin division. Everyone, pay attention. Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 people, Lin Chen still felt slightly uneasy. He had to cough to ease his slight fear before concentrating his mind and placing his hand on the iron-black material in front of him. In his mind, in the ancient Chinese library, a book recording the attire of the Great Qin slowly appeared and quickly opened up, revealing the iron-black armor unique to the Great Qin. Lin Chen's hand shimmered slightly, and the iron-black fabric floated in front of his palm. Some of the fabric became extremely hard, while others turned into strands, connecting with each other. Multiple steps combined rapidly at the same time. In the end, a completely black, ancient-looking surface that seemed to absorb surrounding light armor was successfully completed. Have you all learned it? Holding the armor in his hand, Lin Chen thought the one he made was passable and turned to look around. Everyone's eyes widened, and the whole room fell silent. A certain emotion was evident on everyone's faces. Learned? Learned what? Damn! Lin Gu, do you usually make clothes like this? Skinny Monkey stood behind Lin Chen and exclaimed. His scalp was tingling. Even Chen Shang, who was holding the thought of seeing how strong Lin Chen is and if I can make Huaxia clothing better than him, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn! Is this making clothes and hats? When they made clothes and hats, the process required careful consideration, then fine trial and error, finally completing the idea in their minds step by step. It was like building a tall building with building blocks. They had to pay attention to the foundation and make sure it didn't collapse after building too high. Then they had to focus on the overall beauty of the building. And Lin Chen? He was like snapping his fingers to build with building blocks, and the blocks came to life, consciously jumping up one by one, instantly building an unshakable towering building. Not the kind of operation where you first knock down the tall building, then build it up. He did it all in one go. Learn? Learn what? For Lin Chen, as long as he had hands, he could do it. They only realized when they watched that they didn't have hands. At this moment, all the students present deeply realized the gap between themselves in the first place. Is it too fast to make? Lin Chen looked around at the faces of the people and then reacted. Then I'll slow down my technique, he said, about to start making the second military uniform. Lin Gu, wait a moment. A student raised his hand to interrupt, looking excitedly at the first military uniform Lin Chen made and asked, let the brothers see the effect of this military uniform first, okay? Many people nodded in agreement at the words, yes, let's see what effect our Huaxia micro light level military uniform will have. Is this army uniform really as good as the Pope's or the King's attire? I'm also thinking about this. Could the one called upon by this military uniform be a soldier from the Great Qin in the end? The effect of the Great Qin military uniform? Alright. Lin Chen himself was quite looking forward to the special effects of the Great Qin attire. Listening to the words of those around him, he agreed. He infused some spiritual power into it and then opened the panel of the Great Qin military uniform. He checked it himself and showed it to everyone. Great Qin military uniform Zhajia level, micro light level, public soldier, effects 1. Promotion of soldier's spirit, consume 50 spiritual power to call upon the Great Qin soldier's spirit, becoming stronger with each enemy killed in battle. After the soldier's spirit kills 10 F-rank enemies on the battlefield for the Lord, Lin Chen, it can be promoted from public soldier to superior craftsman. Part of the armor materials will randomly convert to a higher level, and gain the ability to call upon a soldier of the current uniform level as an assistant. 2. Royal Path Bond, when Lord Lin Chen is present, all wearers of the Great Qin military uniform receive an additional 50 points of spiritual power. Note, the promotion level system will match the material level and the uniform spirit master level, derived from the 20-level military merit system of the Qin dynasty. Promotion of soldier's spirit. Royal path bond. Ah, damn. Is this for real? A micro light level uniform has 2 effects? Am I seeing things? At this moment, as everyone looked at the information displayed by Lin Chen, the entire audience was stunned. Their bodies trembled as if struck by electricity. Having 2 skill effects at the micro light level was surprising enough, but what was the description of these skills? By summoning the soldier's spirit and having it kill enemies for Lin Chen, one could gain promotions and upgrades. After the promotion, the grade of the uniform would also change and ascend. A growth-oriented uniform. In the sky above, all the examiners were no longer composed, their expressions almost bordering on madness. Even the golden-haired lady embodying Athena struggled to maintain her composure. When Lin Chen started making the uniform, the live broadcast was naturally blocked from the cameras. But their examination group was not blocked. Lin Chen is really about to usher in a new era. Growth-oriented attire is still something we can only dream of at present. The Huaxia examiners were breathing rapidly. Their hands holding the teacups were shaking violently. Lin Chen, you have really stirred up a storm for us. If such uniforms could be popularized, Huaxia wouldn't need to expend a lot of manpower and resources every year exploring the mist and collecting high-level uniform materials. They could simply equip the military with these uniforms, engage in battles within the mist, and continuously level up. This way, they could obtain high-level uniforms, becoming stronger by killing enemies. The description was truly tempting. It might be just a micro-light level now, but what if it continues to grow? Could it become the same as the brightness level or even the sunset level? If a group of sunset-level Huaxia uniform wearers were truly cultivated, Huaxia would definitely dominate the Forbidden Zone. The emotions of some foreign examiners were on the verge of collapse. Why? Why do Huaxia's uniforms have such powerful effects? Doesn't this make our country's crusaders look weak? Our country's crusaders are also historical and cultural figures, so why don't they have the same bonds and upgrade effects as Huaxia? Is Huaxia's historical and cultural heritage really that profound? Why have our gods never told us about this? Examiners from countries like Eagle Land and Donying had faces as dark as ink, their suppressed killing intent almost uncontrollable. Too powerful. The effect of this uniform is truly too powerful. This Lin Chen, who knows where he came from, has already brought several astonishing effects to Huaxia. If he continues like this, what will happen? If Lin Chen is not recruited by them, he will definitely become their great enemy in the future. The final restraint effect of this attire is the last straw that crushes their spirits. Lord, Lin Chen. Does this mean that Lin Chen can control all the attire soul masters wearing the Great Qin military uniform through his attire? If he leans towards Huaxia, how dare the armies of other countries popularize such attire? In the future, when they start to compete for territory after clearing the misty area, with just a glance from the other side, their army will completely lose its combat power. At this moment, the examiner representing the arrival of the Eagle country, the old man with golden hair, looked at Lin Chen with an indeterminate expression in his eyes. He finally made up his mind. He must be killed. Lin Chen cannot be left alive. Who knows how many things similar to the Great Qin military uniform are still in his mind. The country must be informed of the decision to send spies to assassinate Lin Chen. Burn everything Lin Chen has to ashes. Lin Chen is temporarily unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he is surrounded by everyone, each person's eyes shining brightly. Boss, I've made up my mind. I'll wear this faint light level attire. Lin Gu, let's start over, we will study seriously. I swear, Lin Gu, rest assured, once it appears in the instance, this attire will be a family heirloom. Listening to everyone's words, Lin Chen looked at the attire in his hand, feeling quite excited. Even he didn't expect that the Great Qin military uniform would have such incredible growth properties. Most importantly, the weight of the words of Qin Shi Huangying Zhang is constantly increasing. The emperor didn't just give him a black dragon robe, it's the entire Great Qin Empire. Listening to the voices around him, Lin Chen slightly collected his thoughts and smiled, saying, "You don't need to rush to choose. The effect of the Great Qin military uniform is good, and the following Yin attire will not be inferior. After both attires appear, you can make a decision." Lin Chen's words excited the students around him. Yes, the Great Qin military uniform is already so powerful. What kind of strong effect will the Yin attire in the Huaxia Yin god system have? Responding to the urging of the crowd, Lin Chen meticulously explained the entire process of making the attire once again. While making the attire, he also pointed out possible issues to the students. Making clothes is a course that students have studied for more than 10 years, and the students present are not low-scoring. If they can't roughly imitate the process even after watching it once, they might as well go back to high school. Moreover, with the 2 example military uniforms made by Lin Chen, even if a step is forgotten, it can be restored through observation. Lin Gu, we understand, let's start making the attire. After confirming that no one had any questions about the steps, Zhang Lei couldn't help but urge. Although he has been confirmed to be able to wear the Firefly level attire, learning is endless. Mastering the making of such attire is also a skill. Okay. Lin Chen put down the military uniform in his hand. Without further ado, after a brief pause, he began making the attire. Attires like the Great Qin military uniform, at the faint light level, are not as intricate as the Black Dragon robe. Originally mass-produced to equip the soldiers of the Great Qin, making them distinctive to protect the soldiers is sufficient. Making such attire naturally doesn't take too long. The attire is the same. Lin Chen took a piece of black fabric, and as the faint light shimmered in his hand, the fabric gradually transformed in the eyes of the onlookers. In this process, he also made an effort to slow down the pace of his production, explaining step by step the essentials of the clothing and the unique stylistic techniques belonging to the Chinese style. In the end, the dim black fabric transformed in his hands into a simple yet ancient-looking inchi garment. It emitted a faint black light, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld. The garment's cut appeared dignified and solemn, yet mysterious. At the collar and cuffs, a grayish-white mist lingered, exuding an endless cold aura. In response to everyone's excited gazes, Lin Chen wasted no time and quickly displayed the panel of the inchi garment. Chinese attire, inchi garment, grade, dim light level, effect, 1. In spirit, consumes 30 points of spiritual power every 30 minutes, summoning the inchi to attach to oneself, immune to all physical attacks, and suppressive against all ghosts weaker than grade E. In spirit, summon the inchi to attach to oneself, immune to all physical attacks. Hiss. Damn. The ability to turn into a ghost at the dim light level already? And there's even cross-level suppression property? For a moment, some students who were leaning towards the Daqin military uniform were now hesitating again. Although this inchi did not have growth attributes, the effect of this in spirit was exceptionally powerful. Where would the examinees outside have so many means to target souls? Wearing this garment, their survival ability skyrocketed. After all, this was the college entrance examination, and surviving until the end was a crucial indicator. Just as the examinees were hesitating, Lin Chen added fuel to the fire. Now, make your choice. I only need 100 people for the inchi. After all, this is not the main battlefield. Those who want to wear the inchi garment, come to my left side, first come first served. His words were very effective, and some examinees who were more inclined towards self-preservation quickly gave up the Daqin military uniform and came over. This action influenced many indecisive examinees. Soon, the number on Lin Chen's left side reached the requirement. Alright, although the inchi garment is strong in terms of survival, and it's not considered the front line, you still have to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities and follow commands. While there's still time, hurry up and make your military uniform or inchi garment. Ho, distribute the materials. Got it. Skinny Monkey replied, smiling, and walked to the pile of materials, choosing a few people to assist. Come on, line up properly, don't push, one by one, there's enough for everyone. Skinny Monkey, who was selected to wear the Firefly level attire, was naturally not in a hurry, as it wasn't his own creation, so it was quite relaxing. Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief as he watched this scene, slightly easing the mental exhaustion from making 3 garments. Just as he was about to start making the remaining garments, Zhang Qingxiu and the other selected examinees approached, asking with concern, "Do you need help with the remaining Firefly level attire? You can guide us on the side, so although the process might be slower, it will give you a chance to rest." That's right, Lin Gu, after all, this instance is not just about you, and you getting enough rest is also crucial. Li Yuan nodded. Our results are not bad, even if you just describe the approximate appearance of the attire, we can replicate it quite accurately, Chen Cheng said. Although he now felt that he was somewhat inferior to Lin Chen even in making clothes, he still had a say in this matter. Being inferior to Lin Chen didn't mean he couldn't replicate the garments. He had to show some capability, right? Lin Chen looked at the crowd in front of him, shaking his head with a smile. No need, some of these are quite simple to make despite their traditional style. The Firefly Great Armor of the Great Qin Army is just an upgraded version, not too difficult to create. I won't pretend to be capable. If I really can't make it, I'll ask for your help. Of course, but not right now. He was a bit tired, but the sense of accomplishment from personally creating traditional Chinese attire filled him with satisfaction. At this moment, he was increasingly looking forward to the opening of the next instance dungeon. It would be the moment when traditional Chinese attire shocked the world. Responding to his companion's concerns, he arranged tasks for them after a short rest, sending everyone away. He took all the Firefly-grade materials and found a secluded place to start making various garments like the black and white impermanence attire. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream room were getting a bit anxious watching the majestic Great Wall. Ah! What growth-oriented clothing! What great Chen attire! Why are we only hearing voices? Show us the visuals! I can't wait to see that scene. When will the instance dungeon open? Let's come back in 10 hours. Other instances are showing scenery too, obviously teasing us, wanting us to see the finished product of the instance. Sigh, I'll take a break first, set an alarm, and get ready to watch it immediately. Front row selling pillows, snacks, mineral water, sunflower seeds, and drinks, Chen. 10 hours may seem long or short. As the sun set outside in the world of China, the viewers in the live stream room finally heard the announcement from the examination group. Defense side instance dungeon preparation time is over. Each instance dungeon's condition information is now open. The attacking side can check the corresponding conditions themselves. In 10 minutes, the instance dungeon access permissions will be granted. This announcement immediately shook almost all the viewers. The instance dungeon was truly beginning. The third round of assessments officially began. It's finally here. Quickly switch the camera in the live stream room. Why are we still showing scenery? Could it be that we have to wait for 10 minutes to follow the attacking side examinees into the instance dungeon before filming starts? Where did the directing team come from? There are no chicken legs today. Fortunately, the anxious viewers were comforted as a new small program button was added in the live stream room. By clicking on it, they could see the access information of each instance dungeon and also access the attacking side's chat channel. At this moment, with the sound of the sky, the attacking side members who had rested for 10 hours were all excited, eager to get started and make their mark. When they opened the information of each instance dungeon, they all unhesitatingly chose to first check the information of the instance dungeon ranked first in each country. They all wanted to see which instance dungeon would be the most challenging this time. The restrictions in the instance dungeon information often represented the difficulty of the dungeon. The more restrictions, the harder the dungeon. On the public screen, some examinees who hadn't had the chance to click on the Guardian of China instance dungeon were already overwhelmed by the flood of information being relayed. Damn! Who said the Bear Country's winter is coming instance dungeon is weak? Look at these conditions. Attached image, instance dungeon, winter is coming, number of participants, 600, instance members, Ajev, Anna Katerina. Defeat the defense side in the frigid Bear Glur region, access requirement, possessing a micro-light grade attire, scores not less than 140 points in the first 2 rounds. Current number of attacking side members, 0/1200, full members will start. Note, after clearing this instance dungeon, all attacking side members are guaranteed a minimum score of 80 points in the 3rd round. Oh my god! Scores not less than 140 points in the first 2 rounds? At least 70 points per round, basically the admission threshold of a top-tier university. Many candidates looked at the admission requirements for the first volume of The Bear Country with a sense of awe. Many of them couldn't even pass the admission threshold. A high threshold means that the quality of this volume is extremely high and the difficulty is great. However, it also means high returns. As long as you successfully raid this volume, you can get a guaranteed score of 80 points. So cool! This means that as long as you join this volume, if you die in the volume, as long as your teammates raid the volume, the deceased will also count as 80 points. Oh my goodness, a 1,200 person volume, with only 600 on the defense side, a double gap. Even with a 2-for-1 exchange, victory is possible. And it's not over yet, brothers. Look at the Age of Discovery in England. Attached image, volume, Age of Discovery, volume number, 800, volume members, Elizabeth Sharon, Ray Bookie. Defeat the English fleet in naval battle, admission requirements, have a fate level outfit, with scores not less than 150 in the first 2 rounds. Current number of attackers, 0/2000, full when open. Note, after raiding this volume, all attackers are guaranteed a minimum score of 85 in the 3rd round. A guaranteed 85 points. One top-notch volume after another from various countries, plus the final guaranteed score, drove almost all candidates worldwide crazy. Instead of struggling with small volumes, it's better to directly tackle a big one and be done with it. A score of over 80 basically meets the psychological expectations of all candidates for the 3rd round. And this is just a guaranteed score. The greater the contribution in the volume, the higher the score. This mechanism tells you that you can even risk your life and charge upwards. Soon, a large number of attackers from the Bear Country's winter is coming and England's Age of Discovery are about to join. It's almost full immediately. Not only these 2 countries, the 8 banners insect tide from Dongying, the Shiva Brahmins from India. Almost all countries with historical heritage have guaranteed scores, and the number of people is increasing like crazy. What about Huaxia? Some students who were dazzled by the volume information finally reacted and clicked on their own regional first volume, the one called Guarding Huaxia volume. As soon as they saw the information above, everyone's pupils dilated, and their hearts shook greatly. What's going on? How can the first volume of Huaxia have such admission requirements? Volume name, Guarding Huaxia, volume number, 900, volume members, Lin Chen, Zhang Qingqiu, Jian Lei, Li Yuan. Defeat the ancient army named Great Qin and the underworld gods at the majestic Great Wall border. Admission requirements, 1. Have at least a faint level outfit, with scores not less than 160 in the first 2 rounds. 2. Have a faint level outfit or above for attacking the underworld gods, or be able to make such outfits. The exam group can provide the corresponding materials. 3. Have a faint level outfit, with scores below 120 in the first 2 rounds. Condition 1 recruits a total of 1,800 people. Condition 2 recruits a total of 400 people. Condition 3 recruits a total of 500 people, total, 2,700 people. Note, after rating this volume, all attackers are guaranteed a minimum score of 85 in the 3rd round. Damn! When someone posted the admission requirements for the first volume of Huaxia, all candidates along with the audience were stunned. 3 admission requirements. A total of 2,700 people in 1 volume. The total number of attackers is 3 times that of the defenders. In almost an instant, the originally 0/2700 admission quota suddenly became 500/2700. The 500 people for Condition 3 were instantly full. Basically, they were all students from Huaxia inside. For these candidates, this volume's requirements are simply a blessing. They didn't even pass the first 2 rounds. If there is a guaranteed minimum score of 85 in the 3rd round, maybe they could pull through and make it to a university. Even though they knew they were most likely cannon fodder, they were determined to give it their all. If they failed the Yihan College entrance examination, there would be no second chance for another test. If they wanted to continue being Yihan masters, they would have to join the military or form a mercenary team to venture into the Misty Realm to fight for their lives. Whichever path they chose, it wouldn't lead to the opportunity of entering a university and enjoying its resources. The examination board is really favoring us from Huaxia. In the sky above, the Huaxia examiner with a square face had a somewhat gloomy expression. He couldn't help but worry about Lin Chen and his companions. 2,700 people were just 1 round. Once they passed 1 round, another 2,700 people would land on the battlefield. Fortunately, the production team didn't dare to go too far and provided a compensation plan. Defend 1 wave, all defenders receive 60 points, regardless of survival. Defend 2 waves, all defenders receive 80 points, regardless of survival. Defend 3 waves, all defenders receive 100 points, regardless of survival. Double the rest time for each wave, and almost unlimited supply of materials. Even the examiner representative couldn't object to this. 3 waves, totaling 8,100 people, were indeed challenging. But there was still a chance. And with rules clearly in balance for the examination, even he couldn't veto it. If he wanted to make it easier for the examinees, the Eagle country would definitely object. Arguing over this matter was pointless for both sides. So, he made only one request, asking Lin Chen if he agreed. If he didn't, Huaxia would never accept this condition. When the production team asked Lin Chen the question, before he could answer, all the examinees behind him answered on his behalf. Agreed. They were all going crazy. Even among the production team proposing the conditions, some couldn't help but think, I was planning to score enough before coming back to this instance. Now, there's no choice. Sorry Lin Chen. How come we, students specializing in god costumes, are missing at a time like this? It's simple, with some materials, we can summon the gods. Damn, why are all the spots for god costumes full? Who was so quick to grab them? In the attacking channel, numerous IDs and names from India popped up in the chat channel. They were all saying that dealing with gods was their responsibility, and Yama, the great god, would easily take care of Lin Chen and his gods. This time, these Indian examinees weren't as aggressive in their tone. The reason was obvious, as they would soon be attacking alongside the Huaxia examinees. It wasn't wise to provoke teammates at this moment. Originally, the Indian examinees were just talking, not planning to take the lead or be the first ones in. But after the conditions for the Huaxia instance were announced, many changed their minds. Especially after seeing that the first Indian instance, Shiva Brahman, didn't have such outrageous conditions. Many examinees saw this as a fun scoring opportunity and crazily chose to join. With nearly 3 times the number of people and the angry Yama assisting them, wasn't it easy to clear this instance? So, all the Indian examinees shouted that they would avenge Yama and joined in. Many Huaxia examinees were speechless at this sight, but their fingers were quick to click and join the instance on the screen. Soon, the 1,800 people meeting the condition were gathered. Thus, the Huaxia instance with the strictest conditions globally became the first large-scale 100-player instance to open. The 10-minute wait quickly passed, and a pleasant female voice rang in everyone's ears. The number of players for the instance Huaxia Watch has been gathered. Please wait, entering the instance now. With the sound, all members of the attacking side who chose to join the instance felt their bodies gradually floating up and flying towards a specific area ahead. As the greenery around them faded away, they found themselves enclosed in a completely sealed green cover, with a pile of supplies nearby. More examinees from the attacking side kept joining in. Looking down at the ground beneath their feet, they saw solid soil with no trace of vegetation. Flat ground? Many examinees were first stunned, then a smile crept onto their faces. Such a flat terrain? The beginning was not bad at all. Brothers, gather around. Listen to me. I scored 170 points, so listen to me. Before the crowd could start chattering, one person's voice roared, drawing all examinees' attention towards him. Everyone turned to see a young man in red papal attire, tall and slender like a bamboo pole. Among our 2,700 people, we need a commander. Let's choose the best based on scores. I have 170. Anyone higher, step forward. 170 points. At least 80 points in the first 2 rounds. The crowd gasped in shock. They looked at each other, no one stepped forward, no one opposed. But someone raised a question. Buddy, give us a name? You look unfamiliar? Scoring over 80 in both rounds, which prestigious family's genius are you? The bamboo pole youth's face turned cold at the question. Strength? He said, and the red bishop's attire on him shimmered like fireflies. It was a firefly-grade outfit, enough to overshadow all other examinees' attire. With this display, all doubts vanished. The bamboo pole youth continued with a firm attitude. I am Li Yue, and I will lead the assault in this exam. Yes, not the same name. The person was Li Yue, who had fallen to the bottom in the first round of probing Lin Chen. Naturally, he did not score 170 points. But in the second round, Li Yue got lucky, found the only firefly-grade exotic beast in his exam room, and crafted this firefly-grade outfit. In the second round assessment, he scored 87 points. When he saw Lin Chen's copy appear, even though he knew he was no match for Lin Chen, he still wanted to compete. If he became the leader of the copy assault team and successfully conquered Lin Chen's copy, he could get a perfect score of 100. That way, he would have at least 200 points. Not to mention top-tier universities, he could at least get into a college. Li Yue was taking a big risk. His acting skills as a skilled player were pushed to the limit. As he had anticipated, there were no experts joining in the first round, mostly observing. His 170 points stood out. Even the Indian examinees who joined in were impressed. This is my last chance. Li Yue thought, then coughed. Alright, let's divide into teams now. Those who entered under Condition 3 stand in front of me. Indian Shadow-type examinees and Chinese Shadow-type attire examinees stand in one team, and the remaining high scorers stand on my left. Li Yue clearly had his own way of managing things. He quickly subdivided the teams into smaller groups, each with a leader in charge. This well-organized division of labor ultimately won everyone's trust. With only about 10 minutes left for them to regroup, Li Yue made full use of it. Li, our Indian summoners need some time. You just need to hold on for an hour. Let's cooperate happily. The representative chosen by the Indian examinees shook hands with Li Yue vigorously. We need to hurry, Li Yue said, his expression cold as he surveyed the increasingly transparent green barrier. He waved his hand. Everyone, get ready. He was commanding 2,700 people. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, how powerful an emperor he summoned, could he take on 2,700 people? He didn't believe it. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the green barrier completely dissipated. All the cameras in the live broadcast rooms swiftly shifted to the front at this moment, on the defensive side's position. The moment it came into view, everyone's breath seemed to pause. In front of the attackers, there lay vast and boundless mountains. At the summit of the mountains, a magnificent series of city walls snaked through the landscape. Majestic and solemn, the sunlight bathed this ancient structure, casting a golden glow on every brick and inch of the city wall. Under the sunlight, the silhouette of the Great Wall stood clearly against the blue sky, like a boundary line between heaven and earth. A profound sense of time emerged in everyone's hearts, and the melodious and urgent sound of horns echoed from the sky. Vibrations akin to thundering giants running could be felt from the city walls atop the mountains. Clang! 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 Along with the sound, the black iron shoulder plates reflected light and appeared before everyone's eyes. Were those examinees? No, They were an army. A well-trained army. Looking up at the Great Wall, soldiers clad in uniform black iron armor, seemingly adorned with black scales, stood out distinctively from the armor styles of other nations, exuding a more ruthless and domineering aura. As the soldiers moved, the collision of their armor emitted a dull yet powerful sound, as if the pulse of the earth was beating. They stood in formation, their gazes sharp, every movement exuding disciplined dignity. The resounding horn shook hearts, like thunder rolling overhead. As the soldiers walked atop the Great Wall, each step made the examinees of the attacking side below feel as if the earth was trembling. Their footsteps merged into an invisible force, causing panic in people's hearts. Damn! At this moment, many examinees on the attacking side were starting to regret joining this instance. And at that moment, black flags were raised from various parts of the city wall. The flags fluttered and rustled. On the black iron dragon totem, ancient and intricate characters were inscribed. It read, Chen. Mighty Chen. At this moment, gazing at the continuous black iron armor on the Great Wall, all the spectators inexplicably felt a palpitation. They seemed to be placed in the midst of the river of history, witnessing an army descending from the long ages into reality. Damn! Isn't this too cool? Some viewers crazily typed exclamation marks in the live chat. Is this the Great Chen? The Chen army? Wait, they haven't even started summoning their gods yet. These are all examinees from the defensive side. Oh my goodness, how did they manage to train so efficiently in such a short time? Amidst the numerous comments in the live chat, the examinees of the attacking side at the foot of the mountain were already sweating profusely. They were on flat ground, but their enemies stood tall at the summit of the mountains, holding a formidable natural barrier. Looking at the steep mountain road ahead, Liu's head suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. No wonder the examination group set such complex conditions. No wonder they were given so many cannon fodders. Although they could summon gods, the deities would not grant them the power of flight. Most gods could only emit beams of attack or support. After all, they were of a low light level, and the requirements could not be too demanding. Team Li, what should we do? Asked the captain of the cannon fodder squad behind him. Wait, let me think. At this moment, Liu's brain was spinning like never before. He gazed at the formidable pass ahead, at the soldiers wearing black iron shoulder plates above. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Everyone, rest in place. Liu's mouth curved into a smile, speaking in a calm and clear manner. Rest in place? All the examinees on the attacking side present were stunned at his words. But in the crowd, there were some people who first looked up with puzzled faces, then glanced at Liu, suddenly enlightened. Captain Li is amazing. They may have the advantage of the high ground, but it's clear they don't dare to come down. In that case, why don't we wait until the Indian candidates have fully utilized the materials, made the shadow god costumes, and then go up? Chen and the others dare not come down, so why should we rush to attack them now? Liu's thoughts were interpreted and spread out. Instantly, the tense expressions of all attacking candidates relaxed. Ah, I see now. Yeah, why rush? This instance will last for 3 more days. Let's take it slow. Brothers, let's rest here. I think we can provoke Chen and the others a bit. See if they'll be provoked to come down directly? The attacking team once again became sparse, and at the foot of the mountain, the candidates' gazes towards the army above were different now. Some even discussed keeping them standing, preferably until they were exhausted. I suggest we pretend to attack from time to time, wear them out, spend a day and night with them. We can take turns defending, they'll have to be on duty all the time. Some had already proposed even more sinister tactics. This was the advantage of numbers. With 3 times as many personnel as the opposing side, they could easily work in shifts, 800 candidates taking turns on duty, directly wearing out the opponent for 24 hours. So ruthless. The audience in the live broadcast heard the discussions within the attacking side, and once again began to worry about Chen and the others. This tactic is poisonous. Indeed, it seems that Chen can only defend this Great Wall, not attack. This Great Wall is not like the British's Great Voyage instance, or even the Winter is Coming of the Bear Country. At least those 2 instances allow for attacks. Chen's Great Wall is purely defensive. How can they attack? Once they attack, the advantage of the Great Wall will completely disappear. 2 teams confronting each other on flat ground, it's hard to say who will win. Chen should have considered this situation, right? Could it be that the second instance, the underworld, was created for this kind of situation? As the audience spoke, some candidates from the attacking team, under Liu's signal, approached the foot of the mountain where the Great Wall was located. They laughed and shouted in unison towards the top of the Great Wall. Chen, turtle, if you're so capable, come down. We'll wait for you. Let's see who wins. Turtle, how much longer can this be endured? Many viewers came to Lin Chen's live broadcast room, wanting to see how Lin Chen would respond this time. Should he attack or defend? Attacking is the least wise, but defending will lead to being worn out by the opponent. Stalemate. Amidst the various opinions, the camera in the live broadcast room finally turned to focus on the young man dressed in a pitch-black robe. At this moment, Lin Chen was inside the beacon tower at the connection point of the Great Wall. Surrounding him were Chen Chang and Jian Lei, also dressed in iron-black battle armor. Compared to the candidates' battle armor outside, the armor worn by Chen Chang and the others emitted a dark glow, as if finely polished by some kind of iron tool. Obviously, these armors were made of firefly-grade materials, possessing the commanding ability of the Great Qin military uniform. Inside Lin Chen's live broadcast room, the cursing voices of the attacking candidates were also very clear. The audience wanted to see anger or resentment from the people present, but most of them appeared very calm, some even showing a hint of mockery on their faces. It seemed they had long planned for this. Your Majesty, it's time. Chen Chang, wearing the firefly-grade Great Qin military uniform, said, bowing to Lin Chen and speaking with a more resounding voice. Correspondingly, the dark glow on his military uniform became even brighter. Let's begin. Lin Chen, dressed in a black dragon robe, his voice becoming more majestic. By the Emperor's command, beat the drums. Chen Chang stood tall, suddenly turned around, and waved his hand towards the elite soldiers of Deity on the Great Wall. Following his command, on the Great Wall, dozens of rays of light shimmered one after another. Along with the light, soldiers from Deity appeared in midair one after another. By the Emperor's command, beat the drums, they shouted, striking the empty space in front with the weapons in their hands. There seemed to be an invisible war drum there. The clash of weapons and the empty space resonated with thunderous roars. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of drums echoed continuously in the sky. Wind! Strong wind! Along with the drumming, all the soldiers standing on the city wall raised their weapons. They shouted in unison. Their voices thundered. The orderly shouts seemed to contain a bloody and murderous aura, possessing some kind of invisible power. The trembling caused loose rocks to fall from the mountaintops, rolling down. The candidates near the foot of the mountain felt weak in the legs, their faces showing astonishment. It was visible to the naked eye. On the Great Wall, faint lights shimmered from the armor. One by one, soldiers dressed in the same black iron Deity military uniform quietly appeared. Some held long spears, some held bows and arrows, their gazes icy, as if they had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Not good. The attacking candidates near the foot of the mountain looked at this scene, their legs slightly trembling. Just as they were about to turn and flee, they heard a faint sound of breaking through the air behind them. The viewers in the live broadcast could see clearly, those black iron arrows. The long arrows, like meteors in the night sky, tore through the silent air, carrying an unstoppable momentum towards their target. Its appearance was so sudden that everyone present was caught off guard. Without any surprise, accompanied by a few soft thuds, the arrow pierced through the throat of the attacking candidate, splattering a burst of green blood. The attacking candidates grimaced, trying hard to cover their necks, but to no avail. In the end, they all turned into a green light and disappeared from the examination site. What? Li Yue watched this scene, his heart trembling, as if sensing some danger, he hurriedly bent over in a panic. In an instant, a sound of breaking through the air accompanied by screams came from behind him. A poor soul was eliminated in the form of green light. The arrow had shot directly from the top of the city wall to the gathering place of the attacking candidates. That was close. Li Yue's back was covered in cold sweat, shouting frantically, "Run! Don't get too close here, their arrows can reach us." The candidate in the bishop's attire activates the summoning of the gods. Use the holy light shield for protection. Let's retreat and continue to wear them down. Don't panic, the release of these arrows also consumes mental energy. With Li Yue's voice, many attacking candidates seemed to have found their backbone. After all, there were a total of 1,700 high-scoring candidates. Now, with someone in command, some immediately began to play the role of the Pope, successfully summoning the red-robed Pope to shield the team. One shield couldn't stop the arrows, but with 2-3 shields overlapping, the arrows were ultimately kept outside the defense. It seemed like nothing had happened. Li Yue thought, straightening up again, already envisioning a safe retreat and continuing to follow the original plan to wear down Lin Chen. It seemed that Lin Chen was only capable of this much, but a chilling cold wind soon shattered his dream. Looking into the distance, heavy clouds had already covered the entire front of the Great Wall. In the sky, something was gradually falling. It hit Li Yue's face, making him hoarse and grimacing, his mood sinking to the bottom. It was hailing. They were in a blizzard. So that's how it was. It turned out that Lin Chen was waiting for them here. Looking at the bull-sized hail in the sky, Li You's face turned extremely gloomy. His body couldn't help but subconsciously tighten his clothes. They were dressed too lightly. It would be absolutely unwise to resist Lin Chen in the icy wilderness. Not to mention that the defenders were at most enduring the cold wind, watching them being pelted by hail. Why is this happening? Massive weather changes. How could Lin Chen achieve this? Even if it's the candlelight rank, it won't last long, right? He's just putting on a bold front, trying to lure us into attacking. Li Yue thought, gritting his teeth as he led everyone to retreat, trying to wait for the heavy snow to stop. But 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. The goose feather-like snowflakes, accompanied by hail that could leave bumps on one's head, still didn't stop. More and more candidates were shivering from the cold, involuntarily calling out to the gods for warmth with their divine light. This seriously drained their mental strength. For a moment, many candidates were in distress. Li, we need to think of a way. It's too cold. It's not good for us to make clothes. Even the Indian candidates who had been making clothes in the rear couldn't help but run over to say, we must delay for another half an hour. Let this weather return to normal. It's affecting our production of the Yin God's attire. Even if Lord Yenma allows our simple clothes, we must at least complete 2/3 to summon the gods. This completely shattered Li You's plan to use delaying tactics. He looked up at the dome, at the countless iron-black armored figures, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, everyone, line up. Prepare to charge. Cannon fodder at the front. The situation had already shifted towards a scenario that the attackers least wanted to see. How did Lin Chen manage to do this? Now, all the spectators watching this battle were extremely curious. Only Chen Chang and a few others who had obtained the Firefly rank attire knew the secret behind it. Their Great Qin attire was not simple at all. Great Qin military attire Jia armor rank, Firefly rank, hairpin swaying, effects 1. Promotion of the warrior's soul, consume 70 spiritual power, summon the Great Qin warrior's soul, become stronger by killing enemies. After the warrior's soul kills 10 E-rank enemies on the battlefield for the Lord, Lin Chen, it can be promoted from hairpin swaying to not changing part of the armor materials randomly convert to promotion to candlelight rank, and gain 3 soldiers of the current attire rank as assistants. 2. Royal Road Bond. 3. Unity in Spirit, the domain will be shared from top to bottom. When the Lord Lin Chen opens the Royal Road domain, all soldiers will enjoy enhancements and pay the corresponding spiritual power to maintain the domain. Note, how can it be said that there is no attire, when we are all in the same garment? It was too incredible. At this moment, they were like a vast network. The beginning of the network was Lin Chen. After Lin Chen opened the domain, everyone evenly shared the spiritual power needed. There were a total of 800 people here. Even if each person paid 10 spiritual power, it would be enough to sustain a domain that could consume 8,000 spiritual power. Not to mention the effect of the Royal Road Bond. With Lin Chen present, everyone automatically gained an additional 50 spiritual power. Such a domineering domain was nothing more than a drizzle to them. Chen Chang thought, feeling somewhat regretful. The incoming enemies were not of E rank, so he could forget about advancing to candlelight rank in battle with this attire. However, he wasn't greedy. When Lin Chen distributed this armor to him, he had curiously asked some questions about Great Qin in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was completely generous and directly informed them of some basic information about Da Qin and the 20-level military noble system mentioned on the armor. It seemed that he had no reservations due to any unpleasantness with Chen Cheng in the past, treating him the same as Zhang Lei and others. The knowledge of the Huaxia was truly priceless. To give away such priceless treasures, what audacity! No wonder he became the inheritor of the Black Dragon robe. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Chen Cheng heard Lin Chen speak up, everyone, get ready, they are about to launch their attack. Yes, Your Majesty. He quickly regained his composure, respectfully saluting. The black iron armor on his body radiated a brilliance like ink, giving a sense of reaching the realm of unity between man and God. Things unfolded just as Lin Chen had anticipated. When the blizzard mixed with fierce winds swept over the examinees on the attacking side, all they could do was to climb the mountain and attack the Great Wall. As for why they were given a path up the mountain, the reason was simple. There was a directing team in this instance dungeon. If the defending side really played it to the hilt and left no room for chances, the directing team would balance things out by arranging more attacking side examinees, or simply granting them abilities similar to flight. How could Lin Chen not have considered this? He and Zhang Lei and others stood on the city wall, feeling the biting cold wind, looking down below. Dozens of red-robed bishops' illusions below jointly held up a huge light shield, and a large number of examinees swarmed towards the top of the Great Wall like locusts. The iron-black arrow rain, weakened by the light shield, lost its chilling momentum, and only a few unlucky ones accidentally hit by arrows were eliminated on the spot. It seemed like the enemies below the mountain were about to charge up almost in full force. However, he did not feel anxious about it. The black dragon robe on his body was already emitting a candle-like glow. Unlike other garments, the domain opened by the black dragon robe was related to the scene it was in. This could extend to scenes related to the entire Daqin Empire. Snow drifting for miles was naturally one of the sights visible from the ancient Great Wall. With the snowflakes like this, how could the Great Wall not undergo changes? Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the glow of the black dragon robe on Lin Chen's body became even brighter. Correspondingly, the snowflakes fluttering in the sky became more urgent, as if following the drumbeat, accelerating their dance in the air. When the snowflakes landed on the city wall, they emitted bursts of luster, casting a dazzling white light over the entire wall. The examinees hit by the white light suddenly felt their mental strength recovering faster, and even the illusory bodies summoned by the call of the spirits became more solid. Oh my goodness! Feeling the all-around enhancement of their bodies, almost all examinees' morale soared. They had the spirits switch to crossbows and bows, consuming their mental strength to almost frantically suppress the examinees below. In an instant, all snowflakes carried a fierce killing intent. Concealed in the blizzard, the iron-black arrows were like assassins hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, they shot out from a flurry of snowflakes, breaking through the vulnerable areas not protected by the holy light, and fiercely smashing into the bodies of the attacking side examinees. Correspondingly, all the gods below the mountain, shrouded in heavy snow, began to appear illusory. The attacking side examinees maintaining the illusions of the gods felt as if there were 1,000 pounds of weight above their heads, making each step forward extremely difficult. Maintaining the mental strength to sustain the state of summoning the gods became even more demanding. Domain suppression. Extremely powerful domain suppression. Feeling the mountain-like pressure above their heads, Li Yue's eyes turned crimson, roaring at the examinees ahead who were rushing to summon the gods. Run faster. If you die, you die. If we all stay here, everyone will score 0 this round. With the candidates wearing Firefly-level costumes, all activate their domains. Suppress them, he said, finally using his own spiritual power. The Red Pope's robe on his body shimmered with a radiant light, instantly piercing through the natural barrier formed by the blizzard, creating a brilliant golden screen above almost all the candidates. Not only that, a narrow corridor appeared on the path leading up the mountain for the candidates, connecting all the way to the Great Wall on the mountain peak. Charge! With the encouragement of the commander, all attacking candidates regained their morale. Also, urged by Li Yue, the candidates in the front who scored below 120 points finally summoned the courage to face death without fear. They desperately consumed their spiritual power, calling upon the gods, using their bodies to shield the arrows coming from the front. Whether it was Lin Chen's side using rolling stones or dropping wooden barriers downward, they stood firm like dead soldiers, not flinching or avoiding, willing to take a hit to open the way for the main forces. The threefold advantage in numbers gradually became apparent. With a large number of cannon fodder bodies paving the way, the distance between the attacking and defending sides had narrowed. Even under the cover of heavy snow, both sides could see each other's faces. Perhaps due to a sense of enmity, Li Yue spotted Lin Chen standing next to the city wall with just one glance. Looking at the familiar black robe on the opponent, observing his calm face, a fierce flame ignited in Li Yue's heart. Might makes right, but that doesn't mean he has to swallow his pride. Right now, as long as he could take down Lin Chen, then it would all be worth it. Everyone, give it your all. Swap 1 for 1, swap 2 to break even. As long as we exchange evenly, we will be the ultimate winners. Li Yue roared, bypassing the candidates charging around him, sprinting towards Lin Chen's position. At this moment, he felt that commanding was no longer so important. Even if the 400 people making the Een God costumes hadn't arrived yet, just their 2,300 people were enough to match the opponent. The difference between the real battlefield and the current one was already evident. On a real battlefield, would there be soldiers willing to sacrifice themselves like dead soldiers? Now, these people all knew that even if they were eliminated by death, as long as they broke through this instance, they could still score 85 points. Even bravely sacrificing themselves on the battlefield could earn them a few extra points. Now, even the most timid candidates were showing courage they had never possessed before. In the eyes of the audience, the iron-black arrow rain was like an iron curtain, breaking the bodies of hundreds of candidates. However, the remaining attacking candidates still held an absolute numerical advantage. The two sides were bound to engage in close combat. Here it comes. Even in the age of the great maritime voyages of England, the defending side cannot afford to lose a single member. Naval battles are one thing, but after the naval battle, close combat must ensue. There's no escaping that. I remember 8 years ago, the English team barely made it through 3 rounds, almost being wiped out before winning in the final moments of the 3rd round when the exam time was up. Lin Chen sighed. How many will they lose in 1 round? All the spectators held their breath, waiting for the climax of this instance to unfold. Li You's live broadcast room suddenly gained thousands more viewers. They all knew, it was king against king. Li Yue would lead his teammates to face Lin Chen once again, and in the live broadcast, the camera angle was focused on Li You's perspective. Lin Chen's figure reflected clearly in Li You's eyes. Lin Chen! He shouted at the top of his voice. The Pope's phantom above his head became even brighter, raising the scepter high, as if wanting to summon a rain of light to completely envelop Lin Chen. Such a powerful halo effect eventually caught the attention of the young man on the city wall. As if hearing his roar, he glanced sideways with a hint of majesty in his eyes. Since you see me, why not bow? The young man's voice carried an air of royal dominance, as if there was some invisible force at play. In an instant, Li You's mind went blank, his body that was charging forward froze, and with a thud, he knelt down. Before the audience could react, a dark iron arrow shot rapidly, as if piercing the exact center of the screen, accompanied by a snap sound. Li You's livestream completely cut off. His elimination message also reflected in the center of the screen. Watching the sudden disconnection of the livestream, the audience collectively fell into confusion. No, they were directly eliminated. The river clam is stuck. How dare this guy? That black dragon robe is definitely a remnant candle level attire. Lin Chen is in a state of unity between man and God, considering himself the emperor of Huaxia. Who else would he bow to if not controlled by him? This poor kid, why did he rush so far forward? Your summoning of the god is the most eye-catching among the attackers. How dare you shout Lin Chen's name? Isn't that just asking to be targeted? While many viewers mocked, Lin Chen also withdrew his gaze from that spot, his face slightly pale. In the 10 hours of preparation, he had hardly rested, continuously working on the production of the Firefly-level attire. He finally completed it just as the instance was about to open. The price paid was mental fatigue and a lack of strength. Being able to control this vast field entirely relied on the mental strength of the remaining 700 examinees. Being able to intimidate a soldier in his spare time was already his limit. The other party seemed somewhat familiar, like an examinee he had encountered before. After a brief thought, Lin Chen ignored him and focused on the entire battlefield, his heart slightly tense at this moment. Absolute geographical advantage did not mean complete control over the battlefield. Now, it was the most critical moment. Everyone, engage the enemy. Without waiting for his command, Jiang Lei and others beside him had already drawn their own forged weapons, roaring as they began to command the entire exam's operation. Above the virtual battlefield, the drumming intensified. The attacking examinees still did not need Li You's command. After charging under the Great Wall, many of them used various means, leveraging the power of the gods to propel themselves a short distance, climbed the city wall, and began close-range summoning battles. The confrontation between the gods and the spirits of the soldiers was now fully underway. With numerical superiority, many examinees teamed up in pairs to besiege one defending examinee, suppressing their spirit from providing strong assistance. It seemed like the entire battle immediately fell into a disadvantage. But when a group of defending examinees united and one of them slew 10 attacking examinees, everything changed. Visibly, the iron-black armor worn by that defending examinee was dyed like ink, and the summoned spirit roared fiercely, displaying immense power. The pressure in the area instantly made all the attacking examinees around bend their backs, some unable to lift their heads. Promotion! The power of the Great Qin military attire finally showed its might on the battlefield. The individual attacking examinees were numerous but scattered, losing their backbone Li Yue, most of them fighting on their own in the battlefield. Some areas likely experienced a suppression effect, but as long as one area failed to successfully suppress the defending examinees, a large breakthrough would occur. Beams of ink-like light shone from the top of the Great Wall. Some examinees who had already accumulated a significant number of kills smoothly advanced. After their promotion, they immediately united and joined the battle in other areas, giving their non-promoted teammates the opportunity to kill when possible. Although there were only 700 people present, the disparity between the attire and ranks continued to widen as the battle progressed against the attackers. Everyone, gather, attack together. After dozens of minutes, even the most dedicated members of the attacking side began to notice something amiss. As they watched their summoned deities being increasingly suppressed by the powerful field effects, even the slowest among them realized something was wrong. But at that moment, they couldn't figure out why. so they kept calling out to their companions, trying to rally everyone together in unity. Among the crowd, a tall examinee with a score of 140 also noticed the unfavorable situation. After desperately striking down a black armored soldier, the divine shadow supporting him finally lost its power. Just as the tall examinee roared, trying to gather his companions to his location, the word gather had just left his mouth when he felt a chill around his neck, as if an invisible rope was tightening around it. Then, with a loud thud, he found himself falling into the abyss as if the ground beneath his feet had disappeared. Ah! Ah! The tall examinee in red bishop robes cried out in terror as he seemed to pass through layers of grayish-white mist and finally landed on the stone floor. Unexpectedly, despite the height of the fall, he was unharmed. Before he could even rejoice, a ghastly pale face appeared before him. Such a young soul! The slanted face spoke in a hoarse voice, sticking out a tongue as long as the tall examinee's neck. Ah! In the midst of his relief at surviving the ordeal, his mind unstable, the tall examinee was suddenly petrified by the sight of this terrifying visage, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the ancient road. Not only the examinee, but even the audience watching in the examinee's live broadcast room was also shocked. Fortunately, the perspective in the live broadcast room quickly zoomed out, allowing them to see the figure clearly. He wore a long hat inscribed with the words fortune at first sight. Clad in white robes, his elongated tongue seemed to be made of some kind of fabric. Isn't that the skinny monkey? Some viewers who had visited Lin Chen's live broadcast room recognized him upon closer inspection. Skinny monkey? Many viewers were puzzled at first, but upon seeing his current appearance, they suddenly realized. Een God! The examinees on the defensive side who could summon Een Gods had joined the battlefield. Wait, what about the Indian examinees on the attacking side? Are they still making Een God costumes? The decisive battle is about to begin. Shouldn't they have finished by now? As many viewers pondered in confusion, at the end of the blue ancient road in the live broadcast room, cries of agony and the wrath of deities could be heard. It sounded somewhat like the voice of the Indian deity Yama? No way? Listening to the voices coming from the end of the Yellow Springs ancient road, all the viewers wore expressions of disbelief. A ridiculous idea even crossed their minds. While the examinees wearing Een God attire from the Chinese side joined the mountaintop battlefield, the so-called Chinese underworld instance underground was filled with the wrath of the Indian deity Yama. Does this mean, while Li Yue and the others were attacking the mountain, the 400 examinees making Een God costumes at the foot of the mountain had all been wiped out? That's a whole 400 people. If they were truly wiped out, how are the attacking examinees on the mountaintop going to fight? As long as these examinees summoning Chinese Een Gods delay the time, depleting the mental strength of all the attacking examinees on the mountain, they can easily go up and collect their heads, right? Even if the viewers were unaware of the direct physical immunity brought by the Een God attire, they could speculate on the subsequent events. Currently, the battle between Een Gods has become the deciding factor in this fight. If the Indian examinees are truly defeated, then regardless of the outcome, it will be a victory for Lin Chen's side, just a matter of how much cost is paid. In an instant, even Lin Chen's live broadcast perspective shifted from himself to this underworld. Along with most live broadcasts, they began to delve deeper into the end of the Yellow Springs ancient road, where the roars and screams continued without cease. As the ancient road continued to extend, the audience once saw the looming ghost gate. Unlike before, in front of the ghost gate, next to the door symbolizing the boundary between life and death, lay a large pile of living dead in disarray. Yes, living dead. Although all the examinees lying on the ground were breathing, their eyes were tightly closed, devoid of life. Dense and numerous, like a scene of bloody slaughter. Looking into the distance, there were 300 to 400 bodies. With the passage of time, many of the bodies would suddenly explode and scream, completely turning into green light and disappearing. This is those Indian examinees, exclaimed a viewer. Most of the faces of the bodies were smeared with thick green ointment. This was the necessary mask for playing the role of Yama. Now, they had no doubts. At the foot of the mountain, almost all the attacking examinees had been pulled here. Like lambs to the slaughter, they lay in disarray in front of the ghost gate. Could it be that the souls of these examinees are being tortured ahead? An incredulous viewer said. Detaching a person's soul was an effect that only at least a candlelight level Een God costume possessed. Moreover, if their souls were detached, why could they still hear the voice of the Indian great god Yama inside? Curious, everyone followed the live broadcast's camera and looked inside. The deeper they went, the more they could hear the sound of rushing river water. Even amidst the examinees' wails, there were a few voices that sounded like they were choking on water and struggling for help. Help! I can't swim. This water is undrinkable. It's more poisonous than our Indian Ganges water. Yama, save me. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Damn! Listening to these voices, the absurd premonition in all the viewers' hearts became even more real. At that moment, the camera in the live broadcast rapidly moved forward, arriving above the rushing river. It was visible to the naked eye that countless Indian examinees with ethereal green bodies were floating and sinking in the rushing water. They screamed, they frantically tried to twist their bodies towards the shore, but every time their bodies were about to reach it, eerie white bones emerged from the river. Those bones seemed to be enduring some kind of pain as they vigorously waved their bones, making a clattering sound, while fiercely pulling and dragging the examinees who wanted to reach the shore back into the river, subjecting them to endless torment. As the river rolled, the bodies of many examinees turned into specks of green light flying out of the water, rapidly escaping towards the ghost gate. This was the effect of the near-death protection mechanism. Otherwise, they would have died directly in the water. The screaming bodies in front of the ghost gate also came from this. Sharp-eyed viewers looked towards the center of the river as if they had discovered something. Looking into the distance, there was a slender but radiant white bone floating up and down. No, not white bones. It was a garment similar to white bones of the firefly level. Upon closer inspection, this white bone even wore glasses as thick as a water bottle. As she floated up and down with the water flow, she had to adjust her glasses to prevent them from being washed away by the current. Isn't that Li Yuan? The one who followed Lin Chen in the second round. In Lin Chen's live broadcast room, some old viewers immediately recognized the true identity of the white bone. Damn, it really is her. Isn't it too ruthless? Playing the role of this white bone in the river? I wonder if she jumped into the river and has been soaking since the beginning of the exam? How many people has Li Yuan taken down? Why do I feel like she might get a perfect score in this round of exams? The situation was just as the audience saw it. Even the river water and the river's white bones were not aggressive at all. But under the influence of a firefly-grade garment, here, it was like a rudimentary Lethe river descending. In the rise and fall, one could never escape the cycle within the Lethe river. When Lin Chen finished making this garment and told Li Yuan and others the background story, everyone looked at him with a mix of amazement and fear in their eyes. However, Li Yuan was the first to volunteer to wear this outfit. Because this outfit needed to be soaked continuously, it was best to find a candidate with good water resistance to endure it. Chen Cheng and Jiang Lei, who were strong candidates, were the first choice. But Li Yuan was too insistent, so Lin Chen ultimately handed the garment to her. According to Li Yuan, she wanted to challenge her limits. Because the top 30 global rankings were scored independently, she, who ranked 5th in the global rankings in the second round, could possibly enter the top 30 in the final tally with an outstanding performance in the third round, leveraging her scores from 2 rounds. After all, not every candidate on the list could make it to the rankings 3 times, and if she could hold on until the end, there would certainly be candidates like her who only made it to the global rankings twice. With high scores in 2 rounds, she could surpass these people. Many viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but cheer for her after understanding the intricacies. After all, Li Yuan was also fighting for their Huaxia total ranking. This was also the significance of Lin Chen's decision to continue to make a big splash in the third round. Hang in there, Li Yuan. This river water should have a soul-corroding effect. Hold on a little longer, and your score will improve. She's pushing herself too hard. In the next round, as long as someone goes to the underworld, she has to go into the water. Will she have to soak for 3 days and nights? Can she switch shifts? Li Yuan's mental strength must be limited, right? If she can't hold on, what should we do with the candidates who come ashore next? As everyone was curious, the camera in the live broadcast room seemed to respond by turning its focus to the center of the river. There, at the most turbulent part of the river, a dark iron bridge emitted a mysterious light. On the other end of the bridge, dozens of Indian candidates had lifeless eyes, lying there like corpses. They stood in a line, waiting on the side of the bridge. Behind them, there were many candidates who looked terrified, as if they wanted to struggle but couldn't move. And beside them, there seemed to be an old woman waiting. She was dressed in white, standing at the head of the bridge with a large pot, the water inside clear as a mirror, colorless and transparent. Every candidate who passed by her would take a bowl of clear water scooped from the pot from her hands and drink it with extreme resistance on their faces, then fall into a dazed state. The water seemed like a drug that could control the mind, and after drinking it, they would be in a dazed state. Looking closely at the candidates' eyes, they were as pure as a baby's. Obviously, this was the fate of the candidates who came ashore. And the person playing the old woman was naturally Jiang Qingxiu. The deity she played also had her own name in Huaxia, Mang Pa. At that time, after Li Yuan chose the outfit, Lin Chen gave her 2 choices. After all, Mang Po's story had many versions, and the mythical images displayed were quite different. Sometimes she was depicted as an old woman, and other times as a stunning underworld goddess. After some contemplation, Jiang Qingqiu chose the appearance of an old woman. But when she put on the costume, the thin monkey and the others felt that it was a combination of two images, so they suggested that only with exquisite makeup could her young face be concealed to achieve this appearance. In the original myth, one should cross the Naiha Bridge before drinking the Mangpa soup. However, due to time constraints, examinees who were not very familiar with the underworld myth could not completely replicate the entire process. Lin Chen allowed them to freely interpret it as long as they didn't deviate too much. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Examinees who fell into the Yellow Springs River would have their souls eroded to death and be eliminated. Those who managed to escape would be forcibly taken away by Jiang Qingqiu and made to drink a bowl of Mangpa soup before jumping into the river to drown. This created a cycle. As they witnessed this scene, a silence fell over the major live streaming rooms. The Indian examinees' live stream was even quieter, as if they were dead. Indian viewers were the first to see this scene before anyone else. After Li Yue left, a large number of examinees dressed in pitch-black attire emerged from the ground like ghosts, catching the Indian examinees off guard who were still preparing. Many Indian examinees were dragged into this so-called underworld before they even finished dressing, becoming one of the souls floundering in the river of forgetfulness. As for the few Indian examinees who successfully called upon the great god Manhwa during their entry into the underworld, the situation was even worse. The camera in the live streaming room moved, providing more footage of those examinees who successfully summoned the gods. Dozens of examinees wearing green masks were ensnared by a black chain around their necks, their souls seemingly experiencing excruciating pain as they wailed madly. Above them, dozens of figures riding green oxen were tightly bound by numerous iron chains, roaring in immobility. Following these soul chains, it was revealed that they were controlled by two individuals, one thin and tall, the other broad and fat. The one in white clothes with a long tongue sticking out was dressed exactly like the thin monkey outside. Obviously, this was the Yin god he had summoned. The other fat Yin god, dressed in black ancient attire, similar to the white impermanence beside him, wore a long hat inscribed with the words, "Peace in the world." When the Indian great god Yenma roared in anger, he would raise the stick-like object in his other hand and strike fiercely ahead. In an instant, the besieged Yenmos seemed to suffer some kind of soul impact, as even their roars carried a hint of lament. Damn it! Damn it! If these attires were one level higher, you ghostly lackeys wouldn't dare provoke this god like this. Roar! The Yenmos summoned by dozens of examinees roared in unison, as if wailing like one person. Correspondingly, their soul bodies became increasingly faint, and the attire of those examinees became more tattered. Alright, Li Yue still has to bear this responsibility. The audience began to understand the situation. Li Yue was too impulsive. He should have waited a bit longer, until the Yin God attire was completely ready before making a move. Even if it's a bit late, it wouldn't take too long, and their strength wouldn't decline too quickly. Tisk tsk, it's useless to say these things now. The first round of attacks by the attacking side has already yielded no benefits, just as the last audience member in the live stream said. From the moment the situation in the underworld was revealed, the outcome was already determined. With more and more Indian examinees falling into the underworld, more and more underworlding soldiers became idle, joining the battlefield as summoned gods. Thus, all the attacking examinees fighting on the Great Wall would witness a miraculous sight. As they fought, they would suddenly realize that their companions who were beside them had disappeared as if evaporated, like in a ghost movie. Even when some examinees noticed something was amiss and tried to dispel these Yin soldiers with the holy light of the Red Bishop, the effect was mostly ineffective. Whenever such light was discovered, that area would suffer the most intense domain suppression. Zhang Lei and his team quickly rushed here with a small squad, swiftly suppressing the powerful soul of the soldiers brought by high-level clothing, along with more and more ink-colored lights flashing and converging. In the end, the Great Wall fell completely silent. The imperial majesty of Lin Chen's black dragon robe was even more imposing, as if the light was about to break through the candlelight and enter the same state of brightness. All examinees from the attacking side felt as if they were carrying mountains on their bodies, making even the slightest movement of their fingers extremely difficult. Within the domain, the energy composed of hundreds of firefly-level clothing pieces had already exceeded the limit they could bear. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, one after another green light disappeared with the wind. In the end, only the pitch-black clothing remained, amidst the swirling snowflakes. Above the sky, the representatives of the Huaxia examiners looked on with mouths agape. Suddenly, it seemed that the directorial team setting up the instance conditions had not anticipated this. Such advancement, such a domain. Even if another 2,700 examinees were to come, they would still be invincible, right? The growth effect of the Dachin military clothing was unexpectedly terrifying. The voice from the sky rang out as the members of the attacking side met their end. Current attacking side detected, all 2,700 individuals deceased. First round of attack concluded. Defense side, 56 casualties, instance continues. According to the rules, now, regardless of being eliminated or present, all defense side members are guaranteed a minimum of 60 points. Individual scores will be evaluated uniformly after the exam ends, defeating 2,700 examinees at the cost of 56 individuals. This news instantly ignited the blood of all examinees on the Great Wall. Such an incredible casualty ratio. Many examinees who had been practicing past exam questions for years could confirm that this was definitely an unprecedented casualty ratio, even compared to the Great Age of Exploration 8 years ago. 8 years ago, during the Great Age of Exploration, only 80 examinees were lost in the first round of attack. And we, only 56. We are really about to create a miracle. Many examinees cheered and looked towards their companions. The black light emanating from the iron-black Dachin military clothing was their greatest reliance. How many Firefly-level clothing pieces were there in the other instances? After this round of attack, they had at least dozens of Dachin military clothing pieces upgraded from dim light to Firefly level. Some materials had even transformed into hundreds of Firefly-level military clothing pieces. Unless the exam group provided more Firefly-level materials or even finished Firefly-level clothing to the subsequent attacking side, the examinees on the attacking side would never be able to overpower them in terms of numbers and clothing quality. Bring on another 2,700 people. My clothing hasn't been upgraded yet. Don't steal my kills later. A examinee shouted, tugging at their military clothing. Chen watched this scene and smiled. The examinees still didn't know that this wasn't his final trump card. Amidst his myriad thoughts, he casually opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the legendary value at the bottom. Current legendary value, 10,123. After one round of exposure, his legendary value had already exceeded 10,000 points. This time was different from when he made the Phoenix Crown and shoppy robes. The Firefly-level clothing such as Black and White Impermanence, Mangpa, and the White Bone River were all created by him. Their appearance naturally brought about more probability in base numbers. It was reasonable for the legendary value to skyrocket at this moment. If all these hundreds of Dachin military clothing were made by me, I would probably gain even more legendary points. Chen thought, feeling a slight regret in his heart, but not dwelling on it too much. After all, if he hadn't allowed the examinees on the defense side to make the Dachin military clothing themselves, they wouldn't have been able to achieve victory in this round of the instance at such a low cost. If the strength of the subsequent attacking side changes, perhaps I can try to upgrade Jian Lei and the others' clothing to the candlelight level. Or maybe. Chen looked at the black dragon robe he was wearing, his expression changing slightly. Previously, it was the accumulation of 1,000 points of legendary value that had promoted the black dragon robe from the Firefly tier to the fading candle tier. Now, with over 10,000 points of legendary value, could he try to upgrade the black dragon robe to the brightness tier? This idea grew uncontrollably crazy in Chen's mind. After all, just the Firefly tier was already so extraordinary. What kind of enhancement would upgrading to the brightness tier bring? If it was truly a team-based boost, it would be absolutely incredible. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Chen once again heard the broadcast coming from the sky. The first round of the instance Guardian of Huaxia has ended, with a cooldown period of 4 hours. 3 hours later, the second round of the instance attack will commence. During this time, all defending members can receive basic necessities of life and corresponding special material supplements. Note that special materials are almost unlimited, but wastage is not allowed. If wastage occurs, the instance rating will be lowered by 1 level. A cooldown of 4 hours. Chen pondered for a while, feeling that the cooldown time was too short. At this rate, they would have to endure more than 3 waves. Perhaps they were killing too quickly? As he was contemplating, he suddenly felt the surroundings quiet down and couldn't help but look around in surprise. It was then that he noticed that, at some point, everyone on the Great Wall had turned their gaze towards him. Lingu, tell us, what should we do next? A student in dark military attire beside him asked fervently. Obviously, they had already regarded Chen as their true leader. What to do? Chen smiled and said, what else can we do? Students with damaged clothing, gather at Jiang Lei's place for registration, apply for special materials for remaking, and the rest, apply for food and clothing supplies to rest for 4 hours. That's it? The crowd was puzzled. This is only the first round. What do you want me to say? Are you satisfied with a minimum of 60 points? We aim to have all members achieve a perfect score and smoothly defend the pass. he said, his gaze sweeping over every examinee present. "We are wearing the attire of Huaxia. This instance is the first time the attire of Huaxia is being showcased to the world. This is our chance to restore the glory of Huaxia attire, to amaze examinees from all over the world. Are you satisfied with just the first round? This is just the beginning." Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it still spread throughout the entire Great Wall, reaching the ears of every examinee. "Restoring the glory of Huaxia attire. Let the world understand how powerful our Huaxia attire truly is." Many examinees felt a surge of blood in their hearts and involuntarily tightened their grip on their weapons. Before this, during the college entrance examination, making Huaxia attire on their own would be considered heretical. Huaxia was even directly labeled as having no attire. Even if they tried to use attire from other countries to cultivate Huaxia into a glorious nation, they could not offset the contempt brought by this cultural stigma. But now, things were different. Under Lin Chen's guidance, they successfully made authentic Huaxia attire and built their own first Huaxia instance on the historically and culturally rich Great Wall. They were about to challenge one seemingly unbreakable record after another in the college entrance examination wearing Huaxia attire. Was the British Age of Discovery strong? Yes. But their Huaxia instance would be even stronger. They would be the only defending team with a perfect score in the third round of assessments. They would make all the top examinees from various countries who came to challenge them fall. Huaxia will triumph. The young man's blood always boiled inexplicably, deafening cheers echoing throughout the Great Wall. Even the examinees of Huaxia who were still in the underworld could vaguely hear it. In the barrage of the live broadcast room, red characters filled the screen, and countless viewers were looking forward to the performance of the examinees. After a rousing speech, Lin Chen remained calm. After instructing Chen Chang and a few others, he walked into an unmanned beacon tower. After making sure that no one was watching him, his face suddenly turned red, and his body began to tremble. Indeed, giving his speech was too difficult. The embarrassment of looking back almost made him want to dig a hole in the Great Wall with his bare hands, then apply for a small blanket to cover himself and crawl in. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Chen's wildly beating heart finally calmed down. He took off his black dragon robe, his mind already made up. Upgrade the black dragon robe. Perhaps because he had surpassed 10,000 legend points, Lin Chen saw the option to add points to the level displayed on the panel of the black dragon robe. Huaxia attire, black dragon robe level, candlelight level, plus, enter the point value to add. Effect, 1. Domain expansion, open a domain related to the black dragon robe, or summon deities will receive additional attribute bonuses, and hostile members will be subject to attribute suppression. 2. Summon deity, summon the Emperor of the Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort, randomly summon a Great Qin General for command, the General's level matching the Attire Soul Master's level, current existence time is 30 points of spiritual power per minute, the General refreshes with 100 Qin soldiers level is the current level -1. Note, both the escort and domain expansion abilities will increase with the upgrade of the attire level. After reviewing the values again, Lin Chen, who had made up his mind, no longer hesitated and infused all the legend points from the attribute panel into it. I hope it will be successful, he murmured softly, his finger already clicking on the final plus sign. Almost in an instant, the black dragon robe in Lin Chen's hand emitted a dazzling and scorching energy. Visibly, on the surface of the black dragon robe, where the 12 chapters were engraved, there was a faint shimmer of starlight, as if it truly contained the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. A grand and ancient scroll slowly unfolded from the black dragon robe. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen discovered that it was the past of the owners of the black dragon robe throughout the ages. It recorded the history of the rise and fall of the Great Qin dynasty, destroying the 6 states, ending the chaos of the Warring States period, establishing the imperial system, marking the beginning of the unification of the Huaxia dynasty. At that time, the Great Qin was in its prime. Ying Zheng had not yet aged, exuding a majestic aura, swallowing mountains and rivers. Stationed in the north at the Great Wall to guard against the Xiongnu, gathering the forces of the world to forge the 12 golden men, the eternal inheritance of the Great Qin seemed to be within reach. Unfortunately, history gradually approached a tragic end. Qin Shi Huang died in the sandy dunes, and Qin Ershi killed Crown Prince Fusu to usurp the throne and proclaim himself emperor. General Meng Tian, who was loyal to Qin Shi Huang, was poisoned to death with a cup of wine. Scene after scene of tragedy unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes, eventually reaching its own conclusion. However, at the very end, in the painting symbolizing the fall of the Great Qin, a flicker of red light seemed to shine. As Lin Chen was lost in thought, that light directly transcended the surface of the black dragon robe and floated in front of him. When Lin Chen saw what was inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was an ornament made of deep red-colored, blue-tinted jade, 4 inches in diameter, with 5 dragons intertwined on top, exquisitely crafted. The front was inscribed with the 8 characters in small seal script, bestowed by heaven, longevity, and prosperity. The Imperial Jade Seal? The sudden gift left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Who would have thought that by upgrading the attire level of the Black Dragon robe, one could actually obtain it? There are countless stories about the Imperial Seal of the nation. This one is hailed as the destiny itself, a necessary item for claiming kingship and dominance. In past lives, there were many jokes about it. For example, before finding it, what Imperial Seal of the nation? After finding it, don't talk nonsense, I didn't take any Imperial Seal of the nation, I don't know. This joke alone is enough to represent the status of the Imperial Seal of the nation in people's hearts. Having it means legitimacy. It should be addressed as I. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Lin Chen reached out and caught the Imperial Seal of the nation suspended in the air. The moment he held it, it felt like dragging something intangible in his palm, making his body slightly warm. The deep red light of the Jade Seal, along with the Black Dragon robe, finally stopped changing, and a brand new data panel popped up. Attire of Huaxia, Black Dragon robe, level, transparent grade, plus, input self-added point value. Effects, 1. Domain expansion, opening a domain related to the Black Dragon robe, where summoned deities will receive additional attribute bonuses, the Great Qin War Souls will enjoy enfeoffment effects, and hostile members will experience attribute suppression. 2. Summon deity, summon the Emperor of Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort, randomly summon a Great Qin General for command, the General's level matching the Attire Soul Master's level, current existence time is 200 points of spiritual power per minute, the General refreshes with 1,000 Qin soldiers, with the soldier's level being 1 less than the current level. 4. Enfeoffment, consume 4,000 points of spiritual power infused into the Jade Seal, temporarily enfeoff a domain covering 100 pieces of Great Qin Firefly Grade attire within the range, allowing them to advance 1 level within half an hour, 24-hour cooldown. Note, escort, domain, and enfeoffment abilities will all increase with the attire level upgrade. Enfeoffment is the reward you deserve for owning the Jade Seal. Hiss! The panel of the Black Dragon robe had completely refreshed before Lin Chen's eyes. Firstly, there was a comprehensive enhancement of the escort ability. By consuming 200 points of spiritual power per minute, he could summon a general and 1,000 Qin soldiers. If Lin Chen were to advance to E level now, he could immediately have 1,000 F-level Qin soldiers as guards. That was no less than having 1,000 examinees wearing the Great Qin Dim Light Grade military attire. Just by advancing 1 level, the number of summoned soldiers increased exponentially. Transparent grade is like this: how magnificent will the following sunset and great sun be? In addition, the domain ability and the newly added enfeoffment ability were linked. At the moment of domain expansion, he could use the Jade Seal as a medium, consuming 4,000 points of spiritual power to enfeoff 100 Firefly Grade Great Qin military attires, allowing these attires to advance to Candlelight Grade in the next half hour. 100 Firefly Grade attires might not be impressive, but if 100 Candlelight Grade attires were to appear, Lin Chen believed that in an ordinary Attire Soul Master Academy, it might not be easy to quickly find so many Candlelight Grade attires. In the current college entrance examination, it was definitely a unique existence. This was a level only achievable by their Huaxia attire. The key is, due to the linkage with the domain skill, I can share these 4,000 points of spiritual power with the wearers of the Great Qin attires below. Even if they are F level, they can also use this ability. This was too heaven-defying. This symbol of a generation's dynasty, the Black Dragon robe, had given him too much shock. After slightly calming his emotions, Lin Chen read through the description of the Black Dragon robe once again. Once he confirmed that nothing was overlooked, he stored the Imperial Seal of the nation in the World Tree leaf he carried with him. Finally, he changed into the Black Dragon robe and walked out of the beacon tower, appearing before the other examinees. The examinees resting on the city wall did not notice anything unusual about this. Just feeling that the youth in front of him exuded more majesty, the Black Dragon robe on his body emitted a radiance that made them involuntarily want to worship. This was the high-level suppression from the clothing hierarchy. The candidates didn't understand. They just marveled at Lin Chen's acting skills reaching a new level. No one could have imagined that during this period, the first transparent grade clothing in the entire examination hall was born. Coincidentally, the camera in the live broadcast room had already zoomed out to capture the entire Great Wall when Lin Chen entered the beacon tower, aiming to film a grand scene of defensive candidates shouting. By the time they returned to Lin Chen's side, they had missed the process of Lin Chen's social phobia attack. At that moment, Lin Chen was taking off the Black Dragon robe, preparing to make some modifications to it, respecting the principle of privacy, and the camera missed it once again. The audience in the live broadcast room also failed to notice anything unusual. The 4-hour rest time exclusive to the defensive side arrived and quickly passed. During this process, major battles were still raging in various major instances worldwide. The instance of the Bear Country, Winter is Coming, was especially intense. Fighting in the frozen city ruins was undoubtedly a long and extremely difficult war. To be honest, from the moment they entered the Winter is Coming instance, all attacking candidates regretted it. Lin Chen's Great Snow Domain was initially just cold, but here, it was downright freezing. The temperature was at least 30 to 40 degrees below 0 Celsius. Fighting continuously in a place where even snot could freeze into ice really made life difficult for these attacking candidates. Their commander didn't even bother to engage in direct combat with you. As soon as they saw a large force approaching, they immediately slipped into an alley, disappearing completely like mud into water. But if you dared to spread out and search in all directions, they would immediately regroup into a large team and counter-sweep. Guerrilla tactics and alley warfare were played to perfection by this group of Bear Country candidates. Compared to the Bear Country, the performance of the first instance of the British Age of Discovery was rather poor this time. Perhaps it was because the exam questions from 8 years ago had been overused by many candidates. After entering the instance, the attacking candidates clearly had their own understanding of naval warfare. The ship drivers didn't give the defensive candidates a chance for long-range consumption at all. Even if they were hit by a bomb, they would control the ship to charge forward desperately, pushing the battle into close combat as quickly as possible. Some drivers even boldly collided with the defensive ships under fire, both ships sinking into a sea battle. This head-on approach left the heir to the next Queen of England somewhat helpless. For a moment, this once dominant top instance in the world 8 years ago became the most heavily casualty-inflicted one among all countries' first instances. It seemed as if they wouldn't last until the end of the first round of attacks. At the same time, the attacking side's chat channels also saw many candidates successfully clearing instances. Not everyone would go for those large instances. Sometimes, forming small groups and clearing small instances was also a good way to score points. It was often more convenient, faster, and swift. By the time they finish one large instance, I've already cleared 10 small instances, a Chinese candidate boasted in the attacking side's chat channel. Actually, those 1v1 instances are the simplest because we can gain some buffs as soon as we enter, and our overall strength will definitely not lose to the instance creators. The rest depends on our summoning skills. I've decided, once I finish clearing 20 small instances in one go, I'll stop and become a troublemaker in the Guardian of China instance, helping this first instance smoothly pass these final 3 days. In the chat channel, some candidates couldn't stop thinking about it. While talking, they also opened the instance page to see if there were any changes, quietly praying in their hearts, hoping they could at least withstand the first round. But when this praying candidate opened the instance page, their expressions suddenly became extremely vivid. In the instance page, the instance marked as Guardians of Huaxia unexpectedly showed a resting status. Resting status? The candidate's eyes widened in shock. They even glanced at the second-ranked instance. Upon confirming that it indicated a state of war above, they gasped and frantically typed in the chat channel, "Damn! Everyone, quickly check the status of the Guardians of Huaxia instance. It's already in a resting state. The first-round attackers are all wiped out." A large amount of text emerged from the attackers area in the chat channel. A resting status meant that the first round of attack had ended. This instance successfully wiped out all the attackers in the first round. Initially, the candidates thought it was a prank, but when they opened the instance page and looked at the top, they were dumbfounded. In an instant, the chat channel erupted with countless exclamatory messages. How long has it been since the instance opened? Only 2 or 3 hours, right? Just 2 or 3 hours, and the attackers were wiped out? No way, right? There were over 1,000 top-scoring elite candidates in that instance. What on earth happened inside? There were 2,700 pigs running around in the instance. Even with 800 people, it wouldn't be possible to kill them all in 3 hours. Sigh. This instance. Even the Huaxia candidates, who had high hopes for it, never expected it to end so quickly. Was there a production line inside? Binding the 2,700 candidates entering as if they were pigs, lined up to be shot? Suddenly, even the candidates who claimed they would enter the instance as slackers felt a hint of doubt in their hearts. Did the attacking side really need to go easy in this first Huaxia instance? For a moment, the Huaxia region fell into a brief silence. For a while, everyone didn't know what to say. However, soon someone spread this news to other channels across regions. Other countries' candidates indeed offered different explanations for this news. An Eagle Country candidate confidently said in the chat channel, "Everyone, follow me. The Huaxia first instance definitely won't hold out for long. To end the battle so quickly, it must have been a head-on clash, a battle that turned into a bloodbath. This kind of fighting can defeat 2,700 people, which is indeed strong, but it also means they have consumed a large number of members. If there can be 100 people left in that instance, it would be considered good." Such analysis clearly dominated the attacking channels in other countries' regions, because candidates from countries like England didn't believe that an instance could end a battle so quickly. If it did, it must have come at a heavy cost. So, when the Guardians of Huaxia instance reopened, the number of participants once again reached its peak. This time, almost all those who came with the green light teleportation were candidates from other countries. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation, while others simply wanted to scavenge and directly score high by successfully clearing the first Huaxia instance. As they set foot on the land and scanned the green light barrier around them, excitement was evident in their eyes. It was almost the same as when Liu Wei and the others arrived. The only difference was that the ground beneath their feet had become slightly damp, with some snowflakes accumulating. The cold wind blew, immediately causing the attacking candidates who had just entered the instance to shiver, and their previously high spirits dampened. Darn it! Why is this Huaxia instance so cold? Do these instance creators only know how to make cold instances? A blonde examinee in the crowd tightened his clothes and cursed angrily. "Brothers, hurry up and push forward, I can't wait to mock the people of Huaxia." A dark-skinned examinee next to him echoed and shouted loudly as if burnt. "The defense side has at least halved their numbers. If we can't take them down with so many of us, we might as well go back home and plant corn." A examinee from the Bear Country shouted, boosting the morale of those around him, causing a howl to rise. These scenes, seemingly full of hot-blooded excitement, revealed the dominance of the attacking side members. However, to the viewers in the live broadcast room, they were all chuckling. "Why do I feel like this is a repeat of the last attacking side?" It's not exactly a repeat. This attacking side seems even more chaotic, without examinees like Liu Wei. Laughable, do they really think they can just come over and easily push through the instance? Then, as the green light barrier opened, the majestic Great Wall appeared in front of the attacking side examinees, leaving all of them with their mouths agape. Especially when the examinees from the defense side, dressed in dark military uniforms, made their entrance. Everyone was in a panic. This is not what was said outside. Wasn't it mentioned that the defense side had at most a little over 100 people? How come it looks like they haven't lost anyone? What happened in the last instance? In an instant, chaos erupted among the attacking side examinees. Chen, watching this scene, naturally understood what the other side was thinking. He was very grateful for this instance mechanism. The attacking side wouldn't see how many people were left on the defense side. So, each attack was like opening a blind box. They had no idea how many people were inside. While the attacking side was in disarray, Chen remained composed. Still using the Great Wall domain, still employing the familiar tactic of the underworld death combo. This time, without the organizers, the attacking side collapsed at the first touch. They didn't even have a chance to engage in close combat with Chen and the others before they were scattered at the foot of the mountain by arrows. Then, Chen and his team had to descend the mountain themselves, uncovering and finishing off the attacking side examinees who were shivering and hiding. This was when they suffered the most casualties and took the longest time in this round. 7 defense side examinees were accidentally killed by the attacking side examinees hidden in the snow. From then on, the instance unexpectedly came to a swift end. Watching this scene, Chen's companions like Zhang Lei had no intention of celebrating. Even when it was announced that their minimum scores had increased, they only symbolically applauded. In their eyes, what was there to celebrate in a battle devoid of even a hint of enthusiasm? Of course, some examinees were motivated by it. Chen was right. If not everyone has a perfect score yet, why get so excited? The real show is in the third round. And now, Chen Chang looked around. Thanks to the contributions of the second round examinees, many examinees had upgraded their battle armor to Firefly level, reaching the same level as them. At this rate, the third round assessment shouldn't be too difficult. After all, they were getting stronger and stronger. Even if there were a few more rounds, it would be the same. Perhaps they could handle 10 rounds without any problem? He made a rather optimistic judgment. Even the audience was a bit helpless at this moment. Brothers, don't you think the conditions set by the exam group are a bit too simple? Add 1 and 1, it seems like there hasn't been any ups and downs since the first round. What else can change? Look at these outfits, the more you fight, the stronger you get. Those who come later die even faster. Could Chen really break a record and become the one with the most instance attacks so far? The audience chatted unexpectedly. Something unexpected was about to happen. I thought that after the casualties of the second round of examinees, there would immediately be more examinees to fill the vacancies. However, the rapid casualties of the second round of examinees caused a strong reaction in the entire attacking side's chat channel. They died too quickly. This inevitably made people suspect that the difficulty of this instance might really be a bit excessive. Thanks to this, when the 4-hour rest period ended, everyone on the Great Wall was ready to welcome the new round of battle. The new round of attacking side examinees were slow to take their positions. At first, Chen thought that something unexpected had happened outside and needed further observation. But half an hour passed, and the familiar announcement still did not sound. This made him realize a problem. Guardian of China instance is not full of people. If there are not enough people, the instance cannot start. The reason for this is Lingu, those few waves we killed too quickly in the front seem to have scared off the examinees from the attacking side. Zhang Lei scratched his head and gave his conclusion. Obviously, this was the truth. Even if there were examinees from the attacking side outside who wanted to take advantage and enter the instance, it still couldn't start, because there weren't enough high-scoring examinees for Condition 1. Everyone wasn't foolish, watching the 2 rounds of examinees entering and disappearing silently, even faster each time. Even the most self-confident high-scoring examinees couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, if they went in and were quickly sent away like the previous 2 rounds of examinees, then this round would basically have no scores. Missing 1 round of scores would create a big gap compared to others. Even if they wanted to challenge this instance again, they had to improve their scores for this round first. Thinking about all this in the instance, Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. But he wasn't worried that no one would continue to join. When the 3rd round of assessment was about to end, there would always be top examinees from the attacking side who had scored enough, leading their companions to come challenge their instance in the strongest manner. That would be the time to exert their strength. Over the next day and a half, as several people had predicted, no one else came to challenge. The bored crowd set up camp on the Great Wall, looking idle with their armor. What the defenders in other instances hoped for as peace had become something they were tired of. Especially for those students who hadn't taken the time during this period to thoroughly upgrade their attire to the Firefly level. When they returned to reality, if they wanted to upgrade, they would have to pay a great price. Reality was not a trial space for the high school of Attire souls. Without risking their lives, it wasn't so easy to kill enemies. In addition, through the information mining of the Daqin army attire during this period, everyone discovered a problem. The skill effect description for promoting by killing enemies was too vague, especially in terms of defining enemies. Were these enemies their own, or specifically the enemies Chen considered? After all, Chen's name was everywhere on their attire. Daqin attire. For Chen's exclusive honor. Perhaps, Chen's approval was the fast track to promotion. Good, do you have any plans for the summer vacation after we go back? Zhang Lei asked softly with a chicken leg in his mouth, leaning in. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was still bright, and they were having a meal by the fire on the Great Wall. Plans? Chen was taken aback by the question, shaking his head slightly puzzled. He really didn't have any plans for that. After a moment of thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. Turning to ask Zhang Lei, do you know how much the prize money is for the global high school exam this time? Prize money? Zhang Lei was caught off guard by this, scratching his head, unable to come up with an answer for a moment. The skinny monkey beside him, looking sneaky, approached and after a brief inquiry about what was happening, he pondered and reported a figure, at least over 8 million, right? This is the prize that a student who ranked at the bottom of the global rankings received over a decade ago. At that time, it was a combination of national rewards, regional rewards, rewards from various chambers of commerce, and rewards from the city and town where they lived. Lingu, yours is different, just more. After all, so many years have passed, and this time we have won the global championship for the first time, which is significant, guaranteed minimum of 10 million and above. This is just the pure prize, not counting some other rewards. Guaranteed minimum of 10 million and above? Chen raised his eyebrows at this price. In the previous life, in that Jinghai from movies and TV shows, you could probably buy Mang Village several times over, right? Of course, there is no Jiangong group now. 10 million. You can do a lot of things, right? You can repair the broken walls of the Sacred Heart Welfare Home, give some pocket money to many children who come out of the welfare home to buy some snacks. Chen's thoughts were flying for a moment, feeling that he had some plans for the future. What's wrong, Lingu? Short of money? Skinny Monkey curiously asked. They really didn't know much about Chen's identity. Skinny Monkey used to think that Chen was a descendant of some hidden big family, but now it seems that the situation is somewhat different. I won't be short of money once I receive the prize. Lin Chen came back to his senses, smiling in response. Then, Lin Gu, do you want to go out with me and my sister during the summer vacation? Let's form a mercenary group on the border, enter the restricted area, and kill the alien beasts? Zhang Lei finally stated his purpose. Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Great, you're not leaving me out of this good thing, right? Lin Gu, count me in too. We were a bit constrained during the college entrance examination, but if we go out, we can be quite bold. It's absolutely no problem to arrange a set of full-body candlelight level attire for each person. Let's not talk about anything else, I'll cover all the expenses on this journey. Skinny Monkey assured, pounding his chest. The more they talked, the more excited they became, unable to help but start fantasizing about the days of the upcoming summer vacation. After all, wouldn't it be easy to take Lin Chen to sweep around the microlight or firefly level restricted areas? If they wore the armor of the Great Qin army, their small team could easily rival a legion, right? However, their enthusiasm was soon interrupted by a voice nearby. What are you thinking? When the summer vacation starts, no, when you go back, Lin Chen will be in big trouble. Going to the restricted area? It's good if he doesn't get injured. Big trouble? Skinny Monkey and Zhang Lei were stunned at the words and turned to look. The voice came from Chen Chang, who was toasting bread on the fire. Brother, what do you mean? Zhang Lei was somewhat puzzled. Chen Chang casually flipped the slightly burnt bread over and said, if Lin Chen hadn't ranked first globally, it would have been fine, but now he is the global #1. The value represented by being the first in the college entrance examination is not just the prize money, it is also seen as a victory in the game between nations. The winner is naturally happy, but the losers may develop hatred because of it. Most crucially, if they lose to the Huaxia, whom they never expected to be so successful. Who knows how much positive impact Lin Chen's existence will have on Huaxia? The students present were naturally not foolish and could discern the meaning behind Chen Cheng's words. It was highly likely that Lin Chen would face attacks from all sides when he went out. The most terrifying thing would be physical assassination. Huaxia has always been peaceful, but that doesn't mean that assassins from other countries won't cross the border. Being able to kill a genius from another country at a lower level is definitely a valuable achievement. Damn! This can't be true. Skinny Monkey took a sharp breath, feeling that what Chen Chang said was highly likely to happen, because it reminded him of a piece of news. I remember, 3 or 4 years ago, the student who ranked first globally in ancient Greece died during an outing in the summer. On the surface, it was said that the remains were devoured by the monsters in the Forbidden Zone, but in reality, someone set him up and killed him, because in the midst of the Forbidden Zone, ordinary means of verification were completely ineffective. Lin Gu, you really need to think about it. Assassination? Targeting? Lin Chen nodded slightly at the words, but he wasn't too worried internally. He dared to promote the traditional attire of Huaxia so boldly at the college entrance examination venue because he had confidence in his heart. He was born in Huaxia. With such a powerful country as his backing, what was there to fear? Maybe someone has already been arranged to protect him, he just doesn't know it yet. Let's discuss the matter of going to the Forbidden Zone when we return to reality. Lin Chen's smile remained, reassuring those around him. As for assassination, there's no need to be too nervous. I believe in Huaxia. Believe in Huaxia. Chen Chang was stunned as he listened, not even noticing the completely burnt toast. The conversation of the few people was naturally broadcasted live. The audience listening to Lin Chen's voice couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Although the young man was just stating a fact in a calm manner, it was so heart-stirring to them. No more words. If any other country dares to come and attempt assassination or the like, we won't agree. Someone should go protect Lin Chen, right? He's our little treasure of Huaxia. Well said. I am from the northern part of the Huaxia mainland. Can someone tell me where Lin Chen is? Hey, there's someone upstairs being cheeky, or possibly a spy, report them. As the audience's excitement grew, the head teacher, Old Wang, listened to Lin Chen's words with emotion. He drew back the curtains of his office and looked towards the position of the playground. There, teams of soul masters dressed in various special outfits were already on standby. Some of them had outfits that resembled a rising sun. Huaxia would naturally reward every child who believed in it. Amidst the lively atmosphere, a sweet female voice finally came from the quiet sky of the copy world. Defenders, take your positions. The third round of the copy is about to begin. The sudden voice from the sky made all the defending examinees in the venue tremble. They quickly finished off the remaining food, tidied up a bit, put on their pitch-black military uniforms, and stood on the city wall. Finally, our 100 points are within reach. Zhang Lei stood up excitedly, ready to make a big impact. The break between each round was 4 hours, and based on the occasional broadcast time in the sky, they could still face 2 waves of attacks at most. They just hoped they could gather enough people in the end and not waste this opportunity for a perfect score. Now it's good. After defending this round, they would secure 100 points. Brothers, let's get to work. Skinny Monkey shouted, put on his money-making hat, infused his spiritual power, and faint white shadows appeared around him. Seventh Lord, the underworld is sending new ghosts again. He shouted, gradually fading away and disappearing under the Great Wall. Chen Chang also disposed of the burnt toast, then stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming. Instead of feeling slightly annoyed about the follow-up assassination of Lin Chen, he felt it was better to vent his anger on some foreign examinees now. Everyone, be careful. Those who come in at this time will definitely be much stronger overall. Lin Chen also calmed his thoughts and looked around, advising those around him. This time, his spiritual power had fully recovered. He was ready to join the battle. Lin Gu, don't worry. With our outfits, those people wouldn't dare to cause trouble, right? Confident replies came from the examinees around him. Exactly. When the fight starts, no one should try to steal my kills. A candidate couldn't help but call upon their warrior spirit, which held a giant crossbow aimed at the area gradually covered by green light beneath the mountains. Obviously, the first 2 assessments had given the candidates great confidence. They were just waiting for this final battle to prove themselves and achieve the highest score in the entire field. All 900 participants in the instance scored full marks. Such a scene had never appeared in past assessments. Lin Chen saw this and didn't say anything further. After all, the specific situation would only be known once the attacking assessment members appeared. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the 10 minutes of preparation time quickly passed. The moment the green barrier belonging to the defending side completely disappeared, Lin Chen on the city wall also saw the figures inside. This time, among the arriving 2,700 people, Asians with black hair and brown eyes were rare. Compared to the previous chaotic and disorganized teams, they appeared more orderly and composed. Not easy to deal with. This was Lin Chen's initial judgment of this team at first glance, and his inner vigilance was heightened. Of course, vigilance aside, the essential process continued. The black dragon robe he wore burst with bright and dazzling light, causing changes in the sky, and a cold wind mixed with massive hail and snow quickly fell. On the Great Wall, drums resounded. Countless warrior spirits with bows and crossbows aimed at the defending area below, releasing a barrage of iron-black arrows. The arrows pierced through the fierce winds and, blocked by the snow, were about to pierce the chests of the attacking candidates when a sudden change occurred. Amidst the hissing sound of snakes in the candidates' camp, piercing through the wind and snow, echoing throughout the sky. Along with the snake hissing, a large number of giant golden bricks emerged layer by layer from the snow-covered area below, quickly covering the entire location where the attacking candidates appeared. The black iron arrows fell, only leaving a large imprint on the stone bricks, causing a shower of debris. This is a pyramid? Through the snow, Jiang Lei squinted at the golden brick structure below, astonished. Leadership ability. Pyramid. This was at least a Firefly-level Egyptian outfit. It looked quite mystical, as the pyramid, like the snowflakes created in Lin Chen's domain, had materialized. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but think of one person. The Egyptian youth ranked second. The candidate who was dragged away from the battlefield by a giant snake. This time, it should be him coming. Lin Chen's heart was on high alert, his brows furrowed, his mind frantically pondering the possible actions the other party might take next. With the top-scoring second-ranked candidate present, this attack would definitely be more intense than he had anticipated. Lin Ge, what should we do? At this rate, it feels like we're at a disadvantage. Jiang Lei also felt the situation was tricky, asking repeatedly. If this domain is upheld by one person, using our arrow rain against his domain with so many of us would be too draining. Should we try going down the mountain and move the center of the domain over there? Our domain's pressure should be able to resolve everything quickly, right? Move? Chen Sheng shook his head at the suggestion. No, if they want to hide, let them be. It's their urgency. According to Lin Chen's previous plan, let them continue to freeze. Everyone, stop. The curtain of black iron arrow rain dissipated, and the candidates looked down at the pyramid, quietly waiting for the next move from the other side. However, 10 minutes passed. The pyramid remained unchanged. It was as if the people inside were determined to huddle inside the pyramid. So timid? Could it be that they'll play snow hide-and-seek with us like the candidates in the previous round? A candidate on the Great Wall muttered. Lin Chen frowned as he watched this scene, sensing that something was amiss in his heart. Just as he was pondering whether to give it a try, a grayish-white mist suddenly surged from the ground beneath his feet. The skinny monkey that had entered the underworld darted out, looking panicked. Lin Gu, it's bad. All the examinees from the attacking side have come to the underworld. All entered the underworld? It's a trap. The words of the skinny monkey immediately made Chen understand. That pyramid was simply a trap to attract attention. At this moment, there might only be that Egyptian youth inside. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the pyramid collapsed completely in front of everyone. Amidst the wind and snow, the youth with a golden snake on his forehead revealed a smug smile towards Chen and the others on the Great Wall. Chen, now it's not just your home ground. The youth's voice, accompanied by the hissing of the snake, broke through the wind and snow. When some examinees on the Great Wall tried to aim their bows, their bodies were quickly dragged back into the wind and snow, disappearing completely. Lingo, many people suddenly came to the underworld. We can't handle it at all. The internal cycle system is about to collapse. Even the 7th and 8th masters can't stop so many examinees. The skinny monkey lamented. What? Hearing the skinny monkey's words, the surrounding examinees immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. No way? How did they know about the underworld's existence? Attacking the underworld first? What should we do? Should we go down to help? No. How did this group of examinees go down? They don't have the creation permission like before. How did they teleport directly down? The crowd was somewhat bewildered. Everyone, don't panic. Chen, seeing the situation, pondered briefly and immediately said to the skinny monkey, "Take me down." Okay. The skinny monkey didn't dilly-dally either, immediately grabbing Chen's arm, allowing the grayish-white mist to envelop them. Chen felt his body lighten, following the skinny monkey through a sea of grayish-white mist, and soon fell from the sky, arriving on the walls of the city of the dead, which had only been built on the outside. Looking into the distance, the sounds of battle and the illusions of gods were scattered in the air. The holy light from the Red Bishop had already broken through the shackles of the various realms of the underworld, causing some chaos in the entire underworld. In the river Styx, the surging waters of the Lethe River were being attacked by wave after wave of light beams, making it difficult for Li Yuan to control the corrosive effects of the river water. On the bridge over the river Styx, Jiang Qingqiu casually splashed Mengpo's soup, trying to control more attacking examinees to block their advance. However, the attacking examinees in the rear were reckless, even attacking their own people, forcefully opening a path to kill Jiang Qingqiu on the spot. In the end, it was a black and white divine shadow that withstood the attacks for a moment, using the soul hook to pull the two back from the front lines of the battlefield, barely stabilizing the situation. A large number of Yin soldiers died under the siege. Chen, standing on the walls of the city of the dead, looked out and saw that there were fewer than 50 people with a dark sheen. The fighting space of all the underworld gods and ghosts was rapidly compressed, quickly gathering under the city of the dead. Everyone, to the walls! Lin Gu is here! Seeing this, the skinny monkey quickly shouted out commands. Jiang Qingqiu and the others heard the voice, looked up, and only after seeing the figure in a black dragon robe above the city of the dead, did they breathe a sigh of relief and quickly moved forward, gathering around him. Lingu, the situation is a bit bad, there are too many of them, we can't resist at all, Li Yuan said with a pale face. Let's retreat from the underworld first. Chen quickly came up with the next plan, which was currently the most prudent option. When we return to the Great Wall, we will have the final battle with the attacking examinees. He analyzed the situation. Okay. The crowd naturally believed Chen's words without any conditions. After a simple exchange of words, a gray-white mist shimmered on the clothes of the examinees, and they were about to fly towards the sky. However, soon someone noticed something was wrong. The gray-white mist above the sky at this moment seemed like a real barrier, containing a strong thrust that forcibly kept them trapped in the underworld. They couldn't leave the underworld. It seemed like the surroundings of the underworld were sealed off in some way. No matter what method they used, they couldn't get out. How could this be? Skinny Monkey was dumbfounded. He had just brought Chen down from the Great Wall, so how come they suddenly couldn't leave? As various Western divine shadows approached closer, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Eventually, the black and white impermanence summoned to the scene discovered the issue. White impermanence, wearing a hat that brings wealth and sticking out a long tongue, turned to look at the summoned divine beings from the attacking side, his gaze fixed on the one with a green-faced figure riding a bull. He has sealed off the entire underworld with Yin energy. Although these evil spirits from the underworld are not of high rank, there are just too many people summoning him. Looking around, among the numerous divine shadows, the figure of Yama occupied at least 100 or 200 positions. When the gaze of the underworld gods fell upon them, Yama sat on the blue ox, neighing fiercely, as if venting the anger that had been suppressed before. The Indian deity Yama had sealed off the entire underworld? How could this be? This thing is quite powerful. Lin, should we forcefully kill all the examinees summoning Yama? Skinny Monkey growled, his eyes burning with determination. Not in a hurry. Is there any other way to break the seal? Lin Chen turned to ask white impermanence. Before all the soldiers from the Great Qin came down, engaging in a direct confrontation was clearly the least wise choice. After a brief thought, white impermanence proposed a plan. To break the seal, we must gather all the Yin forces, but this will take time. We need at least 3 minutes without being disturbed. At least 3 minutes without being disturbed? The crowd was stunned at the words, feeling even more desperate. Western divine beings were already at their doorstep, and yet they needed 3 minutes of undisturbed time. How was this possible? Could it be that this round of assessment was coming to an end? The situation that had changed from heaven to hell in an instant left everyone feeling disheartened. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Damn, is this for real? Is Horus cheating? How did he manage to bring so many people to the underworld? Could it be because of those Indian examinees summoning Yama? Yama naturally also holds the title of Lord of the Underworld. Perhaps he can directly bring people into the underworld. Damn, the attacking side has 400 underworld gods, and some of them are already dressed in high-level divine attire. With a few people each, they can really pull it off. The reversal of this situation is too fast, isn't it? Especially since Lin Chen was brought down and can't go back up. Embarrassing. If Lin Chen falls, the backbone will be broken, no matter how many people are up there. The Great Qin can't do without Lin Chen. Is this really the end of the first instance in China? Many Chinese viewers sighed slightly. Until Lin Chen's voice resounded once again. 3 minutes, right? You may begin, don't delay. Lin Chen's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something quite ordinary. He took a step forward, reaching the forefront of the city wall, looking down at the colorful army shimmering in front. At the forefront of the army, the Egyptian youth Horus had already crawled forward with his giant python, his gaze sharp. I'll support you for 3 minutes, Lin Chen said as he stared back without a hint of fear, standing his ground. Lingu, do you want to support us for 3 minutes? Ah, the crowd was shocked at the words. Lingu, are you kidding? The skinny monkey was dumbfounded. Honestly, in a situation like this, he was thinking of killing enough to break even, killing 2 to make a profit, and end this journey of the college entrance examination. One person supporting for 3 minutes under the attack of over 2,000 people? Just the thought of it was impossible. These were over 2,000 people. They had summoned over 2,000 deities, 10 times more than the enemies encountered in the previous round. Jiang Qingqiu was at a loss, her wedding dress was not at hand, and it was unrealistic to use the power of a golden marriage. Moreover, Lin Chen had no intention of changing his black dragon robe. Lingu, shall we think of other ways? Someone, infected by Lin Chen's determination to survive, tried to ask. Lin Chen shook his head. Trust me. Although this sentence was light, it seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. It immediately gave Skinny Monkey and others an indescribable sense of security. This person in front of them was definitely a leader worthy of their trust. In that case, okay, Lingu, I trust you. I trust Lingu too. Me too. Me too. Since you all trust, then I will trust too. The morale suddenly rose. We will do it as soon as possible. With the tone set, everyone was resolute and immediately called upon the Yin gods to start breaking the barrier of the gray-white mist that blocked them. The people behind Lin Chen gradually left. On the entire city wall of Wangxi City, there was only his figure in a black robe. Below Wangxi City, Horus, with over 2,000 examinees, saw only Lin Chen coming out, and was stunned for a moment. Is he giving up? He thought, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely pleased. After all, he had been suppressed by this person in the previous 2 rounds, and now there was a chance to retaliate a little, which was quite nice. Even though killing Lin Chen wouldn't change anything, but at least he could beat him up. However, Horus looked at the figure of Lin Chen on the city wall, feeling somewhat skeptical. Would he be someone who gives up so easily? If that were the case, there wouldn't have been that grand wedding in the second round. Before Horus could continue thinking, some examinees behind him had already burst into laughter at the sight. Is this Lin Chen? I saw him in the second round of the exam. What is he planning to do? Face all of us alone? Where are the others? Are they too scared to come out? Just one person? Could there be an ambush? Even if Lin Chen is strong, can he handle all of us? Someone seemed to have caught on to Horus's thoughts and whispered to him. Horus, don't be afraid, they are just struggling to survive. The people of Huaxia are the most cunning, they must also want to use our psychology. With this said, many people nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. You're right, it must be a trick. The people of Huaxia are the most cunning. Hearing the words of the crowd, Horus nodded. There is a possibility. He looked silently at Lin Chen. Since you seek death, then don't blame me. Seek death? Lin Chen faced thousands of people fearlessly, with a calm expression, like a lofty monarch, overlooking the world. After the emperor of Great Qin, all were appointed by the heavens to shepherd the people, and he was the one leading the people. Even the heavens had to respect him. Today, Lin Chen was going to suppress these barbarians from beyond the domain and slaughter these wild gods from beyond the domain. He waved his big hand, the black dragon robe on him fluttered, and a transparent light shone from the robe. An invisible force burst forth from the robe. This force covered the universe, making countless people unable to breathe. It actually made the ethereal shadows in the sky dim a bit. This is the suppression of the ranks from the land of Huaxia, a suppression of 2 levels above. Such a strong aura. What is Lin Go planning to do? Whether they were attacking or defending examinees, they all widened their eyes, showing reverence, awe, hatred, or disgust. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Countless cavalry appeared before everyone, wielding spears and halberds, mounted on war horses. Each one exuded a fierce temperament, as if each possessed the courage to stand against tens of thousands. This kind of temperament was born from experiencing millions of battles and killings, sending shivers down one's spine. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! The group of cavalry shouted in unison after appearing, their voices overwhelming everything. At a glance, the black-armored soldiers filled the city walls, as if all the defending examinees had summoned their warrior spirits together. These warrior spirits carried a bloody intent in their eyes, chilling to the bone. What's going on? All the attacking examinees were dumbfounded. They thought they were doing well by isolating most of the examinees outside and defeating them one by one, but it turned out they had let in a Lin Chen. But what was the situation with this Lin Chen? Could his attire summon so many people? Who is that person? How is this possible? At this moment, someone else noticed something amiss. Apart from the group of cavalry, another person mounted on a warhorse appeared. This person was clearly much more powerful than all the cavalry, covered in a bloodthirsty aura, resembling a peerless god of slaughter. Just by looking at him, one could hear the cries of thousands of lost souls wailing in their ears. Kill! I will kill you! I died so miserably. You will face retribution. The voices of countless lost souls lingered in the underworld, seemingly forming a tangible force, filled with myriad anger and fear. Everyone swallowed nervously, fearfully watching the man. Who is this person? And why does he exude such a heavy killing intent? How many people has he killed? Lin Chen saw the man smile. This time, his commanding ability attracted a general from the Great Qin, a figure often seen in classical chronicles. The god of slaughter, Bai Qi. Bai Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. Bai Qi, wearing shoulder armor, bowed to Lin Chen, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor completely at odds with his murderous aura. The cavalry behind him stood up and said, "We pay our respects to your majesty." The battlefield stirred up yellow sand, and Lin Chen's expression remained resolute. It was as if the place he stood now was the Golden Wang Palace. This group of cavalry formed an empire, and where Lin Chen's eyes gazed was the direction the empire was heading. At that moment, a sentence seemed to appear in everyone's mind. Half of the empires in this world are just illusions of Qin. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Kill!" All the cavalry moved at the sound, "Kill! For your majesty!" The voices of the numerous cavalry thundered, piercing the sky, making the attacking examinees below tremble in fear and numbness. Their clothes fluttered, summoning countless deities. Pharaoh, the lord of the underworld Yama, the moon goddess Khans, the plant god Nefertum, the Nile river water god Anuket, Ashura. In an instant, chaos reigned. Yet, even in the face of these deities, the thousands of cavalry remained undaunted, with Bai Qi leading the charge. He donned his shoulder armor, mounted his warhorse, and charged through the air. The speed was unimaginable. Several deities were unexpectedly trampled under his iron hooves. Lin Chen observed all this from the City of Death. He slightly moved his fingers, attempting to contact the examinees on the Great Wall to activate their domains, while also taking out his own imperial seal. Although the Qin soldiers were just ordinary people, under the amplification of the Black Dragon Robe's domain, they had gained the ability to battle against F-grade deities. General Bai Qi, as a commander, received even greater empowerment. Within the domain of the Black Dragon Robe, the enemy was weak while I was strong, the offensive and defensive positions were clear. However, it's still not enough. Lin Chen held the Jade Seal, attempting to coordinate with the examinees wearing the attire of the Great Qin above. These companions were the source of his explosive strength. Although there were no new descriptions of the abilities in the Black Dragon Robe domain, through the actual use of domain skills, he found that his domain deployment ability had greatly improved, now able to faintly connect to the companions on the Great Wall. Although he couldn't establish a strong connection with everyone and gain corresponding spiritual support, it was enough to deal with the current situation. In the eyes of the audience, the young man in the black dragon robe with 12 shining chapters on his attire emitted a bright and dazzling light, and the square seal in his hand, in coordination, radiated a blood-colored light and shadow. Enfeoffment. Lin Chen raised the seal in his hand high, aiming it slightly at the front line of the great Qin soldiers. In an instant, a blood-red halo appeared on the bodies of over 100 soldiers in the front line of the great Qin. The leader, Bai Qi, was surrounded by a halo of light that seemed to break through some kind of limit, bursting out an extremely fierce crimson color. What ability is this? The audience who had been in Lin Chen's live broadcast room all along were stunned. In their impression, the black dragon robe had never shown such an anomaly. Amidst their mixed thoughts, Bai Qi's eyes, seemingly empowered by some powerful force, turned crimson, and his armored body appeared even larger. Kill! He lightly shouted, fingers slightly spread, gripping countless divine shadows in front of him fiercely. In an instant, the gray-white mist of the entire underworld seemed to spread outwards as if impacted, and all the attacking examinees felt a strong pulling force, everything in front of them suddenly becoming somewhat hazy. As they opened their eyes, the gloomy underworld disappeared. In its place was a large pit engulfed in flames of war. They were clad in shoulder armor they had never seen before, kneeling under pressure. Before they could grasp what was happening, they felt a chill at the back of their necks, as if someone was raising a butcher's knife to strike down fiercely. At that moment, it was as if thousands of resentful spirits were roaring in their ears. Impacting their minds, they were completely engulfed in a silent confusion. Hiss! At this critical moment, a sharp snake hiss erupted from the crowd of attackers. With a mournful cry, the massive snake body collapsed with a huge wound, awakening the will of those around. Divine shadows solidified completely with the infusion of spiritual power, and numerous holy lights erupted from the heads of the attacking examinees, instantly dispersing all the domains around them, returning to the dim underworld. Over 2,000 examinees woke up as if from a dream, feeling a chill at the back of their necks, their pupils dilated, a sense of fear creeping in. Damn it! My God! What's happening? Thank goodness for Horus. Otherwise, we would have been cut down. Horus? Horus! Many of the attacking examinees exclaimed in relief but then noticed something amiss. Towards the front, the injured golden giant snake had turned into a halo of light and flown back to the attire of the young man named Etienne. Etienne remained motionless, like a petrified statue. Just as a sense of unease arose in everyone's hearts, in an instant, Etienne's body shattered, turning into waves of green light, disappearing on the spot. The Dark Horse contestant on the global leaderboard died at the hands of Lin Chen. Out of these over 2,000 people, he was the first to be eliminated. Lin Chen did it on purpose. Watching this scene, almost everyone thought of this point: catch the thief first to catch the king. Bai Qi never thought of being able to make everyone die at the same time. All he wanted to do was to kill the main backbone of the attackers. Barbarians, nothing more than that, Bai Qi said, and his figure, along with the thousands of riders, gradually dissipated, vanishing into the air. It's as if they were completely disdainful of continuing to fight with these foreign examinees. Including Yen Mo, countless angry deities roared as if they had suffered a great humiliation. And the examinees below who called out to them at this moment, watching the young man in black Chinese attire on the city of the dead fall into silence. For a moment, without their leader, they couldn't make a first-hand response. So stiff, until the gray-white mist in the sky vibrated, the voices of Lin Chen and the others behind him, like the thin monkey, rang out. Lin Good, let's go. In an instant, standing on the city wall, the emperor's body, as if overlooking all living beings, trembled. His face suddenly turned pale, even his pupils were somewhat dilated. The jade seal in his hand almost slipped out. This was a manifestation of mental exhaustion to the extreme. Although the black dragon robe of the same level was strong, the burden of using it became even stronger. The consumption of commanding ability to summon a general and 1,000 soldiers of the Great Qin was 200 mental power per minute. Lin Chen had just over 200 points in total. This mental power could not be shared and distributed through the domain. White Qi's disappearance with his troops was not out of disdain, but Lin Chen really couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, the domain from the emperor was still there, and with White Qi killing the enemy's general, the attacking examinees briefly lost their command, delaying the final minute. By the time the attacking examinees realized something was wrong, it was too late for them to rush up. Lin Chen was already being led by the thin monkey, following a group of underworld officials through the gray-white mist, returning to the top of the Great Wall. Cough! As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lin Chen almost collapsed directly to the ground, but it was the thin monkey who helped him stabilize his figure. His eyes darkened, a sign of excessive use of mental power. Lin Gu? What's wrong? Seeing this, Zhang Lei and the others anxiously waiting on the Great Wall were shocked and quickly approached. Lin Chen, enduring dizziness, waved his hand. I can still hold on, inform everyone, get ready, the enemy is coming up. Even if Lin Chen had killed the Egyptian youth, it wouldn't change the fact that they had to exit the underworld instance. The attacking examinees still gained the upper hand with their sudden tactics. Now, what the attacking examinees had to do was to directly pass through the underworld, using the ability to teleport everyone directly to the top of the Great Wall to determine the outcome with Lin Chen and the others. This was the most dangerous moment for the defending side in this round of the competition. Almost in the blink of an eye, the gray-white mist continued to emerge from various parts of the Great Wall. The attackers had already arrived swiftly. Everyone, get ready. Prepare to fight. The crisis was imminent. Zhang Lei and the others reacted quickly, shouting out their great Qin spirits and slashing towards the gray-white mist rising around them. Seeing this, Lin Chen, enduring the fatigue brought on by mental strain, activated the Black Dragon robe, fully unleashing his domain. This time, the Black Dragon robe on the Great Wall was completely connected to all the Great Qin military uniforms. The pressure of the domain was like a mountain, instantly forcing many of the attacking examinees who had just emerged from underground to the ground. In the previous round, all the attacking examinees would have been lambs to the slaughter. But this time, they did not suffer casualties within the range of the arrows, only facing some resistance in the underworld. They almost arrived at the top of the Great Wall in their prime. Over 2,000 people, under the intimidation brought by the gods on the Great Wall, were already in confrontation with the domain unleashed by Lin Chen. The domain from the Black Dragon robe was still powerful, but within the domain, the Western deities also had room to maneuver. For a moment, chaos erupted, with intense holy light accompanying the wails of evil spirits echoing on the Great Wall. Visible to the naked eye, countless little demons emitting black mist let out sharp screams, their ghostly hands tightly wrapped around the neck of a great Qin soldier, choking him to the point of breathlessness, eventually turning him into a green leaf that dispersed with the wind. Some great Qin soldier souls, already at the firefly level, wielded sharp swords, moving like wandering dragons. With a flash of their long swords, they could take down any Western examinee attempting to attack. When Lin Chen returned, Chen Cheng's position was somewhat distant from them. Although no warning was heard, his reaction was swift enough. At the moment the gray-white mist appeared, he gathered the surrounding elite troops, forming a temporary team and immediately began clearing out the attacking Western examinees who had just emerged without a sense of direction. The Great Qin military uniform still played an extremely decisive role at this moment. Lin Gu, we can't stay here. We need to find another place. In the chaos of battle, Zhang Lei called on the soldier souls to push back some subordinates summoned by Western deities who were charging towards them, quickly returning to Lin Chen's side, urging the people around to pull Lin Chen along and try to find a safe spot. If Lin Chen fell, the battle at the Great Wall would truly come to an end. Okay. Lin Chen, who had almost lost all his combat power, did not hesitate much. He followed Zhang Lei and the others, opening the legendary value panel while trying to replenish some strength through skill points. However, there were just too many attacking examinees, and his conspicuous Black Dragon robe made him the primary target of the surrounding attackers in no time. Kill Lin Chen first. A examinee who seemed to be from Dongying shouted, summoning 5 ninjas and continuously flicking his wrist, sending dart after dart in an attempt to take Lin Chen's life directly. Are we invisible? Helpless, Zhang Lei had to shout angrily and, together with the firefly-level Great Qin soldier soul summoned by his side, stood in front of Lin Chen, wielding his long sword to block all the darts. The price he paid was becoming the main target of everyone's attacks. His figure was soon engulfed by the holy light of the red-robed bishop, and no one could see whether he was alive or dead. Or perhaps, they were too preoccupied to care. More and more attacking examinees heard the call and rushed towards Lin Chen's location, leaving all the examinees guarding Lin Chen in a state of exhaustion. Leaving the underworld did not mean escaping the siege of Yanmo. The thin monkey and other agents, through the soul hook and morning stick, successfully struck the opponent's soul and defended against attacks through the physical immunity of the Yin God costume. More and more examinees called upon Yanmo were drawn to this place. Although the Yin agent's abilities were strong, the users were only at the F level. In the struggle against hundreds of Yanmos, being able to maintain oneself without being eliminated was already a stroke of luck. Li Yuan, dressed in the evil ghost white bone outfit of the River of Forgetfulness, and Jiang Qingqiu, playing the role of Mangpa, were in the same situation. Jiang Qingqiu's situation was relatively uncomfortable. The restrictions of the Mangpa outfit were too harsh, making it impossible for her to successfully summon the deity. Chinese attire Mangpa outfit, level, Firefly, effect, 1. Summon deity, summon Mangpa. 2. Domain skill, obtain a pot of Mangpa soup that will never run out. Note, only those with a pure mind, free of any distractions, like someone who has drunk Mangpo's soup, can summon Mangpa. A pure mind, free of any distractions. When the effect of this outfit came out, everyone shook their heads. They were all taking a national exam. What was the purpose of the exam? Wasn't it just to score? Isn't that a distraction too? At that time, Jiang Lei didn't believe in superstitions. He had Jiang Qingqiu wear the Mangpa outfit and feed him Mangpo's soup, then put the outfit on himself to see if he could exploit a bug in the outfit. The result was obvious, it was ineffective. Therefore, everyone could only use the domain skill of Mangpa, the mesmerizing effect of Mangpo's soup. But now, in the constantly shifting and dodging situation, the big pot of Mangpa soup did not move along with the crowd. Helpless, Jiang Qingqiu had to frequently activate and deactivate her domain ability, consuming a large amount of her mental energy to ensure that the Mangpa soup could refresh by her side each time. Wrapped up by the others, Chen couldn't just be dead weight. On the retreat, he picked up a sword from a fallen examinee in the attire of the Great Chen, wielding it to fend off potential hidden weapons. Unfortunately, the Great Wall was too narrow, and he couldn't completely leave with his domain. There was an end to this movement. 5 minutes later, Chen's surrounding companions were delayed by half, attacks from all directions continuously appearing in front of him. 10 minutes later, out of nowhere, a ninja emerged from the shadow of an examinee beside Chen, blade stabbing straight towards his chest. Just as Chen felt a tingling sensation on his back, his body was pushed to the side, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. Looking to the side, Jiang Qingqiu in white clothes had already turned into drifting green leaves, fulfilling her promise to Chen, sacrificing herself. It wasn't just Jiang Qingqiu. In the following time, because they weren't wearing the attire of the Great Chen, lacking the additional 50 points of mental energy, one after another examinee in division attire died in the crowd due to exhaustion of their mental energy. Even the skinny monkey in Bai Wuchang attire met the same fate, not even able to say a word before Bai Wuchang's summon staff struck, taking him and 3 Firefly level Yen Mo with him. Lin Ge, keep going. Before being eliminated, the performer of the fat Hei Wuchang had the chance to shout this, then was led by Hei Wuchang to chase after Bai Wuchang. At the moment of elimination, he had no regrets. After all, the primary goal was to score 80 points in this round of the exam. Now, he had accomplished the task. The motivation that supported this examinee up to now was his surrounding companions. At this moment, he felt it was time to sacrifice himself and leave, not to disappoint this group of people's expectations. The battle had already reached Chen's side, threatening his life. The camera in the live broadcast room panned up, the holy light accompanied by various divine halos enveloping the entire Great Wall, as if it was about to be completely destroyed. This battle didn't last too long. In just half an hour, the entire scene quieted down. Completely quiet. The result of the final battle was already revealed 10 minutes later. The copy of guarding Huaxia was once again in a 4-hour rest phase. Yes, they once again withstood a round of attacks. Now, less than 5 hours remained until the end of the Yihan College entrance examination. Some viewers calculated the time. After 4 hours, there would be a maximum of 17 minutes for another attack. Theoretically, they could organize another round of assault on the copy. Viewers were eager to know the current situation in the Huaxia copy, how many defenders were left with Chen. However, the camera in the live broadcast room seemed to play a little joke on them, displaying a huge countdown clock on the screen. It was the countdown clock for the 4-hour cooldown of the copy. To prove that they were really going to show this clock for 4 hours, a warm reminder was even placed below it. Watch the live stream for a long time, take a break. This made the viewers furious. This time, the directing team seemed determined to maximize the viewership for the final of the Yihan College entrance examination, as all the first copies of various countries had this clock as they were about to start the final round of attack. Of course, some countries that had fallen didn't receive such treatment. Countries like Dongying and Egypt were wiped out in the second round of attacks, so these countries did not receive the favor of the directing team. Upon closer inspection, the audience realized that while Huaxia had passed the third round of assessment, other countries were barely passing the second round or still in progress. The British Age of Discovery almost faced complete annihilation in the second round. Chen's created copy was already 1 round ahead of the world. Anyway, Chen and his team have already exceeded the task this round. Everyone gets full marks. Yes, even if they don't hold on in the final round, I think it's normal. They have already done their best. I'm suddenly looking forward to the final tally. Damn it! I even sneaked into Chen's team, but ended up getting kicked out by my own stupidity. What a loss! Some eliminated candidates were pounding their chests in the live broadcast room. Head teacher Lao Wang was also feeling anxious. At this moment, he was squatting in the playground with other head teachers, watching the live broadcast. Jinghai No. One middle school was a key school in the entire Jinghai city, so there might be some students eliminated during the exam, but not too many. At this moment, they were all preparing to welcome back a large number of candidates 4 hours later, along with a welcome ceremony. This was a tradition of their school. Huge welcome banners were already hung around the playground. Normally, the parents would be gathered outside the playground. But because of Lin Chen, things were a bit different this time. The venue was surrounded by a team of Huaxia official soul masters wearing various special outfits, and everyone entering would undergo strict screening. The parents' celebration segment was naturally omitted. Only their teachers and the returning students could stay here. Lao Wang could feel the tension in the air. He had asked someone who seemed like a leader among the soul masters about the situation, and was told that an attack could really happen. However, they had not found any information about top foreign soul masters entering Huaxia through their channels. Perhaps it's the calm before the storm, or maybe it's just talk from other countries. But how can we dare to bet on that what if? Lao Wang nodded frantically at the words, and before leaving, he asked for the person's name. Surname Xie. With his mind racing, he finally had a direction, and his heart was pounding hard. Huaxia's A-level soul master, Xie Yutan. One of the top soul masters in Huaxia, known as one of the 3 pillars of Huaxia. Similarly, he was the Huaxia candidate who had entered the top 30 of the global rankings over a decade ago. Lin Chen, you've really made a big name for yourself this time, kid, Lao Wang muttered as he stared at his phone. Under the gaze of the public, the 4-hour break time quickly passed. When the countdown panel in the live broadcast room reached 0, the number of people guarding the Huaxia copy in the Soul Master High Exam copy panel instantly reached full capacity. It reopened. The familiar green light screen enveloped the foot of the Great Wall Mountains. A large number of players arrived here along with the green light. This time, Asian faces dominated the crowd. Everyone was silent, eagerly waiting for the green light screen to disappear, anxious to know how many defenders were left in the Huaxia copy. The 10-minute green light screen quickly dissipated. People eagerly looked up at the mountains. The majestic Great Wall stood there, but it looked extremely dilapidated as if it had been through the baptism of war. It was silent, as if everyone had died in the previous round of battle. What was going on? Many viewers in the live broadcast rooms felt a tightness in their hearts, and the cameras in the live broadcast rooms swiftly moved upwards. The closer they got, the more the audience could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the live broadcast room. It was the familiar sound of orderly footsteps, but the sound softened, no longer as deafening as before. The scene finally appeared on the Great Wall. Chen Chang, tall and sturdy, led more than 10 black-armored soldiers in a neat formation to the front of the city wall, their gaze solemn, like soldiers ready for another battle. Behind them, Lin Chini in a black dragon robe stood, his brown eyes bright and full of dignity. They won. But it was a victory with losses. An indescribable emotion arose in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room. Cheers and shouts came from the foot of the mountain. Ha ha, there aren't many people left in the Chinese server. Just a few? Let's go together. Everyone aim for high scores. I'm going to chop down all the flags up there. Among the foreign examinees mingling in the crowd, some were howling with excitement, about to incite those around them to charge towards the Great Wall. On the Great Wall, Chen Chang and the others remained steadfast, their eyes sharp, awaiting the arrival of this final round. Until, from the foot of the mountain, came the sound of swords piercing flesh and cries of agony. "What are you doing?" exclaimed a terrified examinee from the attacking side. It was visible to the naked eye that numerous Chinese examinees suddenly turned against their own ranks, slaughtering all foreign and domestic examinees attempting to attack. Hee, I said I'd secure a spot to witness the Chinese server, not to conquer it. A examinee laughed and said, "Brothers, we can't let them break through this first server. Kill these foreigners." In the last round, with just over 10 minutes remaining, the Chinese examinees turned against their own. On the Great Wall, Chen Chang and the others, who were prepared to fight to the death, looked down in astonishment at the sudden outbreak of battle below, taking a moment to react. "Damn! That's impressive. Ha ha, well done, brothers. Lin, it seems like we don't need to fight anymore." The previously tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Winning the battle 4 hours ago was partly due to luck. With the help of his companions, he successfully joined forces with Chen Chang, ultimately winning that round with the high quality of the Great Qin attire and an additional 50 points of spiritual power. The cost was the annihilation of the Shadow Team, leaving only a dozen or so Great Qin soldiers following Chen Chang. Watching the attacking examinees below turn against each other, Lin Chen felt a sense of emotion. After all, if the opponents had truly attacked, they would have undoubtedly scored much higher than they were now, especially for those examinees who hadn't scored over 120 points in the first 2 rounds. From the battle below, it was evident that almost all Chinese examinees chose to help, to keep this first server intact until the end. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his emotions, until Chen took the lead and waved his hand towards the bottom, shouting, "Thank you, brothers." "Thank you," Lin Chen also shouted with a smile. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted into cheers at that moment. "Brothers are amazing. Damn, I didn't expect this kind of ending. So, we've secured the title of the top server in China, surviving 3 rounds undefeated. A historic first. Brothers, praise me quickly, I'm one of the participants in this server." As the war beneath the mountains came to an end, it was also the moment when the countdown for the 3rd round of the server reached 0. Including Lin Chen, all examinees in the server disappeared in a green light from their original positions. Following this was the broadcast echoing in their ears. The 3rd round assessment is over. The high school entrance examination is completely over. 1 minute later, all examinees' scores will be publicly announced online, accessible with identity information. Please wait. The Clothing Seoul College entrance examination has finally ended. Lin Chen, surrounded by green light, listened to the voice and felt the tension in his expression finally relax a bit. He couldn't help but reflect on his performance in these 3 rounds. The idea of promoting the traditional clothing of Huaxia has been accomplished. The wish to wear the traditional clothing of Huaxia and reach the top of the world has also been fulfilled. Even the ultimate wish of having more Huaxia students wear the traditional clothing of Huaxia together has been fulfilled. He asked himself if he had done well enough. When I return to reality, it's time to fulfill the previous agreement and make the traditional clothing of Daqin spread throughout Huaxia. This is a huge project, but it is also a highly motivating endeavor. This summer, there will be a lot to do. As Lin Chen's thoughts were swirling, a sweet female voice sounded in his ears once again. "Lin Chen, congratulations, you scored 100 points in this round." Without any surprise, he once again scored full marks. However, Lin Chen was not particularly concerned about this, as he had already secured the top spot globally. He was more looking forward to the subsequent top 30 rankings globally. How many Huaxia examinees would be able to make it into that list? Not only Lin Chen, but many Huaxia viewers were also waiting in the live broadcast room for the final rankings to be announced. This time, there was no deliberate delay by the directing team. Along with the announcement of each student's ranking being broadcast and synchronized online, the global top 30 rankings were immediately revealed. A sky blue panel appeared in front of each examinee who was still being transmitted, as evaluated by the examination group. Now announcing the names of the top 30 examinees in the Clothing Seoul College entrance examination globally. 30th place, Huaxia, Chen, final score C. The first to be announced was from Huaxia. Countless viewers were stunned by this sudden surprise. Even Chen, who was still in the green light, looked surprised, then his expression turned excited. Although he had failed in the first round and was not outstanding in the second round, his scores in the 2 rounds were not far behind. He even scored much higher than Skinny Monkey and the others. In the final round, he scored full marks and ensured Lin Chen's survival until the end of the instance. An S-level score was inevitable. Thus, he barely squeezed into the global top 30 list. Chen felt somewhat emotional, realizing the intensity of competition in this year's Clothing Seoul Master College entrance examination far exceeded that of previous years. If it weren't for Lin Chen and the traditional clothing of Huaxia on him, I wouldn't even have touched the edge of the global rankings, even if I scored full marks in the first round. As thoughts were swirling, the ranking announcements continued. This time, it seemed that Huaxia's good luck had run out completely. Skinny Monkey and others who followed Lin Chen from the second round did not appear in the subsequent rankings. 29th place, Britannia, Mode, final score C. 28th place, Britannia. Several announcements in a row did not feature the names of Huaxia examinees, leaving many viewers slightly disappointed. After all, Skinny Monkey and the others did not perform that strongly in the earlier rounds, and their most likely ranking would have been around 25 or 26. Fortunately, a familiar name soon appeared. 11th place, Huaxia, Zhang Lei, final score B. Here it is. Upon hearing this name, the entire live broadcast room erupted in cheers. In the Imperial Capital Experimental Center, the young fitness enthusiast still wearing the traditional clothing of Daqin was lifted high by the surrounding students, celebrating and cheering. "Lin Gu, awesome. He's really leading the way," the excited youth shouted, then looked towards his sister and Li Yuan on the side of the crowd. These two are heavyweight figures. The rankings continue to scroll forward. 7th place, Huaxia, Li Yuan. 6th place, Bear Country, Ajev. Fourth place, Egypt, Horus. Third place, Huaxia, Jiang Qingqiu. Second place, Britannia, Elizabeth Anna. First place, Huaxia, Lin Chen. Congratulations to Lin Chen, the examinee from Huaxia, for becoming the first in the Yihan College entrance examination. Chen Chang, Zhang Lei, Li Yuan, Jiang Qingqiu, Lin Chen. This time, there were a total of 5 people from Huaxia on the list. Among them, Lin Chen and Jiang Qingqiu even secured the first and third spots on the global list. Countless viewers from Huaxia were shocked by this surprise, their hearts pounding wildly. In an instant, the sound of fireworks bursting filled every corner of Huaxia. We, Huaxia, are ranked first. Ha ha ha. On the playground of Jinghaino, one middle school, before old Wang and the others could celebrate, a large green light kept flashing from the teleportation point. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Lin Chen was coming back. Against the backdrop of fireworks, the atmosphere on the playground became extremely solemn. A total of 5 people made it to the list. Lin Chen moved through the green light, listening to the global ranking in his ears, and finally felt relieved. This result should be good, right? He thought to himself, and as he did, the green light around him gradually dissipated, and he found himself standing on a grassy field. Rubbing his eyes slightly and looking around, it was dusk, with a hint of sunlight still lingering. Fireworks continued to burst in the sky, dazzling and seemingly proclaiming something to the world. More and more people gathered around, most of the students showing joy on their faces as they stepped out of the green light. It seemed everything was normal, not much different from before. Just as Lin Chen was about to sneak away quietly, wanting to avoid the attention, he was stunned when he heard his name being called out by his homeroom teacher, old Wang, from the front. Lin Chen is here. He's over there, in the northwest corner. In an instant, the surrounding chatter erupted, and countless students turned to look at Lin Chen's location. Lin Chen? Global first place? Wow, is Lin Chen really the one from our school? Not someone with the same name and surname? Wow, I see him. It's definitely him. Wow, he looks so cool in that outfit. Which country's robe is that? Initially planning to slip away quietly, at least to avoid the attention, Lin Chen was taken aback. Just as his neck stiffened, he suddenly felt a figure appearing in front of him. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a special purple-red outfit. He had a sturdy build, broad shoulders, and a slightly tanned skin, with a faint scar on his face as if torn by a monster. Unlike Lin Chen, who subdued the radiance of his outfit, the man's outfit emitted a radiant light like a blazing sun, making people feel anxious and hot even when approaching. Is this a sunset-level outfit or a great sun-level one? As Lin Chen pondered, the man in front of him smiled and extended his left hand, saying, Lin Chen? Let me introduce myself, Xie Yutong, captain of the Special Soul Master Team in the Eastern War Zone. Just call me Captain Xie. For your safety, come with us. Eastern War Zone. Official people? Lin Chen understood and looked at the middle-aged man, shook his hand, and nodded. Okay. His expression was calm, his demeanor as calm as usual, seemingly devoid of much emotion. In reality, at this moment, Lin Chen was ecstatic inside. This is great. If he stayed on the playground now, he would be surrounded by old Wang and many students, even asked to give a speech. The scene. Saying not to be socially anxious, he couldn't handle being so popular. Just the thought made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable. So, he smiled, waved to his homeroom teacher old Wang, and then followed Captain Xie Yutong out of the playground. Old Wang seemed not to have heard, still smiling and waving, calling for Lin Chen to come up and say a few words. The noisy fireworks covered it all. Lin Chen didn't notice. At this moment, he was following the man's footsteps and boarding one of the green military vehicles that had long been parked outside the playground. Surrounded by a group of team members wearing various special outfits closely following behind, most of them silent, resembling well-trained soldiers. The grandeur of it all momentarily left Lin Chen in a daze. Captain Xie, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Extravagant? Xie Yutong chuckled at the question, toning down the radiance of his attire and looked at Lin Chen seriously. Child, you should know what this attire means to us. For this knowledge, no price is too high. The days ahead may be extremely dull, but it will swiftly spread the influence of the great Qin attire throughout Huaxia. Are you ready? Dull and boring? Lin Chen smiled at the words. Of course, this is my promise to the first emperor, I will never find it boring. Good lad, Xie Yutong said somewhat nostalgically, foreign forces may pose a threat to you. Our suggestion is to stay in Jinghai temporarily, arrange for personnel to help you organize the relevant materials of the Great Qin, and send them synchronously. This way, we can reduce the risks that may exist on the journey. Of course, I will also arrange for major universities to offer you special admission. Xie Yutong chuckled. I've been bothered by them these days, so you better think carefully about where to go. Universities. Special admission? Lin Chen was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. He really had no plans for this. If he had to choose, he might opt for the National Defense Attire Seoul University, perhaps? From what he knew, students at that school would frequently undertake tasks to clear misty areas, and there would also be more intercollegiate competitions. Lin Chen pondered, feeling an inexplicable sense of weariness. Perhaps the exhaustion from the Attire Seoul entrance exam in recent days had drained too much of his mental energy. Now, in this moment of complete relaxation, fatigue washed over him, prompting a yawn. Xia Yutong watched this scene and smiled. Rest for a while, with us here, the journey will be safe. Lin Chen nodded, gradually drifting into unconsciousness. Upon waking again, he found himself lying on a bed. Outside, the sound of military bugles occasionally echoed. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead slightly and stood up. The black dragon robe still draped over him. He felt the specially sewn pocket on the inside of his attire, where the emerald green leaves lay quietly. Did he fall into a deep sleep and get carried into a military base? He had no recollection. As Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a somewhat cheerful footstep approached the door. Soon after, the door swung open. A girl in her 20s, dressed in dark green uniform, walked in from outside. She smiled at Lin Chen and waved. Lin Chen? You're finally awake? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Han, a special commissioner from the Eastern Theater Command. I'll be assisting you in recording and distributing information about the history of the Great Qin. Why are you still wearing this black dragon robe? Hurry up and change. You can't possibly keep wearing this robe all the time, right? Lin Han pointed to a neatly folded military green coat on the side of the room. Here, the clothes are already there, go ahead and change. Okay. Her enthusiasm made Lin Chen somewhat uncomfortable, but considering she was right, he thanked her and then reached out to retrieve the black dragon robe back into the world tree leaf. The black dragon robe, which had not been infused with spiritual energy, suddenly felt a bit hot in his hands. Lin Chen felt a weight in his hand and looked down. The imperial seal lying on the world tree leaf had appeared in his hand on its own. With the appearance of the imperial seal, a grayish-white mist seemed to flow in his brown eyes. Lin Chen's fingers holding the imperial seal stiffened slightly. The moment Lin Chen grasped the imperial jade seal, everything around him seemed to become somewhat illusory and ethereal. A grayish-white mist completely enveloped everything around him, as if it had taken him into an endless fog. This was the mist from the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, he found himself in the midst of a foggy forbidden area. The drifting grayish-white mist around him seemed like some corrosive gas, constantly trying to engulf him. However, due to the radiance on the black dragon robe, they had to disperse on the spot. And the person before him, the girl named Lin Han, gradually blurred and transformed into a completely crystalline humanoid creature before Lin Chen's eyes. Its crimson eyes reflected the surrounding light, and within the crystal at its chest, the lively and clever girl was constructed. When did he enter the mist? Was it while he was sleeping in the car? Or had he been here since he left the playground? There was even an A-level soul master, Xia Yutong, following him all the way. It would be more difficult to forcibly move him away from Xia Yutong's watchful eyes than to kill him on the spot. A dreadful idea gradually formed in Lin Chen's mind. Perhaps he had never been transported back to the original Jinghai No. 1 middle school at all. Even Xia Yutong could be fake. If that's the case, why didn't this monster just kill me while I was asleep? Is it because of the black dragon robe? Is this an assassin arranged by another country? Doubts arose in Lin Chen's mind for a moment. The monster ahead seemed to sense his unease, its crimson eyes flashing as the girl within its body curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen snapped out of it and put the jade seal back into the leaves of the world tree. The grayish-white mist around him quickly dispersed, revealing a bright room. Even the girl before him gradually returned to normal. Lin Chen looked at her and said with a smile, "It's better to be cautious. After all, if something really happens, at least I'll have some means of self-preservation." To steer the conversation away from that topic, he pretended to be curious and asked, "Do you have a cell phone? I want to check the news after the college entrance examination and send a message to Lao Wang. We left in such a hurry before." "Cell phone?" Lin Han chuckled at his words. "It's no use to you here. This is a military base, and all networks are banned. If you really want to use one, you'll have to apply through the Xia team. But the military is strict, even for you, Xia team might not make an exception. If you really need to contact the outside world, you can write a letter or ask someone to pass on a message. Of course, if you dare to go out yourself, that's also an option." "What? Feeling bored just after coming in?" The girl's words immediately blocked all of Lin Chen's retreats. A military base with a ban on networks. That does make sense. Lin Chen pondered silently, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's first make a copy of the historical data of Duqin. I also hope to promote these things as soon as possible. It should have been done long ago. Lin Han snapped her fingers and then asked curiously, by the way, where did you get all this information about Deity? Do you have any physical materials or something? Physical materials? Lin Chen realized this was a breakthrough, but as the words reached his lips, he hesitated, fearing the consequences if he provided a general direction, like the Sacred Heart Welfare Institute. If these monsters went there to investigate and were discovered, the situation would be very unfavorable. After a brief moment of contemplation, he looked at the person in front of him and said with a smile, "There's nothing to hide. It all started when I was 15 and just began attending middle school. It was a stormy evening as I walked back to the dormitory, and in a corner near the school's garbage dump, I encountered an old man who looked like he was on the verge of collapsing." He proceeded to tell a rather lengthy story. In the story, he mentioned how he saved the mysterious old man, who in return, taught him about various aspects of the Great Qin dynasty every day. He took notes and almost memorized all the information. Lin Han listened with great interest and then asked, "What about those notes?" Lin Chen chuckled and waved his hand. "My master instructed me to burn them after memorizing. Maybe there's still something left in the dormitory at school? A page or two wouldn't be of much use." "I see." The girl seemed a bit disappointed but then said, "Let's go then. We are dressed and ready, let's start writing accordingly. Many high-ranking officials in Huaxia are waiting for us. By the way, there will be leaders and university presidents from various major universities coming later. Don't worry, they are safe." Lin Han appeared eager, with a natural expression and eyes filled with curiosity about the history of Huaxia. If it weren't for the strange warning from the Jade Seal, another person might have simply thought it was due to their character, eager to learn about the culture of the Great Qin dynasty. Are they sparing my life temporarily just because they want to obtain historical information about the Great Qin dynasty? What do they need this information for? To trade with Huaxia for a good price after killing me? Or perhaps, for some reason, they are unable to directly harm me? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly had an idea. He looked at the girl in front of him with an uncertain tone and asked, "Now? Of course, it's about the attire of our Huaxia. I put in a lot of effort to be transferred to your side, Lin Chen, to learn about the history of the Great Qin dynasty as soon as possible." "The sooner we know, the better," Lin Han said eagerly. "If you haven't rested enough, I can wait outside." Lin Han's thirst for knowledge was evident. "Then let me tell you a story about the history of the Great Qin dynasty related to this black dragon robe I'm wearing, even with a hint of destiny," Lin Chen said with a touch of emotion. "It's a start to understanding some background about the appearance of the Great Qin dynasty. Do you want to know how each generation of Qin emperors met their end? The cause of the Qin emperor's death? Yes." The girl's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. This story is called Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin king. In a situation where things were a bit unclear, Lin Chen was also preparing a backup plan for himself. Whether he would need it or not, it was always safer to be cautious. He also wanted to test the attitude of these creatures through this attire. Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin king? Lin Han's eyes sparkled as she quickly suggested, "Let's walk and talk at the same time. Our workplace is in the military camp's data room, and Captain Xia will also be there later." "All right." Lin Chen nodded, "Let's walk and talk." Sure. Lin Han was very attentive, leading the way out of the room, with Lin Chen following closely behind. As they walked, he spoke in a melodious tone. "This is a story that took place after the unification of the Great Qin dynasty, a turning point in the rise and fall of the Great Qin dynasty." He then naturally took out the jade seal from the world tree leaves, running his fingers over the patterns on it, looking somewhat nostalgic. The gray-white mist once again enveloped Lin Chen's surroundings, making the entire campsite increasingly eerie and terrifying. The military bugle in the camp was still loud and clear. However, when Lin Chen looked over with a real perspective, he could vaguely see that it was a squad formed by pairs of humanoid creatures similar to Lin Han, crystal-like in appearance. On their crystal-like bodies, reflected majestic military figures. The only difference was that these crystal-like alien creatures had eyes shining with a bright blue light, much dimmer than the aliens beside them. Lin Chen desperately tried to recall information about similar alien creatures from textbooks but found his mind blank. It was like just learning the Lobachevsky rule and then being tested on partial differential equations. They never taught that in high school. To avoid arousing suspicion from Lin Han due to staring for too long, Lin Chen quickly continued, "At that time, the Great Qin had just unified the entire Huaxia, wiping out almost all existing kingdoms. The unity brought by war always comes with severe pain and suffering from all regions. Yan territory was one of the most tragic. Nearly half of the young adults in the country were slaughtered, and the Yan crown prince was wanted by the Qin soldiers, living in constant fear, seeking out Yan warriors and giving them an impossible task. to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. As Lin Chen spoke, he appeared to sigh inwardly, but his mind was racing to fill in some gaps in the story. In his previous life, the story of Jingku assassinating the king of Qin was covered in middle and high school textbooks. Almost every student could give a rough account. The original story background was that after the Qin general Wang Jian defeated Zhao, captured the king of Zhao, and invaded Yan, causing fear in Crown Prince Dan. His task was to change the story background from before the Six Kingdoms were conquered to after the unification of Huaxia. Otherwise, if the logical loopholes were exposed, he might be in danger. He smiled at Lin Han and said, at that time, people didn't have a unified ideology, most identified with regional bloodlines. Different dialects, customs, and even completely different writing systems existed among the various regions of Huaxia. Back then, destroying a country was equivalent to making enemies with the people of that region. But because of the strict rule of the Great Qin, righteous men dared not act until one of Crown Prince Dan's subordinates recommended a swordsman to him, named Jingku. Jingku, an unknown figure, carried an indomitable courage and unwavering belief. He accepted Crown Prince Dan's commission, determined to assassinate the first emperor of Qin and establish a great legacy for 1,000 generations. As he left, there was a farewell song in Yan. The wind is cold by the Yi River, the hero is gone and will not return. And then, presenting the picture. The end of the line, the dagger appears. The king of Qin is unaware, assassinated and perishes. When a commoner is angered, blood will splatter 3 feet, and the world will mourn in white. This Jingku attire became a fate completely opposite to the black dragon robe. Let me tell you, my black dragon robe already has a passive effect at the candlelight tier. As long as I am not killed by someone wearing Jingku's attire, I will have a chance to resurrect at the tomb of the first emperor of Qin after death. This is a one-time life-saving technique. A life-saving technique? At that moment, a crimson light seemed to flicker in Lin Han's eyes. Although it quickly subsided, Lin Chen, who was always watching with the corner of his eye, noticed the anomaly. However, he did not react to it but pretended not to have seen anything, following Lin Han into a 3-story building. Due to the storytelling, they walked slowly, and by the time the story was finished, they had reached their destination. Lin Chen held the jade seal and looked ahead. This time, the surrounding mist seemed to disperse in all directions as if facing a threat. The entire 3-story building appeared pitch black in his eyes, with the surface of the walls seemingly constructed from interconnected white bones. These bones linked together, piercing straight into the sky as if coming from another realm beyond the clouds. Visible to the naked eye, the white bones swayed in the air, resembling some kind of puppet strings being controlled by someone. Can he enter here? At this moment, even Lin Chen hesitated. The jade seal in his hand seemed to resonate with some kind of energy, emitting a faint power. In an instant, a dark iron-colored mysterious bird seemed to reflect in Lin Chen's eyes. The pitch-black building in front of him changed once again. Lin Chen found it hard to describe such a transformation in words. In his eyes, the building before him now possessed 2 different forms. One gradually turned dusk, inscribed with the words campsite under the sunlight. The other remained the dark iron structure, wildly twisted. Lin Chen instinctively realized that the building with the deep night intertwined with dusk was the true campsite. What's wrong with you? It seemed like 2 overlapping voices sounded near Lin Chen's ears. Just as he was lost in thought, the crystal-made monster with crimson eyes approached him, holding a curious girl in its arms. Correspondingly, on the other side, a girl in a green military uniform with ear-length hair overlapped with the monster. She bore a resemblance to Lin Han inside the monster's belly but exuded a slightly different aura. Before Lin Chen could grasp what was happening, a voice rang in his ears. It's nothing, every time I tell this story, I feel a bit emotional. The voice was extremely familiar to Lin Chen. It was his own voice. At that moment, the scene before Lin Chen shattered like a mirror. In an instant, only the 3-story building covered in white bones remained in front of him. The figure of the girl with short hair vanished, leaving only the crystal monster resembling a person. 2 buildings of completely different styles, like a shattered mirror image. Lin Chen was certain that this was definitely not the scene he would see after removing the jade seal. What is the situation with the other me? Mirror space? Lin Chen had watched many movies in his past life, so he had a speculation in mind. Perhaps he had been transported to the playground, but inside the mirror space of the playground. And someone had already taken his place, disguised as himself in reality, fooling everyone. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the mirror monster containing Lin Han approached him, its crimson eyes shining brightly, as if trying to ascertain something. Thinking quickly, Lin Chen sighed, it's nothing, telling this story always stirs up some emotions. As he spoke, his heart raced slightly. Fortunately, the monster in front of him did not react abnormally, just responded with an "oh" before urging, shall we go in? Go in? At this moment, Lin Chen hesitated as he looked at the eerie building constructed from white bones in front of him. The house looked very strange at first glance. Should he turn back now or continue pretending and take a chance by going in? Just as Lin Chen hesitated, a deep voice suddenly emerged slowly from his mind. Lin Chen, go inside, don't worry, I'm here. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, stuttering slightly as he spoke. Lin Chen felt like he had heard the voice somewhere before, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Until he finally said smoothly, I am Xia Yutong, the real one. No one can deceive an A-level soul master on the territory of Huaxia. Go inside, I've always been here. The voice was almost identical to the one Lin Chen had conversed with before, Xia Yutong's voice. As Lin Chen gazed at the alien creature with its crimson eyes shimmering more intensely, he had no time to think and strode towards the three-story bone-structured building ahead. He chose to believe the voice that resonated from the depths of his heart. Firstly, Lin Chen indeed thought that he wouldn't be easily transported away, underestimating the people from Huaxia. Secondly, he believed that there were no flaws in his previous performance. If the alien creature in front of him wanted to deceive him into entering, there were many other ways to do so. It could easily alter the appearance of the bone house in his real field of vision, deceive his misty perspective, and effortlessly lead him inside. Xia team? What's the situation now? Lin Chen dealt with Lin Han while following the other towards the bone house, silently whispering in his mind. Xia Yutong's voice did not sound until Lin Chen and Lin Han reached the front of the bone building. I can't hear what you're saying in your mind. I'll give you a brief overview of the current situation. The place you are in now can be considered a mirrored space. We call these creatures mirror spirits. They come from deep within the misty restricted area in the northwest of Huaxia, a forbidden area named the Lishan Secret Realm. You may not yet understand that when the creatures in the mist reach a high level, they can possess intelligence equal to that of humans. Xia Yutong's voice became somewhat hoarse as he continued. We call these highly intelligent creatures the masters of the Forbidden Zone. They are powerful and can often control many alien creatures, making them extremely difficult to deal with. However, due to the rules of the mist, these high-level creatures can only stay deep within the mist-covered forbidden areas. Areas with thin mist are completely harmful to them. Therefore, humans can hardly see their presence, and to reduce human fear of the masters, information about them is not even included in textbooks. This time, your transfer seems to be related to one of the masters of the Forbidden Zone. I never expected that they would take action. Master of the Forbidden Zone. Hearing this term, Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly. High-level alien creatures with intelligence comparable to humans deep within the mist. It's just that because the mist limits their territory, humans have never seen their true forms. Perhaps due to information control, he had never heard of such a thing. This time, the attack on me really came from an alien creature deep within the mist. Lishan. Lin Chen muttered softly, vaguely understanding why this master was so interested in the history of Duchin. If it really was the place from his memories, that would be extraordinary. On another note, since they are targeting me, why doesn't Captain Xia just destroy all of this? Lin Chen was puzzled. Xia Yutong seemed to understand his current thoughts and said in a hoarse voice, the mirrored space is just a mirrored space, and the power of that master can only penetrate slightly. As long as you are threatened, I can break all of this at any time and take you away. Don't doubt this. At this moment, not only I am watching you, but Athena is too. We have noticed that besides being interested in you, this master seems to have set up some unexpected things among humans, such as the mirror that replaces you in the real world. Xia Yutong's voice became serious as he said, Lin Chen, we need you to cause some commotion in the mirrored world, the bigger, the better. The master wants to intervene, which will require using more of its power in the human realm. We want to see what it is planning. Of course, if you don't want to accept this task, you can refuse directly, and we will immediately break everything. Mirror substitute. Stirring up more trouble in the mirrored world? Lin Chen's heart stirred at the words, with no intention of refusing. With so much support behind him, embarking on an almost risk-free mission. And all that's needed is to cause the biggest commotion. That's too easy. Lin Chen's expression became even more natural. Although he didn't speak, he had already shown his choice through his actions. He kept walking, following Lin Han into the three-story building, arriving at a room on the second floor filled with files. Stepping into the core area of this small building constructed of white bones. Today I had a gastroscopy, nothing major. We'll start updating earlier from tomorrow. QAQ inside the file room, bookshelves hung on the walls, several computers and a whiteboard were placed in the center of the room. The room showed signs of cleaning, looking like it had just been tidied up. Lin Chen, holding the seal, didn't feel any more discomfort entering here, just watching Lin Han quickly prepare the materials at the desktop computer. Shall I type? I type fast, she said, already sitting in front of the computer. Where should we start organizing the history of Daqin and the corresponding attire? Lin Chen came to his senses, smiled, picked up a pen from the desk, and wrote 2 characters on the whiteboard. Warring States. He was prepared to start from the Warring States period, roughly going through the entire history of Daqin, mixing in some false history. Because Daqin's attire was meant to spread throughout Huaxia, the related history would sooner or later spread to countries beyond Huaxia. If the master of the Forbidden Zone truly wanted to understand these things, there would be plenty of opportunities later, no need to conceal too much. And now, with so many experts paying attention to him, Lin Chen decided to use this mirror demon to depict the history and attire of Daqin. With such a useful tool at hand, why not use it? You may continue. His approach also received Xia Yutong's approval. At this moment, above the military camp, Xia Yutong, a burly figure with broad shoulders, was looking down with a group of military powerhouses in Athena, dressed in a golden embroidered skirt. In their eyes, Lin Han, dressed in military green, was unknowingly arranged by the mirror demon to work as a typist. Both sides were simultaneously engaged in the same activity, just at different speeds. In the real world, Lin Chen's mirror often took a few seconds longer to narrate a piece of history than Lin Chen's speech. To avoid being discovered, he had to pretend to ponder for a while after each sentence, as if contemplating something. His expression was lifelike, completely fooling the real Lin Han without any flaws being noticed. He really caught a big fish. A military bigwig couldn't help but exclaim. I wonder how Lin Chen discovered the anomaly in the mirrored space. It shouldn't have been possible. An elderly man with gray-white hair was puzzled. In response, the golden-haired woman playing Athena provided an explanation. Her eyes gleaming with golden light, she looked at Lin Chen inside the bone-built structure and said, his attire has been upgraded again, and it seems he has acquired some strange abilities that have never appeared before. The seal in his hand is not just a decoration. It feels to me like a material of at least transparent grade, possessing its own attributes. Attire upgraded again. Previously it was candlelight grade, so now it's transparent grade attire. The seal in his hand is also of the transparent grade. Hiss. At this moment, all the strong individuals from the military took in a sharp breath. We all know that Lin Chen must have a similar ability to upgrade clothing materials, but isn't this upgrade a bit too fast? Could it be that Lin Chen's black dragon robe also has its own rules for promotion? For example, for every certain number of people who upgrade the Great Qin military uniform, the black dragon robe can gain a certain amount of experience for promotion. To be honest, if there is any danger in this activity, I don't want Lin Chen to take any risks. His value is too important. A clothing soul master sighed. After Xia Yutong informed them of the issue in the mirror world, they secretly gathered from various places in China. Only after confirming that there was no danger did they agree to this plan. The ruler of the Forbidden Zone is nothing more than a powerful B-grade or A-grade exotic beast. And here, they have 2 A-grade clothing soul masters. Each one is no less inferior to that exotic beast behind the scenes. At the moment, the other party can only send their subordinates to infiltrate, and their own power is unable to move much. If there is any danger, Xia Yutong and the others would really be at their wits' end. This exotic beast is too arrogant. This is the heartland of China, its reach is not that long. It seems that the history of the Great Qin dynasty is very attractive to it, otherwise we would not have discovered its existence at all. But this peculiar mirror space ability is truly rare, being able to create a misty area within the mirror. Fortunately, we discovered it early. I have encountered this mirror demon before, individually not strong, but if it combines with the mirror space, it's hard to say. Xia team, should we give Lin Chen some hints? Let him escalate things quickly. A man in military uniform suggested. Xia Yutong shook his head at the suggestion. No need, since Lin Chen has not chosen to leave directly, it means he already has some plans for the upcoming actions. What we should do is just to fan the flames and give him a chance to act on his own. Fan the flames? Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand each other's meaning for a moment. Xia Yutong did not say much, just asked them to wait quietly for a moment. When the sun had completely set in the sky and night fell, he suddenly moved, descending from the sky and choosing to enter the main entrance of the building. Along with Xia Yutong's actions in reality, outside the white bone building shrouded in mist, a mirror demon shimmering with crimson light emerged from the mist, following Xia Yutong's steps towards the interior of the building. The people outside could clearly see that the reflection in the mirror demon's body was that of Xia Yutong. No matter what Xia Yutong did in reality, the Xia Yutong in the mirror world followed suit, with almost identical expressions and movements. Captain Xia's mirror avatar seems to be on the same level as Lin Han's mirror avatar, completely different from Lin Chen's mirror. Perhaps it's because the ruler of the Forbidden Zone did not project all of its power. I really want to see how many mirrors like Lin Chen's there are. As the people spoke, Xie Yutong had already reached the second floor of the small building, knocking on the door of the central archives room, startling the two inside who were fully focused on their work. Captain Xie. Lin Han, upon seeing Xie Yutong, quickly stopped his work and stood up. Lin Chen's mirror also stopped and gestured towards Xie Yutong. Inside the mirror space, what was happening next to the real Lin Chen was basically the same as the outside world. When he saw this strong individual appear again, he still felt a bit tense, wondering if this might be a B-grade or A-grade exotic beast. In his state of mind, the appearance of the crimson-eyed demon, almost identical to Lin Han, made him breathe a sigh of relief. Naturally, he greeted them. Xie Yutong looked at the two and said with a smile, "You just entered the military camp, and you're already starting to work? Let's have a meal together first, no rush, we still have plenty of time." Many leaders have already arrived, and many special teams of soul masters from various academies are gathering here. Let's have a meal with them. This is a rare occasion in the military district. If I hadn't intervened just now, these soul master teams from the military district would have almost fought here. A fight? Lin Chen quickly received this information. His expression changed, as if he had an idea. Why are there so many military soul master teams coming? Lin Han, looking puzzled, asked Xie Yutong, what are they here for? Shouldn't the security measures at this military base be sufficient? Aren't they just causing trouble? At this moment, Xie Yutong seemed somewhat helpless at the words. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, not only are the major academies here to recruit you, but these teams from the military district also want to take this opportunity to win you over. When you grow up, you can join their teams and increase their strength. Furthermore, many people have come here to watch the live broadcast, wanting to get first-hand information on the uniforms of the Great Qin Army and even the generals. Xie Yutong gave a very reasonable explanation. Even the military bigwigs watching everything from the sky had to admire it. The more powerful the Chinese military soul masters, the more they emphasize iron-like discipline. Even if there are frictions between the teams, they will not bring it out in the open. Xie Yutong just slightly exaggerated such events, leading to the so-called fight. Undoubtedly, this was a message being conveyed to Lin Chen. He wanted to use the fight to test the mirror space, to explore more things. Speaking of which, this mirror of Lin Chen is also wearing a black dragon robe, right? If this plan goes smoothly and Lin Chen participates in the fight, what will happen to this mirror? Someone keenly noticed the problem and was quite curious about it. You see, making this black dragon robe is nothing special, but if you inject spiritual power to try to summon it, it would be a disaster. Lessons from countless soul masters across China told them that only Lin Chen could wear this outfit. Even the basic attributes can only be discovered by Lin Chen injecting spiritual power. Can this mirror still deceive Qin Shi Huang? It seems highly unlikely. Xie Team wants to test how far Lin Chen's substitute can go through the fight. If Lin Chen personally participates in the fight, this substitute will definitely be exposed because it cannot summon the crown. This mirror is meant to mimic, right? When the two sides are different, what will he do? Will he forcefully prevent all this from happening? Beasts cannot summon gods through the crown, they can only use their own abilities, this is common knowledge. Can this mirror substitute break this rule? The soul masters understood Xie Yutong's method and couldn't help but feel excited. I think it's best to inform the captains of the two teams again, tell them about the mirror space and Lin Chen's situation, and let them provoke conflicts first. When this military district fight begins, it will be time for both sides to wrestle with each other. Relying solely on those mirror demons in the mirror won't cut it, more and even more powerful beasts must join in. Otherwise, Lin Chen will inevitably see through it. This does not align with the plan of the mastermind behind the scenes. And if the other side really invests more in their trump cards, bringing in more beasts from the mirror world, they will also reap more benefits by wiping them out. Not to mention, the crystal belly of these mirror demons is top-notch material. The mirror demon with crimson eyes is likely to produce a large piece of high-grade mirror material, maybe even with some special attributes. If more mirror demons join, they could make a fortune. Such opportunities are rare. While everyone was secretly plotting in the sky, Xie Yutong and Lin Chen finished their pleasantries and left the archive room with the two of them, heading towards the outside of the three-story building. Lin Chen's substitute didn't seem concerned about the martial arts competition, his expression remained calm, showing no flaws at all. The three of them soon arrived at a military officer's canteen near the center. As the sun set and night fell, it was dinner time. The entrance of the entire officer's canteen was crowded with people. No one seemed to be eating, they were all standing at the entrance, gazing into the distance as if waiting for someone. Soon, their gazes turned towards Lin Chen and his group as someone shouted, "They're here." Lin Chen is here too. In an instant, the dozen or so figures standing in front of the canteen rushed towards them like athletes receiving a starting gun, immediately surrounding Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen could react, his hand was tightly grasped by an excited old man. "Hello, Lin Chen, I am Professor Chen from the National Defense Seoul University. Come to our National Defense Seoul University, we will give you the best treatment." Before the old man could finish his words, he was pushed aside by someone. This time, a tall young military man appeared in front of him, his face beaming. "Lin, I am the captain of Team 102 of the Northwest Military Region. Do you have any plans to join the official Seoul team?" As he spoke, he was also pushed aside by someone. The crowd was noisy. Invitations from military regions and top universities kept coming one after another near Lin Chen's ears. If it weren't for the group of humanoid mirror demons surrounding him, their blue eyes gleaming as if they were about to devour him, Lin Chen would probably be experiencing social anxiety at this moment. Fortunately, Xia Yutong finally stepped forward, dispersing the surrounding crowd, allowing Lin Chen to be led into a private room inside the canteen. The three of them closed the door, keeping all reluctant professors and soldiers outside, making the surroundings much quieter. "Xia, why gather them all here now?" Lin Han leaned against the door inside. "There's no other way. After confirming that there are no issues with the major universities and military personnel, I couldn't stop all the personnel. After all, their arrival is beneficial to Lin Chen." Xia Yutong looked at Lin Chen as he spoke, which was also the reality. "My suggestion is to finish eating, then have a good chat with them in this private room." This time, various military teams and professors from different schools have brought many people, all attaching great importance to your choice, Lin Chen. "You'd better clarify the conditions of all universities or teams today, then think about it for a few days and make a decision you expect," Xia Yutong said, fearing that Lin Chen might not hear it clearly, so he deliberately relayed all these words directly into Lin Chen's mind. "A selection?" As Lin Chen listened to Xia Yutong's words, his plans in his mind became even clearer. "Perhaps. It doesn't have to be so complicated. They have brought many strong ones, right? Let's have a showdown. I want to see their strength, especially the military Soul Master teams that have arrived." Lin Chen smiled. "A fight?" When Lin Chen said these words, the mirror in reality showed a noticeable delay. It seemed to be contemplating something. Its expression became somewhat hesitant, but ultimately it repeated the words of the real Lin Chen in the mirror space. "I want to see their strength, especially the military Soul Master teams that have arrived." With these words, the onlookers in the sky were relieved. "Steady! Make sure those kids show their strength." "Ha, Lin Chen is indeed bold. I thought he would suggest these squads compete against each other, and he would choose the strongest one. Speaking of which, can Lin Chen really defeat those seasoned veterans? Even the weakest squad here must be at least D rank, right? It's hard to say. If Lin Chen really summons the god with the black dragon robe he's wearing, even without the assistance of the Great Qin military uniform, he still has a slim chance against a D rank wearing tattered clothes. Anyway, the master of the Forbidden Zone has fallen into the trap. I feel like we can close the net after the martial arts competition." All the military bigwigs in the sky were quite excited. Inside the house, Lin Han looked extremely surprised but didn't say much because it was Lin Chen's decision. Xia Yutong, who had been planning to push things forward, naturally didn't object, but he asked once again, "Have you made up your mind?" These people are not like the novice soul masters who just gained power in the college entrance exam. In terms of summoning gods in combat, these people are at a very high level. Lin Chen nodded seriously at the words, "I've made up my mind." Xia Yutong sighed and finally approved. "Then you guys sit here for now. I'll go talk to them and make sure they are well prepared. But we need to change the rules of the competition. If we keep testing team by team, when will it end? How about this? I'll have the weakest member of each team have a trial first. It will give a chance for peaceful conflict resolution between the teams. The location will be in this military area, so if you're tired of work, you can come and watch. 3 days later, select the winning 5 teams, and then you can choose anyone to challenge from them." Xia Yutong had more thoughts. Having Lin Chen challenge one by one would take too long and might arouse suspicion from the hidden beasts. So, he decided to start a martial arts selection competition, letting the mirror spirits and the mirror space stir things up first to see what happens. He also wanted to know how the hidden beasts behind the scenes would command their subordinates to imitate the formal combat. "Alright, thank you, Captain Xia." Lin Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Xia Yutong waved his hand, gesturing for the two to sit down, and then he left on his own to discuss with the waiting team captains and professors outside. After Xia Yutong left, the mirror spirit with crimson eyes beside Lin Chen asked with a curious tone, "How do you plan to deal with those people? Use the black dragon robe?" The words of the mirror spirit did not synchronize with reality. obviously a signal from the master of the Forbidden Zone behind the scenes. It seemed that they were also afraid that Lin Chen would use the Black Dragon robe against the enemies in 3 days. By then, the real mirror in the mirror space would be exposed on the spot. The Black Dragon robe had appeared too many times in the live broadcast. If the skill presentation was different, it would probably be recognized at a glance. Although Lin Chen did not see the scene in reality again, listening to these seemingly casual but probing words, he had a plan in mind. He shook his head. The mental energy consumption of using the Black Dragon robe is too high. Once I engage in a prolonged battle with high-level soul masters, I will undoubtedly lose. I plan to observe the members of each team and their divine clothing over these 3 days, and try to create some targeted Chinese clothing. Creating brand new Chinese attire. Is it also related to the Great Qin? The mirror spirit asked, its fierce crimson eyes flashing. Lin Chen, with the intention to deceive, nodded and lightly said yes, then smiled and said, I'll see if I can apply for some materials to make some new clothing, like the attire of Jingku. If I can't get the materials, I can use the prize money to pay for it. Wow! In the sky, the high-ranking soul masters of China immediately understood Lin Chen's intentions. He was currently in the mirror space. If you really agree to the application, it's impossible to transfer the materials obtained in reality to the mirror space, right? Lin Chen is indirectly taking advantage of the Forbidden Zone Master's wool. This move is brilliant. To create a brand new attire, you need additional special materials. And when Lin Chen creates in the mirror space, the mirror outside definitely needs the same materials to replicate one-to-one. This means that whatever materials we give to the outside mirror, Lin Chen in the mirror space must also receive the same amount of materials. And these materials will be fully borne by the Forbidden Zone Master. We can totally give more, then when we close the net, we'll at least double the materials we get, an elder from the military said excitedly. At this moment, even the most upright top clothing soul masters couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. After opposing the Forbidden Zone for so many years, the opportunity to take advantage of the Forbidden Zone Master's wool has never appeared. How about giving Lin Chen a portion of our top-tier materials that we've been keeping in reserve? No, what if the Forbidden Zone Master doesn't fall for it later? I suggest we start with a few pieces of transparent grade materials and candle grade materials to test the waters first. We can't scare off the sheep directly when shearing the wool, right? Let's take it slow. Someone suggested cunningly. Athena turned her head to see a group of people forming a small circle, whispering and chuckling. She had no opinion on this, and was even somewhat amazed by such operations. If there really was such an opportunity, no country would refuse. As the ancient Greek goddess of wisdom, she would give extra attention and praise to clever individuals. Just as everyone was amazed by Lin Chen's idea, Xia Yutong also found the professors from various prestigious universities and the captains of the military squads waiting outside the room. After conveying Lin Chen's idea and the intention to compete, the expressions of the two groups changed. The brows of each squad captain slightly furrowed. Isn't Lin Chen just at the F level? Does he really want to compete with us seriously? Wouldn't that be bullying? Xia, do you agree with this approach? F level against at least D level members? We know his potential, but he hasn't fully grown yet, right? The professors from the authorized universities had no objections. Which clothing soul master squad Lin Chen ultimately joined was of no concern to them. After all, joining a clothing soul master squad would have to wait until after graduating from university. They had no direct conflicts with the military clothing soul master squads. Furthermore, allowing Lin Chen to see the strength of their university professors and students through a competition was also a good way to attract him. I agree. Professor Chen from the National Defense Clothing Soul University was the most enthusiastic. Because of Lin Chen, their exploration mission was cancelled and redirected here. He had brought his entire research team of students, definitely the elite among the elite. They couldn't take down Lin Chen like this, could they? Captain Xia, let's go with your and Lin Chen's plan. The National Defense Clothing Soul University will showcase its strength. Professor Chen said, then turned to the competitors with a sarcastic tone. Unlike some universities, whose names sound grand, but when it comes to real strength, they can only boast about having more resources. This statement immediately silenced the recruitment teachers from other universities. They had come, but they hadn't brought a team of students like Professor Chen did. After all, they had come to recruit students. Who would have thought they would get involved in a competition? But they couldn't refuse, and they couldn't find the words to say it. If they didn't dare to compete, wouldn't that directly benefit the National Defense Clothing Soul University? In the end, all the university teachers agreed, with many of them hurriedly leaving to communicate with their respective schools and arrange for some top students to be urgently placed. Xie Yutong confirmed the opinions of all parties and directly addressed the captains of the various military districts. Show some strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat Lin Chen later. After 3 days, the official competition will begin. If any of the remaining 5 teams lose to Lin Chen, the special materials and resources distributed in the following year will be halved. Whoever wins, the team's resources will double that year. Just beat Lin Chen. Oh, in an instant, the eyes of all the captains of the military district teams lit up. As long as they hold on to the top 5 and defeat Lin Chen, their resources for the year will double? Even their elite team in the military is lacking in resources, and apart from the guaranteed minimum resources each year, all other resources must be exchanged through merits. That's something they fought tooth and nail to earn from the mist. And now, with such a great opportunity, under Xie Yutong's guarantee, as long as they defeat Lin Chen, the resources for the second half of the year will double. How many merits would that be worth? How many times would they have to risk their lives to obtain it? In an instant, all the captains of the military district teams turned green with envy. They didn't doubt Xie Yutong's credibility. Xie team, don't send the weakest to compete, right? I can do it. A team captain eagerly volunteered. Xie team, I'm the weakest in our team. Can I take on the challenge when the time comes? For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm was stirred up by Xie Yutong. Xie Yutong smiled slightly at the scene, feeling reassured. If Lin Chen really couldn't beat the 5 teams, then the resources would be distributed as promised, and they wouldn't lose out. After all, this military competition was designed to attract more monsters. However, judging from Lin Chen's words, does the other party really have some confidence in dealing with these old hands? What should he do? Can he overcome such a huge level difference with the strength of Huaxia Iguan? Xie Yutong couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he just sent everyone away, got 3 meals, and returned to the private room. Xie team. Lin Chen and Lin Han in the private room saw Xie Yutong appear and quickly took the food tray from him. Lin Chen took a look at it carefully. There were stir-fried beef, baby bok choy, and a large chicken leg. He quietly touched the jade seal to make sure that the dishes in front of him were not disguised as some kind of pseudo-formed exotic insect eggs, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The aroma of the food made him, who had been eating things like toast during the Iguan entrance exam, unable to resist his appetite. You know, beef in the school cafeteria is considered a waste of money, basically only found in the food prepared for the school leaders. Due to his good grades for 3 years, Lin Chen received a lot of scholarships and didn't dare to indulge in a meal that cost 30 or 40 yuan. On the other hand, the beef skewers sold by the school roadside stalls for 1 yuan per skewer were more cost-effective. Let's eat first. They all agreed. You can come over any time in the next 3 days to take a look, which can be considered as getting to know your opponents in advance. Xie Yutong sat down and said to Lin Chen in front of the mirror, also conveying the message of starting the plan to Lin Chen. Lin Chen agreed at the words and repeated to Xie Yutong what he had said to Lin Han before about applying for or purchasing materials. Xie Yutong was a little stunned at the words, but quickly reacted. Special materials? Don't worry, logically speaking, providing materials for you also requires using merits for exchange, but your contribution of historical information about Deity to the country is enough to exchange for a lot of merits. Whatever materials you need, just let Lin Han write an application and submit it. Finally, Xie Yutong added, don't worry about the country not having it. Feel free to ask boldly. This is not the Iguan entrance exam, it doesn't have to be so precise. As a candlelight level, I can handle it, and even the transparent level can go through the process relatively quickly. The slanting sun level might be a bit difficult, and you may not necessarily need it. It's best to apply for special materials for candlelight and transparent levels first. Well, you old Xie, you speak so eloquently. In the past, when subordinates applied for special materials, the old leaders would be in a dilemma, each being cautious and meticulous. Now, there is no such concern at all. Just tell Lin Chen directly, there's no limit to the candlelight level. Let him apply for as much as he needs. In my opinion, you're still too timid. If you ask me, start with a piece of sunset level material to test the waters. No, isn't the master of the Forbidden Zone just using slanting sun level materials? Are you asking them to cut straight to the chase? In the misty world, Xie Yutong's mirror spirit almost verbatim repeated these words. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly at the words and nodded. Thank you, Captain, I will consider it carefully. Let's have dinner first, the dishes are getting cold. Knowing that Lin Chen understood his intentions, Xie Yutong also smiled. Everything was understood without words. After the 3 finished their meal, Xie Yutong made an excuse to patrol and left first, while Lin Han and Lin Chen returned to the archive room to continue working. Lin Chen was in a great mood, pacing back and forth in the archive room, directing the tool spirit mirror spirit to diligently replicate the history of Great Chen in his mind. As he narrated, he was also eager to fast forward to 3 days later. Fast forward to when he would receive the materials he applied for. Would the master of the Forbidden Zone really give him so many special materials? Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. The small-scale military competition was completed under the arrangement of Xie Yutong and other military high-ranking officials. The recruitment team and the military squad did not clash, and the competition proceeded separately. Due to the small number of participants, the recruitment team only selected the top 3 schools: Qingbei University, National Defense Spirit University, and Magic Capital Spirit University. These 3 schools were basically the representatives of the top 3 universities in the entire Huaxia. On the other hand, perhaps due to the incentive of merit or because some squad leaders had been informed of the current situation, during the military competition, each squad appeared particularly diligent. However, Lin Chen in the mirror space did not see it. He had taken the time to come out and see what the military competition in the mirror space was like. Unexpectedly, the backstage manipulator seemed to have anticipated it, always conveniently ending the match just as he left, claiming it was halftime. Furthermore, to cover up the loophole, the competition was scheduled for when Lin Chen was sleeping or working. Each time work ended, the competition also ended. To prevent Lin Chen from becoming suspicious, the backstage manipulator even brought Xie Yutong's mirror image to refute some of the arguments made in the cafeteria earlier. However, the other party did not object to the upcoming final competition. The current delay seemed more like a means to buy preparation time. Seeing this, Lin Chen had no intention of investigating further and simply pretended he hadn't noticed or known anything. During this time, he took the opportunity to let the tool spirit mirror spirit write a material application, which was successfully submitted. The list roughly included exchanging merits for 20 pieces of various special materials at the candlelight level and 12 pieces of various materials at the transparent level. Both raw materials and fabrics were acceptable. 1 piece of fabric could make 2 pieces of clothing plus a belt. Lin Chen had requested enough materials to make at least 40 candlelight level garments and 24 transparent level garments. Honestly, he felt a bit nervous when listing out this inventory, afraid of startling the master of the Forbidden Zone behind the scenes. This was definitely a bold move. It was almost like asking directly for sunset-level materials, not much different from cutting into that person. When the mirror spirit disguised as Lin Han saw this list, its crimson eyes shimmered even more fiercely. But in the end, nothing was said, and the decision was made to help Lin Chen submit the materials. In reality, Xie Yutong undoubtedly also received the same list of applications. Without any hesitation, he approved it on the same day and, in front of Lin Chen's mirror on the 3rd floor, submitted the application through the military's internal network. The higher-ups naturally approved the application with smiles all around. The approval for the conditions was quickly issued, with a note that it would be sent the next day. A leader even went as far as to call Lin Chen personally to congratulate him, stating that these were rewards from their military district to encourage his outstanding performance in the global examination. Everything seemed so reasonable and normal, and the leader who hung up the phone was secretly excited. With so many materials, it would be enough for all 12 high-level soul masters in the armed forces. However, after discussion, the leaders decided to truly reward Lin Chen with these spoils of war. To carry out this plan, Lin Chen deserves at least 80% of the credit. Once the materials from the Forbidden Zone master arrive, Lin Chen should get the lion's share. I decide that he gets 70%, and the remaining 30% goes to us. But even that 30% of the materials will count as a successful achievement for him, which he can exchange at any time. Consider it a reward from our military to this child, a big shot said generously. Xie Yutong relayed this news to Lin Chen, who was somewhat stunned upon hearing it. Essentially, didn't this mean that most of the materials he obtained from the Forbidden Zone master were his? 70% of the materials belonged to him, and although the remaining 30% belonged to the military, he would receive corresponding merit points, which could be directly exchanged for materials from the military's treasury. It was almost as good as having received a full 100%. This reward was too generous. If he really managed to get hold of this windfall in the end and only used it for himself, Lin Chen felt it would be enough to reach at least a sea level. Swapping 30 to 40 pieces of clothing back and forth without repeating any for a month. Could these materials really be successfully exchanged? Everyone, including Lin Chen, was filled with both anxiety and anticipation. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the results were out. Xie Yutong walked into the 2nd floor archives room holding a small black iron cube-sized box in his hand. Lin Chen, pause for a moment. Your application has been approved, he interrupted the two who were still working, casually tossing the box into the air. The box seemed to be guided by some force as it immediately began to expand and rapidly decompose, unfolding. One by one, the radiance of burning candles or special materials that illuminated the room gradually appeared before Lin Chen's mirror eyes. The brightness made the entire room even brighter, almost dazzling. At this moment, the room seemed to have turned into a glowing golden chamber. Even the real Lin Han, who was working, was somewhat stunned by this scene. She had never seen so many special clothing materials before. Lin Chen's mirror image also seemed stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Captain." Xia Yutong nodded, his eyes swirling with a black vortex. At that moment, he was looking at everything happening in the White Bone Building. 10 seconds after Xia Yutong appeared, in the misty space, Lin Chen, who was narrating the history of Great Qin, also heard the sound coming from outside the door. He turned his head and was taken aback. The person who entered was no longer the humanoid type but a mirrored demon displaying the figure of Xia Yutong and the crystal on its chest. It was a true and flawless representation of Xia Yutong. Even Lin Chen, holding the jade seal, could not find any flaws in the other person's body. The Forbidden Zone master had upped the ante. Xia Yutong's mirror image. This scene naturally caught the attention of the military high-ranking officials who had been observing everything from the sky. Each of them looked serious. Indeed, there is more than one mirror avatar of the alien beast. Well, if the other party hadn't revealed their hand this time, we wouldn't have known how heavy the losses would be. If such mirror avatars enter various departments of Huaxia, ordinary high-level individuals wouldn't be able to detect them at all. When we capture them, we must catch a live one and study this mirror avatar thoroughly to find out its fatal weaknesses as quickly as possible. But the arrival of this mirror avatar also puts my mind at ease. It seems that the materials are secure, otherwise, the dominator of the Forbidden Zone wouldn't keep adding layers here. Just as the last Soul Tailor said, Xia Yutong's mirror avatar arrived in the mist, for reasons consistent with reality. Lin Chen, your material approval has come through. He spoke words similar to those of the real Xia Yutong in reality but took out something resembling a wild beast's stomach from his waist and opened it. Soon, a dazzling light of special materials gushed out from the wild beast's stomach, floating in the room. The radiant light dispersed the mist enveloping the walls and illuminated the entire room. Unlike the finished materials given in reality, these special materials had only undergone simple cleaning, mostly consisting of some kind of alien animal skin. Some fur still bore crimson marks, as if freshly peeled from some wild beasts. In terms of quantity, it was similar to the materials Lin Chen had requested, but the categories were completely different. Nevertheless, it was a substantial distribution. He really hit the jackpot with this wool. Lin Chen looked at the materials before him, feeling excited, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you, Captain." Xia Yutong's mirror avatar made a soft in response and then said, "Get ready, the grand competition has ended, and after dinner, the final martial arts competition will begin. There are a total of 8 teams, you better choose your opponents carefully." Lin Chen smiled at the words, "Alright, thank you, Captain." Xia Yutong's mirror avatar exchanged a few more pleasantries and quickly found an excuse to leave. Once again, only Lin Chen and Lin Han were left in the archive room. "Lin Chen, are you ready to make the Jingke's armor?" Disguised as Lin Han, the mirrored demon was very curious about this and quickly inquired upon seeing the materials arrive. This was something she had been discreetly asking about for the past few days. Lin Chen was well aware of this, but he still pretended to be an innocent and clueless good student. Seeing the other party inquire again, he felt it was time and used the leaves of the world tree to collect all the materials, leaving only a piece of inferior grade fabric. "Let's do it now. I just finished my work, so let's relax and make it this afternoon. Do I need to?" Lin Han stood up, as if about to leave. "No need." Lin Chen shook his head at the words. Joking aside, if it evaded, where would his trump card be? The other party had to take it seriously. "I also plan to announce the history of Jingke's assassination of the Qin king, including the corresponding methods of making the attire and the origins of the clothing." He smiled and said, "Since I promised the first emperor, there's no need to keep it hidden in the history of Great Qin. It's just losing one effect of the black dragon robe. Without it, I'll be just fine." Lin Chen's words exuded strong confidence, and Lin Han's eyes glowed with a fierce red light as she nodded in agreement, eagerly asking, "Shall we start then?" "Yes." Lin Chen didn't dawdle either, aiming his palm at the floating inferior grade fabric in front of him, gradually emitting a blazing light. Correspondingly, in his mind, a simple ancient book flew out from the library belonging to the eternal Huaxia. The large characters of Jingke stabbing the king of Qin were prominently displayed. The book slowly opened in Lin Chen's consciousness, revealing a long robe with blue sleeves before his eyes. While conforming to ancient etiquette, it appeared more lightweight and less cumbersome than formal attire. With a light touch of his consciousness, the special material of the candle grade began to change gradually in his hands. Although Jingke's outfit was simple, it was still made of candle grade material, requiring several hours to complete. Meanwhile, on the other side, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen's mirror image unexpectedly reached out and mimicked the actions of his real self. He also reached out towards the clothing in front of him, independently starting to craft his attire and headwear. This scene shocked everyone present. How is this possible? Why would this mirror image use the methods of a clothing soul master? Exclaimed a top clothing soul master from the military district. Even Athena's actress herself showed a hint of curiosity, as if trying to discern some clues. In reality, Xie Yutong, who had finished his performance, naturally left like the mirror, finding a place to hide and return to the sky. Watching the mirror's actions, Xie Yutong in the sky couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. The talent of a clothing soul master is unique to humans. Logically, it should be impossible to replicate it. Yet, this sudden appearance of the mirror seemed to challenge all that. It threatened to revolutionize the entire situation. Initially, everyone thought the mirror would drive away the real Lin Han and then complete the attire in its own way. But now, it seemed that the other party could even mimic the crafting methods. Captain Xie, perform the summoning ritual, call upon the Mother of Night, let her see what is happening here, Athena suggested with a melodious voice. The Mother of Night mentioned by Athena is Nyx, the Black Night goddess in ancient Greece. She holds authority over dreams, death, and the night. The bright purple-red attire on Xie Yutong's body was the ceremonial dress to invoke her. Normally, summoning the Black Night goddess is extremely difficult, even for those with peculiar ancient Greek bloodlines, let alone gaining her attention. Yet, Xie Yutong somehow managed it. No one knew how he had earned her favor or what price he had paid. Now, in the entire world, including Greece, there was only this one ceremonial dress acknowledged by the Black Night goddess. In a sense, Xie Yutong could be considered the spokesperson of the Black Night goddess in the world of ancient Greece. This was also a significant reason why Athena was willing to come and help. This deity is the foster mother of Zeus and deserves respect. All right. Xie Yutong nodded at the suggestion, his figure ethereally drifting away as if preparing for a ritual elsewhere. Soon, all the clothing soul masters present felt a deep sense of tranquility and slumber from within. It was as if they wanted to fall asleep immediately, sinking into eternal slumber and death. Captain Xie's summoning technique is becoming more powerful. Some B-level clothing soul masters' faces turned pale as they uncontrollably donned their attire and used various skills to resist. Using the summoning of the oblique sun-grade attire could almost evoke the essence of a deity. Faced with such a divine shadow, they probably wouldn't last long. Directly facing the summoning of a god in clothing and headwear had its own set of rules. Among the crowd, only Athena remained unaffected, gazing thoughtfully at a certain spot in the clouds. It wasn't until the silent cover of the power of the night enveloped the entire military district and swiftly dissipated that she returned to her senses, lowering her eyes. Xie Yutong returned to the crowd wearing the purple-red sacrificial robe. His bronze face showed no signs of paleness, his expression serious. The mirror being used does not rely on the tailoring abilities of a cloth soul master. Not the abilities of a cloth soul master? The high-ranking military officials were puzzled, looking down at the cloth soul materials being altered below. After all, it looked like they were crafting special garments. Old Xie, don't keep us in suspense. What exactly is going on? A companion couldn't help but ask. Xie Yutong gazed at the scene below, his expression solemn. I have received divine inspiration. This mirror, similar to humans in every way, is a higher-level mirror spirit, at least of transparent grade, possessing a talent called mimicry. Mirror, as the name suggests, is for reflection. Such mirror spirits, completely indistinguishable from humans, can mimic any human according to their will, becoming their mirror. Whatever humans do, they must do the same in reality or in the mirror space, with little difference allowed. They must mimic human behavior gradually, and the longer they do so, the higher their autonomy becomes. In the end, they can completely detach from the human body to do other things. When bound to a cloth soul master and starting to create cloth souls, they can also use their talent to mimic everything. Of course, it's just mimicry. Once the cloth soul master stops their actions, they cannot continue to complete the garment. Transparent grade mirror spirit. This is at least a grade C mirror spirit, and it possesses such incredible abilities. Everyone present gasped in shock. Wow! So incredible? How come we've never seen this before? This grade C mirror spirit can disguise itself to be almost identical to humans. If you hadn't been vigilant around you during the perception of dreams, we wouldn't have noticed Lin Chen being replaced. What should we do? Did the goddess of the night mention its weaknesses? Yes, Xia Yutong nodded at the mention. This mirror spirit is indeed powerful, but it also has very fatal weaknesses. First, they cannot look into a mirror. While mimicking humans, whether in the mirror space or reality, if they look into a mirror, they will be discovered because their reflection won't appear in the mirror. When the mirror cannot reflect their human appearance, that is the mirror's substitute. Second, the human body pulled into the mirror space will be in an invulnerable state. Once attacked and killed in the mirror space, they will immediately switch places with the external mirror spirit, resurrecting in reality, while the external mirror spirit takes their place in death. Of course, if they are killed by their own mirror spirit substitute, this rule won't be triggered. But for the mirror spirit substitute to kill its own original body, it must thoroughly understand everything about the original, becoming a second version of them, in order to move between reality and mirror space, kill the original, and take their place. Third, mirror spirits have no dreams or souls, and these two detection methods can also reveal them immediately. Mirror spirits cannot leave their image on a mirror. Humans transported into the mirror space will be safe for a short time. Xia Yutong's words slightly relieved everyone. This made it much easier to distinguish mirror spirits. As thoughts swirled among the crowd, Xia Yutong continued, this detection method can be most effective on grade B mirror spirits. But if the mastermind behind the scenes is an A-grade mirror spirit, such methods are likely to be ineffective. A-grade mirror spirit. The hearts of the crowd first rose, then quickly fell. A-level mirror spirits, I don't think we need to worry too much about them. After all, the rulers of the Forbidden Zone cannot leave the depths of the mist, and the outside world is simply not suitable for their survival. At least until we venture deep into the mist of the Forbidden Zone, we don't have to worry about all this, someone said thankfully. Xia Yutong nodded in agreement. Right, for A-level mirror spirits, we can temporarily ignore them. Let's make arrangements. When Lin Chen's martial arts competition begins, use mirrors to conduct a comprehensive screening of the top officials of Huaxia, ensuring that no mirror spirits appear anywhere else except here. Alright, we'll notify them immediately. I suggest sharing this information with other countries as well. Xia Yutong made all the arrangements. He believed that the authorities would come up with a proper plan on how to share the information with other countries. Of course, this plan would surely come at a cost to each country. With that in mind, he refocused his attention on Lin Chen. He closely watched the young man's tailoring actions, not quite understanding why he was making this so-called Qin King's defeating star robe and crown. He felt there must be a trap or something he didn't quite grasp. 3 hours passed quickly, and dusk had arrived in the blink of an eye. Just as dinner was about to be served in the cafeteria, Lin Chen finally stopped his work. The blue ancient robe and crown floating in front of him had taken shape, radiating a candle-like glow. Phew! He let out a long breath and opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen, Level, F, Occupation, Cloth Soul Master, Spirit Power, 223, SSS Level Talent Ability, Huaxia Hall of Thought, Legendary Value, 16,410. Since the Cloth Soul High exam, his spirit power had increased steadily with each robe and crown he made, and the legendary value had surged dramatically at the moment of his final victory. 16,410 points. He was close to promoting 2 Huaxia robe and crowns to the transparent level. However, this time, Lin Chen didn't plan to use the legendary value to upgrade the robe and crown level again. With his current strength, it would be extremely difficult to awaken the transparent level Black Dragon robe on his own. Continuing to raise the level of the robe and crown while neglecting the improvement of his own spirit power would be missing the point. Lin Chen intended to test the limits of increasing his spirit power every day in the upcoming time, aiming to elevate his spirit power level at the fastest pace possible. Now, let's see the attribute effects of this Jingku outfit, he murmured, reaching out and injecting his spirit power into the blue robe that shone like a candle in the air. The azure panel before him instantly displayed new data. Huaxia robe and crown, Jingku outfit, level, candlelight, special attribute, fate, effects, 1. The wind whispers, the river is cold, summon Jingku to attach to you. When assassinating a user wearing the Black Dragon robe, you can always approach the target in a reasonable manner without being noticed. 2. The hero departs, never to return. When the historical scene is reproduced and the dagger is revealed, helpers of B-level and below cannot forcibly interfere with your actions. 3. Destiny, passive during the final assassination phase, you must have no companions, and you will have a deeper bond with the Black Dragon robe. The two will eventually unlock their predetermined fate, at which point, most of the Black Dragon robe's abilities will be nullified. Note, Jingku assassinated the first emperor for eternal fame. Looking at the attributes on the panel, a faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. The trap had been set. Without much hesitation, he immediately showed the attribute effects of the Jing-ko outfit to the curious Lin Han beside him. The mirror spirit disguised as Lin Han examined the panel, its crimson light flickering incessantly. Finally, it exclaimed, "This robe is truly effective against the Black Dragon robe's abilities. Is it really okay to circulate?" Lin Chen replied with a smile, "I don't only have the Black Dragon robe as my attire. Besides, the person wearing the Jing-ko disguise might not necessarily be my opponent." His words were filled with strong self-confidence. It could be seen as arrogance, but it was not entirely unjustified. Of course, all of this was just a facade for the outside world. The purpose was to conceal the truth within. Jing-ko did make a good point with his disguise, stabbing the king of Qin and leaving a lasting legacy. But he didn't mention how it all ended in the end. "Young man, being too inflated is not a good thing," Lin Han commented, then lost interest after a careful observation. Because Lin Chen in the mirror space had completed his outfit, and the external mirror image had done the same. Their purpose had been achieved, so there was no need to raise any more suspicions. After completing all this, it was time for a meal. Lin Chen and Lin Han tidied up the archives slightly before locking the door and leaving. In the days to come, he would have to face at least 8 opponents. It was like undergoing intense real combat training. Therefore, this historical retelling work would naturally be paused for a few days. On the way to the officers' mess hall, Lin Chen also received a message from Xia Yutong. He learned about the origin of the mirror demon and the officials' further plans. Xia Yutong expected to close in after the military district competition. He had a hunch that the final 8 teams in the military district competition might all be disguised by mirror demons of at least the transparent level. If that was the case, it would be a big catch. If they delayed, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone might withdraw all the mirror demons. At the same time, he instructed Lin Chen to create a commotion during the competition, making it as big as possible. They would also try to cooperate and ultimately take advantage of the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. "We have invited a few companions who worked with you in the Clothing Soul College entrance examination, as well as your homeroom teacher. At that time, you can elaborate on the topic." Xia Yutong added in Lin Chen's mind. "Invited Jiang Lei and Old Wang?" Lin Chen was surprised to hear this, but quickly understood Xia Yutong's intention. Jiang Lei and the others were undoubtedly coming to lure the ruler of the Forbidden Zone into releasing more mirror demons. Although it was a bit far-fetched, since they were going to close in anyway, getting one was better than none. Lin Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then pretended as if nothing had happened and followed Lin Han to the mess hall for a meal. This time, for some reason, there were no members from major universities and squads in the officers' mess hall. Lin Chen knew they were preparing for their showdown with him and didn't pay much attention, focusing on filling his stomach. Just after finishing his meal, Xia Yutong appeared in the mess hall. He looked at Lin Chen and smiled, saying, "Finished eating? Let's go, they are already waiting for you." "Okay." Lin Chen stood up and nodded. Lin Han seemed uninterested and directly excused himself, "You guys go ahead, I'll come over later. I'll also tidy up the previous Great Qin data. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Chen bid farewell to the other party and then followed Xia Yutong out of the mess hall. They walked along the main road on the right side of the military district, passing through the shrouded mist, and finally arrived at a large open space that was roughly the size of 4 basketball courts. This was the trial ground for Clothing Soul Masters battles. Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with this, as similar venues often appeared in some Clothing Soul competitions on television. The area was constructed with a special type of exotic creature body around it, ensuring the maximum safety of Clothing Soul Masters during battles. At most, their lives would be in danger. In some higher-level Clothing Soul dueling arenas, various battle maps were simulated using these materials for Clothing Soul Masters to compete. Looking inward through the mist, the traces of about 30 to 40 people could be vaguely seen. Lin Chen couldn't help but focus his gaze. Under the mist, the silhouettes of 30 to 40 people were all normal. 30 to 40 mirror demons of the clear grade? At this moment, not only Lin Chen, but even the military powerhouses in the sky who were always watching were stunned. But soon, uncontrollable joy appeared on everyone's faces. 32. A total of 32 C-grade mirror demons. Ha ha, we hit the jackpot. Did the ruler of this Forbidden Zone really invest so much just to deceive Lin Chen? Am I dreaming? After this wave, it's like we've swept through half of the clear-grade Forbidden Zone, harvesting nearly half of the Forbidden Zone's C-grade mirror demons without any danger. Such an achievement has never been seen in global history. It's important to note that while Forbidden Zones can be distinguished based on the density of mist, it's unlikely for high-level Soul Masters to dominate and sweep through low-level misty Forbidden Zones by force. Perhaps this is a rule from within the mist. When a Soul Master 2 levels higher than the current Misty Forbidden Zone sweeps through it, there will be more beasts of equal or higher levels appearing to counterattack. In the past, a B-grade Soul Master took his students to hunt monsters in a dim light Forbidden Zone. Unexpectedly, 10 B-grade White Bone Golden Crows appeared in the F-grade Forbidden Zone and roasted the B-grade Soul Master into a dried corpse before leaving after annihilating all humans in the Misty Forbidden Zone. Similar events occur in Misty Forbidden Zones worldwide. Based on this rule, achieving 0 casualties while sweeping through a dim candle-grade Forbidden Zone and obtaining over 30 pieces of dim candle-grade clothing is considered a miracle. The massive harvest now is making them dizzy. Just as many military high-ranking officials began to fantasize about how to distribute these materials, Athena's voice broke their reverie. More than 20 of them are not mirror demons. Athena, dressed in embroidered skirt, looked at the 30 to 40 people in the mist, her eyes shimmering with golden light, and a rare hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. More than 20 are not mirror demons? Athena's words left everyone stunned, their minds struggling to process the information. Someone blurted out, "Not mirror demons? Then what are they?" "Humans," Athena spoke slowly, "I sense their soul fluctuations, they are human soul masters." Human soul masters. Soul masters. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They looked down in disbelief, their expressions turning incredibly angry in an instant. Humans appearing in the Forbidden Zone, and mingling among the mirror demon group. 2 words almost uncontrollably surfaced in everyone's minds. Traitors. Spies. Alright, looks like we'll have more survivors to deal with later. These people are definitely not members of the military squads. Inform Squad CIA to check the members of the real squads and representatives from the universities. If there are no mirror demons among them, then they are traitors. I never expected that there would be people willing to be the lackeys of the Forbidden Zone ruler. Everyone's faces were extremely grim. Initially, various countries did not disclose the fact that high-level beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans for this reason. The human heart cannot be tested. If someone were to join forces with the ruler of the Forbidden Zone and be accepted, the war against the Forbidden Zone might become even more dangerous and brutal. There might be a group of pessimists in society who would call for surrender, causing the defenses that were painstakingly built to crumble. Therefore, not informing these people that beasts also have a certain level of intelligence also cut off their thoughts of surrender to some extent. No one would want to surrender to a group of beasts only interested in killing. They thought the war against the beasts would continue like this. However, what made them sink into despair still happened. Beast rulers have begun to gather human traitors. This traitor doesn't seem to be a mirror spirit, capable of revealing truth through mirrors. This dangerous spy cannot be detected without mind reading. Capture them all alive, not a single one can be let go. A senior in military attire roared, "We'll take one back for interrogation, I'll personally handle it. Consider that person dead." In the real world, Xie Yutong, who had Lin Chen's mirror avatar, also received instructions from above the sky at the Soul Cloth Duel Arena. His eyes were somewhat solemn, and his purple-red attire faintly emitted a radiant light like the sun. Only after confirming the absence of mirror spirits did he relax a bit and inform Lin Chen of this information. There are traitors. When Lin Chen heard the reminder from Xie Yutong, he had already strolled with the opponent's mirror image to the center of the sunken arena, in front of those 32 people. Several captains he had seen before were still there, dressed in military green, seemingly not selected to participate. The remaining team members, including students from the 3 major universities, Lin Chen had not seen before. They looked more like ruthless criminals than students. Their attire was unconventional, with a hint of barbarism, their expressions fierce and cold. When they scrutinized Lin Chen, it was far from friendly. They had their own explanation for this loophole. "You are Lin Chen? The top scorer of this year's Soul Cloth entrance exam?" A young man beside Professor Chen walked up, looking Lin Chen up and down, speaking disdainfully. He wore a green beast-like outfit that seemed to pulsate with his body, giving off a nauseating feeling of contraction and expansion. "You are strong, but still an undeveloped Soul Cloth master, and F-rank challenging us is a bit too arrogant. Don't get knocked down by us all at once. If that happens, you are not qualified to join our school." He expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Chen's arrogance, subtly boosting the morale of these people. "Enough, let's talk after the fight." Xie Yutong's mirror avatar timely interrupted, introducing Lin Chen one by one from left to right. "Lin Chen, let me introduce them one by one, from left to right. They are National Defense Soul Cloth University, Qingbei University, and Magic City University. This team consists of Chasing Wind, Pursuing Fire, Thunder, Wind Forest, and Volcano. Each team has 4 members, including the captain. Who are you ready to challenge first?" Lin Chen turned to the young man in the frog-like outfit and said with a smile, "Let's start with him. I want to see what he's capable of. Please enlighten me." Lin Chen said, arching his hand, not hiding his sharpness. "Is he one of the traitors?" His intention in speaking probably aims to draw hatred towards himself. "In that case, let's deal with him first." "Oh, he. The young man in bone attire chuckled at the words, feeling like his scheme had succeeded. He responded with a bow. "Li Dio, a C-rank soul cloth master. When I fight you, I'll be wearing this outfit that can summon the divine, the gold-swallowing toad. It can swallow everything." Gold-swallowing toad? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by the term, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he was slightly surprised. Gold-swallowing toad? Isn't that a kind of exotic beast in the Mist Forbidden Zone? It can also be summoned? Why not? The origins of the Forbidden Zone date back 100 years, with strong historical and cultural influences. The young man who called himself Li Dio said fervently. Within the Forbidden Zone, there are true surviving deities. The swallowing sky toad god is one of them. They possess incredibly powerful abilities. Why can't we seek power from these great beings? Seek. Li Dio's words were interrupted by a cough from Xia Yutong's mirror stand before he could finish. He smiled and turned to Lin Chen, explaining, "This is an advanced experiment in the military region at present, and it has achieved good results. If you are interested in using it, you can talk to them." "Use it? I'll pass." Lin Chen shook his head politely, looking at the other person seriously and said, "I really think your clothes are not as good as the armor of the Great Qin army. Why use these beastly outfits when we have the attire of the Huaxia? Beastly outfits that don't even count as human?" This statement seemed to touch a nerve in the hearts of many traitors ahead, and suddenly, a wave of killing intent enveloped Lin Chen from all sides. Li Dio's face turned red as if his beliefs were being trampled upon. All right, the armor of the Great Qin army, right? I really want to see what's so powerful about your black dragon robe. Don't blame me for bullying. I can tell you, my attire has the ability to devour and become stronger. It's definitely not inferior to the Huaxia attire. Don't think that constantly getting stronger is some rare attribute," he exclaimed. "What?" Li Dio's words shocked everyone paying attention here. Such a heaven-defying upgrade attribute actually appeared on beastly outfits? The Toad of the Heavens, these traitors who have joined the Mist have indeed found a way to survive. By joining forces with the wise ruler of the Forbidden Zone, gaining their protection, and making corresponding attire to summon this beastly ruler. The discussions among the crowd were filled with hidden shock. Although they didn't want to admit it, this was indeed a way to summon a deity. After all, if Dongying can summon the Yamata no Orochi, then summoning the ruler of the Forbidden Zone is also reasonable. It's just that no one has ever practiced it. It's a good thing we've forced these spies out now, or who knows what would have happened. Using attire abilities to summon exotic rulers is absolutely unorthodox. It must be stopped. When we capture him later, we must keep his clothes for further study. Inside the misty attire soul field, the traitor Li Dio looked smug, eagerly anticipating a look of shock and fear in Lin Chen's eyes. However, the other party remained calm, showing no signs of being rattled. Upgrade attributes on attire? Toad of the Heavens? Relying on devouring to enhance attire levels? Lin Chen chuckled. There were countless mythical beasts related to devouring in Chinese mythology. The classic of mountains and seas even has many relevant records. The ancient fierce beast Tao Tai is one of them. More powerful than devouring? Lin Chen really wanted to try making a Tao Tai outfit to compare with the other party. Wait a minute. Lin Chen's gaze swept over everyone present again, and based on the changing situation, he suddenly had a completely new idea. Pretending to be puzzled, he asked, "Captain Xia, is everyone here wearing similar beastly outfits? Is that agreed upon?" Xia Yutong's mirror stand substitute's face changed slightly at the question and quickly added, "Yes, this is a special experiment by various universities and the military, and if you want to challenge other attires, you can." "No need." Lin Chen quickly interrupted, looking at everyone present and said, "Since we are all in beastly outfits, there's no need for individual showdowns. How about you all come at me together? I want to finish this indoors." Come at him together? This sentence from Lin Chen left the whole room stunned. They could see that when Lin Chen spoke, his gaze swept over every single person present, including the captain. Arrogant. At this moment, some hot-tempered traitors in the team couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "A newly awakened F rank, even if strong, can only be considered extraordinary if they can exchange blows with one of us. You want to take on all of us?" Xia Yutong, who had been paying close attention to the state inside the mirror space, was a bit puzzled by Lin Chen's words. He keenly noticed that the mirror avatar that was supposed to sync with Lin Chen couldn't speak. How could it express itself? Fight all of them? What are you planning to do? Xia Yutong quickly calmed down and tried to convey a message to Lin Chen. Listening to the words coming from the bottom of his heart, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, I won't be the only one fighting all of you. I thought fighting each team one by one for 8 days would be too troublesome. How about this? I'll call my companions, and then we can witness the strength of the major universities and military district squads together. Since you are all high-level soul masters from major universities and squads of various sizes, you shouldn't be afraid to compete with us, a group of students who have just finished the college entrance exams, right? Group battles are the best way to show the differences in strength among various parties. I can also observe the strength displayed by each team during the battle and decide my own choice. What do you think? Call the companions. As Lin Chen spoke, Xia Yutong and the others immediately understood his intentions. He wanted to perfect the idea of taking advantage of the situation earlier. This also made the subsequent appearance of Jiang Lei and others more reasonable. What a great idea! But would they agree? Everyone looked curiously into the mirror space. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Li Daio and the other traders fell into an obvious silence, all looking at Xia Yutong's mirror avatar. It seemed like he was the one making decisions. Is this taking too long? Xia Yutong's mirror avatar seemed hesitant. Too long? Lin Chen pretended to be puzzled. I don't think so. Send them a message, ask if they are willing or not, I'll cover the travel expenses. They are just a group of students, probably 20 or 30 people, their strength is not bad, they can also aim for top universities, you can take this opportunity to observe, they are all high-scoring players on the rankings. With Team Xia here, there shouldn't be any safety issues, if it's just one match, it can be over in 3 days at most, but if it's 8 matches, it will take at least 8 days. After a serious analysis, he added, this way, I can also quickly immerse myself in the work of organizing the history of Daqin. This, Lin Chen's words directly blocked Xia Yutong's mirror avatar, and a faint red light flickered in its originally human pupils, as if weighing its options. Finally, it nodded, okay, I'll contact them. At the moment the mirror avatar made the decision, in reality, Lin Chen's mirror avatar also repeated those words. Everything was going according to plan. Another 2 or 3 dozen combatants were arranged by the master of the Forbidden Zone. Above the sky, the military bigwigs were excited. Great, this time I want to see how many traders the master of the Forbidden Zone can arrange to come over. This large-scale operation cannot be taken lightly. Who is strong and who is weak, who is slacking off, will be clear at a glance. The master of the Forbidden Zone must arrange enough forces on both sides. I feel that the students we arranged to come over will also be replaced by mirror spirits in the mirror space, so no one will notice any issues with the real Lin Chen. I hope we get another 2 or 3 dozen transparent grade materials. We could make a fortune. I'll inform those kids, they will also be rewarded for coming over, no one should refuse, right? Seeing Xia Yutong agreeing, Lin Chen smiled and said, let's set the competition for 3 days from now at noon, giving us a day or 2 to prepare tactics. Then it will be a decisive match. He looked at the 32 people present and said, except for the captain and the professors, I want to challenge everyone else. As you wish. Li Daio took the lead to speak, and several people behind him stood up one after another, reporting their names. Shen Chang, Sea-level cloth soul master, wearing a crimson demon wolf outfit, at the candlelight level. Li, D-level cloth soul master, wearing a red-eyed giant lizard outfit, at the candlelight level. Chen Da. As mentioned before, the outfits of everyone present were all imitations of the exotic beasts in the Mist Forbidden Zone, looking extremely ugly. Lin Chen felt a headache as they each reported their names. However, thinking that at least their appearance was in place, he nodded in return one by one, considering the agreement fulfilled. After the 2 sides dispersed, the crowd watched Lin Chen disappear into the mist. Li Daio, dressed in a toad outfit, looked angry, unable to hide the violence on his face anymore. He looked at the mirror image of Xia Yutong and said, Sir, why not take care of him now? We already have the Jingko outfit, and his mirror image also has almost the same freedom to move. At this moment, the mirror image disguised as Xia Yutong became silent. The master said we need to wait a little longer. His knowledge of Daqin is very important to the master. Furthermore, we must ensure that Lin Chen's mirror image is perfectly disguised in all aspects. It is an important piece for us to infiltrate Huaxia. But, Li Daio hesitated, then asked, but Xia Yutong is an A-level cloth soul master in Huaxia. Won't he notice any issues? He won't, the mirror demon said confidently. Alright then. Li Daio stopped questioning and only said, when Lin Chen is no longer useful, hand him over to me. I will make him understand the cost of disrespecting others. Lin Chen bid farewell to everyone and returned to his small house, receiving a message from Xia Yutong. Lin Chen, what are your plans next? From the current situation, we can completely set the trap before the battle begins. as long as they all gather. This confrontation is completely unnecessary. You can answer now, no one will notice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen asked, Captain Xia, what is the difference between setting the trap during the confrontation and setting it before the confrontation? Xia Yutong immediately replied, there is no difference, as long as the trap is set before the confrontation ends, there will be no problem. Lin Chen smiled at his response, in that case, let's set the trap during the confrontation and have a good fight with them. This time, my friends and I will summon Huaxia mythical creatures through the sacrificial outfit to crush them head-on. Crush? Xia Yutong repeated in surprise. Defeating them may not be possible, as they are much stronger than us in terms of power, but I will make them understand that the exotic beasts in the Mist Forbidden Zone are completely insignificant compared to the Huaxia mythical creatures. Lin Chen murmured, already planning in his mind. In the unique hall of thought belonging to Huaxia in his mind, a book called The Classic of Mountains and Seas slowly emerged with a dazzling light. Classic of Mountains and Seas vs. Mist Exotic Beasts. Summoning Huaxia mythical creatures to confront the Mist Exotic Beasts. Xia Yutong listened, slightly stunned, and vaguely understood Lin Chen's idea. He immediately said solemnly, rest assured, we will record the entire process of this confrontation. If Lin Chen really manages to temporarily suppress the traitors with the Huaxia mythical sacrificial outfit, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to their faith. Additionally, if the Mist Dominator or the traitors openly disclose various information or recruit spies in the future, they can release the videos as a means to undermine their credibility. Of course, the premise is that Lin Chen and his group can truly put immense pressure on Li Daiyou and the others with their F-level strength. As for the so-called Huaxia mythical creatures, Lin Chen did not elaborate, and naturally, he would not inquire further. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. It's our military that should thank you. By the way, you have no idea about the expressions on Professor Chen and the others when they heard that you wanted to challenge everyone. Let's explain it to them properly after this is over, Xia Yutong said with a smile. Definitely, Lin Chen nodded. With that, their conversation came to an end, and the dim room gradually quieted down. Once again, a mist enveloped everything around. Early the next morning, Lin Chen had just finished washing up when he heard voices outside the door. Lin Gu, is the big brother still sleeping? Should we put things down first? I've decided, wherever Lin Gu goes to school, I'll go too. National Defense Spirit University, Magic City University, Tsinghua University, any of them will do. I'm not picky. Listening to these familiar voices, a smile naturally appeared on Lin Chen's face. He put on the black dragon robe that had been left out to air overnight and opened the door. Outside, Zhang Lei, Zhang Qingqiu, Li Yuanyuan, and others arrived, dusty and tired, carrying suitcases. Everyone looked slightly exhausted, obviously having come overnight. Xia Yutong's voice echoed timely from his heart, our guess was correct. The moment they entered the military area, they were replaced by the mirror demon. Everyone in front of you is real. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a complete relief and quickly walked towards Zhang Lei and the others. How did you come so quickly? Haha, Lin Gu, didn't expect this, right? The skinny monkey bounced over and gave Lin Chen a hug. Upon hearing your call, the brothers happened to take the last flight together to come over. It had to be me, Lin Gu, thinking about the brothers even with the special enrollment of the military school. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Lin Chen knew that Xia Yutong had clearly not told them the truth to bring them here. Since that was the case, Lin Chen wasn't planning to reveal it now, to avoid giving away the game too soon. Lin Chen, how should we play this? We brought both the Great Qin military uniform and the underworld attire. Zhang Qingqiu said, her eyes shining. The military personnel who invited her and Zhang Lei over had roughly explained the situation of the confrontation, which piqued her interest. After all, the opportunity to confront several top Chinese military district squads, along with talented students from major universities, was extremely rare. For this group of newly awakened individuals, it was an invaluable opportunity for practical experience. Moreover, this was Lin Chen's invitation. How could they miss it? No need to rush, accommodation should have been arranged, right? You all go back to the dormitory to rest, and we'll meet here at noon. This time, we will use brand new Chinese attire. Brand new Chinese attire. Lin Chen's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly dispelling the weariness from everyone's expressions. Oh my god, again? Lin Gu, what Chinese attire? Great Qins? Or something we don't know at all? Ha, Lin Gu, I've got the right stuff for this. Skinny Monkey said excitedly, patting his waist pouch, from which colorful firefly-grade materials flew out. Obviously, this was his storage tool. Using my stuff is fine. I said during the college entrance exam that as long as we come out, there's no need to worry about materials, I've got plenty. Skinny Monkey patted his chest. I also brought materials with me, you can use mine too, Chen said, about to rummage through his backpack. Hiss. Lin Chen looked at his teammates around him and suddenly felt like he was surrounded by big shots. In that case, I'll give you a day. Are you confident in making a candlelight grade attire? He hesitantly asked, deciding the strategy for the upcoming confrontation. Lin Chen already had a detailed structure of the attire in his mind and could use 100% of his mental power to construct a candlelight grade attire. Candlelight grade? At that moment, hesitation flickered across everyone's faces. If there are detailed blueprints for a day, I can give it a try, Jiang Qingqiu spoke first. I'm afraid I might not be up for it. Making a candlelight grade attire requires a lot of mental strength, while a firefly grade one wouldn't pose as much pressure. Skinny Monkey also chimed in. He knew he wasn't qualified to show off, at least not now, as it was impossible for him to make a candlelight grade attire in just one day. Lin Gu, what kind of attire are we making? Starting with candlelight grade? That's a level higher than the previous instances, Jiang Lei asked curiously. I want to bring creatures from Chinese mythology back to life. Unlock the classic of mountains and seas. Classic of mountains and seas? The group was puzzled. What's that? Jiang Lei inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen explained, it's a record of the civilization and culture of pre-Qin China, considered an encyclopedia of ancient society. The ceremonial attire we are about to make is related to the contents of this book. Once worn, it can summon ancient Chinese mythical beasts. Ancient Chinese mythical beasts? As soon as they heard this, everyone's eyes lit up. An encyclopedia of ancient society? Listening to Lin Chen's words, Chen Cheng felt even more amazed. Back in reality, he had intended to investigate Lin Chen's background through his own channels, but due to military protection, not even his father had the authority to access any of Lin Chen's records. They only knew that before becoming a soul tailor, Lin Chen was an abandoned infant who had grown up alone, with no trace of his biological parents. He could be described as an extremely ordinary student. However, after awakening, Lin Chen's life seemed to have entered the fast lane. The Black Dragon robe, the Great Qin attire, and now the Encyclopedia of Ancient Society. In modern China, where its civilization was not prominent, Lin Chen was practically a walking treasure of China. Before Chen Shang came over, his father had already instructed him to make friends with Lin Chen. There were already too many important figures expecting Lin Chen's growth. Even staying by Lin Chen's side would attract considerable attention. When the Great Qin attire became popular throughout China, when the production and etiquette of the Great Qin attire became essential subjects in Chinese soul tailoring education, Lin Chen's influence would be absolutely extraordinary. It all boiled down to one thing. Only he could wear the Black Dragon robe. As long as Lin Chen was alive, he would be the representative of the Great Qin attire. The controller of the Great Qin. I also want to try making a candlelight grade attire. Chen Sheng thought, raising his hand enthusiastically. Sure, Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Let's all settle down and rest first, recharge our spirits, and meet after lunch. Great! Jiang Lei and the others shouted excitedly. Lin Chen stepped forward to help them with their luggage, escorting each person to their assigned dormitory. Watching their figures disappear, he couldn't help but feel emotional. If possible, Lin Chen hoped to invite more people to this feast. After all, how vast were the mountains and seas? They could accommodate the Kunping, soaring 9,000 miles without reaching the sky. They could accommodate Mount Buzhou, connecting heaven and earth, vast and incomprehensible. The 20-something people here could only replicate a few mythical creatures. Speaking of mythical creatures, what kind of attire should he make for himself? A Tao Tai? Or a Yinglong? Or perhaps something not from the classic of mountains and seas? If he set aside the classic of mountains and seas, the first thing that came to Lin Chen's mind was that unruly monkey. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. In his past life, the image of Sun Wukong had left a vivid mark on Lin Chen's childhood, wearing a phoenix-feathered golden crown on his head, stepping on lotus root cloud-walking shoes, clad in a suit of golden armor, wielding a magic golden banded staff. The story of his battles against 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals was well known in his past life. The historical and cultural elements contained in this great sage's attire were undoubtedly powerful. If it were possible to summon the great sage equal to heaven, Lin Chen felt that he could really compete with those D and C grade traders. But, after a brief thought, he gave up on the idea. With limited battle time, he had to spend more time creating the candlelight level costumes of the classic of mountains and seas type. He just couldn't find the time to meticulously craft such a garment. The phoenix wing purple gold crown and other costume accessories were already rare treasures, requiring careful perfection during production, which was too draining in terms of mental energy and time. Moreover, the issue of his external mirror doppelganger had not been resolved yet. Chen didn't want a monster that could be called a demon to replicate this garment. But after the exams, I can try making a combat crown that might come in handy. As his thoughts opened up, various ideas flooded Chen's mind. He even thought about when he might have the opportunity for another team confrontation. By then, he would have ample time to prepare and create a team costume based on Journey to the West, Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, White Dragon Horse, even the Bull Demon King, Princess Ironfan, and other demons. I remember there was a soul garment competition after the college entrance exams, he murmured, his memory not entirely clear on the matter. Soul garment competition? College battle of supremacy? A voice interrupted Chen's thoughts from ahead. He snapped back to reality and looked ahead. Lin Han had appeared in front of him at some point. She greeted him and then said, "Just finished the college entrance exams, and already thinking about the upcoming college battle of supremacy?" College battle of supremacy? Chen was taken aback. "You're talking about this soul garment competition, right? It's held every 3 years, scheduled for September this year. It may not be as large scale as the global exams, but it's more about the geniuses competing against each other," Lin Han explained. Seeing that Chen still had no recollection, she continued, "This is an internal event that only major universities can participate in. Each university has internal duels to select their student representatives, who then compete against other university teams to determine the champion. The winning university team can then compete against champion teams from universities worldwide. Compared to the exams, this event has a certain level of danger and mortality rate in the early stages in various countries because they don't initially use the World Tree garment space for combat. Do you want to participate and broaden your horizons? There has never been an F-grade soul garment master in the university team. If you want to participate, you'll need at least 2 to 3 more years of training, maybe by your senior year." College battle of supremacy. Chen's eyes lit up. Fighting against students from major universities and gaining more attention to earn legendary points. How could he not participate in such an event? As for mental energy, given 2 months, Chen's promotion by 1 level would be sufficient. Furthermore, the college battle of supremacy was clearly a long-term competitive event, giving him enough time to develop. If necessary, he could recruit some teammates from the 3rd and 4th years in the early stages. "I want to give it a try. It's once every 3 years, and missing it would be too long," Chen said. "Oh, then I'll be waiting for your good news," Lin Han said, as if remembering something. She asked excitedly, "I heard from Xia's team that you're creating some kind of Chinese mythological creature? Not the Qin dynasty attire?" Chen was taken aback but then explained with a smile, "If you really want to know, it's somewhat related to the content of a book from the Qin dynasty period. I also had some ideas when I saw them using that misty beast armor suddenly, but we'll have to wait until it's made to know the specifics." "I see." Lin Han's eyes flickered, then she asked, "Chen, do you think it's right for them to create misty exotic beasts and seek power from the ruler in the Forbidden Zone?" "Ha?" Chen was taken aback at her words, his brows furrowing slightly. This time, he didn't answer immediately but pondered for a moment before saying, "Xia's team mentioned before that this was an attempt, and seeking power from the misty Forbidden Zone did yield some results, but it was definitely a failed attempt." "Why?" Lin Han asked. "I've seen the power of those clothed figures, very strong indeed, and the ability of the Golden Toad outfit is on par with the attributes of the Great Qin military. Because they are borrowing the power of our enemies," Chen said naturally, with a hint of doubt in his expression. "Humans and misty exotic beasts are natural enemies. Borrowing the power of enemies may yield results, but it's ultimately a hidden danger. Moreover, how can a mere 100-year Forbidden Zone compare to our human civilization? How much historical and cultural elements does the Forbidden Zone represent? Just in terms of historical significance, it's far inferior to human history. Don't you think so?" His words were very natural, a viewpoint that any student might have, nothing inappropriate. Lin Han listened quietly for a moment, then cheerfully said, "True, you already have the Great Qin military attire. Why would you need to rely on other powers? Let's not talk about that for now. Genius, you don't have anything this morning, right? Since your companions are resting, why don't we have breakfast first and then delve into some more history related to the Great Qin?" Chen was a bit surprised at her suggestion but nodded with a smile. All right. He still held the belief that tools offered should not be wasted. As they headed to the officers' mess with Lin Han, Xia Yutong's message echoed in Chen's mind. "Chen, it's time to close in, we are all prepared, the final decision to close in is up to you. Just call my name, and it will signify the start of the operation." Chen heard this, and the last trace of worry in his heart dissipated. He gazed ahead and nodded slowly, indicating his agreement. Good luck then, Xie Yutong said, then suddenly added, by the way, the mirror doppelganger next to you, Lin Han, has been upgraded to at least a transparent level. It seems the ruler behind the scenes in the Forbidden Zone is playing big. The mirror spirit next to him has been upgraded? Lin Chen calmly took out the jade seal from the world tree's leaves. The moment he touched the jade seal, a grayish-white mist enveloped the surroundings. He looked at Lin Han and indeed couldn't see the mirror spirit with crimson eyes flashing. She looked just like a true human. Upgrading to a higher level now, is it because they are afraid of being discovered by me? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, but it didn't seem right, so he could only consider it from the perspective of the ruler in the Forbidden Zone wanting more from him. Since more costs were being invested, it made sense to focus more on someone he interacted with frequently. What's wrong? Lin Han noticed Lin Chen's gaze and turned to him with a puzzled look. Nothing. Lin Chen quickly put away the jade seal in his hand, pretending everything was normal, and continued walking towards the officer's mess. After breakfast and a morning of work in the data room, Lin Chen gathered his team members again around noon. About 20 people had lunch together and then applied for a room to use as a temporary clothing-making space. This time, Lin Chen took the lead, using his abilities to sketch out the general style of the ceremonial robes and then assigning detailed tasks to everyone based on the design. John Lei and the others had gone through this once before, so they naturally had a tacit understanding. In the room, a special material was quickly activated, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, in the real world, John Lei and the others' mirror avatars began to mimic their actions. However, due to just starting to imitate, their creations appeared quite stiff, causing their clothing stripes to look somewhat crooked and far from exquisite. This caught the attention of the military bigwigs in the sky, who looked on with incredulous expressions. After all, they were using genuine special materials. What a waste! Such a waste! Ah, Captain Xie, should we round them up now? Someone couldn't help but ask Xie Yutong, who had returned to the sky. Before Xie Yutong could respond, an elderly man in military uniform interrupted. Why the rush? It's just a few materials, isn't it? If we round them up now, we'll just earn a little less. Let's not lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of trifles. Besides, I really want to see how these mirror avatars will fight later, the old man said, looking quite curious. His words echoed the sentiments of many. Yes, I also want to see how they will fight. Normally, these mirror avatars can imitate, but can they imitate the summoning of spirits by a cloth soul master? That requires injecting spiritual power. Could it be that they are preparing to collectively surrender in battle? That would be quite disgraceful. Xie Yutong chuckled at the words. I have already made arrangements. The captains of each team know the next steps, and they will carefully probe the attack methods of these mirror spirits later. They won't hold back next time. Xie Yutong said, turning to the quiet Athena beside him. I have already discussed with Lin Chen. I will cover everything, including the mirror space. Please pay special attention to the safety of Lin Chen and the others. Okay. Athena nodded slowly at the words, a faint glow shimmering in her hand. A golden spear appeared in her hand. Her gorgeous dress gradually emanated a silver light, and her demeanor became somewhat serious. The Grand Network from China had been completely deployed, ready to engulf all enemies. The appointed day arrived soon. At noon on the third day, around the military district Cloth Soul Arena, Li Dio and others slowly appeared. They had been missing for the past 2 days, still wearing the Forbidden Zone exotic beast attire, moving calmly. It seemed as if they didn't take Lin Chen and the others seriously at all. Where's that Lin Chen kid? Li Dio walked ahead in a carefree manner. As he spoke, he looked around in the mist. His expression was very relaxed, showing no signs of nervousness about the upcoming battle. According to the intelligence, the strongest opponent on the other side was only an F-rank Lin Chen. The remaining students were not worth mentioning at all. Even if that Chinese group was a bit stronger, how far could they go? Their average rank was D, not to mention that their attire level was at least candlelight level. This was different from the students attacking the instance during the college entrance examination. At this moment, Li Dio and the others had a triple advantage in rank, strength, and attire. In fact, they outnumbered Lin Chen and his group by a few. Later, we'll go easy on Lin Chen, the rest is fair game, just don't kill them, Li Dio reminded nonchalantly. His companions behind him showed sinister smiles upon hearing this. Ha, don't worry, I'll have a good time with them. This military district competition still carries some risks after all, losing an arm or a leg is quite normal. Later, leave those strong ones to me, my mantis suit is just a few pounds of fresh human flesh away from upgrading. A figure draped in a green insect-like garment, palms sharp as knives, eyes faintly emitting a crimson glow. Unlike the attire of the Great Qin army, the misty exotic beasts these people wore had a more brutal and bloody upgrade skill introduction. While the Great Qin Army's attire was about killing enemies to grow stronger, their misty exotic beast attire was about devouring human flesh to gain strength. After all, the exotic gods had never treated humans as an equal race, making the attire's divine calling attribute appear more barbaric. It was known to Li Dao and others that continued use of such attire could potentially drive one insane. However, since they chose to ally with what they believed to be a more powerful entity, the slight risk seemed insignificant. By regularly releasing their cruelty and madness, they could temporarily stabilize their emotions and avoid becoming true lunatics. Now was the time to unleash without restraint. As Li Dao and the others spoke, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps from the other side of the mist. They slightly restrained their fierce and crazy expressions, resembling wild beasts preparing to hunt, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Why are you so slow?" At that moment, Li Dao displayed his acting skills, wearing a smile as he walked towards the direction where the footsteps in the mist were coming from. Just as he took a few steps, the mist around him seemed to be hit by some kind of pressure, violently dispersing in all directions. Garments emitting a candle-like glow appeared before his eyes. The completely unfamiliar and mystical attire momentarily left Li Dao stunned in place. Ahead, led by Xia Yuton, Lin Chen's figure emerged first. By now, he had shed the black dragon robe and donned an outfit that resembled a beast but still bore distinct human attire characteristics. The overall outfit was dominated by a deep blue color, with the fabric seemingly carved from fine scales. As he moved, this blue color shone like the starry sky, both deep and mysterious. Intricate golden patterns adorned the attire, resembling flowing clouds or star trajectories, exuding dynamism and vitality. The golden patterns shimmered in the sunlight, enhancing the outfit's nobility and dignity. Unexplainably, Li Dao felt that his own attire's radiance was overshadowed by the other party, as if facing a formidable unknown enemy, stirring restlessness within him. This pressure did not only come from Lin Chen. He vaguely sensed a massive group of ferocious beasts slowly approaching them. This made Li Dao anxiously glance behind Lin Chen. Just as he expected to see a fiercely dominant attire, his gaze was completely captivated by a cute creature. Behind Lin Chen stood a young man dressed in a black and white animal costume resembling a doll. Covered in fluffy fur, he even had two round little ears on his head. As he moved, the ears swayed cutely, as if trying to be adorable. The oversized doll outfit was impossible to ignore. Li Dao and the others were frozen in disbelief. What is this? The traders, previously oppressed by an invisible pressure, looked at the attire of Lin Chen and the others behind him, their nervousness dissipating. Not only the doll-like attire, the outfits of the people beside them all appeared extremely bizarre. There were outfits resembling a whale in azure blue, and others that looked ferocious yet somewhat tacky, like a poorly made mythical creature costume. Pfft, no way, little brother, are you dressed like this to be cute? Help, could it be that you know you can't win, so you prepared these outfits to make us laugh to death? Ha ha, is that fathead fish also a beast costume? Ha, you're killing me. At that moment, everyone burst into laughter. Standing next to Lin Chen, Zhang Lei almost wished for a hole to swallow him up. He was wearing the black and white doll costume. A bizarre creature named the Iron-Eating Beast is being sacrificed in ceremonial attire. Honestly, when Lin Chen sketched out this ceremonial attire, no one wanted to make and wear it, even though Lin Chen assured them that it was very powerful. I think something else suits me better. Chen Shang was the first to step back among the group. It's very cute, but it doesn't match my body shape. Skinny Monkey was somewhat relieved that he was slim. It doesn't match my temperament. Even Li Yuan rejected it. In the end, it was Zhang Lei who took on everything alone. And after Lin Chen made this outfit, he realized what a great deal he had stumbled upon. Classic of mountains and seas, Iron-Eating Beast sacrificial attire. Grade, Candlelight grade. Effects, 1. Consume 10 points of mental energy to summon an Iron-Eating Beast, which appears for a moment with strength surpassing the current attire grade by +1, incredibly powerful, attacks ignoring all defenses, once a day, lasting half an hour. 2. Domain expansion, consumes 100 points of mental energy per minute, can summon the residual image of one of the three ancestors of Huaxia, Shiyu, C grade. 3. Fate, after summoning the Iron-Eating Beast, make a judgment. If the judgment passes, all the abilities of the Iron-Eating Beast are bestowed upon the summoner. If the judgment fails, the Iron-Eating Beast's level disappears, and its cute attribute increases to Slanting Sun grade. Note, legend has it that there are two Iron-Eating Beasts, one incredibly brave in battle, and the other just cute, and their owner, Shiyu, once rode the wrong mount into battle. Zhang Lei couldn't describe his feelings when he saw these descriptions. Powerful? Definitely. These attributes are simply heaven-defying. Summoning an Iron-Eating Beast that surpasses the attire grade. This means that a candlelight grade attire can summon a transparent grade iron-eating beast. That is a C-grade exotic beast. And it only requires 10 points of mental energy. Besides that, there is the ability to expand the domain. The three ancestors of Huaxia. Just thinking about this title, Zhang Lei knew how awesome it was. The only regret is the final fate ability. Zhang Lei was in a dilemma when he saw this line. A garment that can be described as heaven-defying might just defy the heavens in battle with a 50% chance, giving Zhang Lei a super boost. With a 50% chance, he would get a cute beast with an exploding cute attribute. In the end, Zhang Lei chose to accept it. These attributes were just too tempting. He believed in his luck and hoped he wouldn't end up riding a cute beast into battle right away. Laugh, watch me take on 10 by myself later. Facing the mockery ahead, Zhang Lei responded in a low voice. His desire to win was truly ignited. Lin Ge, let's go up later and blind them directly. Lin Chen chuckled at the words, not even looking at Li Daiyou and the others, just turning his head to the mirror stand-in of Xie Yutong and saying, Xie team, let's begin. Xie Yutong's mirror stand-in nodded at the words, then turned to Li Daiyou and the others, are you ready? Of course, let's see how strong these kids really are. Listening to Lin Chen's confirmation to face the challenge, Li Daiyou still didn't forget his disguised identity, speaking to himself, promising everyone that as long as their performance was excellent later, they would qualify for early recruitment. Skinny Monkey and the others were all eager. The crowd clamored and headed into the battle arena one by one. Kid, do you need us to let a few of you go? Li Daiyou looked at the clearly larger number on his side compared to Lin Chen's, deliberately saying, he really had no intention of sending anyone down. After all, as Lin Chen had said before, he wanted to take on all of them except the captain and professor alone. If the other side now showed signs of backing down and made a request, he would definitely mock them thoroughly. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen responded with a smile, shaking his head, no need, come at us together. He said, turning to look at his teammates behind him, we are confident. Ah, great. Then we won't hold back. Li Daiyou said, nodding towards Xie Yutong's stand-in mirror standing outside the field. Xie Yutong's stand-in immediately said, everyone take your positions, with the center of the competition field as the center, each retreat 50 meters backward. With these words, Li Daiyou and the others still appeared nonchalant, even as they stepped back, casually walking backward without showing any regard for Lin Chen and the others. Lin, what should we do? Stick to the previous tactics? As Lin Chen and the others stepped back, Skinny Monkey asked nervously on the side. After they finished dressing up, they discussed a strategy. Basically, it was all about speed. At the beginning of the battle, unleash the strongest attack at all costs. There would be no follow-up after the initial strike. This way, victory would come quickly, but defeat would also be swift, leaving no room for maneuver. Everyone had no objections to this strategy. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too significant. Any tactics could become a joke in the face of absolute strength, so it was better to start with their strongest state and give it a try. As everyone prepared themselves, Lin Chen suddenly turned to them and whispered, when the battle starts, we not only need to be fast but also ruthless. Our goal is to kill all of them. Kill all of them as the goal? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking at Lin Chen's serious expression, feeling somewhat astonished inside. What does Lin mean by this? Isn't this competition just a friendly exchange? Why turn it into a life and death situation? To this, Lin Chen simply whispered, before you came here, did anyone hear about the Mist Beast armor? Look at them, they really look like members of various military districts and universities, right? Lin, what does this mean? Skinny Monkey was puzzled by this statement. Following Lin Chen's thoughts, after careful consideration, he felt that something was amiss. He wasn't stupid, but who would have thought that there could be a problem with the people from the military district when they were called in? Isn't the Mist Beast armor an experimental gear? Zhang Qingqiu frowned slightly and spoke up. No, don't worry, this time, we are the only ones who have the space to fight them. Lin Chen said, when we unleash a wave, Captain Xia will come to our rescue. This is also a trial he has given us. Xia Yutong's trial. Lin Chen's words were very convincing, causing the people who didn't quite understand the current situation to look frequently at Xie Yutong's mirror stand-in beside the soul cloth field, imagining countless thoughts for a moment. With an A-level soul master by their side, coupled with Lin Chen's words, they seemed to understand something. Damn, Lin, you didn't tell the brothers about such a big thing? I mean, there's a hidden mission. They are not members of the military district or universities, right? I knew it. The more I look at these people, the more awkward they seem. Lin, you should have told us earlier. We just started trash-talking directly to the opponents. I was afraid they would remember, so I was a bit subtle. As they spoke, they had already retreated 50 meters away, facing Li Dao and the others from a distance. "Alright, both sides, take your positions," Xia Yutong's mirror stand-in said, with a shimmer in his hand. Soon, the entire soul cloth arena began to hum, strange materials appearing on the surrounding walls with special patterns quietly emerging. Everyone felt a strong oppressive energy gathering on the ground and in the sky around them, as if ready to push them out at any moment. This was the protective mechanism of the entire soul cloth dueling arena. It could play a crucial role when necessary. Of course, if someone's attack broke through the maximum defense at a certain moment, someone would definitely get hurt. Lin Chen's words of not showing mercy were also aimed at this rule. "The duel begins." Xia Yutong's voice came from the sky, and in an instant, Lin Chen and the others moved together. A large number of candlelight and firefly lights suddenly appeared around them. All their clothes and hats sparkled. Seeing this, Li Dao sneered, and the golden toad outfit on him began to shimmer gradually. "Humph. Brothers, entertain them well and show them our strength. Please, God. Great swallowing golden toad God." With a slightly fanatical voice, he called out to the sky. In an instant, the mist around him rolled, and Li Dao and his clothes turned a golden yellow. Then, a pair of crimson eyes appeared from the mist. The huge body seemed to occupy half of the playground. It was a giant toad with crimson eyes, flowing with golden liquid, and covered in bubbles. Its size far exceeded any creature they had learned about from textbooks. It inflated its cheeks, and with each breath, it seemed to swallow the surrounding mist, as if trying to take everything into its belly. Swallowing golden toad God? At least a B-level master of the Forbidden Zone. As Lin Chen began to confront the traitors, many big shots in the sky were also paying close attention. Many people were secretly shocked at the sight of the giant toad summoned by Li Dao. Honestly, it was the first time they had seen someone summon a real creature through clothes and accessories. Did it come from the gaps in history? It didn't seem like it. Just as everyone was about to discuss this, the giant golden toad suddenly let out a loud croak. Croak! In front of everyone, its two mouths split open with the croak, revealing a stomach inside that seemed like a black hole. Then, a powerful suction burst from its black hole-like stomach. In an instant, the air flowed violently. The mist around them turned into a vortex at that moment, following a rhythm, rushing madly towards the mouth of the swallowing golden toad. Ah! The slender figure of Li Yuan was caught off guard and was sucked up directly, flying rapidly towards the location of the swallowing golden toad god. Fortunately, Jiang Lei reached out in time to grab her, otherwise, she might have been sucked into its mouth in one breath. The belly of the swallowing golden toad seemed to possess a whole world, and its inhaling action never stopped, seemingly endless. With the continuous absorption by the swallowing golden toad, the giant vortex leading to its mouth became even more ferocious. Soon, even Jiang Lei, holding Li Yuan, felt like he was about to take off from the ground. "Ha, is this all the strength you have?" Li Dao sneered at the sight, even feeling like he could take on Lin Chen all by himself. Of course, this was just an illusion. "Chen Chang!" Lin Chen turned to look at the tall and sturdy young man behind him. At this moment, he was wearing a costume with a sheep's body and a human face, with palms clad in gloves resembling tiger claws. This was the attire Lin Chen specifically prepared to deal with the swallowing golden toad, the feast of the gluttonous sacrifice. However, because it was made by Chen Chang based on a pattern, it looked somewhat comical in appearance. But the real gluttonous attire, Lin Chen had seen in the library. The ferocity of the gluttonous attire seemed to crawl out from the depths of ancient times, every line filled with violence and wildness. It was not an ordinary garment but a symbol of mysterious and evil power. The attire, dominated by dark colors, resembled a sky devoured by the night, deep and oppressive. Embroidered on it were patterns of the gluttonous. It was a fierce beast, with a gaping mouth as if to devour everything. Its eyes flickered with a faint red light, resembling the eyes of a demon, exuding endless evil and greed. The edges of the attire were embedded with sharp metal pieces, shimmering with a cold and sharp light under the illumination, as if capable of tearing through the air at any moment, bringing destructive power. The texture of the attire was chilling to the bone. It seemed to be made of some unknown creature's leather, feeling icy and hard, like frozen snakeskin, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Compared to a genuine gluttonous sacrificial attire, the one Chen Chang made was clearly just a crude replica. Nevertheless, the power of the gluttonous attire remained formidable. Classic of mountains and seas, gluttonous garb, grade, candlelight remnant, effects, 1. Consumes 100 points of spiritual power, summoning the mountain and sea ferocious beast gluttonous for 5 seconds. Gluttonous possesses a highly devouring nature, requiring a garment of the same grade as a sacrifice at the end of each summoning. 2. Field expansion, unfolding the scroll of the mountain and sea. 3. Devouring, with each equivalent grade devouring, the material of the gluttonous attire will autonomously increase in grade. 4. Unstable mind, negative maximum of 2 summonings of gluttonous within 30 days, otherwise the summoner will acquire the attribute of gluttony for a certain period. Note, this is a true mythical ferocious beast. When Chen finished making the garment and displayed the above attributes to everyone, he still received a round of amazement. Despite the slight negative effects possibly due to incomplete garment making, the power of the gluttonous attire far surpassed that of a typical candlelight remnant. Not to mention the attribute ability to enhance through devouring. Good. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Chen Chang lightly shouted and leaped directly, flying towards the mouth of the swallowing toad. Ha! This suicidal act stunned Li Dao and the others, leaving them momentarily unable to respond. After all, in their eyes, Lin Chen and the others were newcomers who could be easily trampled upon. This contempt was ingrained. Thus, the teammates who should have followed up with Chen Chang or intervened just watched as he flew towards the mouth of the swallowing toad, waiting for him to dive in directly. Gluttonous! At that moment, Chen Chang roared, injecting almost all of his spiritual power into his garment. In an instant, the gluttonous attire on him appeared even brighter. Then, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Chang, as if a dormant beast had been awakened, emanating a daunting pressure. The surrounding air seemed to solidify under this aura, causing everyone to feel a palpitation, as if a giant shadow was peering at them from the darkness. Not good. Li Dao felt a chilling sensation and tried to take action, but it was already too late. However, the summoned swallowing toad clearly had its own ideas. At the moment of crisis, the pupils of the swallowing toad widened suddenly. A pair of huge, slimy tongues shot out from its vortex-like long mouth, directly enveloping Chen Chang, who seemed to have failed in summoning, pulling him forcefully and swallowing him whole. Croak! The toad croaked twice, moving its mouth in a somewhat human-like playful manner. What? The sudden turn of events shocked the big shots in the sky. Many people, seeing Chen Chang being devoured, immediately panicked. Not good, something's wrong. Quick! Inform Team Xia, take action to rescue Chen Chang. Chen Chang is being too reckless. Some people were about to take action, but were stopped by a golden spear. It was Athena who made the move. Don't worry, he's fine, she said, her eyes gleaming gold, with a slightly surprised expression. The swallowing gold toad is about to have an accident. The swallowing gold toad is about to have an accident? The crowd paused at the words. Turning their heads downward, the anthropomorphic mocking expression of the swallowing gold toad remained, showing no signs of danger. It was the people behind Lin Chen who seemed anxious at this moment. Until, from the belly of the swallowing gold toad, came a roar that seemed both beastly and non-beastly. Roar! Accompanied by the sound, the belly of the swallowing gold toad deity quickly swelled, as if something inside was continuously expanding. Croak! The swallowing gold toad deity's pupils dilated sharply, its mouth wide open, as if trying to spit out some creature. But before it could, a violent explosion erupted from the toad's belly. In an instant, the belly of the swallowing gold toad was torn open by a pair of fierce tiger claws. A pitch-black shadow burst out from within. The heavily injured swallowing gold toad deity let out a mournful cry, its form gradually becoming illusory. Not good. Everyone, attack together. Li Dao, witnessing the severe condition of the swallowing gold toad, was greatly shocked. He roared softly, as if urging his own spiritual power to try to heal the swallowing gold toad's wounds and restore its strength. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The Taotai appeared, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the entire arena, causing the soul masters who wanted to call other misty beasts to cover their ears, momentarily losing their ability to act. It reached out with its huge claws and grabbed the still bewildered swallowing gold toad deity. The toad struggled, trying to break free from the Taotia's grasp, but its power seemed so insignificant in front of the Taotai. The Taotai opened its huge mouth and swallowed the toad whole. The toad let out a piercing scream in the Taotia's throat, but soon it was engulfed by the Taotia's stomach acid. Correspondingly, the swallowing gold toad garment on Li Dao's body suddenly exploded, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely dejected. With the toad's disappearance, the Taotia's body became even larger, as if absorbing the toad's power. Its eyes became even redder, and the aura emanating from it became more violent and greedy. It seemed to want to continue devouring everything around it. Unfortunately, its figure disappeared in a puff of smoke after a brief 2 seconds. Chen Chang's summoned beast only appeared for 5 seconds. However, it had completely taken down Li Dao's swallowing gold toad deity, and it even destroyed a piece of residual candle-level attire. At this moment, the crowd seemed to understand a bit of Lin Chen's intention to challenge Li Dao and the others. He wasn't lying. This explosive power actually directly took down a sea-level soul master, injuring him and temporarily incapacitating him. The might of the Tao Tai was so terrifying. Attack! At this moment of such a huge reversal in the situation, Lin Chen was well prepared, giving a low shout, and the radiance of the residual candle-level attire on his body intensified. The azure blue garment he was wearing gradually covered his entire body with scales, as if to completely envelop him, merging with his body. With the change in attire, the azure blue scales seemed to be imbued with a truly living quality, forming a giant beast shadow within Lin Chen's body. The azure blue shadow gradually turned golden, sprouting wings on its back, covered all over with scales and mist, making it difficult to discern its shape and appearance. Its appearance seemed to bring about a chilling cold wind, shaking the entire battlefield. Correspondingly, Lin Chen's complexion gradually turned pale, as if he had paid a considerable mental price. The mythical creature he summoned seemed even more powerful. After all, this was the dragon attire. After confirming the sacrificial attire for his teammates, Lin Chen pondered carefully for a while and ultimately chose the dragon attire. First of all, the Yinglong itself has the title of the ancestor of dragons in Chinese mythology, which happens to have some connection with the black dragon robe he often wears. Secondly, everyone is dressed in the style of the classic of mountains and seas, and there may be corresponding auxiliary bonuses in group battles. Based on these considerations, Lin Chen finally made the Yinglong sacrificial outfit for himself. The resulting attributes also met his expectations. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, a golden shadow of the Yinglong manifested in the sky, swaying its tail full of dragon scales. A violet energy wave emanated from the tail and quickly spread outwards. The previously dispersed mist now inexplicably thickened, instantly covering the entire arena, obscuring everyone's vision. Along with the dense mist, people felt as if some kind of change had occurred in the surrounding environment, and the sense of distance and space suddenly dissipated at this moment. It was as if the competition arena that had confined their duel had completely disappeared at this moment, and they had arrived in a vast and boundless space. As if to confirm this idea, a sound resembling a whale's cry came from the clouds and mist. Playing God and Ghosts. Seeing Li Dio briefly lose his combat power due to a sudden attack, the remaining traders dared not be reckless anymore, all activating their god-summoning abilities. Hangshan Praying Mantis God. Jolie Fox Demon God. Brilliant light erupted from the remnants of the candle level in the mist, and one after another, monstrous figures with crimson eyes emerged from the mist. There was a giant praying mantis with vibrating wings, surrounded by a dance of monster blood. There was a fox-faced fox demon creature resembling a certain Chinese mythological being, with every tuft of fur on its body seemingly burning with flames. Compared to the gold-swallowing toad god, they were evidently more intelligent, showing a human side from the moment they were summoned. After surveying the surroundings, the fox-faced fox demon unexpectedly spoke in human language with a hoarse voice, saying, "Is this the human world?" The words of the fox-faced fox demon made all the military high-ranking officials in the sky tense. The Mist Masters possessed high intelligence, they were already aware of that. But a Mist Master capable of speaking human language was something they had never encountered before. Would this summoned Mist Master be able to anticipate the military's arrangements in advance? As unease crept into everyone's hearts, suddenly, all the Mist Masters seemed to subtly change their expressions, turning their heads to a certain spot in the clouds and mist. There, the whale-like cries grew more melodious. Along with the sound, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a huge beastly eye resembling a mountain in the eyes of everyone. Inside, the clear reflections of all the Mist Masters were visible. As the confrontation between the classic of mountains and seas and the mist beasts continued, in reality, a team of mirror demons led by Lin Chen's mirror avatar clashed with the members of the real military unit and teachers and students from major universities. Surprisingly, these mirror demons were also pretending, infusing spiritual power into the special clothing they wore. Then, one after another, fierce and unfamiliar beastly shadows were summoned. Although their shapes were unfamiliar to everyone, judging from their momentum, they seemed quite formidable. This made the few team leaders who had already received specific information about the duel exchange glances involuntarily. The mimicry ability of these mirror demons seemed even more powerful than they had imagined. "Is this the so-called Chinese mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas?" murmured one of the team leaders softly. If the big shots in the military had time to spare, they would definitely tell them that the replicas created by the mirror demons were nowhere near the mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. The real Chinese mythical beasts were far more powerful and majestic than the fierce beasts created by the mirror demons. When those eyes, as huge as mountains, emerged from the clouds, everyone who saw them held their breath. Even the Mist Master, summoned out, felt a shiver in the presence of those eyes. It was the fear of colossal beings. What is that?" Li Dao, who had not yet lost consciousness, stared ahead at the creature resembling a prehistoric monster, his voice trembling. The jet-black pupils of the creature showed no trace of illusion, as if a mythical creature had been summoned into reality by a Class B or higher mage. Even the Mist Master they summoned had a somewhat illusory form. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, the whale-like calls grew louder and more immense. The surrounding mist swiftly dissipated. In an instant, a brilliant light showered from the sky, causing the familiar gloomy misty environment to make everyone squint involuntarily. When they adjusted to the light and looked around, they discovered the familiar battleground of spirits had completely vanished. In its place were floating green islands. Surrounding the islands, a giant creature resembling a blue whale swam, its massive body disappearing into the horizon, its end completely out of sight. My God! Among the traitorous team, countless people widened their eyes, gazing at the scene ahead, feeling a sense of despair in their hearts. This is what they summoned? Impossible. To summon such a large creature, how much mental energy would it take? This reflection. Cough, where in this space is there such a vastness? It's an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Great Master, please dispel all these illusions before us. A traitor roared. Unexpectedly, the masters of the Forbidden Zone all looked solemn, observing the creature in the sky without making a move. Finally, the fox demon spoke slowly. It's not an illusion. Not an illusion? Li Dao's eyes widened, his face unable to hide his incredulous emotions. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the creature flying around the island swing its tail heavily. Perhaps due to its massive body, such a movement seemed slow to the onlookers. But after 3 seconds, as the tail swung once, a fierce gale roared forth, stirring up the soil and gravel around the islands, turning them into invisible blades rushing towards them. Whoa! The violent gale instantly stunned Li Dao and the others' faces, causing them pain, hitting them with soil and gravel, even leaving bloody wounds. Their attire, even the divine shadows summoned, struggled to withstand such a fierce wind. Unfortunately, this creature is of high rank, but the one who summoned it is truly too weak. The summoned Mist Master, the fox demon, said lightly, as her foxtail swayed slightly, swiftly raising a pink barrier around them, blocking all attacks outside the barrier. The raging wind howled, unable to penetrate the barrier. Can you tell me, what is its name? The fox demon turned with interest towards an apparently uninhabited island ahead. Soon, a female voice replied from within. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish, its name is Kuan. Kuan is so large, its size is unknown, perhaps thousands of miles. Transformed into a bird, its name is Peng. The girl's voice seemed to respond to the fox demon's words, but with her voice, the koan that pierced through heaven and earth underwent another transformation. As if a floating continent-sized koan gradually transformed in the eyes of the people, then, it turned into a dazzling giant Pang. The exterior skin was tinged with black, wings spread out, resembling clouds hanging in the sky. Een! Its call pierced through the sky, and from the moment it sounded, its figure plummeted towards the fox demon and other zone rulers like a meteorite. At this moment, the surrounding clouds surged, as if a towering mountain was crashing down from the sky. The nearby strong winds carried a majestic pressure, causing Li Dao and other traders to pale in the face. They frantically infused spiritual power into their attire, not daring to hold back even if their faces turned pale due to the infusion of spiritual power. They tried hard to solidify the bodies of the misty praying mantis god and other mist rulers above the sky, so they could unleash their most powerful strength. Hiss! The mist rulers below also felt the mountain-like pressure at this moment. Faced with such a crushing hierarchy, some of the inherently violent rulers could no longer contain their nature. Their eyes turned crimson, and after emitting beast-like roars, they swiftly rushed towards the Kuanping in the sky, as if wanting to tear the mountain-like Kuanping apart immediately. In an instant, an immensely powerful energy fluctuation gathered around the mist rulers, forming a fierce flame that fiercely collided with the Kuanping's body. From the moment of contact, Li Dao and the other traders, including the military big shots in the sky, subconsciously squinted their eyes, as if they were ready to witness a earth-shattering explosion. But the situation completely exceeded their expectations. Visibly, the giant Kuanping, in the midst of colliding with the ninely fox demon god, suddenly burst like a mountain, turning into billowing clouds that dissipated into the air. The massive energy, without any hindrance, shot straight towards the sky through the Kuanping's body, turning into a void and disappearing without a trace. In an instant, even the misty praying mantis god, who was ready to carve up the Kuanping, found his blade swinging at thin air. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Where's the Kuanping? Disappeared? Invisible? What's the use of such a large invisibility? Wait, something's not right. Except for Lin Chan and the other F-grade soul masters present, who were all seasoned warriors, the rest immediately understood the mystery behind this. The Kuanping was simply an illusion. The most powerful attack was the fierce wind unleashed when its tail swung. Its purpose was to intimidate and paralyze the enemy. After all, how could an F-grade Soul Master have the strength to contend with so many C-grade Soul Masters, especially when both sides' levels were very close? But why did this Kuanping seem so real? While everyone was bewildered, the clouds in the sky suddenly stirred. Then, a creature with a dazzling body, long horns on its forehead, snake-like appearance covered in golden scales gradually materialized. It opened its large mouth, seemingly exhaling some invisible gas into the air. With its movements, the entire space became more solid, exuding a strong sense of reality. Even a floating island appeared above the fox demon god, crashing down towards them. However, with a gentle wave of the praying mantis's arm, all these islands dispersed like mist. Fake, or rather, an illusion. This was the result of the collaboration between two Chinese mythological creatures. At that moment, everyone understood. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The fox demon with a human face in the sky was the first to react, coldly snorting as it swiftly flew towards Li Dayo and the others. With a light flick of its fox tail, a dazzling light gradually emanated from the ground where there was originally no one. It turned out to be the figures of Lin Chen and the others. This was the plan they had discussed from the beginning. By utilizing the effects of the classic of mountains and seas attire, they temporarily distanced all the opponent's deities, then stealthily attacked the core of the attire, aiming for a decisive blow. Catch the thief first. To know that once the attire is shattered, no matter how powerful the summoned deities are, they must immediately dissipate into the air. This is their best strategy. As for the ability to create illusions, the Golden Dragon Shadow. It is the Mirage Dragon from the classic of mountains and seas, proficient in creating illusions. Mirage. Teamed up with the colossal body of the Kuanping, it gives everyone a strong shock. At this moment, their goal has been achieved. Heavens, buddy, don't be so unlucky. Zhang Lei roared, the iron-eating beast attire he was wearing shining like a candlelight. Then, black and white colors began to swirl before his eyes. The judgment to summon the iron-eating beast began. If it's black, it's the combat iron-eating beast. If it's white, Zhang Lei decided to charge forward with the iron-eating beast. Even if it's cute, he will charm the opponent to death. After all, it's the charm of the sunset tier. I can't possibly be Chi-Yu, right? Perhaps his prayers had an effect. In the end, the pure black sphere stayed in front of him. Great! Zhang Lei rejoiced. He immediately felt an invisible force rushing into his body from head to toe. In an instant, his body swelled violently in the oversized black and white bear attire, his entire skeleton starting to crackle, and his figure gradually towering like a small mountain, the originally loose doll costume unexpectedly fitting perfectly at this moment. Correspondingly, a black and white, cute iron-eating beast emerged from the void. But when the chosen black sphere merged into its body, the iron-eating beast let out a roar as if from ancient times. Its body size crazily expanded like Zhang Lei's, muscles becoming more prominent, and hard and sharp scales grew layer by layer, as if wearing a set of natural armor. Their skin was a deep gray, eyes flashing with ferocity, instilling fear in people. Sharp fangs and strong jawbones were highlighted, seemingly capable of biting through everything in the world. Roar! The iron-eating beast roared, its robust figure flickering ghostly to the side of Li Dayo and others, in their terrified gazes, its mouth opened, fiercely biting down. In an instant, the mist attire of the person around Li Dayo was completely torn apart, and correspondingly, the figure of the mist sovereign in the sky instantly dissipated without a trace. Roar! Just at that moment, a dark green figure appeared behind Zhang Lei. The mantis god with sharp mouthparts had already raised its forelimb blade high, fiercely slashing towards Zhang Lei's body. The wise sovereigns were not foolish, they also chose to exchange blows. Summoned by the C-tier attire, it clearly possessed more powerful agility attributes. By the time Zhang Lei reacted, the green blade accompanied by the mantis god's crimson eyes fell on him. Ripping. Different from the feeling of a sharp knife piercing flesh. The blade only left a shallow cut as if it had struck the hardest scales. Humph. Zhang Lei turned around, clenched his left fist, and with the armored beast paw, fiercely smashed the disgusting head of the mantis god. A loud bang. A sharp pain-filled scream came from the mouth of the mantis god. The seemingly insect-covered head was directly smashed off a large piece by Zhang Lei. This was the ability brought by the iron-eating beast, armor penetration. After the successful sneak attack, Lin Chen and the others paid no attention to whether their mental power was overly depleted, or if they needed to reduce their output to briefly recover. They all crazily summoned the divine beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, trying to drain their last ounce of mental power. This kind of attack clearly also achieved a good effect. The group of mist sovereigns was forcefully suppressed, unable to mobilize effective attacks for a brief period of time to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chang and others fiercely attacked the traitors, inflicting heavy blows on several of them in succession. But that was just the beginning. The Firefly-level clothes were fine, but the Candlelight-level clothes from the Shan-Haging series required a high level of mental strength. Being able to persist for 2 to 3 minutes was already considered an extraordinary performance. One wave of eruption was truly just one wave. When Jiang Lei showed signs of fatigue, as if in a chain reaction, Shouhou and others turned extremely pale, already unable to maintain the summoning of the Shan-Haging exotic beasts. One after another, the illusions of divine beasts disappeared like bubbles, and almost all the mist dominators were liberated. The gap in mental strength between C-level cloth soul masters and F-level cloth soul masters was like a chasm. Hey, kid! Finally out of mental strength, huh? The suppressed traitors, seeing this, all revealed ferocious expressions, their eyes turning red, eager to rush forward and tear them all to pieces, venting their previous frustration. It's over. Shouhou wailed, just pondering whether to continue getting beaten up or admit defeat on the spot, when Lin Chen's voice sounded from behind him. Thank you, team, close the net. Close the net? Lin Chen's voice left Shouhou and the others stunned. Before they could react, a serene melody accompanied by prayers echoed from the sky. The resting place belongs to the goddess. Sleep and silence are the true essence of death. Listening to this voice, everyone on the field suddenly calmed down, as if entering a strange state of stillness. Then, they felt their eyelids getting heavier, as if they hadn't slept for days, desperately wanting to fall into slumber. Ancient Greece. The Song of the Night Goddess. Lingu, what's going on? Shouhou recognized it, wanting to say something, but his body collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. This nocturne made no distinction between friend and foe. Lin Chen's eyelids also began to droop, but he resisted the urge to sleep, until he saw Li Daiyou on the opposite side fall to the ground in terror before giving in and falling into unconsciousness. My mission, is it finally complete? Lin Chen thought before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, radiant lights descended from the sky, and the operation to close the net in reality and the mirror space began simultaneously. The team members from various military districts and the students from the universities who were still in the heat of battle had no idea what was happening, only to see a large number of at least B-level powerhouses appearing on the competition field, pressing down all the Lin Chens and others they were fighting against. After someone explained it to them briefly, everyone finally realized. They hadn't been fighting against Lin Chen and the others at all. They were fighting against at least C-level mirror spirits. Damn! I knew these students were so abnormal. This mental power clash made me feel like I was about to lose. A member of the military district team shuddered. In that recent confrontation, he really didn't feel any difference in strength between himself and the newcomer opposite him. It scared him, thinking that the newcomers nowadays were already so powerful. Honestly, if they fought a little longer, he felt he might be worn out by the opponent. C-level, not embarrassing, not embarrassing. Such a big operation, even we were kept in the dark. How big of a fish is this? Do we have a share in this attire? At least we contributed. A cloth soul master looked at the military district powerhouses harvesting mirror spirits with envy. Transparent level materials. So many, in the past, they could only be seen in the absolutely dangerous mist forbidden zone. These people were fine, shocked in their hearts after being roughly informed, but they were just a little emotional. On the side of the duel arena, Lin Han, who had been listening to all this, was completely stunned. She volunteered to be dispatched, wanting to know the detailed situation of Daqin Iguan in advance. Who would have thought she would run into such a situation? So, the Lin Chen I worked with for 3 days was actually an imposter mirror demon? The information I copied from Daqin is very likely to be incorrect. Lin Han was a bit confused. On the other side, Athena held a golden spear, landing next to the unconscious Lin Chen, scanning around with a slight frown. One escaped. She spoke slowly. Xia Yutong's voice quickly sounded from behind her. Lin Han's mirror demon is gone. I only caught a low-level mirror demon disguised as Lin Han. The original one disappeared directly, along with the white bone building. She seems to be a big fish, possibly B-level, or even A-level, Xia Yutong said, looking serious. To evade his comprehensive attacks, it is highly probable that she is an A-level mirror demon. This is definitely the existence of the Forbidden Zone Master. The other party actually arrived in the mirror space at this time and stayed briefly. This is not a good sign. The origin of the mirror space is special, and mirror demons are extremely good at this type of ability. It's normal not to catch them. We in Huaxia will soon develop corresponding abilities to deal with the mirror space based on the captured mirror demon. Okay. Athena nodded, then said, I will stay here for a moment, waiting for Lin Chen to wake up. Waiting for Lin Chen to wake up? Xia Yutong was startled by her words, immediately understanding that she wanted to talk to Lin Chen. After a moment of thought, he nodded, no problem. Thanks to the help of the goddess this time, the promised reward will be delivered later. Okay. The conversation between the two ended, and Athena's figure quickly disappeared into the mirror space. Xia Yutong did not leave immediately but brought Lin Chen, Shouho, and others back to reality. Only after watching them being protected by military experts did he turn around and leave to clean up the aftermath. Eternal slumber is always long. In deep sleep, Lin Chen felt as if he had come to a garden full of purple petals dancing in the air. Here, the night dominated the sky. Everything seemed peaceful and serene. Looking around, he could see a faint mist lingering outside the garden, as if blocked by some force, unable to enter completely. Where is this? Lin Chen wanted to explore this place briefly but felt a dizzy spell. His consciousness seemed to gradually awaken. Lin Chen? Lin Chen. Zhang Qingqiu's voice kept appearing around Lin Chen, making his body feel like it was spinning in endless darkness, falling back into a certain place. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. Somehow, he found himself lying on a movable hospital bed. Beside him, Zhang Qingqiu and a few other teammates were awake, while only a few like Shouho were still asleep. They were waking up the still unconscious teammates one by one. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen sat up, took out the leaf of the world tree from his pocket, and pulled out the jade seal, using its strange power to survey the surroundings. This was an indoor basketball court, now surrounded by various soul masters wearing military green outerwear. The bright sunlight streamed in through the entrance and transparent skylights, giving a warm feeling. The boundless mist that once filled the sky was no longer there. The jade seal had no reaction. Xia Yutong's plan succeeded, he had returned to reality. Genius, you really pulled off a big stunt without us. Zhang Qingqiu, who woke him up, laughed, such a big thing and you didn't tell us earlier. I should have been tougher during the duel. Obviously, the early awakened Zhang Qingqiu had already learned the general situation from the military team. She didn't blame Lin Chen, just felt regretful that she hadn't been more ruthless during the previous battle, not giving Li Dayo and others a good beating. Next time, I'll take you guys on again, Lin Chen responded with a smile. No, let's not. If we encounter these people again in the future, it will be a fight to the death. After all, Captain Xia won't always be with us. It's better to wait a few more years for us to develop further. That's when we'll have a real showdown. Skinny Monkey slipped over excitedly from the side, saying, Lin Gu, you really stole the show today. I just found out that the real college admissions officers have already watched our duel video. Those who stand out can be recorded on the spot, and as long as the others reach the subsequent passing score, there shouldn't be any problems. I see. Lin Chen's smile widened at the news. This was also why he had invited Skinny Monkey and the others. It was a kind of compensation. Even though Xia Yutong was around, the matters involved were still very dangerous. Just now, the admissions officers from 3 schools approached me and my brother, offering us very favorable admission conditions. Zhang Qingqiu said, then changed the subject. However, we want to think it over. Lin Chen, which school are you planning to choose? Yeah, Lin Gu, which one are you leaning towards? We brothers are ready to follow your lead, Skinny Monkey quickly asked. Well, I'm more inclined towards the National Defense Seoul University, but I haven't talked to them yet, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. National Defense Seoul University, huh? Skinny Monkey fell into thought. Then his eyes lit up suddenly. Lin Gu, if you trust me, I can help you inquire about the admission conditions, feel out the situation at the 3 schools, especially at National Defense Seoul. My family has been in business for generations, so there shouldn't be any problem in this area. Let him try to find out more. Lin Chen nodded at the suggestion, feeling it was fine. Just as he was about to agree, Zhang Qingqiu beside him said, take me along too. When the time comes, we'll tell the admissions committee that if they admit Lin Chen, both Zhang Lei and I will follow. Oh, Skinny Monkey's eyes lit up at the idea. That's a brilliant plan. Zhang Qingqiu and Zhang Lei were not burdensome students. They were among the top 30 students in the global rankings. If they were tied together with Lin Chen, the conditions and benefits he could receive would be maximized. Admit 1 Lin Chen and get 2 geniuses. It was a deal that only profited. After entrusting Skinny Monkey with the task, Lin Chen remained silent. Zhang Qingqiu and Skinny Monkey discussed for a while, then asked Lin Chen to stay and continue waking up the remaining people while they left the basketball court and ran outside. Just as Lin Chen was about to wake up the sleeping Zhang Lei, a military officer-looking man approached, extending a gentle hand. Lin Chen? Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Zhao, the captain of the Volcano team. Volcano team? Lin Chen found the name somewhat familiar and quickly shook hands with the man. Captain Wang, nice to meet you. We've heard about your exploits in the Mist world. You did very well. Good job, Wang Zhao said warmly. then changed the subject. I wonder if you have any thoughts about joining our volcano team after graduation? Volcano team? Before Lin Chen could respond, a noisy commotion came from behind. Hey, Wang Zhao, did you come here to recruit people early by diverting us? Lin Xiaoga, come to our team. Lin, our team has the best benefits, don't listen to Wang Zhao. Lin Chen felt uneasy hearing these voices and turned around to see a group of officers in military green uniforms surrounding him. After a brief inquiry, he realized that they were members of the 5 elite military district teams preparing to face him in reality. As things were coming to an end, they had to come here to determine Lin Chen's final ownership. This time, no one came to the rescue. Lin Chen persuaded everyone to leave after asking for the team captain's phone numbers and recording them in his notebook. Before they could catch their breath, Xia Yutong arrived just in time. Lin Chen, come out with me for a breath of fresh air, to meet someone. Who? Athena. Athena? Lin Chen followed Xia Yutong somewhat bewilderedly out of the basketball court. As they walked, Xia Yutong explained who Athena was. An A-level soul dresser. The top powerhouse in the realm of unity of man and God. I won't go in later, you must thank her properly. Of course, if she asks for anything, it's up to you to decide whether to agree. The price she paid for her help, Huaxia has already covered it all, you don't owe her anything. Xia Yutong led Lin Chen to a lounge on the right side of the military area and said seriously, alright, thank you, Captain. Lin Chen nodded vigorously, then, under the other's gaze, entered the lounge. Inside, Athena with her soft golden hair was standing by the window on the other side, gazing into the distance. At this moment, she had changed back into her classical embroidered dress, with an illusory owl perched on her right shoulder, resembling a classical goddess just stepping out of mythology. Hello, teacher. Lin Chen closed the door, saluting in response. Since the other was one of the invigilators, it was only natural to address her as teacher. Athena nodded slightly at the greeting, then turned and carefully examined the dragon robe Lin Chen was wearing before finally withdrawing her gaze and saying, I called you here to ask for a favor. A favor? Lin Chen nodded calmly, please go ahead, teacher. Do you remember the space you entered during the soul dressing entrance exam? It was a manifestation of the Deity level soul dressing ability made from the leaves of the world tree. I know. Lin Chen nodded, taking out the deep green world tree leaf he had obtained from his pocket. Originally, this was all classified information, but due to the urgency of the situation, I will explain it to you in detail. The garment made from the leaves of the world tree is not as simple as imagined. Within the garment, there are remnants or diseased parts of the actual world tree. Remnants of the actual world tree. Lin Chen's heart trembled at the words, and some information immediately surfaced in his mind. According to myth, there was usually only one world tree in a world. The withering of the world tree often heralded the decline of the world. However, that was just a myth. A question instantly arose in Lin Chen's mind. Where did this world tree come from? Previously, the materials for the garment made from the world tree leaves could be said to have been found in the mist forbidden zone, attributing everything to the mist. But now it was different. The world tree truly existed. It was clearly just a myth, and according to reason, it should only be summoned by making relevant sacrificial garments, so why was its actual form still present in the world now? Perhaps sensing Lin Chen's doubts, Athena calmly said, summoning gods through dressing is not as simple as you think. Gods can also exist in the world as real as the rulers of the Forbidden Zone. However, they are all just asleep. Gods can exist in the world as real as the rulers of the Forbidden Zone, but they are all just asleep. This sentence sounded like thunder in Lin Chen's ears. He vaguely realized that he might have stumbled upon some significant secrets. Lin Chen wanted to continue listening, but Athena showed no intention of continuing. Understanding these things is a bit ahead of your current level. If you want to know more, you must quickly elevate your own strength. What I need your help with is related to the world tree. The world tree is dying, and we have tried many methods, but none have been able to slow down this process. The Western gods seem somewhat powerless in the face of the world tree's withering. But perhaps China is different. Athena said, looking once again at the dragon robe on Lin Chen. Ever since you displayed the attire of ancient China in the college entrance examination, I have arranged for my subordinates to inquire with the Western gods and received a very interesting answer. Not a single god knows what the Chinese gods are, or where they come from. The region shrouded in mist and the Chinese gods seem to have too many mysteries. My request is that once you ascend to a higher position, you conduct a comprehensive exploration of ancient Chinese civilization in search of a deity or method that can revive the world tree. This is a long-term commission, and I can advance some of the rewards. Whether you complete the task or not, they belong to you. Athena said, flipping her wrist, and 2 leaves emitting a deep green light appeared in her hands. Almost instantly, the world tree leaf in Lin Chen's hand also burst into a fluorescent green light, as if creating an invisible force field that absorbed the 2 world tree leaves in Athena's hand. The 3 leaves rotated in front of Lin Chen, eventually solidifying into a fluorescent green bracelet, floating in front of him. Lin Chen took it, infused a bit of spiritual power, and the panel unfolded. Material: World Tree Leaf Bracelet. Level: Slanting Sun. 1. Infusing 10 points of spiritual power can activate a medium-sized storage space. 2. Infusing 10 points of spiritual power on the spot can activate the protection of the World Tree, providing a shield capable of withstanding 2,000 points of spiritual power for a brief period. Note: this is a gift from the deceased World Tree, who only bestows it upon the favored. Adding 2 new leaves, the effectiveness and abilities were enhanced. It even had a life-saving effect. This advance reward was quite generous. Lin Chen carefully put on the leaf bracelet and promised Athena, "When I have the ability to heal the World Tree, I will not hesitate to do so." Good. Athena nodded lightly at his words. "At least wait until you reach grade A before considering this matter. Lin Chen, I will always watch your growth." With that, her figure turned into a cluster of light and dissipated in the sunlight. "I promise, I will definitely do it." Lin Chen bowed slightly ahead and then turned to open the door. Outside the door, Xia Yutong had not left and was still waiting. "Captain Xia." Seeing Lin Chen coming out as if he had something to say, Xia Yutong directly waved to interrupt. "Since Athena spoke to you alone, there must be some things she doesn't want us to know. You don't have to say anything, just focus on your efforts. The days ahead are still long." "Okay." Lin Chen withdrew the words he wanted to say earlier, nodding vigorously. "Well, go rest first. This event is over, but your work is not finished yet. Award distribution, promotion of the Great Qin Attire, school selection. Lin Chen, your truly busy days are just beginning. Enjoy it." Xia Yutong smiled and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless at his words, but when he thought about the bonuses and the spread of the Great Qin Attire, he felt full of motivation. The end of the Garment Seoul College entrance examination also marked the official start of the summer vacation for the third-year students. While other students were already packing up to start their travels, Lin Chen and the others had arranged for Lin Chen to receive the highest level of treatment as a new student from the National Defense Garment Seoul University. The old principal of the National Defense Garment Seoul University personally called Lin Chen to assure him. He and his companions joined the National Defense Yihan University, with tuition waived, and gradually unlocking various top resources based on their performance at the university. This includes but is not limited to the supply of clothing materials and opportunities for external exchange competitions. As for Lin Chen, the old principal directly and generously said, "For these 4 years in university, all your expenses can be reimbursed by the school." Lin Chen thanked the other party during the video call, expressing a strong desire to attend the National Defense Yihan University and even recorded a related enrollment video. Finally, facing the camera, he shouted, "Join the National Defense Yihan University." It was a bit embarrassing, but Lin Chen was quite satisfied with all the benefits in his pocket. As for his companions' choices, Zhang Lei, Chen Shang, and others were not surprised at all. They all chose to follow Lin Chen to the National Defense Yihan University. Except for some students who did not meet the score requirements, almost everyone who could come here was specially recruited by the National Defense Yihan University. Skinny Monkey was one of them. His performance in the first 2 rounds was not outstanding, barely passing, dragging his feet. However, because of negotiating on behalf of Lin Chen, he was directly admitted on the spot, bypassing the usual process. When Skinny Monkey heard this news, he almost jumped 3 feet high, almost performing a tree-climbing act. When the day came for the military district to persuade the students to leave for safety reasons, he kept shouting that Lin Chen should come to the school early after summer vacation, as he wanted to treat him. Only after Lin Chen agreed did Skinny Monkey reluctantly bid farewell and leave. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qingqiu and others one by one, the vast military district finally quieted down. The next morning, Lin Chen met the real Lin Han. The girl in front of him was more capable than what he had seen in the mirror space, without that eager and rough feeling of wanting to know everything about Daqin. Lin Chen was curious about this, especially after understanding the mechanism of the mirror demon. When he inquired about the changes, the real Lin Han just smiled and said, "Perhaps, that was me who had just joined the army and had not yet experienced the cruelty of the Mist Forbidden Zone." Lin Han was not just a clerk, she also belonged to a combat team and was a Yihan master who could fight on the front line. Lin Chen was speechless and then almost entirely devoted himself to organizing the information about the Daqin clothing. He temporarily declined the military district team's invitation, even delegating someone to receive the award. After deducting the necessary taxes, he finally received a bonus of 12 million, along with a mobile phone sponsored by Tomato Novel called Urgent Update. The day he saw the extra 12 million bonus in his account, Chen couldn't sleep. He spent the whole night carefully planning the use of this bonus and the next day transferred over 4 million, entrusting someone to transfer all the money to the old director of the Sacred Heart Welfare Home, asking him to arrange a comprehensive renovation of the welfare home and add something for the children. The old director received the money and soon had a conversation with Chen. The elderly man, full of emotion, repeatedly urged Chen to visit the welfare home again when he left. Chen naturally agreed. Time passed quickly, a month and a half flew by. In mid-August, a piece of news topped all the online platforms in Huaxia. Ancient Huaxia Dynasty Daqin information released. The clothing and crown textbook will undergo a comprehensive revision. As soon as this news came out, it ignited the entire Huaxia. For a moment, almost all Huaxia netizens subconsciously clicked on the specific page of the hot search and quickly found a document of tens of thousands of words. Upon opening it, the first thing that caught their eyes was the timeline recording the entire history of Daqin. Inside, every major event that happened in each year is detailed, including information on the customs and traditions of Great Qin, as well as various aspects of culture and attire neatly listed above. In an instant, the entire network exploded. Wow! Wow! It's real! Great Qin attire. Chen is amazing. Guys, quickly check out page 3 of the materials. In Great Qin we don't have gentlemen, only true gentlemen. Hurry up and learn the 6 arts of a true gentleman. Who dares to say that Huaxia has no traditional attire? Now, we in Huaxia also have our own traditional attire. We can call upon our own deities unique to Huaxia. The materials are marked with Chen's narrative and Han's organization at the beginning. This child is amazing. As the audience excitedly discussed, scholars and experts specializing in the production of attire were already busy saving related documents and images. Professor Chen from the National Defense Attire Seoul University was one of them. At this moment, he was excitedly examining the details of the attire in the pictures, admiring them as he watched. This is the treasure left by our ancestors, the civilization attire unique to Huaxia. It's perfect. The intricate details of this attire are no less than any Western formal wear. Professor Chen murmured, as if he had realized something. He suddenly slapped his head, quickly dialing his student Xiao Jia's phone number. Ring. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Professor, what's up? Xiao Jia asked. Have you seen the materials that were just released? Yes, this is considered Great Qin attire. Can we apply for some funds to make a few pieces for ourselves, Professor? Thinking about wearing them? Hurry! Go to the finance department and ask them to quickly buy up all the black special materials circulating in the market. Professor Chen urged anxiously. Black special materials? Xiao Jia was puzzled at first, then he realized, shouting, wow! I'll go right away. Great Qin attire honors black. So black will definitely be the main color when making the attire. If they don't buy in advance, the price of these black materials will likely skyrocket to unimaginable heights. The ordinary ones might be slightly better, but those considered rare or top grade might sell out immediately. By the time Xiao Jia realized this, it was already too late. From the moment the detailed information about the Great Qin attire appeared, the black fabrics available in the market were quickly swept clean. Suddenly, all materials related to black surged in price several times. Obviously, some speculators had been prepared in advance. The moment the news was announced, they immediately cleared most of the materials of the same color from the market. They had watched the entire college entrance examination and believed that Chen would indeed reveal the Great Qin attire, so they hoarded goods in advance. Some people were even smug, planning to buy up all the black special materials on the market and then sell them at a 100-fold price in a few days. However, 3 hours after the announcement, the black special materials in the market were rapidly restocked. No matter how much the speculators bought, the black special materials quickly increased, filling the original gap. At that moment, everyone realized something was amiss. How could ordinary people have the ability to sell large quantities of affordable black special fabrics nationwide? The country had intervened. The speculators were strong, but the talents within the country were even stronger. Since Chen began writing about the Great Qin-related knowledge, some people in the country had already anticipated what would happen next and made preparations in advance. Just as Xie Yutang said, with the country backing them, they just needed to focus on their own tasks. And at the moment when everyone was going crazy, the instigator of the whole incident was sitting cross-legged in the military dormitory, eyes closed tightly, with a strange energy fluctuation faintly surrounding him. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes, and his soul seemed to unlock some kind of shackle, bursting with a faint golden light from the depths of his eyes. Finally broke through to E rank. Chen relaxed, taking a deep breath. In this month and a half, he did not slack off in his mental power training. While others had to rely on time to slowly grind their training, Chen just needed to put in a little effort. In a short time, he could surpass others' days of hard work. This was the main reason he could balance work and training. I should be the fastest student among the freshmen to break through to F rank, right? He muttered as he opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen, rank, E rank, occupation, cloth soulmaster, mental power, 633. S rank talent ability, Huaxia Mind Palace, legendary value, 19,600. In just a month and a half, he crazily exchanged legendary values for mental power, directly increasing it by nearly 430 points. Such speed, even students with talent abilities to accelerate training would not be as fast as him. Moreover, although he did not go out to show off and harvest legendary values in front of people in this month and a half, his friends probably did a lot. As long as it was clothing made by Chen himself, the legendary values obtained would be counted in his account. Therefore, he could just sit at home and wait for the legendary values to come to him. Now, going to school and signing up for the university competition should be no problem. Chen thought, stood up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. After this month and a half, the country seemed to have formulated some plans for his issue. By mid-August, he had obtained permission to move freely from Captain Xia, who was about to leave. Captain Xia allowed him to do what he wanted with peace of mind. The protection for him would now be covert. However, Captain Xia did not specify the details of this protection, or perhaps did not want him to know. Chen was somewhat puzzled by this, but he also felt relieved. He planned to visit an orphanage by invitation, then head directly to the National Defense Cloth Soul University. As for returning to Jinghai No. 1 middle school to see Old Wang, Chen had also called Old Wang. At this moment, Old Wang was already out catching crabs on the beach and couldn't come back. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. After pondering for a while, Chen did not dwell on this matter. After putting almost all of his luggage into the leaf bracelet, he changed into a light short-sleeved shirt and walked out of the military area. The organization of the Daqin materials had been completed several days ago, but due to various reasons, the time had been delayed by a week. After Lin Han, who had completed the work, made sure that everything was in order, he bid farewell to him a few days ago and rushed to the Huaxia border near the National Defense Cloth Soul University by plane. It was said that abnormal phenomena such as the expansion of mist had occurred there. Various military squads also left after receiving Chen's reply and obtaining the first batch of Daqin clothing samples. The entire military area was left with him, a non-uniformed oddity. Naturally, Chen couldn't stay any longer and finally applied to leave the camp today. He specifically requested not to make a big fuss, as such a departure was the ultimate punishment for someone with social anxiety like him. Thinking of this, Chen did feel like thanking the mirror spirit who stood in for him. That day, when he returned to the playground, Chen was actually dragged onto the stage by the mirror spirit to give a speech. It was quite a social feat, as it saved him from a lot of media interviews while earning him enough face. Sometimes having another me in front of the stage isn't a bad thing, right? Lost in thought, Chen passed through one gate after another and walked out of the military area through the back door. He put on a duckbill cap, went to the bus stop near the military district, took a bus to the city center to make some purchases, bought some fresh meat like rabbit meat and snacks the children love before heading to the Sacred Heart Welfare Home. The Sacred Heart Welfare Home is located in a remote area of the old city of Jinghai, with a not too large area, a few small buildings, and a large courtyard, serving as a place for children to play and rest daily. The tall walls and thick mesh-like iron gates separate the inside and outside of the courtyard. The walls have been freshly painted white, with some simple drawings made by the children in some places, forming a sharp contrast with the old and dilapidated appearance covered in moss in Chen's memory. The old director has renovated the courtyard wall well. The money he spent was really worth it. Chen looked at the wall and sighed. Carrying the food bag, he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Before he could call for someone to open the door, a childish voice reached his ears. "Big brother, what are you carrying in your hands?" Chen followed the gaze and looked down, only to discover a little child hiding on one side of the mesh iron gate, curiously staring at him. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, as tall as a bean, with a runny nose, wearing a brand new sunflower child's outfit. "Is this a new child at the Sacred Heart Welfare Home? Rabbit meat and some snacks, little friend, can you go call Grandpa Director for me? Just tell him Chen has returned." Chen smiled and squatted down, talking to Little Bean through the iron gate. "I'm not a little friend, I'm Song Lingling. Big brother, is there a bunny in your bag?" Little Bean seemed particularly fixated on what Chen was holding. "Why isn't it moving?" "Because we're going to make delicious food with it later, so it's not moving." "Lingling, can you go call Grandpa Director for me? Lin Chen coaxed. Food? Little Bean licked her lips, then shook her head. Bunnies are so cute, why eat them? Big brother, can we eat little pigs instead? Little pigs are delicious, bunnies can be kept as pets. The bunnies Grandpa Director raises can grow as big as elephants, as big as elephants. Little Bean said, stretching out her arms and making an exaggerated length. Ha! Lin Chen was completely stunned by Song Lingling's words. Not being good with words, he really couldn't find a way to respond for a moment. He just said, but it's already going to be eaten by us, it can't turn back. Upon hearing this, Little Bean bit her finger, seeming to understand something, and burst into tears. Bad guy, wants to eat bunnies. The situation suddenly got a bit out of control, but fortunately, there soon came a hurried voice from behind. Song Lingling, who are you talking to? How did you get out again? Lin Chen stood up and looked ahead, a smile appearing on his face. Director. I'm back. Lin Chen. The person who came was the director of the welfare home, Li Dajuan, with thinning white hair, already in his 70s. He was the closest elderly person to Lin Chen in his childhood memories. Lin Chen? The old director's face lit up at the mention. He quickened his pace and came forward to carefully inspect. When the slightly short-sighted old man saw Lin Chen's face clearly, his smile became even more benevolent. Good child, you didn't even say a word before coming. Come in quickly, he said, reaching into his pocket for the keys to open the gate of the welfare home. Grandpa, he's a bad guy. He wants to eat cute bunnies. Little Bean, seeing this, became anxious and quickly shook the old director's hand to remind him. The old director was momentarily stunned, but being experienced in dealing with children, he immediately understood what she meant, and asked with a smile, Lingling, do you remember the braised pork you had last time? At the mention of braised pork, Little Bean's saliva couldn't be stopped, nodding repeatedly. The old dean smiled and pointed at Lin Chen. That braised pork meal was prepared by this big brother for you. In that instant, Zaya doubting looked at Lin Chen with different eyes. Ha, good child, come in quickly, Grandpa has something to give you. The old dean said, opening the gate to the courtyard. Something? Lin Chen was puzzled. It's the item you carried with you when you were abandoned. Carried with me when I was abandoned? Lin Chen was shocked to hear this. He had never heard of such a thing before. Despite being reborn, memories of that time had long been buried in the passage of over a decade. My birth parents in this life? Lin Chen's thoughts were momentarily complicated, but he sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to inquire, the old dean sighed and explained, since learning about your championship, I went back and looked through old photos, wanting to show the children, and that's when I came across the records from back then. Hanmo, you were brought here on a rainy day. You were still a baby, carrying not only some money but also a longevity lock inscribed with the character Lin. I searched for a while before finding this forgotten item in a drawer. Is that so? Lin Chen's doubts temporarily faded, and he wasn't in a rush to retrieve the item. After entering the courtyard, accompanied by the old dean, he gave the food to Auntie who cooked for the staff. It was evident that the entire welfare home had been completely renovated by the old dean. Even the cafeteria meals now included more meat dishes. In the past, their meals depended entirely on what vegetables were cheaper at the old city market. Only during important holidays or the Lunar New Year would they have the chance to eat meat. Now, the entire welfare home had changed for the better. Thinking this, Lin Chen took out a packet of snacks from his bag and handed it to Song Lingling, who had been holding onto the old dean's clothes and following beside him. Song Lingling nibbled on her finger, shook her head, and crisply said, Grandpa said it's a good thing to be shared with everyone. If we eat it now, we won't be able to eat as much during dinner later. I want to eat 3 bowls of rice. You little rascal. The old dean tapped Song Lingling's head and explained to Lin Chen with emotion, this child only came to the courtyard in the past year. She's clever and mischievous. Many caregivers who came to help wanted to adopt her. We had already found a good family for her, but this girl insisted on staying here. Song Lingling vigorously nodded. My mom and dad will come find me. If I leave, they won't be able to find me. Lin Chen smiled gently at this and rubbed Song Lingling's head, then stuffed the snack into her pocket. How about this as a reward from Big Brother? Song Lingling seemed conflicted. Can I exchange the reward for braised pork? I won't eat it for free. I can perform for Big Brother by wolfing down 18 pieces of braised pork. Ha, be careful not to burst your belly. Lin Chen smiled, then stood up and asked the old dean, Grandpa, is there enough money in the welfare homes account now? Do you need me to contribute more? It's enough. It cost around 700,000 for the renovation, and these millions will support these children for a long time. The old dean waved his hand repeatedly, smiling, because of your top scholar status, we received a lot of welfare subsidies from the government. Isn't there a road near the old city area that needs renovation? They've given us the entire area next to the welfare home. When you come back from university to visit, the welfare home will look grand. I see. That's good then. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. The two chatted and returned shouting to the place where the children in the welfare home rested and played, led by the old director into his office. Although called an office, it was actually a place specifically for receiving external donors and prospective adoptive parents. This was the largest indoor space in the entire welfare home, with wooden bookshelves surrounding the well-laid white porcelain tiles. A load-bearing pillar connecting the entire house stood out, covered with various photos and group pictures. An old wooden table was placed on the right side, with a small bed around 1.6 meters next to it, where the old director usually rested. Perhaps due to the lack of sunlight indoors, the old director put on a slightly oversized robe for himself. When you get old, you can't stand the cold. Hanmo, please wait a moment. The old director said, then personally searched through a box on the bookshelf and quickly took out something wrapped in gray cloth. This is something your biological parents left for you, he said with emotion, holding the gray cloth and slowly unfolding the item in front of Lin Chen. Layer by layer, Lin Chen saw the slightly dim golden lock and the character Lin written on it. This is really... His expression changed slightly. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly focused. The gray cloth was completely unfolded. Inside, in addition to the golden lock, there was a shiny emerald green dagger. Lin Chen. At that moment, the old director's voice sounded like a ghost from the abyss, hoarse, as if mixed with a kind of eerie sound waves. In an instant, Lin Chen felt that the old director in front of him had changed his appearance. The grizzled face gradually transformed into the face of a middle-aged stranger, and the cold-proof robe he was wearing seemed to faintly reveal a blue color at this moment, which Lin Chen found extremely familiar. Jingku's disguise. This was the trap he had set. Mirrored demon. Or a human traitor? Just as these thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind, he instinctively infused 10 points of spiritual power into the World Tree Leaf bracelet, and a protective shield of 2,000 points of green light quickly unfolded. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had already grabbed the end of the dagger and fiercely stabbed towards Lin Chen's heart. The Jingku disguise on him shimmered faintly, actually breaking through the 2,000-point shield emitted by the World Tree Leaf and stabbing directly. Lin Chen, thank you for providing the attire. The middle-aged man looked at the young man who was close at hand, already imagining the scene of blood flowing when he stabbed into the other's chest. He couldn't help but look into the young man's brown eyes, hoping to detect fear, despair, and other emotions. Unfortunately, all he could read was calmness. Faced with such a sudden scene, the young man showed no signs of panic. Almost instinctively, the middle-aged man realized that something was wrong. But the dagger in his hand was already about to plunge into the other's chest, and he couldn't afford to think too much. The emerald green dagger drew a black line in the air, empowered by the Jingku disguise, like a venomous snake ready to strike, deadly upon contact. And at that moment, Lin Chen felt his body become heavy, emitting a mysterious light, as a black dragon robe flew out of the World Tree Leaf bracelet space and attached itself to him. It was as if a destined prelude was unfolding. In that moment, Lin Chen's body seemed to break through some kind of limitation, suddenly becoming agile and stepping back. With each step back, a long sword with its scabbard appeared out of thin air around his waist. Lin Chen tried to draw it, but the scabbard was too long for him to manage. However, due to his retreat, the emerald green dagger from the middle-aged man missed its mark, only grazing past Lin Chen's chest, creating ripples. What? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, his wrist movements becoming more anxious. The radiance of his attire shimmered intensely, as if an ancient assassin was attached to him, roaring furiously and thrusting the dagger once again. Lin Chen's response was evidently more composed this time. As he stepped back, a mysterious light burst forth from his black dragon robe, and bronze pillars around him emerged from the ground, instantly altering the surrounding terrain. In just a moment, the middle-aged man felt as if he had entered a grand and ancient palace. Lin Chen ahead now appeared even more majestic and solemn, like an emperor ruling the world. Around them, voices of condemnation continued to echo. How dare you? How dare you attempt to assassinate His Majesty? Protect the king! How dare a commoner? Such changes made the traitor in Jingku attire increasingly anxious. Clearly just a grade F cloth soulmaster, he shouldn't have dodged the first strike of the Great Sea attack. Could it be due to insufficient compatibility with his attire? The traitor pondered, then swiftly slashed forward again. Lin Chen dodged once more and quickly ran towards the nearest bronze pillar. The traitor hesitated slightly, glancing around with the corner of his eye, realizing that the people summoned around him were only hurling insults, none daring to step forward. The power of the black dragon robe was restricted. The situation was still within his control. With this information in mind, the traitor regained his composure, cursing as he swiftly lunged forward. His figure moved like a ghost, reaching Lin Chen in just a few blinks. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seemed to be drawing his long sword, momentarily frozen in place. "Huh, can't even draw your sword, kid, prepare to die." The human traitor gloated, the dagger in his hand flashing like a streak of light, about to pierce Lin Chen's neck. But as the dagger descended, Lin Chen suddenly leaned towards the pillar, narrowly evading the attack. How is this possible? The human traitor glared, his movements relentless in their assault. Lin Chen dodged again, running around the pillar. At that moment, the human traitor felt his mind completely consumed by the idea of assassination, unable to think of anything else. His adrenaline surged wildly, eyes bloodshot, fixed on the figure of Lin Chen in the black robe, relentlessly attacking. The two circled the pillar, one chasing, the other evading, neither able to gain the upper hand. Until a vial of medicine was thrown from the surroundings, hitting the pillar and causing the traitor to slightly dodge. The voices around grew more intense. "Wang Fujian! Wang Fujian!" Hearing this, Lin Chen's wrist flicked, drawing the long sword on his back to face the enemy. The long sword, previously impossible to unsheath, now effortlessly emerged from its scabbard in that moment. Instantly, a sharp sword aura emanated from the blade, illuminating the entire hall. Ah! The dominated traitor felt a sharp pain in his thigh, stumbling and falling beside the pillar. It was only then that his consciousness gradually cleared, realizing the abnormality of his current state. "This attire! You deceived us!" The traitor roared, fiercely hurling his dark green dagger towards Lin Chen's position. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, standing still without moving. The dagger, originally aimed at him, mysteriously veered off course in midair, grazing past his ear and embedding itself deeply into the pillar. "It's too late to know now," he murmured softly, the long sword gleaming with a sharp light, striking the traitor with 8 consecutive sword strikes, completely disabling his ability to act. It was as if a resolute roar echoed from the Jingko attire. "How dare you target the great mirror master? You will surely face retribution." "Definitely." The traitor knew he wouldn't survive, glaring at Lin Chen and shouting, "The master of the Forbidden Zone?" Lin Chen's expression changed, but before he could ask anything, the guards summoned to the scene swiftly approached and ended the life of the assassin. The surroundings returned to normal, with only Lin Chen in his black dragon robe and the human traitor who was now completely dead left in the office. The foreshadowing I casually planted actually came in handy. Lin Chen sighed and took out the phone stored in the leaves of the world tree, preparing to call the number left by Xia Yutong. Before he could act, Xia Yutong's call came in. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before answering. "Xia team? You were ambushed, right?" Xia Yutong went straight to the point. "Leave the next move to us, don't be surprised." As he spoke, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Visibly, the traitor lying lifeless on the ground mysteriously regained vitality. The blood flowing around him reversed, stitching together the fallen limbs and fragments, and the body slowly opened its eyes, pale and dull, saying, "We will take care of it." With that, the entire body gradually merged into the ground below until it disappeared. "Is this for my protection?" Lin Chen asked in astonishment. "It's not just for your protection, your loved ones and friends around you are also within the scope of protection. Once they face major danger, they will appear. This is one of our trump cards. You are not ready to understand more about them yet." Lin Chen nodded at this and chose not to dwell on it further. As he pondered what to do next, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the watery ground. "Dean?" Lin Chen hurried forward, and after thanking Xie Yutong and hanging up the phone, he quickly lifted the dean from the ground and laid him back on the bed, relieved to see the old man was just in a deep sleep. Phew! Lin Chen sat on a nearby chair for a while before getting up again, picked up the eternal lock that had fallen earlier, and examined it repeatedly. The whole body was golden and expensive, with a simple ancient character Lin engraved on the lock. This eternal lock should be something left by his parents. What is this? A clue for future recognition? After putting away the black dragon robe, Lin Chen held the eternal lock for a long time, only shifting his gaze when the sleeping dean woke up. "Hanmo, why did I fall asleep?" The dean sat up from the bed, a bit confused. Being just an ordinary person, he did not notice the previous battle and simply thought he was tired and took a nap due to his old age. He could still piece together some memories, as it seemed he had a similar experience in the mirrored space. Lin Chen did not explain the recent dangerous scene to the old man, just smiled and reassured him that he was just tired and needed a rest, swiftly changing the subject and asking about the authenticity of the eternal lock in his hand. "The eternal lock," the dean said with emotion, "is real. Your grandfather and a caregiver took this golden lock from your cradle. The craftsmanship is very fine, and it is quite valuable. I suppose, Hanmo, your family must be very wealthy, and there must have been a reason for abandoning you. Perhaps, Lin Chen replied calmly, showing no signs of sadness. To him, this orphanage was his true home, far more important than parents he had never met in this lifetime. He never dwelled on his parents' abandonment, nor did he entertain any fantasies of being a discarded young master from a wealthy family. Now this golden lock has returned to its rightful owner. The dean sighed. Perhaps, you still have a chance to meet them. Alright, child, let's not talk about sad things anymore. Let's go see the new kids at the welfare home with Grandpa. They are all mischievous and causing a ruckus. Okay. Lin Chen's face lit up with a smile as he nodded. Lin Chen arrived in the afternoon and had already met the kids once. Now it was approaching evening. Upon the warm invitation of the old director, he also went to the cafeteria and had a meal with the kids from the welfare home. The cook was an elderly lady with good skills. The pot rice and dishes were well prepared without being overcooked, and the balance of meat and vegetables was quite reasonable. There were about 10 dishes in total, including favorites like chicken legs and garlic stir-fried pork that the kids loved. Even the fruits after the meal were neatly arranged on plates. Lin Chen's contribution of fresh meat like rabbit meat was also served on the table. Sitting beside him, little Do Ding tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and told him that ever since he became a champion, it seemed like every day in the yard was like New Year's. New Year? Listening to the child's words, Lin Chen also felt a bit emotional. Turning his head, he saw that the one whispering to him was Song Lingling, who was seated at the adults' table because of her appetite. While other kids ate one bowl of rice each, Song Lingling ate 2 big bowls by herself. When lining up earlier, she was holding 3 bowls of rice. The caregiver responsible for serving food was afraid she would overeat and tried to take back 1 bowl. Little Do Ding was in a dilemma, holding onto the 3 bowls of rice tightly. Eventually, under the watchful eye of the old director, she reluctantly handed over 1 bowl, instructing the caregiver aunt to keep it safe until she finished the other 2 bowls. With Big Brother here, every day will be like New Year's from now on. Lin Chen smiled and patted her head. Hurry up and eat, or someone might eat the bowl you left aside. Song Lingling was startled by his words, fell silent, and focused on eating with full force. Unlike other kids who preferred lean meat, she enjoyed both lean and fatty meat, savoring every dish. Lin Chen noticed something new about her. Lingling, do you know what meat you're eating? Song Lingling paused at his question, her eating slowed down. Rabbit meat. Is it delicious? It's really tasty. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of good food. Satisfied with little Do Ding's answer, Lin Chen happily ate. After the meal, he quietly helped tidy up the cafeteria and left unnoticed. Before leaving, he visited the old director's office, left a letter on his desk, informing him that he would send money back every year so the director wouldn't have to worry about the children's needs. He wished everyone to be happy. Leaving the welfare home, Lin Chen booked a flight to Shangnan City, where the National Defense Spirit University was located, on his phone. After paying for the ticket, he opened a chatting app on Tomato and sent a message to Skinny Monkey and the others in a group chat named Spirit High School Entrance Exam Comrades. Lin Chen, when shall we meet up? I'm here at Ho Yuang at Jianlei. This group chat was established after the Mirror Space incident, a place for casual chatting. Unlike Lin Chen, these people had a colorful summer vacation, some traveling to various scenic spots, others being taken by elders to the Mist Forbidden Zone to fight monsters. At the end of the holiday, they all coincidentally arrived early in the city where the National Defense Spirit University was located. They had already organized several gatherings and dinners. Currently, Lin Chen was the last one to arrive in the group. His message was quickly responded to. Skinny Monkey, Lin, what time will you arrive? Send us your flight information, let's get together. John Lei, Lin, you've come at the right time. There's a lot of fun at the National Defense Spirit University these days. Lin Chen's expression changed when he heard this, and he quickly typed a message on his phone. What's the fun? John Lei sent a mischievous emoji and replied, hee hee, it's related to you, Lin Gu. You'll find out when you get here. Related to me? Lin Chen was puzzled by this unexpected connection. And so, the journey to the National Defense Spirit University began. College competitions, exploring the misty forbidden areas. As a freshman who had just been promoted to Class E at the beginning of the school year, Lin Chen had many things he wanted to do. Shangnan City. The roar of the airplane propellers mixed with the howling wind. Due to the long distance between Jinghai and Shangnan, Lin Chen chose to take the morning flight and arrived in Shangnan at noon. After getting off the plane, he followed the signs to the airport exit and called Skinny Monkey and John Lei. Soon, he saw Skinny Monkey and John Lei waiting for him at the gate. They were waving their arms excitedly, calling out, Lin Gu, over here. Over here. Lin Chen waved back at them and swiped his card to exit the airport gate. After a month and a half, John Lei and Skinny Monkey had changed slightly. John Lei's skin looked darker, as if he had been repeatedly roasted over a fire. Skinny Monkey's face had a touch of maturity and determination, with a few scars on his arms as if they were made by fierce beasts. It wasn't that Lin Chen was observing them so closely, but as he approached, Skinny Monkey kept waving his injured arm, posing in various ways, as if afraid Lin Chen hadn't noticed the wounds. "What happened to your hand?" Lin Chen asked casually. "Oh, buddy, I encountered a few Class C mutant beasts on the way to the Forbidden Zone and fought them to survive," Skinny Monkey replied nonchalantly. "Just minor injuries, no big deal." "Impressive," Lin Chen responded with a smile. John Lei interjected sarcastically, "Come on, fighting Class C mutant beasts? Clearly, they were fighting while you were running away, afraid of getting bitten in the butt. These minor scars can be healed for a few bucks, no need to keep them to look cool. You don't understand, this is proof of having experienced life and death," Skinny Monkey emphasized. "Forget about that, Lin Gu, hurry up. We've already reserved a private room and we're waiting for you. Today, let's taste the local delicacies of Shangnan." Skinny Monkey hailed a taxi and took Lin Chen towards the city center. "By the way, what's this fun thing you mentioned? Can you tell me now?" Lin Chen remembered and asked curiously. Lin Gu, the National Defense Spirit University recently held an internal competition called the Huaxia Attire Contest, Skinny Monkey said with a smile. The Huaxia Attire Contest? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly realized, the Great Qin Attire Showdown? Exactly, this competition is organized by the school departments, and students from all grades except seniors can participate. The rewards are very generous. Skinny Monkey raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen and said, "Lin Gu, how about it? Ready to go and dominate?" "As long as it's the Great Qin Attire, it doesn't matter who wears it," Lin Chen suddenly understood. So that's what it's all about. If he wore the Black Dragon robe to the Great Qin Attire Contest, wouldn't he crush everyone? Even if they were Class C geniuses, wearing the Great Qin Attire in front of him would only lead to being crushed. How could the spirit of the Great Qin attack their emperor? "If I really go up there, I'm afraid the organizers will kick me out directly," Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. "I can go and watch the excitement, but participating is out of the question. You guys can sign up and have a look, maybe even have a few rounds with the experts." "That makes sense. If you really win first place, it might cause some trouble." Skinny Monkey nodded and then said, "Isn't the college battle starting soon? I heard that the National Defense University school team is currently recruiting members, and they mentioned that the top player in this upcoming Great Qin Clothing and Crown Duel will become a member of their team. We've just entered school, it would be a joke if we were really recruited." "School team?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Skinny Monkey's words, and he hurriedly asked, "Isn't the university competition about forming your own teams? How come there's a school team?" "Oh, I just found out recently too. It's said that the team that won the school championship in the previous year is considered the school team until the next team appears, and this school team basically gathers the most elite students in the whole school." "What's up, Lin? Are you interested in joining the school team?" "Wait, Lin, you don't want to participate in the university competition, do you?" "Oh my god, Lin, are you really going to participate in the university competition?" After Skinny Monkey finished speaking, he wanted to see Lin Chen's expression, but found that the latter did not deny it, causing his pupils to dilate and exclaim in surprise. "Ah!" John Lei, who was sitting next to Lin Chen, was also dumbfounded. His mind was having trouble processing the situation at this moment. The university competition. It could be said to be a global ranking competition among universities, perhaps not as intense as the global college entrance examination, but it wouldn't be lacking in competitiveness. It's like the difference between the Olympics and the Asian Games. In such a top-notch showdown, John Lei had also fantasized about joining forces with Lin Chen at some point and dominating the competition on the field. But he had thought about doing it in his third or fourth year, not in this current year. By the time they reached their third or fourth year, they would have all grown and developed enough to compete for the championship. Participating now would mean having a group of F-level newcomers go up against at least D-level geniuses in their third and fourth years. Isn't that asking for trouble? During their time in the military district, they seemed to have crushed Li Dayo and the others, but that was only for a brief moment or two. Without Xia Yutan's support, they would have been beaten up. "Lin, are you planning to join a top team and try to be a substitute for the team?" That was the only idea John Lei could come up with. A substitute? How is that possible? "Would I, Lin, be a substitute for someone?" Skinny Monkey immediately retorted, then eagerly asked with shining eyes, "Lin, have you thought of a name for our team?" "I've already prepared one." "Already prepared one?" John Lei was taken aback by Skinny Monkey's words, then quickly realized, "Lin, are you planning to take us to participate in the university competition?" "Well, that's fine too. We might be the first team to join a major competition right after entering school, right? I want to join too. Forming a team on their own? Chen was taken aback by these two people's words. Honestly, he had only been considering this possibility. He hadn't decided whether to join someone else's team or create his own team. If I create my own team and bring Skinny Monkey and the others along, the attention on this team should explode. Reputation also depended on popularity. Was he really going to build a team with a large following? If they could wear the Chinese clothing and crown, defeat some weaker student teams, they might actually gain a significant amount of attention. It seems like it's not a bad idea. But if we really create a team, we must recruit some powerful senior students. Chen pondered. Are we really going to make it that big? Skinny Monkey's eyes sparkled as he thought for a moment, then felt a bit discouraged. If you create a team, finding skilled players might be a problem. After all, our strength is far below that of the major teams. It's hard to attract top players to our small team, unless we spend money, but that would be meaningless. Wait a minute, I have an idea. John Lei came up with a plan. Why don't we try to trick a few people into joining us? Isn't the Great Chen clothing competition about to start soon? Brother Lin, go up there and show your strength. Maybe you can recruit some experts? Once the Black Dragon robe is on, the others will have no choice but to kneel. The Great Chen clothing competition. Chen suddenly had an idea and asked, is this competition called the Huaxia clothing competition or the Great Chen clothing competition? It's the Huaxia clothing competition, Skinny Monkey answered somewhat puzzled. If it's the Huaxia clothing competition, maybe the Black Dragon robe isn't necessary? Chen fell into thought. By the time the vehicle arrived at the restaurant the group had booked, he had made up his mind. He was going to form his own team, and perhaps the first step could start with the Huaxia clothing competition arena. When does the Huaxia clothing competition start? Chen turned to ask John Lei. It's today, probably around 4 in the afternoon. John Lei pondered. Let's eat first. After lunch, we can rest at the hotel. There's no rush to form the team. Around 3 o'clock, we can go to the school for a stroll. The competition starts at 4 o'clock, and you can just go up with your Great Chen attire without registration. Okay, Chen nodded at the suggestion. The three got off the car and headed towards the restaurant. It was a restaurant with a distinct Shangnan style. As soon as they entered the hall, Chen caught a whiff of a strong fish fragrance. Pictures of the signature dish, chopped pepper fish head, were everywhere. Smelling the aroma, Chen felt a bit hungry and quickened his pace to follow Skinny Monkey upstairs into the large private room. Li Yuan, Zhang Qingxiu, and Chen Chang were already there, with a table full of dishes waiting for them. As soon as they entered, Zhang Qingxiu's teasing voice rang out, "Our brother Lin has gotten quite fair over the summer, even fairer than our skin." She and her brother John Lei had traveled to many places with their parents. Although their skin wasn't as dark as John Lei's, it had turned into a healthy wheat color from the sun. As for Chen, he had spent most of the summer working in the archives. His only exercise time was running at night, so he hadn't been exposed to the sun much. Compared to them, his skin had indeed become fairer. When we have our freshman military training, we'll all be the same color, Chen replied with a smile. Military training was something every new student at the Defense Spirit University had to go through. The admission letter from the university included information about military training because students often ventured into the Mist Forbidden Zone, where there was a certain level of risk to their lives. In the Mist Forbidden Zone, the strength of clothing was the most direct guarantee of safety, but it didn't mean that spirit masters could rest easy. Just like during the previous military competition, Chen had strategies against Li Dayo and others. In the Mist Forbidden Zone, the beasts sometimes bypassed the divine barriers unexpectedly and attacked the spirit masters directly. In such dangerous moments, the personal physical fitness of the spirit masters was crucial. Running faster might help you escape from the jaws of a beast. Therefore, the training of new students in military skills was particularly important. No matter how talented you were, you couldn't escape military training. The Defense Spirit University was responsible for every student. As soon as this topic came up, everyone started sharing their thoughts. Military training is tough, but I heard from the senior sisters that it's mainly about some physical training conducted by soldiers from the military district, Zhang Qingxiu said. If you faint during military training, can you take a leave? Li Yuan, sitting with her feet swinging under the chair, adjusted her thick glasses and asked timidly. She really lacked confidence in physical fitness. It's not bad. After all, this military training is just a habit to cultivate our physical fitness. It's tiring, but the results after a week are quite good. John Lei was completely indifferent to it. In terms of physical strength, perhaps only the tall and sturdy Chen Chang could compete with him. Instead of that, let's have a meal first. After eating, we can discuss Lin Ji's plan to form a team. The university competition registration will start during the military training. Forming a team, university competition? Form a team, participate in the university competition? When Jiang Lei revealed Lin Chen's plan, it shocked everyone in the room. Can you take me with you? Chen Chang was the first to react, his eyes shining brightly, very interested in such a proposal. If he were to participate in this year's university competition alone, it would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. But if he participated under Lin Chen's leadership, perhaps a completely different situation would arise. Everyone can join, but we'll have to wait until the university competition registration starts to see the specifics. We must find some strong external support, Lin Chen said with a smile. To ensure the safety of each match, a team generally needs 15 players, including substitutes, with a minimum of 8 players. Including Lin Chen himself, they only had 6 people, so they needed to recruit at least 2 high-level students to register for the competition. I can try to recruit 2 seniors, I have some connections in this area, Chen Sheng said first. His father is the principal of the Imperial Capital First High School, with connections to major universities and a thorough understanding of the talented students who graduate from there. If they could recruit some talented seniors from the first high school to the National Defense Spirit University, the team would truly come together. Having connections is great. Skinny Monkey excitedly patted Chun Chang on the shoulder. Brother, whether our team can come together depends on you. After chatting, Lin Chen and the others sat down and enjoyed the Shangnan specialty dishes. Finally, under Skinny Monkey's arrangement, they returned to the pre-booked hotel. Since there were still a few days before the university started and they hadn't been assigned dormitories, they could only stay in the hotel temporarily. After resting for a while, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 6 of them gathered and walked to the entrance of the National Defense Spirit University. Even though they had learned a lot about the grandeur of the National Defense Spirit University from the internet, Lin Chen was still shocked by the massive marble gate hundreds of meters ahead. The most distinctive feature was the circular square in front of the gate, where a giant white bone dragon carcass was placed in the center like a specimen. Its body seemed to be half kneeling on the ground, as if subdued by a powerful being, completely trampled underfoot. Even so, its body was 2 to 3 stories high, enough to make ordinary people tremble just by looking at it. This was not an artwork but a truly B-grade restricted zone bone dragon. Donated by an alumnus of the National Defense Spirit University, it was crafted into an artwork and displayed here. Every time I come here, I can't help but want to take a few parts from this bone dragon, Skinny Monkey sighed. This bone dragon was a treasure trove, with every bone being at least a translucent grade material, and its skull and bone teeth were definitely slanting sun-grade. The National Defense Spirit University used this treasure as a specimen, with a sign nearby bearing a message. Just like this. Those who read it were filled with enthusiasm. In order to reduce people's fear of the beasts in the restricted zone and showcase the high standards of the National Defense Spirit University, the school spared no effort. Lin Chen took a closer look at the bone dragon and couldn't help but ask, aren't they afraid of it being stolen at the entrance? Stolen? How could the National Defense Spirit University not be prepared for that? Jiang Lei pointed to the security booth at the school gate, where an elderly man in his 60s was leisurely sunbathing in his security uniform. Lin Gu, do you see that old man? I heard from the seniors that he's at least a B-level expert. Why would they hire elderly men as security guards in such a big school? They are here to watch over the bone dragon. The young security guards we'll encounter later are the normal ones. It's not simple for elderly people to still be wandering around the school. A retired B-level expert working as a security guard? Lin Chen was shocked to hear this, gaining a new perspective on the National Defense Spirit University. After a brief tour, the 6 of them didn't linger any longer. After showing their admission certificates to the guard, they were smoothly allowed inside. Glancing around, Lin Chen's eyes fell on a massive 100-year-old pine tree. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows and giving the land a golden hue. A gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers and grass, instantly refreshing the mind and spirit. The campus was shaded by lush trees, with various flowers blooming in a riot of colors: red, yellow, purple, like a meticulously painted picture by nature. Not far away, a red banner stood out conspicuously. The B2 District Spirit University Arena is about to open. Regardless of level, anyone wearing traditional Chinese attire can participate in the challenge. Lin Chen, this is your first time here, so let's take a brief look around the university first and head to the B2 district around 4 o'clock, Zhang Qingqiu said, dialing a number on her phone. Soon, a female student drove a medium-sized sightseeing car towards them from the end of the road. Senior sister, over here. Zhang Qingqiu waved, then explained to Lin Chen, she's a sophomore and the head of the school's news club. She's the one who showed us around the school a few days ago. I didn't want to bother her this time, but she insisted on coming over when she heard your name, saying she had big news." As she spoke, the sightseeing car swiftly stopped in front of them. The driver was a girl in a light pink t-shirt with a white cap, her oval face lightly made up, her eyes lively as she scanned the surroundings. She quickly spotted Lin Chen in the crowd, waved, and greeted him. "You must be Lin Chen, right?" "Hello, I'm Lin Duo." Lin Chen, "Hello, senior sister," Lin Chen quickly replied politely. "I heard you're going to the Great Chen Attire Arena later." I rushed over immediately. Lin Duo's eyes sparkled, eager not to miss out on the action. "Will you be wearing the black dragon robe for the event?" "I probably will," Lin Chen replied uncertainly, as he did have that intention, but he planned to first go to the competition area to observe for a while. "That's great," Lin Duo said, pulling out a professional camera from somewhere. "Can I take a few photos of you later?" "I'm all set. I'll wait for you to go on stage and then post an explosive headline on the school forum. If you find it troublesome, it's okay. I'll just keep them as material for the future. You can decide when you want to share them." It seemed like she had stumbled upon a big piece of news. Lin Go Zhonglei nudged Lin Chen with his elbow, whispering, "This news, if it gets on the National Defense Spirit University's online news, you'll really become famous in front of the whole school, and our recruitment will be much easier." Lin Chen nodded at the words, understanding Skinny Monkey's meaning. "Of course, I don't mind," he replied with a smile to Lin Duo. Forming a team of freshmen as the main force would definitely attract a lot of attention. It was just a matter of time. In that case, why not make a bit of a splash? "That's great." Lin Duo cheered for a while, first taking a photo of Lin Chen entering the school, then urging everyone to get on the bus quickly. The sightseeing bus started quickly and headed towards the school's interior. Before long, they saw a giant blood-red stone monument standing in the campus. What we see now is a monument to the school's history, recording the achievements of each generation of students who ventured into the mist-forbidden zone. Lin Duo seemed to be accustomed to receiving guests, like a senior tour guide who could effortlessly recount various events at the school. The combat zone, teaching area, luxurious single dormitories. The entire school was like a small city, able to meet all the students' needs. There were even dedicated buildings for punishing students who violated rules. Prison, yes, Lin Chen actually saw a prison inside the school. It was a complex of black and white buildings, with students wearing various foreign prison uniforms passing by the entrance. This is the unique feature of our National Defense Spirit University, the prison. Because we often venture deep into the forbidden zone, which lacks surveillance, National Defense Spirit University must establish strict records and regulations to restrict students' brutal and dark behaviors. For example, murder, looting, or retaliatory actions against fellow students within the school. After all, we are just students and must separate ourselves from the hunters who lick blood off their knives in the mist forbidden zone. If one violates the criminal law, National Defense Spirit University has the right to invite official personnel to settle in, use national and school laws to conduct a trial on the students. Our school is the only one in Huaxia with such authority. If sentenced to prison, you will really be imprisoned here. It's not a big deal to violate school rules and end up in jail, but if it's a violation at the national level, you will be expelled from the school and become a seriously untrustworthy person. Lin Duo explained the seriousness of the situation, adding at the end, "Of course, if someone attacks us first, we won't hesitate to fight back. It's necessary to act when the time comes." Lin Chen listened thoughtfully, looking forward to the Forbidden Zone journey in his academic life. National Defense Spirit University was vast, and their time for the visit was limited. As it was nearing 4 o'clock, Lin Duo stopped explaining, focused on driving, and quickly led Lin Chen and the others to a huge building resembling a bird's nest from a past life. In front of it, a large amount of energy fluctuations had already appeared. "Wow! Big news! People are already fighting before even entering?" Lin Duo's eyes sparkled at the scene. Lin Chen squinted and saw dozens of soldiers wearing black armor from the Great Qin Empire. They held spears, facing each other as if they were about to go to war. "Are students allowed to use spirit abilities inside the school?" He couldn't help but ask. "I know this. It's not allowed inside the school, only near the spirit duel arena and within a kilometer of the prison. But for real fights, you have to go in. The summoning in front of this gate is just a provocation and show of strength before the fight," explained Skinny Monkey. "That's right. Buckle up, everyone. I'm going to grab the latest news. Judging by the situation, it might be a genius in the school fighting for treasure or something else. If we spice it up a bit, it could be a huge headline news," Lin Duo said, driving the sightseeing car swiftly, quickly approaching the gate. At that moment, the tense soldiers suddenly paused. Then, all the soldiers turned their gaze towards them. Lin Chen, who was about to watch the show, felt something was amiss. Luyu, your school team is really something. 3 years ago, you got first place because our meteor of the Forbidden Zone hadn't come to National Defense Spirit University yet. This time, our team also wants first place, with even better treatment. Tangyu, are you deliberately going against us? Just because you helped someone, you think you can challenge our school team? In front of the B2 area gate of the National Defense Spirit University arena, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. A man and a woman stood facing each other in their attire resembling the soldiers of the Great Qin dynasty, accompanied by their teammates. Since it was a competition of the Huaxia Clothing and Crown Association, almost everyone was dressed in attire from the Great Qin dynasty, predominantly in black and red military uniforms. At a glance, it looked like a small army had gathered there. Some students stood out, wearing attire resembling the sorcerers of the Great Qin period based on the information released by Lin Chen. Their wide robes and large sleeves gave them an elegant and carefree appearance. The robes were usually long, covering up to the ankles, providing warmth and a sense of solemnity, although they felt heavy and hot in the scorching summer. The unique design of the sleeves, swinging with each step, seemed to convey the mysterious and unpredictable power of the sorcerers. After channeling their spiritual energy into the attire, most of them appeared to have an elderly figure by their side, exuding an aura of celestial grace and possessing the ability to summon thunder with a mere gesture. Tensions rose between the two sides. The surrounding spectators seemed unfazed by the confrontation. Luyu and these two are at it again. They've been archenemies since elementary school. I heard they've been at odds all the way to university. Their chemistry is off the charts. When are they getting married? I want to bring a gift. Leaving aside everything else, in terms of strength, the Forbidden Zone Meteor and the school team are evenly matched. This year's internal selection is worth watching. Indeed, if these two teams were to merge, it would be hard to predict the winner. As people chatted, they stepped back, giving both teams the opportunity to unleash their spiritual power. At that moment, a sightseeing car swiftly approached from outside and stopped just beyond the crowd. Suddenly, all the soldiers and sorcerers in confrontation turned their heads towards the location of the sightseeing car. More precisely, towards Lin Chen seated inside the car. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. What's going on? Why are they all looking over there? The two arguing individuals at the forefront also turned their heads in confusion. Accompanied by the movements of the crowd, there was a sudden rustle as all the soldiers and sorcerers, including Lin Chen, knelt down, placing their left hand over their right hand in a gesture of respect, bowing slowly to the ground with their heads lowered. Your Majesty! The synchronized voices echoed loudly, resonating throughout the area in front of the Grand Hall. The weight of the solemn ceremony made everyone in similar attire feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The crowd in front parted, revealing the sightseeing car completely to everyone. Lin Duo, who was about to grab the news, was left dumbfounded by this sudden scene, but quickly realized what was happening. Her eyes widened, and her fingers swiftly pressed the shutter button to capture the moment. In her mind, today's hot topic on the forum had already taken shape. Shocking! The genius captain of the university team, Zhang Feng, unexpectedly receives a bow from a freshman of F rank. Your Majesty? Some students in the crowd murmured upon hearing this name, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Chen? Which one on the car is Lin Chen? He's here, damn. Lin Chen? As soon as they heard this, everyone in the audience was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Only one person in the world could command the summoned soldiers of the Great Qin and sorcerers to perform such actions and address him as Your Majesty. The young man engraved in the hearts of all those wearing the Great Qin attire. The ruler of the Great Qin, Lin Chen. The sole wearer of the Black Dragon robe. Wasn't Lin Chen supposed to start school later? Did he come early? I saw it. The one in the blue short-sleeved shirt on the car. I've read about him. Oh my, unbelievable. If Lin Chen participates in this arena match, how can we compete? The soldiers would kneel before him as soon as they step onto the field. Are there any rules preventing Lin Chen from competing? On the sightseeing bus, Lin Chen was completely stunned. Honestly, it was the first time he realized that encountering the spirits of the soldiers of the Great Qin dynasty outside would be such a scene. There was no need to change into Chinese attire. Even if he wasn't wearing a black dragon robe, these summoned spirits and Taoists could still recognize him. Lingu, this situation seems a bit different from what we expected. Skinny Monkey felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of the group of university students. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Chen didn't know what to do at this moment, but since he had come, he couldn't leave empty-handed. He also wanted to see if he could recruit a first or second place from this competition. Those who could come here to compete and achieve a ranking must be geniuses who excelled in acting and production. If he could recruit 1 or 2 C or D grade students as teammates, his team would be complete. Everyone, please rise. Lin Chen looked at the great Qin spirits and Taoists who had been summoned and said. In an instant, as if receiving some kind of command, the spirits and Taoists quickly stood up, but they all kept their heads low, still showing respectful attitudes. TSK TSK. This scene made some students in the crowd extremely envious. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen summoned spirits obedient to someone else. So impressive. Honestly, I thought Lin Chen had revealed all of the history of the great Qin dynasty. Wouldn't that be giving up a huge treasure? Now it seems, he is the smartest one. The whole great Qin dynasty belongs to him. How can we say he's giving up? Lin Chen? Among the confrontational group, the girl who claimed to be the captain of the school team stepped forward quickly, curiously extending her hand. Hello, I'm Luyu, the captain of the National Defense Spirit University school team. I was planning to wait at the school gate on the first day of school to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come early. So, are you interested in joining our school team and participating in this college competition? Inviting Lin Chen to join the college competition? Everyone was stunned at the words, followed by expressions of disbelief. No way? Inviting Lin Chen? He's only F grade, right? This college competition is not like the great Qin attire. Wait, it's not certain. If Lin Chen is in the college competition, others won't be able to compete with Chinese attire. The words in the crowd immediately made everyone realize. If they could invite Lin Chen to lead, it would be like disabling half of the arms of all the national college teams in China. Who wouldn't be able to clash with a team that has Lin Chen? Lin Chen, don't join that school team, our Forbidden Zone meteor is the strongest. As they spoke, Tang Yu, who was confronting Luyu, ran over, pushed Luyu aside, and grabbed Lin Chen's hand eagerly, his eyes shining. Hey, I got here first. Luyu, who was pushed aside, directly stepped forward and locked Tang Yu in a neck hold, dragging him back. Wow, big power monster, what are you doing? Tang Yu shouted, but couldn't break free from Luyu's neck hold. Lin Chen watched the scene in a daze, and in the end, the two teams stepped forward to mediate, resolving the conflict and moving on. After the dust settled, the two leaders no longer had the intention to confront each other, so they followed suit and, along with their respective teammates, entered the B2 area with Lin Chen and the others. The building, similar to the bird's nest from a past life, was quite large inside, with a spacious rest and dining area that could accommodate hundreds of people upon entering. Similar to a shopping mall, advertising screens were placed in the center, playing exciting scenes of spirit battles. At this moment, many students were already waiting in the rest area, and there were also quite a few people wearing the attire of the great Qin dynasty. Lin Chen and a few others found a row of seats and sat down together. He sat in the middle, while Luyu and Tang Yu took seats on either side. His position was somewhat awkward. Just as he was pondering what to say, Tang Yu spoke up. Lin Chen, our invitation for you to join the team is not solely because of your reputation at Daqin Academy. We've received reliable information that this year's intercollegiate competition will not only test the participants' strength but also incorporate creativity, rarity, and specificity of attire into the competition. It's like the first question of this year's college entrance examination, where you are required to create a garment with a kingly aura. The intercollegiate competition emphasizes confrontation, but it's not just about individual battles. They've revamped the intercollegiate competition? Assessment in a manner similar to a proposition essay? The Thin Monkey and others listening nearby were suddenly energized, especially upon hearing that it might follow the format of the college entrance examination. Their excitement surged even more. This was Lin Chen's specialty after all. Originally, they had hoped to make a name for themselves at the prestigious National Defense Spirit University among so many strong competitors. Now, it seemed they might actually have a faint chance to strive for the top spot, provided they recruit some talented students of D or C level to bridge the gap in strength. Is that so? Thank you, seniors. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and expressed his gratitude. So, brother, which team are you planning to join? Tang Yu asked. The seniors in their fourth year are not really focused on the intercollegiate competition anymore. It's always us, the juniors in our third year, who take the lead. Our team, Meteor in the Forbidden Zone, is considered top-notch. Hold on. What do you mean Meteor in the Forbidden Zone? Lin Chen, we are the reigning champions from the previous year. The official team of the National Defense Spirit University. Joining our team is the best choice. Luyu added, and as they spoke, a sense of competition filled the air. Seeing this, Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, Sorry, seniors, I might not join. Not join? Both of them were taken aback by Lin Chen's words. You're not planning to participate this year? The intercollegiate competition won't affect your studies. Even if your grades suffer a bit, it's all about gaining experience for the next year, Tang Yu said, somewhat surprised. Senior, is it possible for us to form our own team? The thin monkey sitting nearby interjected. Form our own team? Ha! Tang Yu and Lu Yu were both stunned, looking at Lin Chen with a questioning gaze. Well, I do plan to form my own team to participate in the intercollegiate competition. Would you seniors be interested in joining us? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Ha! His words left everyone present in a daze. Tang Yu and the others' teammates were all taken aback. This junior they wanted to invite was now planning to form his own team and invite them to join. Wait a minute. Tang Yu quickly interrupted, chuckling awkwardly. Brother, you sure know how to joke. A freshman forming his own team to join the intercollegiate competition? We've seriously considered this, Lin Chen replied and shared his thoughts with Tang Yu, such as recruiting external help. Tang Yu, upon careful consideration, found it quite plausible. However, would any experts really participate in such trivial matters? Someone nearby scoffed. Our goal is to compete for the championship in the entire intercollegiate competition. Your team may seem novel, but if you want to recruit us, you're still a bit green. Lin Chen, we all know that your awakened talent is very strong, and your control over the clothing and crown of Huaxia is very high, but these are just some extra points in winning this university competition. It cannot be the key to victory. Moreover, if there is another proposition assessment, without your unique advantage in Daqin's clothing and crown, how can you stand out in this assessment? As soon as this person spoke, the faces of Chen Chang and others immediately darkened. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Li Kong, apologize. Think before you speak. Tang Yu frowned upon hearing this, sternly speaking. If you don't want these words to spread today, apologize immediately. Right now. If you delay, I won't be the one warning you. Feeling bored and wanting to drop out in your junior year, huh? Tang Yu glanced at the corner, where Lin Duo from the news club seemed to have heard some big news, holding a camera in recording mode and continuously filming. He quickly looked at Lin Chen and said, Sorry, brother, he's just talkative, don't take it to heart. With that, he stood up and kicked Li Kong. Apologize, what are you standing there for? Unexpectedly, the young man in blue from the Forbidden Zone meteorite team still just indifferently said sorry without any intention of apologizing. Annoyed, Shen Chang snorted and was about to get up to leave. Unexpectedly, Li Kong added, I did it on purpose. Lin Chen, my younger brother is Li Yue, and I am his older brother. You were his opponent in the first and third rounds. Ha! For a moment, the prepared Chen Chang sat back somewhat confused. Ah! Lin Chen looked at the other party, his expression changing slightly, vaguely sensing the resemblance between the two. The world is really that small? Honestly, during the exam, Lin Chen didn't have a deep impression of Li Yue. It wasn't until he came across his highlights in a short video during the summer vacation that he learned about this person. Many people say that Li Yue is a jinx. Meeting Lin Chen in the first round was one thing, but having to face off against him in the third round was another. Lin Chen, the world is indeed small, Li Kong said coldly. I know what achievements you have made, but knowing doesn't mean I can't make a few remarks. My brother largely failed the college entrance examination because of you. Fortunately, a third-rate college accepted him out of quota, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to college at all. Emotions. Personal grudges. Tang Yu's expression changed slightly, finally understanding why his teammate was acting so irrationally. He quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Why didn't you tell me about this? I only found out recently that Lin Chen got into our university. I thought I had no connection with him, but unexpectedly, we met here, Li Kong said unabashedly. His achievements are impressive, but that doesn't stop my resentment. Wait, this senior can't say that. Chen Cheng stepped forward to argue. The path in the college entrance examination hall is chosen by oneself. Li Yue did so, and so did I. If he had chosen to join Lin Chen's sub-team in the third round, would it have been a completely different outcome? Like me? What's the use of saying this now? It won't change the reality that has already been created. Li Kong looked at Lin Chen coldly. Since you want to form a team, let's settle it on the competition field. I will leave the Forbidden Zone meteorite team and recruit my own team to compete with you. If there's a chance, I really want to compete with you now. Li Kong said, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's voice rang out from behind. Senior Li Kong, since it's a competition, there's no need to wait, come now. Li Kong was stunned by the words and turned around. The young man had a faint smile on his face. Shall we have a round to test the method of proposition assessment? What? Lin Chen's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Even many students nearby who were eavesdropping on the conversation turned to look. F-level challenging a C-level garment soul master? This is going to be a great show. Snacks and drinks are ready. Our new junior schoolmate seems to look down on the senior students of the third year. Proposition assessment can indeed create a gap, but what about the difference in experience and knowledge? The proficiency in garment making cannot be compared between the two, right? Li Kong, who had been prepared to leave, stopped in his tracks and looked at the young man in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Alright, I accept. He had no intention of asking Lin Chen if he was sure. It seemed like he wanted to show Lin Chen who was in charge. Wait, brother, there's no need for this. Tang Yu, seeing the situation, wanted to step forward to mediate between the two, but was pulled back by Lu Yu sitting beside him. What are you doing? What else? Let them fight if they want to. Are you trying to mediate? Clearly adding fuel to the fire. Lu Yu gave him a disdainful look. Let them have a fight. Some conflicts are not better off dragged out. Well, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was some truth to it, so he had no intention of stopping them, just said to Lin Chen and the others. Originally, this B2 area was already scheduled for the Huaxia Garment competition this afternoon. Since you want to fight, I'll go arrange with the organizers, consider it an appetizer before the competition. Is that okay? Sure. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Li Kong snorted in agreement. I won't go easy on you. With that, he turned to leave, only to notice that the expressions of the thin monkey and his companions nearby seemed somewhat strange. It seemed like they wanted to see a good show. These people showed no sign of concern for Lin Chen at all. Foolish. Li Kong gave the group a cold glance and walked towards the arena. He. The thin monkey leaned in next to Lin Chen, winking and said, Lin Ji, give this kid a good lesson. If this works out, our team will have made a name for itself. Others may not know, but those of us who have been to the military area know, right? Those garment-making techniques, those Kuanping sacrificial robes. Lin Chen has a lot up his sleeve. It would be best to completely crush him. His way of speaking is really annoying. Chen Chang added. All right. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Before long, the students wearing Huaxia garments and preparing to showcase their skills in the arena heard the announcement from the arena. Attention students, an exhibition match has been added to the school-level competition. This year's freshman Lin Chen will have an exhibition match against the third-year student Li Kong from the Forbidden Zone Meteorite team. Match content, random proposition assessment. Freshman Lin Chen is the provider of Huaxia garments and culture in this Huaxia garment arena competition, and also the overall champion of the global high school entrance examination. This announcement immediately caused a stir in the arena. Almost everyone's gaze turned to the large screen displaying the announcement. Lin Chen, the overall champion of the global high school entrance examination. Lin Chen? Lin Chen is here too. Wow, he just appeared and is already going to compete with a third-year student? So impressive. Ah, where is Lin Chen? I want to take a photo with him. I wonder if there will be a chance to ask him about the 6 arts of a gentleman. That's what we should be learning. With the announcement, the large screen projecting the match quickly changed, revealing the figures of the two in a lush green field. Everyone fixed their gaze and quickly compared the image of Lin Chen in their minds with the young man on the right. It really is him. I knew Lin Chen would definitely stir up trouble at school, and it's not even the start of the school year yet. Random topic assessment? No, I also know Li Kong. Our school can be considered a rising star. How can Lin Chen not have the authority to set the topic? An audience member questioned. Li Kong, who had already entered the venue, frowned upon hearing the announcement, looking at the young man standing 50 meters away from him. Random topic? Do you have that much confidence in beating me? He had informed the referees outside the competition venue before it started, giving Lin Chen the authority to set the topic. Little did anyone know, Lin Chen didn't even use it. Let's wait and see, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Let's begin, Li Kong coldly snorted, prompting directly. Both players are in position. Random topic begins. With the sound, there was a slight sway on the shady field. Before Lin Chen could react, he felt something swiftly fly out from under his feet, carrying him upwards continuously until he slowly came to a stop at a height equivalent to about 2 floors. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was standing on the right tray of a huge golden balance. Li Kong stood on the left, facing him from a distance. Their weights were definitely different, but at that moment, the balance didn't budge an inch. There are always those who would sacrifice their lives to protect something. The topic of this round's assessment is the weight of sacrifice. Portray and summon a human or deity who would rather lose their life to protect something or a concept. After a successful summoning, the side the balance tilts towards wins. Due to time constraints for the exhibition match, only a small amount of materials at the microlight level will be provided, with a time limit of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the official balance competition will begin. Assessment topic, the weight of sacrifice. This announcement caused a stir throughout the venue. Using a fair balance as a referee, this is definitely the most challenging topic. Yes, this fair balance is not like human referees who can be swayed by emotions, it advocates absolute fairness. The stronger one will win. Chen is in trouble now. He thought the referees might give him extra points based on his level, but now it seems he has to rely solely on his own strength. Referee stand. Captain Tang Yu from the Forbidden Zone team and the school team's Lu Yu were seated inside. Apart from inviting them to be referees for the school competition, there were also 3 of the top Soulcloth professors from the National Defense Soulcloth University, the youngest of whom was over 60 years old. Currently, the exhibition match was judged by these 5 individuals. The situation is not favorable for Chen. Should we consider changing the topic? Tang Yu tapped the table. Since the child proposed a random topic, he won't give up on any kind of topic. A silver-haired old man with gold-rimmed glasses among the referees chuckled. There's no need to worry too much about Chen losing directly to Li Kong. Since he dares to challenge Li Kong, he must have his own trump card. How many miracles has he created? Tang Yu sighed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why is the world so small? Meanwhile, on the duel stage, a small piece of dimly glowing fabric and a plain blue material appeared on each side of the balance. The color of the ordinary material can be changed at any time. 30-minute countdown for the match begins. With the announcement, a huge countdown clock appeared in the sky above the duel stage. Golden opaque walls gradually rose around the balances occupied by Chen and Li Kong. Chen, if you want to back down and change the topic now, I agree. While the wall had not completely risen, Li Kong crossed his arms and sneered at Chen, if I lose miserably later, I might lose face. Senior, take care of yourself first, Chen replied calmly, still smiling. Their voices were broadcast clearly through the arena, spreading across the entire B2 area. Lin Gu, so domineering. If we win by crushing victory, our team won't lack anyone. Skinny Monkey and Zhang Lei shouted, excited, wishing they were the ones facing off against Li Kong. Zhang Qingqiu and Li Yuan didn't shout but went to get some iced drinks together. In their eyes, this was a battle without suspense. Chen Cheng didn't shout either. Instead, he imitated Li Kang's posture, crossing his arms, eager to see how this genius surpassing himself had progressed a month and a half later. My spiritual power has already reached 300 points. This speed can definitely be considered outstanding among geniuses. Chen, did you make any progress in spiritual power this summer? He muttered to himself. Making a faint-level garment in 30 minutes would have been quite a challenge during the previous college entrance examination. But now, things were different. The promotion speed of a tailor master before reaching C rank could be considered rapid. Chen Cheng had undergone rigorous training throughout the summer, reaching a terrifying level in both garment soul manipulation and spiritual power enhancement. Now, had Chen, who spent his summer organizing the Great Qin Attire, fallen behind him? Had he completely surpassed Chen in this short time? The answer would be revealed in 30 minutes. When the golden barrier completely sealed off the inside, leaving only a small window to count down to the sky, Chen focused on the fabric in front of him and pondered what kind of clothing to make. Not because it was difficult, but because there were too many figures related to Huaxia and the topic. This rich battle, he really didn't know how to approach it for a moment. First, some powerful Huaxia deities may not be able to be created. The grade of clothing materials is too low, and there is a high probability that higher-level deities cannot be summoned. There is no need to spend legendary points to upgrade clothing materials. In that case, according to the topic, we can completely start from historical figures. Chen first thought of the national level. There were not too many legendary figures like this, such as the poet Wen Tianxiang, who wrote, since ancient times, who has not died. Let us keep our aspirations bright as the Han dynasty. Or the loyal minister Yu Qian of the Ming dynasty who refused to move south. There were too many specific historical figures to choose from in Huaxia. However, this time, Chen thought for a moment, looked at the fabric in front of him, and a thought emerged. In his mind, within the unique realm of Huaxia's thinking, a book with a pentagram on the cover slowly shimmered. In that era of raging wars, there were too many martyrs who sacrificed their lives for ideals and beliefs. This was a history full of blood and tears yet shining brightly. Looking at the shining pentagram on the bookshelf in his mind, Chen had already found the answer to making the garment. After requesting to change the ordinary fabric to grass green and earth yellow, he reached out towards the materials in front of him and immediately used the tailor master's crafting ability. The highest level of special material, the faint level, slowly floated, emitting waves of heat, and quickly transformed into the familiar style from his memories before Chen's eyes. The 30 minutes of crafting time flew by. When there were only 5 minutes left in the match, a voice came from the left side of the wall, Li Kong requesting to end the assessment early. Referee, I have completed the garment making. I request to end the assessment early. No one was surprised by this. After all, Li Kang was already a C-level garment soul master, so it didn't take that long to create a garment with only some materials at the microlight level, even if the production was meticulous. What kind of garment is Li Kang planning to use to defeat Lin Chen? Could it be the Daqin Iguan? Daqin Iguan? Unless Li Kang has lost his mind, who doesn't know the extent of Lin Chen's control over Daqin Iguan? Sacrifice? Isn't the sacrifice of Daqin for their lord? The lord is right there. I feel it should be a Western deity or a human, right? After all, this is what Li Kang is best at making now. The onlookers of students speculated as they watched the slowly falling golden walls. Soon, their thoughts were confirmed. After the referee inquired about the rules with Li Kang and confirmed, he agreed to his request. The golden walls on the right side of the balance quickly fell by half, revealing Li Kang's figure. At this moment, he had already changed out of his usual clothes and put on a waist-tied short robe. This type of robe was made of lightweight and breathable fabric, as if it were specifically chosen for long-distance wearers. The upper part was mainly dark in color, which helped maintain cleanliness in dusty environments. Around his waist was a wide belt to secure the short robe and carry necessary items conveniently. Hanging on the belt were 1 or 2 pouches for storing letters, coins, or other small items. This is the style of ancient Greece. The students who could enter the Garment Soul University were knowledgeable in garment making and historical knowledge, and most of them recognized the period of the garment at a glance. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yu, sitting in the referee's seat, also understood his team members' intentions. Phidipides. The sacrifice Li Kang mentioned, it's him. Tang Yu sighed. Phidipides? Beside him, Lu Yu was stunned at first, then after a moment of thought, she realized he was the human origin of the marathon in ancient Greek history. Li Kang made a good choice. If he can successfully summon it, the weight of this sacrifice is definitely not light. Phidipides, a soldier who served as a messenger in ancient Greece. When the Persian army invaded Greece, Athens sent him to run to Sparta for support, sacrificing his own life in the process. The marathon race was also established in his memory. Li Kang's choice was precise and relevant. Leaving aside other things, there are too many stories and mythological figures in Western mythology related to sacrifice. A professor with gold-rimmed glasses sighed, if it weren't for the strict material and time constraints of this competition, Li Kang could have easily made the Prometheus crown or the Jesus crown in response. Now, he has given Lin Chen a bit of a chance. But just a bit, what other Western figure can surpass the sacrifice of Phidipides? Lu Yu pondered, unable to find a relevant figure for a moment. While the group was chatting, Li Kang had already begun his performance. Under everyone's gaze, he touched his belt with one hand, clenched his fist with determination, and shouted, I will complete this mission and save the city. With that, he infused his spiritual power into the ancient Greek messenger garment. With the infusion of spiritual power, the messenger garment soon emitted a radiant light, gradually outlining the image of a young man with golden hair and a hooked nose ahead. The moment the young man appeared, the large golden balance experienced a violent tremor. Visible to the naked eye, the left balance where Li Kang stood rapidly dropped from a height of 2 floors to 1. In response, the golden wall where Lin Chen was located continued to rise more than 3 meters. From the moment Phidipides appeared, Li Kang had already gained half of the victory. If Lin Chen failed to break the deadlock after summoning a deity, the balance would completely tilt towards one side. This is a tactic to disrupt the opponent's mind, also a provocation from Li Kang. How will Lin Chen respond? At this moment, almost all the cameras in the field are focused on the golden wall surrounding Lin Chen. All the student referees watching want to know Lin Chen's next move. Will he be interrupted by Li Kang's early summoning and lose his temper, disrupting the production rhythm? Or will he continue his production with sarcasm? Everyone is waiting for a response. However, just like before, there is no sound coming from where Lin Chen is. It's like being close to the end of an exam, still nervously answering questions, too preoccupied to care. Does it really take this long to make a garment that barely reaches the faint light level? Chen Cheng muttered as he looked at the golden wall. Even if Lin Chen hasn't improved his cultivation during this summer break, it shouldn't take him this long to design an outfit. Is it because he hasn't made a garment for too long? How is that possible? During the military competition before, his calm demeanor while making the candle-level attire didn't seem like he would be out of practice. Could Lin Gu be planning to make a big move after the exam ends? Skinny Monkey also murmured. It seems so. Is he waiting to hand in his work right before the deadline? Zhang Lei speculated as he looked at the time of the competition. The discussions outside continued, and time passed by. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the 5-minute time limit finally arrived. As the countdown in the sky reached 0, the sound signaling the end of the competition time rang out punctually. 30 minutes for attire preparation is over. The impartial balance begins to operate. Please act and summon according to the theme. The voices around Lin Chen's golden wall gradually subsided. Everyone widened their eyes, eager to see what kind of extraordinary attire this top examinee would create. Even Li Kang, who had been disdainful all along, tilted his head at his position, curious to see what outfit Lin Chen had made. Did you also make a messenger outfit? Or did you create a Jesus costume to show off? Or maybe a figure from the great Qin dynasty? When the golden wall descended 2/3, Lin Chen's figure appeared before everyone. As they looked at the attire on him, everyone's gaze seemed to freeze. Exaggerated? Gorgeous? Shocking? Perhaps none of these adjectives suited Lin Chen at this moment. The outfit he wore had nothing to do with these words at all. What is this? A student couldn't help but exclaim. In the camera frame, Lin Chen was dressed in brownish-green attire. He wore a brownish-green round-brimmed hat with a red cloth 5-pointed star in the center. The upper garment had a stand-up collar with a red cloth collar badge, and 4 inner pockets attached on both sides. The style of the pants matched the outfit and hat, presenting a coordinated look. It definitely lacked extravagance. Overall, the outfit seemed rather plain and ordinary. But when Lin Chen wore this attire, standing tall, he exuded a dignified and resolute aura. The emblems on the hat brim and collar shone brightly in the sunlight, adding a touch of solemnity and sacredness. Is this a military uniform? Tang Yu, on the referee stand, widened his eyes, carefully examining the details of the attire and finally made a judgment. This is a military uniform completely different from Western classical styles. Looking at the overall design, it has a somewhat modern style but with a unique national characteristic. Perhaps it comes from our Huaxia. A stone thrown into the water caused 1,000 ripples. On the referee stand, the other referees collectively widened their eyes, carefully observing the style of the attire on Lin Chen. Indeed, only a military uniform wouldn't appear extravagant or exaggerated. If a military uniform is associated with these two words, then it's not a military uniform but a ceremonial dress. This military uniform style is definitely a modification of our Huaxia military uniform. The old professor with gold-rimmed glasses carefully examined for a while before slowly saying, it should be the appearance of the earliest period of our Huaxia military uniform. During the years of the mist's appearance, the period of turbulent migration happened too rapidly, and our military uniforms also continuously adapted to the existing needs in this process, thus undergoing modifications. More advanced and refined in materials and workmanship, better able to cope with the combat environment in the mist, but also slightly deviated from the original appearance. This military uniform style is very commemorative. The appearance of the early period of Huaxia military uniform. So, what Lin Chen wants to call upon is our Huaxia ancestors. Lu Yu thought, couldn't help but stand up, carefully watching what was about to happen next. In the audience area, many high-achieving students had already vaguely guessed the origin of the clothing Lin Chen was wearing at this moment. For a moment, the whole place erupted in a fierce uproar. Huaxia! This is our Huaxia military uniform. Huaxia during the mist period. Coming from the still brilliant Huaxia. Oh my god. Skinny Monkey listened to the discussions around him, feeling his scalp tingle. Lin Gu, this is going to be a big deal. Huaxia military uniform. This will definitely be the most explosive showdown in this school-level competition. The president of the news club, Lin Duo, at this moment, her eyes shining, wishing she could rush into the arena with her camera to give Lin Chen a crazy close-up. Just as the student referees outside the field judged, the military uniform Lin Chen was wearing is the Type 65 military uniform from Huaxia, a clothing with a distinctive feature in military uniform history. Naturally, what is being called upon is the Huaxia soldiers. The weight of sacrifice? The sacrifice of every martyr is heavier than Mount Tai. Lin Chen did not intend to call upon a specific soldier or even a general from history with this clothing. Other clothing can call upon specific individuals, certain deities, but not the Huaxia military uniform. It represents the countless soldiers who sacrificed their lives to defend their homes and country, absolutely not pointing to any specific person. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, he infused his spirit into this clothing that bore the weight of time. The brown-green clothing shimmered with a faint light, then blazed like a raging fire. Next, the scene before Lin Chen's eyes changed. In front of him, a colossal monument towering 40 meters high, constructed of granite and white marble, stood majestically. Its imposing presence, pure white like jade, appeared solemn and sacred. The monument was tall and straight, with smooth lines and exquisite carvings. Engraved on it were the 8 characters, people's heroes, eternally immortal. Lin Chen gazed at the monument in silence, wearing the military uniform, and performed a standard military salute. The glorious history belonging to the heroes will surely be passed down through the ages. The passage of time is by no means a reason to forget. As the wheels of history roll on, everything will leave its mark. I will spread all of this once again throughout Huaxia. Lin Chen's thoughts were resolute and powerful, and as he finished speaking, he faintly felt the clothing starting to emit waves of heat. Many spectators at this moment saw something different. The young man in military uniform gradually dissipated, replaced by scenes painted with iron and blood. In the freezing snow, dozens of soldiers wearing thin military uniforms hid in the snow to avoid the enemy and achieve strategic objectives, enduring the biting wind and snow without moving a muscle. They would rather freeze to death than expose their positions. When the attack horn sounded, as the soldiers appeared for the charge, many comrades around had already fallen asleep here, silent. On the march over the snowy mountains, a soldier in a thin robe collapsed in the cold wind. The commander angrily asked where the military supply officer was, only to be tearfully informed that the fallen soldier was the unit's military supply officer. It was a battlefield where guns were blazing, young soldiers under 18 carrying explosive packs, using their bodies to shield their teammates, sacrificing themselves for the safety of others. The various scenes composed of thousands of soldiers kept appearing before everyone's eyes. Finally, the images dissipated under the morning sun, replaced by a scene of all soldiers saluting a bright red flag. Among them were men and women, old and young, each bearing wounds but looking at the flag with unwavering determination. Were they afraid of death? Certainly. But they feared more that their own fear would prevent others from seeing the light. The scene fell silent, many students' eyes turning red. Some students stood up, saluting like Lin Chen. They were students who had joined the military's soul team, soldiers themselves. This was their salute to their predecessors. The sky vision slowly faded, and the scales of justice trembled violently. Lin Chen's side descended straight down, finally landing firmly on the ground. The weight of the sacrifices made by the soldiers of Huaxia, like Mount Tai pressing down, decisively outweighed the sacrifice brought by the messenger. Although in the end, not a single person truly appeared around Lin Chen. Lin Chen lowered his hand, dressed in military uniform, walked away from the battlefield, entering the exit passage. Li Kong stood on the right side of the scales, gazing at Lin Chen in a daze. At this moment, no one cared about his expression. The whole audience erupted in applause. It took a long time to quiet down. Lin Chen changed back into his regular clothes and returned to the arena, immediately surrounded by Skinny Monkey and others. Lin Gu, that was amazing. Damn. Skinny Monkey excitedly waved his phone, showing Lin Chen some names on it. I just added a bunch of top experts to our team. They are interested in joining our squad, should be enough manpower. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Duo, holding a camera, approached. Lin Chen, can you give a brief interview? I can help with the team's matters, trust me. Today's news will definitely be a hot topic at the National Defense Seoul University, even on the whole internet. Of course. Lin Chen was about to reply when someone else rushed over. Lin Chen, I want to join. Lin Chen, can we take a photo together? The crowd watching grew larger and Lin Chen was starting to feel overwhelmed. He had underestimated the impact of this exhibition match and his own influence. Towards the end, Skinny Monkey, John Lei, and others who tried to maintain order were engulfed by the crowd. Fortunately, Tang Yu and Lu Yu arrived in time, using the broadcast to rescue him and Jiang Qingqiu from the crowd, leading them back to the referee room. Damn, Lingu, I felt like you were almost torn apart by people as if you were a rare animal. Skinny Monkey complained while fixing his torn shirt. I didn't expect that. Lin Chen was also a bit helpless. As he took the cold drink handed to him by Jiang Qingqiu, he took a sip, calming his wildly beating heart due to the overwhelming crowd. It's normal, brother, you'll get used to it. You are the first global college entrance exam champion of Huaxia, and now you've defeated Li Kong. Luckily, not many people returned to school for this event today, otherwise the broadcast might not have been able to rescue you. Tang Yu chuckled. Wearing the Huaxia military uniform, that was an unexpected answer for us, no wonder they went crazy. Honestly, Lin Chen, are you really choosing to build your own team? Not considering our school team? If we join forces, there would be no problem dominating the school's competition. Lu Yu was unwilling to give up, persuading from the side. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you, seniors. Even if we don't win this time, I'll have a chance next time. I want a challenge with my friends this time. Exactly. Skinny Monkey chimed in. Seniors, be careful. Once we have our reinforcements, the outcome of the school team competition is still uncertain. Alright, we'll be waiting for your challenge, Tang Yu responded with a smile. As they spoke, the sound of cameras clicking incessantly filled the air. Lin Duo's eyes sparkled as she didn't want to miss any big news. Carry on, don't mind me, she urged as she saw everyone pausing their conversation. Don't be so harmonious, be more aggressive, a bit fierce, that's more interesting. Lin Chen and the others. The pressure on the journalists was quite high. Tang Yu, along with the teacher, exercised the authority of the organizers and escorted Lin Duo out of the referee room. With Lin Duo's interruption, the group lost interest in continuing their conversation. It was time for the competition to officially begin, so Tang Yu signaled for Lin Chen and the others to take a break. He and the judges left the referee room to officially host the Huaxia Iguan Lei Tai competition. Zhang Lei and Skinny Monkey followed them out of the room to sign up and participate. Chen Chang, Zhang Qingxiu, and Li Yuan were not keen on joining, so they sat in the referee room with Lin Chen, watching the entire Lei Tai competition on the screen. Besides the fights, there were also fun assessments related to the 6 arts of a gentleman: rights, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Many students participated in the first 4 activities, leading to some funny incidents. However, the last 2 activities almost didn't have enough participants to start. The reason was simple: the knowledge of the Great Qin Iguan had just begun to spread, and they hadn't delved deeper into it yet. Moreover, most of the participants were from the combat department, and mathematics was not their strong suit. They found activities like horseback riding more enjoyable than tedious calculations. Lin Chen carefully observed the attire and practices of each group, occasionally discussing with Chen Chang and the others. As the competition neared its end and the champions were about to be announced, they decided to slip away. Chen Chang and the others agreed, not wanting to be surrounded by people later. It was also lunchtime, and being invited to eat together was hard to refuse. After notifying Skinny Monkey and Jian Lei to prepare to leave, they quietly exited the referee room and headed outside. Just as they reached the exit of Zone B2 and were relieved that no one had noticed them, they heard an elderly voice from behind: "Lin Chen, wait, they had been found out?" Lin Chen and the others stopped in their tracks, turned around, and only relaxed when they saw the referee teacher with gold-rimmed glasses. They had seen him in the referee room before. He was a retired B-grade Yi Hunshi. "Hello, teacher," Lin Chen greeted politely, a bit puzzled by his sudden appearance. The old professor kindly said, "My surname is Tai. You can call me Professor Tai. In 3 months, I will organize a high-risk foggy forbidden zone archaeological activity in the northeast direction of Huaxia. Professor Chen recommended you to me. I wonder if you, Hanmo, are interested?" To be honest, if I hadn't seen your performance today, I would have been quite skeptical about this proposal, considering you are still young. The old professor expressed his slight nostalgia. But from what I see now, Hanmo, you clearly have the ability to explore the Forbidden Zone with us and uncover its mysteries. Your participation may bring more exciting discoveries to our archaeological team. Exploring the Mist Forbidden Zone? The sudden invitation left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he hesitated and asked, "What level are we talking about?" Based on the feedback we received earlier, the Forbidden Zone we will explore is at the Slanting Sun level. There will be at least 3 B-level teachers leading the way, and the danger level is not high. However, next to this Forbidden Zone, there is a mythical Mist Forbidden Zone, which poses the greatest risk this time. A mythical Mist Forbidden Zone. Zhang Qingxiu and the others listening to the conversation were taken aback. Are you all crazy? A mythical Mist Forbidden Zone? There might be an S-level beast sovereign inside. Chen Chang furrowed his brow. This was no joke. An S-level beast sovereign could wipe out the entire team with a single breath. Lin Chen also said, "Professor, isn't this too risky? If there were an S-level Forbidden Zone elsewhere, we wouldn't even consider going. But this one is different, hence this exploration activity. A special Forbidden Zone?" "Yes," Professor Tai nodded at the mention, and slowly said, "According to our research, this mythical Mist Forbidden Zone is called Mount Tai." Mount Tai. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen finally confirmed his thoughts. Li Mountain, Mount Tai. One forbidden zone after another reflecting the Huaxia region. 3 months later, the inspection team would head to the true Mount Tai shrouded in mist. In the misty area, everything had changed, and the former Mount Tai might have undergone corresponding changes. Before Lin Chen could ask further, Professor Tai explained in detail. Several bounty teams risked their lives to explore the treasures in the Mount Tai Forbidden Zone, obtaining some extremely valuable information on the outskirts. They recorded some melodious but solemn music and found over a dozen sunset-level beast bone materials. At the same time, they discovered abnormal phenomena in the Mount Tai mystery realm. The beasts in that forbidden zone seemed to be constrained by some mysterious force, hardly ever attacking humans proactively. Upon learning this information, the Yihan team attempted to venture deeper but was driven back by an invisible force and the roars of beasts, which they interpreted as a warning from the creatures inside. As long as one stays away from the core area of Mount Tai, the level of danger significantly decreases. Furthermore, Based on the information you provided about Dachin, we faintly sense a connection between the music around Dachin and the Qin music. You also mentioned an event called the Enthronement Ceremony of Mount Tai. The Enthronement Ceremony of Mount Tai. Lin Chen understood why the old professor wanted to bring him along. It seemed that if he were to wear the black dragon robe and go, he might have an unexpected effect when facing danger. I understand. Lin Chen nodded, asked for Professor Tai's contact information, and indicated that he would give a reply in 2 days after considering it. Good, there's no rush time-wise. You can think it over, considering the significant risks involved in this operation. With Lin Chen's assurance, Professor Tai also smiled. The competition was about to end, and he couldn't leave the field for too long. After bidding farewell to a few people, he turned and walked back. Lin, are you really planning to go? Li Yueshue looked at the departing figure of Professor Tai curiously. I'm considering it. Lin Chen nodded. It's a pity our strength is still too low. In 3 months, we'll at most reach E-level, which might be a burden if we join. Chen Shang clenched his fists upon hearing this, ultimately sighing helplessly. If he had the strength, he would also want to go. Unfortunately, 3 months later, time was indeed a bit too short. Suddenly, he thought of something and casually asked, how much spiritual power do you have now? It's almost 6:40, Lin Chen replied casually. Oh, 6:40, Chen Shang's expression relaxed upon hearing this, and he spoke to comfort. You didn't really practice much during the summer vacation. Practice. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, eyes widening in shock. 640? Lin Chen smiled, revealing his own spiritual power value to the group. When Chen Shang saw the spiritual power that surpassed his own by more than 200 points, he couldn't help but feel like his heart had stopped. Defeating Li Kang, he could console himself by saying that Lin Chen was indeed strong in this aspect, but he was definitely not as good in spiritual power cultivation. And now, the fact proved that the genius in front of him had not delayed his cultivation due to summer work. In 2 months, he had increased his spiritual power by nearly 400 to 500 points. No, big brother, did you take some drugs? Chen Shang was flustered. Lin Chen, did you enter a place where time flows differently, secretly cultivating for a year before coming out? Zhang Qingqiu suddenly thought of it, having read many novels during the summer. It's just normal cultivation, Lin Chen said with a smile, then reassured the group. In the early stages of being a spirit master, the progress can be fast or slow, but once you reach C rank, everyone is the same. Everyone is the same after reaching C rank? The three of them felt even worse hearing Lin Chen's words. Seeing more and more people looking their way, Lin Chen quickly changed the subject, leading the three away from the B2 area, agreeing to meet Zhang Lei and Skinny Monkey at the school gate. In the process, Zhang Qingqiu also messaged Lin Duo, saying they had left early and would treat Lin Duo to a meal another day. Lin Duo seemed to have anticipated this and forwarded a website link to Zhang Qingqiu. It was the school's internal forum. Curious, Zhang Qingqiu clicked on it, and in an instant, the mobile page was filled with numerous posts bearing Lin Chen's name. Top Gaokao scholar Lin Chen appears early at the National Defense Spirit University Arena. Lin Chen beats up senior C-rank third-year student. Senior student runs away in tears. The weight of sacrifice. Lin Chen's answer.